transformed into the eldest son of the Xiao family. Xiao Ding begins his journey by acquiring the Xiao Yan ring, endowed with an insatiable devouring system. He possesses the ability to consume fighting spirit, exotic flames, medicinal pills, magic cores, and souls alike. As a junior disciple to Yunlan, he organizes auctions for Ya Fei, becomes a personal instructor for Lin at the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, uses Imperial Jade as a dowry, assists the Queen in relocating the Serpent People, befriends the ancient Dragon of the Void, and is accompanied by the majestic Amethyst Wing Lion King. He cultivates the most potent techniques, establishes a formidable faction, devours heaven and earth, and single-handedly suppresses the Soul Clan, reigning supreme in the heavens and on earth, declaring himself a deity in the myriad worlds. Chapter 1. A kick sends Xiao Yan's little brother flying. In the evening, in the back courtyard of the Xiao family in Wutan City. Ouch! With a cry of pain, a black-haired, black-eyed child of about 5 or 6 years old is sent flying out of the door, landing squarely on the grassy ground outside. Elder brother, could you be a bit gentler? Xiao Yan rubs his bottom, grimacing from the pain. Xiao Yan, it's almost dark. Were you sneaking into a girl's room for? A boy of around 11 or 12 steps out from the doorway, his bright and profound eyes exuding wisdom and maturity. Xiao Yan feels a bit uneasy under his elder brother's gaze. Although he appears to be 6 years old, his soul belongs to an adult man, and psychologically he is mature. Thus, the embarrassment of being caught sneaking into a young girl's room weighs heavily on him. Unbeknownst to him, his elder brother is in a similar situation, having visited this place every evening for more than half a year, which explains his current predicament. Grumbling in defiance, Xiao Yan says, I just wanted to help Sun Heir nurture her meridians. It will benefit her training in the future. Xiao Ding approaches and gives Xiao Yan a light rap on the head, then turns to glance at the curious little girl peeking from the door and states with authority, Little brother, your abilities are insufficient for such matters. Let your elder brother assist Sun Heir in her cultivation instead. With that, he kicks Xiao Yan away. Xiao Yan cries out in dismay, landing awkwardly on the ground, frustration boiling within him. Elder brother, I'm not a ball. You've kicked me twice already. Fuming, Xiao Yan scrambles to his feet, declaring, Fine, elder brother, I will train hard, and one day I will surpass you and kick you back. Very well. Let's see if you have the capability. Xiao Ding chuckles heartily, dismissing his younger brother, who, despite his youthful appearance, harbors a rather lecherous mindset. He then turns his attention to the doorway, where a hint of purple catches his eye. Sun Heir is giggling melodiously, finding the sight of Xiao Ding kicking Xiao Yan amusing. Xiao Ding walks over, gazing at the adorable girl of about 5 years, her skin as delicate as jade, resembling a gem carved by a master sculptor. But he grins and says, Sun Heir, come here, let your brother continue to help you nurture your meridians. Sun Heir's big eyes sparkle as she looks up at Xiao Ding, obediently nodding, Thank you, brother Ding. Xiao Ding pinches Sun Heir's cheek, eliciting a burst of laughter from her. He secretly sighs. This girl is truly adorable. No wonder his lecherous younger brother is so eager to engage in such activities. After a playful moment, they sit on the bed, and he places his hand on Sun Heir's back. He focuses his energy, channeling a strand of fighting spirit into Sun Heir's body, nurturing her meridians. Ding. Detected the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame. Insufficient level. The devouring of exotic flames function is not activated. Unable to devour. Upon seeing the system notification spring forth, Xiao Ding's expression remains calm. Since his late-night cultivation and ascension, his soul has resided in this realm as the esteemed young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Ding, for over a decade. Naturally, the standard system for transmigrators has also been operational for this duration. His system is known as the Endless Devouring System, capable of absorbing the essence of all things in the universe to enhance his abilities. The items he can consume are numerous, including Dou Qi, rare celestial treasures, Yao exotic flames, and medicinal pills, even extending to souls and martial arts techniques, from which he can extract essence for cultivation. However, due to his current insufficient level, many types of consumables remain inaccessible, and the method of absorption is contact-based. His level directly influences the system's upper limit of devouring capabilities and the proportion of essence he gains from his consumption. The devouring capacity indicates the amount of energy, soul, or material the system can consume within a specified time frame, calculated as a multiple of his level. For instance, at level 1, he can only devour Dou Qi at a rate equivalent to the energy he absorbs during his cultivation. The gain ratio is straightforward. It represents the system's distribution rate. At level 1, his essence acquisition ratio is merely 1. This implies that if he reaches level 100, Theoretically, his devouring limit would be 100-fold of the speed at which he absorbs energy during cultivation, resulting in the essence being entirely his. For 11 years, he has relied on the system's additional absorption of Dou Qi to advance his cultivation significantly faster than his peers, establishing himself as the foremost genius of the Xiao family and even in Wutan City. Even now, he continues to replenish his energy through the Dou Qi absorbed via the system. Brother Ding, you've successfully condensed your Dou Qi vortex and advanced to the rank of Dou Shi, haven't you? Sensing the pure energy entering his body, Sun'er's autumn-like eyes sparkled with surprise as she spoke. Little sister Sun'er is truly perceptive. You are the first to discover that I have broken through. Xiao Ding gazed at Sun'er with admiration. This girl, renowned for possessing the most potent Dou Emperor bloodline of the ancient clan over the millennia, showcases remarkable sensitivity even before her bloodline has fully awakened. Brother Ding, you help me refine my essence daily, and I can genuinely appreciate the distinction between Dou Qi and Dou energy. Sure. Let's keep it low-key. I prefer not to draw too much attention. You must help me keep this a secret. Xiao Ding, not wishing to attract undue attention, has spent the past 11 years discreetly developing his abilities, striving to conceal his true strength. Recently having broken through to Dou Shi, no one is aware of his rapid advancement. If others were to discover how swiftly he has progressed, it would undoubtedly be seen as extraordinary. Until he possesses sufficient backing or strength, it is prudent to remain inconspicuous. Rest assured, Sun'er will not speak a word. Sun'er cherished Xiao Ding's trust, her smile radiant and her brows shaped like crescent moons. Unbeknownst to them, someone was eavesdropping. This young man possesses the cunning of a fox and remarkable talent. He may achieve great things in the future. Perhaps this declining Xiao clan can be revitalized? Ling Ying mused, realizing that had it not been for the young lattice revelation, he would have remained oblivious to this young man's breakthrough. It seems he has underestimated the Xiao family, as he had not paid sufficient attention to its descendants, completely overlooking such an extraordinary talent. In this environment, advancing to Dou Shi at the age of 11, his talent is already on par with the core members of the ancient clan. He sighed inwardly, continuing to remain concealed in the shadows, silent and undetected. As the intensity of tonight's fighting spirit was markedly more refined, the effects of the cleansing process were exceptional. Sun'er soon found herself drenched in sweat, breathless. Brother Ding, I feel quite warm, yet my entire body is enveloped in a delightful warmth, she remarked, glistening with fragrant perspiration. Let us conclude for this evening, he responded, having only just achieved a breakthrough himself. The system must have unlocked a new category of devourable items. For what he understood, the system appeared to unlock a new category of consumption every 10 levels, and he had just reached level 10, so a change was indeed anticipated. What other types could be unlocked beyond the devourable fighting spirit? Master, Xiao Ding. Level 10. Cultivation, 1-star fighter. Attribute, wood. Devouring limit, 10 times. Distribution ratio, 10. Devouring categories. Fighting spirit, medicinal items. To be unlocked. Devouring attributes. Wood. Attribute 1, which allows the host to select an additional attribute. Chapter 2. The Apothecary. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon reaching level 10, not only did he acquire the ability to absorb a new category of medicinal substances, but he could also augment one of his innate attributes. Previously, he could only devour the wood attribute's fighting energy, while the powers of other attributes remained inaccessible to him. Thus, he had not hastened to seek out the apothecary. After all, wood attribute fighters rarely ascend to the status of alchemists, especially at lower realms. Now that he could enhance his attributes, he resolutely decided to adopt the fire attribute, enabling him to become a distinguished alchemist and to cultivate the unique technique known as the burning decision from the apothecary. Additionally, the burning decision possessed the ability to absorb exotic flames, aligning perfectly with the system he had. Without hesitation, he opted to utilize this reward. You may enhance one foundational attribute. Please select from the following: metal, fire, water, earth, wind, thunder, ice, light, dark. Once selected, it cannot be undone. Glancing at the prompt, he ultimately chose the fire attribute without a moment's doubt. Upon making this choice, a distinct energy surged within him, and the fire attribute's fighting energy in the void became vividly clear. He realized that he could now absorb fire attribute fighting energy. This was indeed his newfound talent. Sun'er, take a bath and have a good sleep. Brother is leaving. After drying himself, Xiao Ding gently touched Sun'er's nose, leaped off the bed, and departed. Blushing, Sun'er watched Xiao Ding leave, murmuring, "Wood generates fire. Indeed, Brother Xiao Ding's wood attribute fighting energy is more suited to my constitution." while brother Xiao Yan's cultivation level is similar to mine and thus not particularly beneficial to me. His consciousness delved deep within, swiftly emerging from his lower abdomen's dantian. After advancing to the fighter level, the most notable sign, aside from the fighting energy coalescing into a cyclone, was the ability for internal vision. At that moment, within the dantian space, a pale green cyclone was swirling, continuously absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Beside it, there was unexpectedly a fiery red point of light, containing a source of searing energy. Below them lay an unfathomable black hole, housing the two cyclones. Oh, the fire attribute energy within me is not contained within the wood attribute cyclone? Xiao Ding was astonished. Did this imply he needed to cultivate another cyclone? For ordinary individuals, one cyclone sufficed, but with the system at his disposal, if he did not cultivate more cyclones, would that not waste the essence of energy the system absorbed? Enlightenment dawned upon Xiao Ding. His current energy distribution ratio was 10, yet the system's energy absorption limit was tenfold that, precisely matching the quantity of fighting energy the system consumed at every moment to the amount he could absorb through his utmost efforts. Although the quality may vary slightly, the difference in quantity was negligible. Even if he allocated all to the fire attribute cyclone, he would not be significantly affected. In fact, with a few more level ups, his cultivation speed would surpass that of his peers. He began cultivating without hesitation, absorbing fighting energy to enhance the wood attribute cyclone, while the system fully devoured the fire attribute fighting energy to cultivate the fire cyclone. Having reached the fighter realm, he was well versed in the cultivation of the fire cyclone. In just one night, he successfully condensed the fire cyclone. Once he reached the limits of his realm, the cultivation speed of the fire cyclone became comparable to that of the wood cyclone. Xiao Ding divided the share absorbed by the system into two halves, allowing both cyclones to receive additional energy replenishment, thus maintaining a relatively high cultivation speed. Bang bang. Brother, are you awake? That brat Galio wants to challenge us. Should we accept? A clear voice rang out from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding ceased his cultivation, opened the door, and let in a boy of around 8 or 9 years old. The boy bore a slight resemblance to him, though his features were somewhat more delicate, lacking the elegance and grandeur that characterized Xiao Ding. This was his younger brother, Xiaoli. With a fierce expression, Xiaoli declared, "Brother, should we accept? I want to teach him another lesson." However, he had no real interest in bullying a child. Indeed, we ought not to squander our time on such individuals. Xiaoli relinquished his thoughts of conflict. I overheard father and the others discussing a trip to the Beast Mountain Range. Why don't we accompany them to broaden our horizons? If you speak up, father will surely agree. Think again, we are still too young. The Beast Mountain Range is fraught with danger. How could father possibly allow us to accompany him? Xiao Ding shook his head. It is better to focus on our cultivation. In a few years, opportunities will present themselves. Listening to you, Xiaoli admired his elder brother, setting aside his frivolous thoughts. After encouraging his younger brother to cultivate, Xiao Ding contemplated visiting the herbalist. As the legitimate heirs of the Xiao family, the three brothers each had their own courtyard. Upon emerging, he spotted Xiao Yan sprawled on the grass, grumbling. "What are you doing lounging around instead of practicing?" "Brother, I miss mother a bit," Xiao Yan said, gazing sorrowfully at the black ring on his finger, the only memento left by their mother. Life and death are fated. Their mother had been frail and had suffered injuries, leaving them far too soon. Xiao Ding sighed. He had spent the most time with their mother, but regrettably, his system had been inadequate, preventing him from achieving greatness even in the womb. At such a tender age, he had been powerless to save her. This realization instilled in him a growing caution, as he wished to avoid an early demise like hers. Could it be because I was born? Xiao Yan pondered, feeling a twinge of guilt. Xiao Ding frowned. Among the three brothers, Xiao Yan possessed the greatest talent, a prodigy of the Xiao family born once in a century, indeed. There could have been excessive consumption of their mother's essence during gestation. Yet, he would not voice such thoughts aloud. Approaching, he took the ring from Xiao Yan's finger, saying, "You're just letting your mind wander. I will keep this ring safe for you. Do not dwell on it, and let sorrow consume you." He had been seeking a reason to take the ring, initially planning to snatch it away directly, but now he seized the opportunity. Xiao Yan rose. "Give it back. This is a gift from mother. A gift holds meaning in the heart. It affects your cultivation, so it is better entrusted to me," Xiao Ding said, unceremoniously donning the ring. Ding. Soul entity detected. Insufficient level. Soul devouring function not activated. Unable to devour. The system's upgrade filled Xiao Ding with delight. Indeed, it could devour souls, though he wondered when it would unlock. He playfully kicked Xiao Yan's backside. "Get back to cultivating. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Do you not wish to be able to save your loved ones in the future when your power is lacking?" "Humph. Had I known, I wouldn't have shared this with you." Xiao Yan shot a glare at Xiao Ding, yet he did not mind too much. Believing his brother was acting out of concern for him, Chapter 3. Devouring Medicinal Herbs. Little Yan, my elder brother possesses a system and is aware of many future events. I have accepted the old man's wisdom, which will undoubtedly yield even greater value. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, Yao Lao did not immediately surreptitiously absorb his Dou Qi. Xiao Ding, too, remained unhurried. After all, a change in personnel warranted a degree of caution. He continued his training as usual, but after half a month, the Dou Qi he had absorbed suddenly vanished. Pretending to be astonished, he conducted a thorough investigation, ultimately unable to uncover the cause. His current low cultivation level truly hindered his search. He was not being deceitful. Had he not been aware of Yao Lao's existence, he might have mistaken it for a peculiar ailment, just as Xiao Yan did. Xiao Ding mused to himself, resolutely continuing to harness the power of the system for his cultivation. While he could not detect Yao Lao, the latter was equally oblivious to the existence of the system, perceiving it merely as a unique bloodline power. Xiao Ding's rate of cultivation had diminished by half. He recalled that the system, in addition to devouring the Dou Qi from the void, could also absorb medicinal substances. I shall consume medicines to expedite Yao Lao's recovery. I must obtain the burning art. Xiao Ding silently resolved. Upon advancing to the rank of Dou Shi, he required an advanced cultivation technique, with the burning art being the most suitable. Though this technique began at the most rudimentary level, it had the potential to evolve, proving far less cumbersome than pursuing a mysterious tier technique only to later switch to another. Gathering all his funds, he also pilfered from the wallets of his two younger brothers and ventured alone to a small marketplace. He had no interest in any pills but intended to discreetly acquire medicinal herbs for experimentation, convinced that herbal remedies would encompass the necessary materials. His gaze roamed the stalls lining the street, filled with an array of herbs, medicines, weapons, and even magical beast cores. He paused before a heap of ginseng, picking up a root for examination. Ding. Medicinal material detected. Meets absorption criteria. Would you like to absorb it? Xiao Ding, maintaining his composure, inquired, Boss, what is the price? If I buy more herbs, could you offer me a discount? With merely a few hundred gold coins in his pocket, he aimed to procure as many as possible. If you spend over 100 gold coins, I'll give you a 10% discount. 300 earns an 8% discount, and 1,000 offers a 7% discount, the vendor replied jovially, noting that discounts were typically granted based on quantity purchased. Xiao Ding gathered various herbs, primarily tonics, as well as those for healing and detoxification, selecting around 10 types. After spending all his money, he departed with a bundle of herbs. Upon returning home, he instructed a servant to prepare a bucket of hot water, then removed his ring. To ascertain Yao Lao's current condition, it was essential to avoid detection under the pretense of bathing. In the steaming water, Xiao Ding picked up a ginseng root and swallowed it whole. A surge of pure medicinal energy coursed through his body, devoid of any impurities. As the medicinal power spread, he felt a warm sensation envelop him. After his training, a portion of the energy transformed directly into Dou Qi, while another segment was absorbed by his body, slightly hastening his absorption of Dou Qi. Indeed, it proved effective. The system must only have consumed the essence. Otherwise, consuming ginseng alone would yield minimal effects. Pondering thoughtfully, Xiao Ding glanced at the ginseng, which had withered and lost its initial luster, resembling decay. He clenched his hand, and with a soft crunching sound, the ginseng crumbled into powder, falling into the wooden tub. It is utterly decayed, devoid of any essence. Xiao Ding was astonished. Indeed, it was thoroughly consumed by the system, leaving nothing behind. He continued to devour the medicinal herbs, as pure medicinal energy surged into his body. The potency of this energy exceeded tenfold that which the body could absorb from mere consumption of herbs, if not more. Otherwise, the effects would not be so pronounced. The value of the herbs was amplified more than tenfold, making it perfectly suitable for someone of his meager means. Xiao Ding thought with delight, continuing to actively absorb the medicinal power. This restorative medicine not only strengthened his physique, but also accelerated his cultivation speed, rivaling that of more precious elixirs. After experimenting with the restorative herbs, he consumed those meant for healing injuries, which still enhanced his physical strength. While some of his concealed injuries were also mended under the influence of the medicinal energy, the most remarkable effect emerged when he ingested a calming herb. Its potency rendered Xiao Ding's mind tranquil as water, devoid of any distractions, significantly enhancing his sensitivity to fighting energy. He seamlessly combined the absorption. Akin to an alchemist mixing different herbs, he directly amalgamated the medicinal forces, astonishingly nearly doubling his cultivation speed. As half a day passed and evening approached, Xiao Ding paused. His complexion flushed, having significantly increased his prowess while only depleting about 1/20th of the herbs. Although he had yet to utilize any elixirs, the efficacy of this method surpassed that of consuming elixirs, presenting no adverse effects whatsoever. Xiao Ding appeared satisfied. He was absorbing the purest medicinal energy from the herbs. While elixirs contain some toxins that could be harmful to the body, unsuitable for ordinary individuals to consume in excess. In comparison, this method could effortlessly overshadow the effects of others consuming elixirs, particularly if he prepared herbs in the proportions of a specific elixir and simultaneously consumed them. The combination of the purest medicinal energies might even surpass that of premium elixirs. Wouldn't this mean he could substitute elixirs with a combination of herbs? The only drawback was that even the most basic elixirs required materials that were quite expensive. A single set could cost thousands of gold coins. An expenditure he could scarcely afford at present. Wasn't there a wealthy lady? Xiao Ding smirked mischievously, rising from the water barrel. Rinsing the remnants of the herbs from his body, donning his clothes, and after putting on his ring, swaggered into Sun'er's room. He did not discard the ring, intending to create the illusion that he was relying on medicinal substances to resolve his issues. Oh, what a strong herbal scent. Xiao Ding, what have you been up to? Sun'er pouted her rosy cherry lips, pinching her nose in discomfort. Ah, brother, I've been feeling a bit unwell lately and took a medicinal bath. Xiao Ding replied with an awkward smile, realizing he had grown accustomed to the scent and failed to notice how potent it was. Ah, brother Xiao Ding, are you sick? Sun'er released her nose, her large eyes filled with concern, extending her small hand to tiptoe on the bed and touch Xiao Ding's forehead. It's nothing. I encountered a minor issue during cultivation. Just a few doses of medicine will suffice. Xiao Ding ruffled Sun'er's hair, saying, Now, let us proceed with our daily tasks. No, brother Xiao Ding, you're not feeling well, so you needn't help me with my exercises, Sun'er replied, clasping her small hands behind her back, shaking her head like an adult. Your brother possesses profound cultivation skills. Assisting you in refining your essence is merely child's play, requiring little of my energy, but rather, the question lies in how long you can endure it. Xiao Ding smiled broadly, gently guiding Sun'er to sit down as he commenced the process of refining her essence. Sun'er's beautiful eyes shimmered with gratitude. Although she found solace in the Xiao family, she ultimately lacked familial bonds, and Xiao Ding's care filled her heart with warmth. Chapter 4. Time to earn a living. After half an hour, Xiao Ding wiped the sweat from Sun'er's brow, recalling the purpose of his visit. He cleared his throat and said, I heard from father that you have quite a bit of pocket money. Could you lend some to your brother? Sun'er giggled, gazing at him with mirth. But I'm only 5 years old. Is it appropriate for you to ask for money? Faced with her shimmering, water-like eyes, Xiao Ding felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, with his resilient disposition, quickly regained his composure. He regarded Sun'er not merely as a child, but as a sister, thus feeling no need for formality. Sun'er's smile blossomed, her heart lifted by Xiao Ding's trust. She rummaged through her belongings and produced a black card, handing it to him. Thank you, Sun'er, I promise to repay you, Xiao Ding said, pinching her cheek as he accepted the card. But I have a condition for lending you money. You must not pinch my face anymore. Sun'er playfully evaded his grasp, a sly grin adorning her features. Very well. No more pinching, but perhaps I shall kiss your cheek next time. Good night. He stepped out of the room, leaving Sun'er pouting in playful annoyance. As he gazed at the night sky, a smile graced his lips, and he felt an unusual sense of relaxation. Initially, he had come to prevent Xiao Yan from wasting his energy on Sun'er, but after a year of companionship, her endearing nature had transformed this task into a delightful pastime amidst his training. With a substantial sum at his disposal, Xiao Ding did not rush to purchase the materials necessary for alchemy. Instead, he sought out cheaper ingredients to consume. He believed in a gradual approach. Currently, ordinary materials sufficed for his cultivation needs. Potent ingredients that exceeded his body's absorption capacity would yield more harm than good. Common herbs could sustain him for a month at a mere 200 to 300 gold coins, an exceedingly reasonable expense. Subsequently, he endeavored to procure even less expensive materials, experimenting with combinations that yielded commendable results while significantly reducing costs. He managed to sustain himself for a month with only 150 gold coins. By consuming these herbs, his cultivation speed, despite the influences of the medicinal elder and his concurrent mastery of 2 energy spirals, accelerated by 50% compared to the norm. Borrowing from Sun'er provided him with ample resources for an extended period, allowing Xiao Ding to continue his discreet development. As time flowed gently, 2 years passed, and Xiao Ding reached the age of 13. During this period, he ventured outside infrequently, aside from nurturing Sun'er's meridians and participating in select family events. He devoted himself almost entirely to training. His younger brothers, influenced by him, also trained diligently, experiencing significant advancements in their cultivation. One day, he achieved another breakthrough, elevating his rank to an 8-star fighter. Thanks to the medicinal elder's absorption of energy, he had advanced 7 ranks over the past 2 years. a substantial improvement compared to Xiao Yan, who would have otherwise regressed. Observing the remnants of herbs scattered around, Xiao Ding furrowed his brow. In truth, as his cultivation level rose, the system provided him with an increasing supply of energy, presently at level 17. The energy absorbed by the system equated to over twice the amount of natural energy he would typically gather through conventional training. However, the potency derived from ordinary medicinal herbs is diminishing at an accelerated pace, leading to a relative deceleration in his cultivation speed. Furthermore, he has owed Sooner money for 2 years. If he does not repay soon, he will be considered a deadbeat. It is time for the medicine elder to come forth and repay his debt. After deliberation, he arrived at a resolution. After bathing to rid himself of the medicinal odor, he donned his clothing and entered his chamber, where he gazed at the black ring resting upon his table. You have absorbed my fighting spirit for 2 years. It is time for you to respond. He spoke coldly, resolved to compel the medicine elder to emerge today. Based on his estimations, the elder was likely on the verge of awakening. Under normal circumstances, although this old man revealed himself only after 3 years of absorbing Xiao Yan's fighting spirit, his cautious nature suggested he had likely awakened long ago. His cultivation was considerably superior to Xiao Yan's under similar conditions, having absorbed more of the world's energy. 2 years was ample time for the elder to recover. Seeing no response, he sneered, "If you do not come forth, I shall offer this ring to powerful practitioners for research. If doling is insufficient, then Douwang will suffice. My Xiao family maintains a cordial relationship with the Nalan family. I am certain their Douwang would be eager to study this peculiar artifact capable of devouring one's fighting spirit." Upon hearing this, the ring trembled slightly. "Ah, young friend, you possess remarkable insight, akin to that of a cunning fox. Despite my caution, you have discerned the source of the vanishing fighting spirit." An ancient voice resonated, as a translucent figure wafted forth like smoke, bearing a look of resignation. At that moment, he regarded the young man with a peculiar expression, perplexed as to how, after 2 years of absorption, the youth's cultivation speed remained so swift. It was truly baffling. Xiao Ding's countenance was as tranquil as a still pond, revealing no hint of anxiety. He scrutinized the medicine elder. "So you are a spiritual entity. Your ability to exist in this state suggests you were once a formidable being. Perhaps even an alchemist?" The elder replied, "You are astute, my young friend. I never anticipated encountering a talent such as yourself in this small border town." The medicine elder gazed in astonishment at Xiao Ding, for it was his first encounter with such a clever youth. Faced with the young man's composure, he doubted whether he could have remained equally unflustered in a similar predicament. All thanks to extensive reading, Xiao Ding grinned, for it was indeed his literary knowledge that emboldened him to engage in this banter with the elder. Although he was aware of the elder's background, he still inquired, "Now? Pray tell, what is your origin?" The medicine elder sighed, "My surname is Yao, and you guessed correctly. I was once a powerful being, indeed an alchemist. After encountering certain misfortunes, my physical form was annihilated, and I was compelled to slumber within this ring. Out of necessity, I absorbed your fighting spirit. I beseech your forgiveness, for I harbor no ill intent. I understand, you hardly seem like a villain. However, having unwittingly absorbed my fighting spirit for 2 years, some form of compensation is warranted." Xiao Ding stated directly, eschewing unnecessary pleasantries. The medicine elder exhaled in relief. The request for compensation indicated a willingness to cooperate. With a warm smile, he asked, "What is it that you desire?" "Your willingness to expose yourself to restore your essence indicates you are on the brink of fading away. Now that you have awakened, how do you value this act of saving your life?" Xiao Ding replied with profound implications. The medicine elder silently cursed the clever fox, yet maintained his smile. "Indeed, young friend, you are the benefactor of my life. As long as I possess it, you may have whatever you desire. The natural world demands the most precious possession from you, preferably a high-level martial art. I find myself in need of such a technique. You appear quite formidable. Surely you possess a celestial-level martial art?" Xiao Ding unabashedly asserted, directly pointing at the burning art. "You truly lack decorum." The elder Yao retorted, irked. "Who possesses celestial-level martial arts so easily? I believe you do. What was that you said earlier about being able to produce anything? Now, are you reluctant to part with it?" Xiao Ding cast a sidelong glance at Elder Yao, exuding an air of disdain. Elder Yao, incensed, puffed his cheeks in frustration. "I indeed do not have celestial-level martial arts. However, there exists a technique that may be even more mysterious than the celestial ones. It is the most precious martial art I possess, but let me be clear, the risks involved in its cultivation are exceedingly high. Even I dared not practice it in my youth. That will suffice. If you are too afraid to cultivate it, perhaps I can. Show it to me." Xiao Ding displayed the fearless bravado of youth. "Young man, once you grasp the nature of this martial art, I doubt you will maintain such bravado." Elder Yao shook his head, retrieving a black, ancient scroll with a complex expression. This martial art was hard-won, and the risks of its cultivation are immense. Chapter 5. I owe you for my past life. Xiao Ding snatched the scroll, which transformed into a torrent of information flooding his mind. Elder Yao was taken aback. Aren't you going to wait for me to finish explaining the risks? Given that this is a technique you fought fiercely to obtain, it must be extraordinary. Even if you divulge the risks, I would be compelled to practice it regardless, so why waste words? Xiao Ding shrugged, rapidly absorbing the martial arts information. Elder Yao shook his head in resignation. You are excessively confident. Should you perish in your practice, do not blame me. Ultimately, he witnessed Xiao Ding closing his eyes and directly commencing cultivation, which infuriated him. He had intended to offer a warning, yet this fellow displayed no gratitude. Xiao Ding, undeterred by the dangers of the burning art, thought to himself that his brother, without any system, had managed to practice this technique, with his own advantages. What was there to fear? Upon advancing to a fighter, cultivation was requisite, and Xiao Ding had refrained from practicing his family's techniques in anticipation of the burning art. As he operated the burning art, the two spirals of energy in his dantian began to accelerate. The fire attribute spiral deepened in hue, transforming into a pale yellow, while the wood attribute spiral remained green, unaltered into fire. Xiao Ding was not surprised. Unlike ordinary fighters, his internal elemental powers were bound to his system. The burning art could only alter his method of cultivating fighting energy, not his elemental attributes. This meant that the spirals he cultivated were merely storage points for the energy devoured by his system. Opening his eyes, he smiled and said, Next, make some potions for me when you have the time. Consider it a form of labor to pay rent. Elder Yao's face darkened. Is the burning art not sufficient? Of course not. Besides, are we not in a partnership? You draw upon my strength to restore your soul power, and in return, I receive some compensation from you. Everyone benefits. Xiao Ding asserted with conviction. What a clever little fox you are. Elder Yao reflected, regretting his inability to resist absorbing the fighting energy from this little fox, feeling as though he had fallen into a bottomless pit. Elder Yao, rest assured, I am a good person. You will not suffer by following me, Xiao Ding solemnly proclaimed. Elder Yao was left speechless. The tone of this conversation resembles that of a ruffian speaking to his subordinate. Are you quite certain of your own virtue? First, procure these medicinal materials. My strength now allows me only to concoct low-grade elixirs. Xiao Ding cast a glance at the prescription, and indeed, it was the foundational spirit liquid. This indicated that the apothecary was still quite feeble. Otherwise, he would have produced something of a higher grade. He possessed the ability to absorb energy through his system, rendering him less reliant on pills and potions. His intention in having the apothecary concoct elixirs was chiefly to amass wealth. In this continent of combat, aside from the more nefarious pursuits, alchemists were the quickest route to fortune. Clutching Sun's card, Xiao Ding returned to the marketplace, utilizing his last funds to acquire the necessary materials. Due to his limited finances, he negotiated with the apothecary, settling for materials that only met the minimum requirements. Upon returning home, he secured the door, placed the ingredients on the table, and called out, Apothecary, come forth and get to work. The apothecary emerged, his head enveloped in smoke, clearly irked. Did this fellow truly view him as a mere servant? Xiao Ding crossed his arms and smirked. You seem rather narrow-minded. Why do you always brood? The apothecary rolled his eyes, too weary to engage in banter, and picked up the materials. With a swift motion, a wisp of white flame appeared, beginning to refine the essence of the herbs. Xiao Ding observed in silence. Was this the bone spirit cold fire? Merely gazing at it instilled a profound sense of danger. It was indeed one of the most formidable elements in this continent of combat. Young man, do you wish to learn? The apothecary, noticing Xiao Ding's serious demeanor, raised his chin and spoke enigmatically. If you desire to learn, you must take me as your master. Should you refuse, teaching you alchemy would merely be a favor owed to me, and I would only address you as senior. Xiao Ding shook his head. You know how many individuals on this continent seek to learn from me? If they were to line up, they could stretch all the way to the Beast Mountain range. The apothecary's eyes widened. I do not know, nor do I wish to hear it, he retorted, vowing he had never encountered such a loquacious individual, the mere thought of it inciting frustration. He begrudgingly concocted the foundational spirit liquid, subsequently bottling it and tossing it to Xiao Ding. Absorb it in a medicinal bath. This elixir is primarily suited for those below the rank of combatants. Given your cultivation level, you may use a larger quantity to make do. My spiritual power is currently too weak to create anything more advanced. No, I intend to sell this. I must first accumulate wealth before aspiring to become a minor magnate, Xiao Ding replied, glancing at the pale green liquid with a mischievous smile. Next, I shall employ this to generate profit. The apothecary's brow twitched at the implication. You are the one acting like a chicken. Do you wish to exhaust me? Surely, producing 10 portions of spirit liquid in a day is a trivial task for you, a master alchemist? I am still recuperating. Fine, I shall indulge you. 5 portions a day, at most 3. Xiao Ding gleefully held the foundational spirit liquid, leaving the apothecary feeling as though he had spoken too much. He was not entirely familiar with the market dynamics of this small city. Even producing 3 portions a month would suffice for Xiao Ding to amass wealth. This time, intending to handle graded elixirs, Xiao Ding refrained from visiting street stalls or ordinary markets, as those venues lacked both discretion and quality. Reluctantly, he dressed up and ventured to the mid-auction house. As one of the 3 prominent families of the Gamma Empire, this auction house stands as the most opulent establishment in the city of Wutan. Within the resplendent edifice, throngs of people bustle about, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. Cloaked in an all-black attire and a hooded cape that obscured his features, Xiao Ding made his entrance. He was rather robust for his age. Standing at approximately 1.70 meters, and at just 13 years old, he bore an adult-like stature when fully cloaked. However, he had taken measures to disguise his appearance. His shoes were fitted with lifts, and his clothing was padded with cotton, giving him a slightly fuller look. Having experienced a fair share of the world in his previous life, such a place did not intimidate him. Ignoring the guards at the entrance, Xiao Ding strode confidently into the auction house. The cape shielded him from some scrutiny, but as soon as he crossed the threshold, he collided with a soft yet resilient form, a delicate fragrance wafting into his nostrils. Ouch, that hurt, the girl exclaimed, clutching her forehead and staggering back, only to be steadied by Xiao Ding's large hand on her shoulder. My apologies, he said, taking the opportunity to closely observe the young lady before him. His gaze brightened as he beheld her striking beauty. She was of similar age, yet notably more developed than her peers. Adorned in a crimson mini-dress cinched with a silver belt, her slender waist was captivating, and her bosom was modestly accentuated, revealing a glimpse of porcelain skin. Her long, straight thighs were sculpted, akin to exquisite jade. Her hair was a silky ebony, her brows elegantly arched, and her elongated, lustrous peach blossom eyes sparkled with a dreamy allure. Her lips were lush, and her skin, fair as snow, bore a hint of youthful plumpness that beckoned admiration. It was undeniable that this young maiden, though youthful, exuded an alluring sensuality intertwined with the vivacious charm of her age. Xiao Ding found her far more enticing than the still-developing Sunner. Chapter 6. I am so pure. In the face of sensuality, cuteness indeed pales in comparison. Feeling Xiao Ding's gaze traverse her figure, Yafei's cheeks flushed slightly, and she hastily stepped back. It's all right. I was running too fast, and didn't pay attention. You are from the Mytel auction house, right? I'm not familiar with this place. Could you show me around? Xiao Ding inquired, his eyes landing on the Mytel emblem on her shoulder. Of course. What may I assist you with, esteemed guest? Yafei replied, her demeanor softening with a gentle smile. She had recently been training to receive guests and saw this as an opportunity to practice, to sell something. Xiao Ding diverted his gaze, surveying the hall. Please follow me, sir. Yafei guided him with practiced ease. May I ask your name? Xiao Ding ventured, feeling an unusual flutter of interest in this peer of his. You may call me Yafei, she replied, her lips curving into a charming smile that radiated youthful vitality. Yafei, Xiao Ding paused momentarily, casting a few more glances. It became clear that she was a core member of the Mytel family, which explained her extraordinary beauty. Is something the matter? Yafei perceptively noted the shift in his expression. No, it's a lovely name. Would you be interested in becoming friends? Xiao Ding instinctively began to flirt. Isn't that a bit inappropriate given our ages? Yafei replied, a hint of awkwardness in her smile. Though Xiao Ding's soul was that of an adult at that moment, his concealed appearance and demeanor gave Yafei the impression of an individual far beyond the years of a mere boy. There is no need for concern. We shall become acquainted swiftly. Xiao Ding, unperturbed, smiled as he presented a vial to Yafei, who delicately held it in her slender fingers, while they arrived at a chamber known as the appraisal room. An hour later, Yafei, brimming with enthusiasm, bid farewell to Xiao Ding, her demeanor respectful. Watching him depart, she murmured softly to herself, this Ding Xiao is unexpectedly an alchemist. I had not discerned it before. It appears I have much to learn if I aspire to become an auctioneer. I must maintain a good rapport with this client. He may assist me in achieving my goal. Xiao Ding glanced around to ensure no one was following, then tapped his ring. Old Yao, is anyone trailing us? You are indeed cautious, not only verifying for yourself, but also seeking my confirmation, Old Yao remarked with appreciation. Is there anyone or not? There is not, Old Yao replied. His mood evidently dampened. Then, that is satisfactory. Xiao Ding swiftly removed his cloak and extracted a grass mat for elevation and cotton for altering his appearance. Old Yao, please assist me in storing these. Do you think this is a storage cabinet? Otherwise, do you intend to keep mice here? Old Yao retorted, slightly irked. Surely you aren't so stingy as to deny me a little space? Xiao Ding teased. Do you doubt my capabilities? Old Yao, resigned, began to stow away Xiao Ding's belongings. Determined to recover swiftly and distance himself from this vexing young man, Xiao Ding felt immediately lighter, using the funds he had acquired to procure various materials along his path. The auction of the Foundation Establishment Elixir had garnered over 30,000 gold coins, sufficient to purchase more than 20 types of medicinal ingredients. After accounting for his debt to Sun Heir, he spent the entirety of the sum. Among these, he directly purchased some magical beast cores and additional ingredients from the auction house, leaving only the more common materials. Once his purchases were complete, he arrived at an inn. Old Yao, let us commence, Xiao Ding declared, laying out the 21 types of materials he had exchanged for the Foundation Establishment Elixir, and plopped down into a chair. Do you intend to exhaust me, thus claiming my inheritance? Old Yao emerged with a dark expression, his forehead faintly steaming, clearly in a foul mood. Were we not to prepare 3 portions a day? This is a week's supply. You may either come daily or handle it all at once. Xiao Ding shrugged. I perceive you possess quite a temper. Old Yao cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Ding. I am the continent's premier alchemist, in the past. Even Emperor Dou did not pique my interest. Is it necessary for me to maintain a pleasant demeanor? One ought to take advantage of this low period to temper one's temperament, Xiao Ding replied matter-of-factly. Old Yao's expression stiffened, nearly causing him to twist his neck in disbelief at this young man, who showed no surprise at his indifference towards Emperor Dou, yet dared suggest he cultivate patience. Disregarding the irate Old Yao, Xiao Ding gazed at the materials on the table, reflecting on his gains from the day. I must admit, the products you concoct are exceedingly lucrative. They're worth multiplying over 20 times the cost of raw materials. I have never encountered such profitability. Perhaps we should collaborate more often. Within 6 months, I could become the wealthiest in Wutan City, and in 10 years, rival nations in wealth. You might achieve such wealth, but I shall undoubtedly be worn to the bone. That shall not be the case. I will ensure you ample time to rest. We will dedicate half the day to alchemy and take 1 day off each week. What say you? Xiao Ding mused, recalling the 996 work schedule, deeming it quite suitable for Old Yao, considering he required no sustenance or rest. The esteemed elder Yao's beard fluttered as he glared at Xiao Ding, exclaiming, I am a distinguished alchemist, not a laborious miner. Should you continue to show such disdain towards me, do not be surprised if I take my leave. With a sigh, he added, I am merely looking out for your best interests. The more you earn, the more we can procure what we need. My progress will accelerate. And so shall your recovery. Xiao Ding spoke earnestly, yet Elder Yao furrowed his brow, recognizing the potential benefits, only to shake his head in response. Why do I feel as if you intend to sell me out, and then expect me to count the coins for you? How could you think that? I am nothing if not pure-hearted. I would never betray an elder like you. Xiao Ding retorted. That remains uncertain, but purity is certainly not your forte. If you were truly pure, would you visit a young girl's abode daily to offer her massages? Elder Yao cast a sidelong glance, reminiscent of a disdainful husky. Elder Yao, you are mistaken. Not only do you spy on my activities, but you also make unfounded assumptions. I regard Sun Heir as a sister. Even if I harbored any thoughts, it would be years before they could come to fruition. Xiao Ding defended himself, albeit somewhat sheepishly. For now, Sun Heir was still young, and his intentions were innocent at most, akin to a nurturing game. However, if she were to grow up, he could not guarantee that he would remain unaffected by her charms. Huh, the way you speak. I dare say you could become a master of words. Elder Yao scoffed. A master? You underestimate me. My ambition is to become the best in the world. Xiao Ding declared proudly, his chest puffed with confidence. Elder Yao felt a wave of nausea upon hearing this, and quickly turned his attention back to alchemy, muttering, In all my years, I have never encountered such a brazen individual. Yet Xiao Ding remained unfazed, responding calmly, A thick skin is essential for survival. After all, why concern oneself with superficial titles? I am not engaging in any treacherous deeds deserving of scorn. A little audacity does no harm. Elder Yao shook his head. Though he was struck by a thought, at times, he had been overly concerned with appearances, missing out on numerous opportunities and accumulating regrets. He couldn't help but chuckle at himself for finding a semblance of wisdom in the words of a rogue youth. Casting a glance at the medicinal herbs, he proclaimed, I shall concoct only 3 portions today. The remainder will be prepared tomorrow. Very well, you may clean up after yourself. I shall engage in some cultivation, Xiao Ding replied, momentarily setting aside his banter with Elder Yao. He took a sip of tea and began his practice right then and there. This earned a slight nod of approval from Elder Yao. Despite the boy's sharp tongue, he was indeed diligent and earnest. It was a pity he could not take him as a disciple. Perhaps they could only be friends across the generational divide. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was far more obedient and agreeable. Chapter 7. I have no interest in bullying someone of your caliber. Without comparison, there can be no distinction. Elder Yao found himself reminiscing about the ring's previous owner. Had he absorbed Xiao Yan's fighting spirit, he would have encountered no difficulties and could have easily manipulated that young lad. Seeing this little fox genuinely engaged in cultivation, he felt a twinge of displeasure. Do you not wish to witness my alchemical skills? This is something most alchemists would dream of obtaining. You will be concocting daily. I can only imagine I would grow weary of it. Must I miss this opportunity? Elder Yao grumbled, irritated. The notion that someone could find his alchemical prowess nauseating was disheartening. With a frown, he completed the potion and declared, finished. That was quite swift. I believe I can increase your workload. Xiao Ding opened his eyes, fully embodying the spirit of a capitalist. I have no desire to converse with you, and I might as well hurl a ball of foreign fire at you. The Elder Yao grumbled within the confines of the ring. Very well, continue in your solitude. Elder Yao felt a surge of irritation, sensing that this course of action might lead to his own seclusion. Xiao Ding leapt to his feet, securing the foundational spirit liquid with glee, muttering to himself, with an income of 100,000 gold coins a day, I shall soon be the wealthiest individual in Wutan City. After taking a few steps in another direction, he suddenly heard a series of thuds accompanied by youthful exclamations of anger. Without needing to look, he instinctively knew it was a group of children engaged in a brawl. He scoffed, a bunch of little rascals. Lacking interest in mediating their scuffle, he prepared to move on. Xiao Ding, stand your ground. A sharp voice called out, and a figure emerged from the adjacent alley to block his path. This was a boy of about 13 or 14, handsome but with a pallid complexion. Oh, a familiar face, Galio. Who are you tormenting this time? Xiao Ding crossed his arms, teasingly regarding Galio, who was slightly taller than him. Galio was a year his senior, fond of boasting and causing trouble. Previously, he had sought to confront Xiao Ding, only to be subdued and left in tears. Now, after 2 years, his confidence seemed to have surged once more. Galio took a step back, acutely aware that 2 years prior, he was no match for Xiao Ding. Had it not been for the several fighter-level retainers accompanying him today, and Xiao Ding being alone, he would surely not have dared to act so brazenly. Brother Ding. A somewhat timid voice called out as several bruised youths emerged, followed by a tall girl. This girl, merely 11 or 12, possessed long, fair, and shapely legs. A sight to behold. Her figure was well developed, and her beauty striking, embodying the essence of a young maiden. Behind her stood a boy, about the same age as Xiao Ding's younger brother, sporting 2 black eyes. Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning, are you all so idle that you engage in fights with him? Xiao Ding asked in exasperation, realizing that the child being bullied by Galio was from his own family. Brother Ding, he attempted to harass my sister. Xiao Ning exclaimed indignantly, pointing at her elder sister, Xiao Yu. Harass? I merely noticed something on her leg and intended to assist her in removing it. Galio retorted with a sneer. I invited your sister for a stroll, and if she cannot appreciate my courtesy, she dares to insult me? Xiao Ning spat. Who would want to stroll with you? She was well aware of Galio's reputation. A scoundrel at merely 14 who had already caused distress to many blossoming young ladies in Wutan City. She made it a point to steer clear of him. How considerate of you. Come now. I have something on my leg as well. Why not assist me in removing it? Xiao Ding coldly gestured to his thigh, regarding Galio with indifference. This fellow had sought him out and bullied his family. It was imperative to teach him a lesson today, with no need for civility. Galio's expression darkened as he turned to a burly man beside him, saying, Shut it. I've long wanted to deal with you. Iron Bull, take care of this brat. The largest of the 3 fighters stepped forward with a fierce demeanor, his palm, large as a fan, aimed directly at Xiao Ding's head. His arm was as thick as Xiao Ding's thigh, emanating a faint white glow, indicative of fighting spirit. Before the slap could descend, a gust of wind swept through, tousling Xiao Ding's hair and pressing his clothes against his body. Be careful, Dingo, Xiao Yu exclaimed. Her crimson lips slightly parted. This was a 3-star fighter, and even though she had heard rumors of Xiao Ding potentially advancing to a fighter, she still felt the danger. Bang! A sharp sound echoed as Xiao Ding deftly deflected the burly man's hand. In a swift motion, with a crack, Xiao Ding crushed the man's leg beneath his foot, twisting it grotesquely to the side. Xiao Yu and the others were stunned, unable to comprehend how easily the burly man had been defeated. Xiao Ding summoned the energy of wood. His fighting spirit surged as he shook the blood off his fist. Galio, watching in horror, exclaimed nervously, Don't come any closer. I have 2 fighters. 2 useless ones, I presume. Xiao Ding scoffed, charging forward. Bang, 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 crack. The sounds of blows and breaking bones echoed in succession. The 2 so-called fighters, to the astonishment of Xiao Ning and the others, quickly fell to the ground, howling in agony. Damn, you really have become a fighter, Galio said, his eyes burning with jealousy. For the past 2 years, he had sought an opportunity to gauge Xiao Ding's true strength, but this man had rarely emerged from his home. Today, he found him even more formidable than his subordinates. Xiao Ding approached slowly, a mocking smile on his face. Galio's expression shifted to one of terror as he stumbled backward. No, you can't hit me. I am the young heir of the Galio family. Slap. The response was a resounding slap that sent him flying, rolling twice upon hitting the ground. Galio spat blood and teeth, his right cheek swelling rapidly as he spoke through gritted teeth. Xiao Ding, it's precisely you, the young heir, whom I'm targeting. Another slap landed on the other side of his face, leaving him dazed. Now it is symmetrical, Xiao Ding remarked with satisfaction, noting Galio's panda-like eyes, and delivered another punch to his eye. One punch for each panda eye, causing stars to dance before Galio's vision. Little one, do not provoke the Xiao family again. I have no interest in bullying scum like you, Xiao Ding said, patting Galio's pig-like face. Afterward, he kneed Galio under the chin, sending him flying with a spray of blood, crashing onto a few of his lackeys, rendering him unconscious. Nearby, Xiao Ning and the others watched the scene unfold, all terrified by Xiao Ding's ruthlessness. Xiao Ding dusted off his hands and leisurely turned to leave, pondering to himself how he had once again bullied a child. It was rather unbecoming. Next time, he would target adults instead. Chapter 8. Devouring the Potion, 9-star Fighter. Xiao Ding felt no sense of accomplishment. Galio was far too weak for him, akin to an adult bullying a child. One must ask, what satisfaction is there in an adult tormenting a child? Unless one is psychologically disturbed, who would find joy in such actions? Ding ding, brother. A melodious voice called out as a pair of long, elegant legs caught up from behind. Xiao Yu stood tall and graceful, her beautiful face flushed, her gaze filled with admiration as she shyly said, "Thank you, Brother Ding, for helping us. You've encountered another little beauty, haven't you? This makes 2 today. Your luck with romance is quite remarkable," the old man in the shadows teased. "How dare you spy on beautiful women at your age?" Xiao Ding retorted. "Am I to shut myself away for no reason?" The old man shot back. Xiao Ding, indifferent to the elderly figure before him, gazed at the alluringly crimson lips of his cousin, contemplating the possibility of considering the stunning beauty. Despite her not being within the 3rd generation, under Xiao Ding's penetrating gaze, Xiao Yu's complexion deepened in hue, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her garment as she averted her eyes, radiating an irresistible charm. "Nothing much. We are of the same clan, and naturally, I must lend a hand," he mused. "Indeed, I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently." Xiao Yu, sensing the brotherly concern from Xiao Ding, felt a wave of joy. Her brother, Xiao Ning, sporting dark circles under his eyes, inquired with curiosity, "Brother Ding, what star rank are you as a fighter now? Does it truly matter to one who has yet to reach such a rank?" Xiao Ding retorted, casting a glance at him. "First, gather your fighting energy. Do not squander time in brawls." With that, he strode away, leaving several members of the Xiao clan behind, deep in thought after their recent lesson. Alas, the Xiao clan pales in comparison to the ancient clans and the Soul clan. Aside from Xiao Yan, the rest possess rather mediocre talents. Fading into obscurity beyond the confines of Wu Ten City, Xiao Ding lamented as he contemplated the fighting prowess of Xiao Yu and her brother. "I cannot merely wait for the activation of the Fighting Emperor bloodline. I must procure resources to cultivate my kin." Suddenly, Yao Lao materialized, his expression one of indignation. "Do you not understand the virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Look at me, in such a frail state, nearly transparent. And yet you demand I refine more potions? To require you to work overtime is a revelation of an excellent capitalist conscience. What kind of creature is a capitalist? It sounds far from benevolent, let alone possessing a conscience." Yao Lao scoffed. "If I refuse to refine, you may seek assistance from whomever you wish. Do you dare to go on strike? Do you not believe I would sell you off?" Xiao Ding's countenance darkened. "Go ahead and sell me. I would rather perish than be exploited by you," Yao Lao retorted defiantly, standing tall with unwavering resolve. "What if I were to allow you to absorb 30% more fighting energy than usual?" Xiao Ding proposed with a stoic expression. "Too exhausting. I demand an increase to 50%. Yao Lao glanced at Xiao Ding, tempted by the offer. Although he could recover on his own after awakening, if Xiao Ding were to provide him with fighting energy, his recovery would undoubtedly hasten. "Deal." Xiao Ding responded with a smile. Yao Lao, filled with suspicion, remarked, "Why do I feel as though I've been sold by this little fox of yours? Have you outsmarted me?" "Not at all. Then how could you possibly sell me?" "It seems so," Yao Lao mused, a sense of unease lingering, yet unable to pinpoint the discrepancy. Xiao Ding chuckled inwardly, having reached level 17 of the Devouring system, granting him a devouring capability 17 times greater than the norm. He could absorb an equivalent of 289 units of fighting energy in his typical state. Yao Lao, still at the level of a 1-star fighter, would find even a 50% increase to have minimal impact on him. "All the medicinal herbs are yours. You may either refine them all at once or produce 4 portions daily," Xiao Ding stated. removing his ring and allowing Yao Lao to manage as he pleased. He took a vial of foundational spirit liquid to commence his cultivation. After instructing a servant to fetch a bucket of water, he poured the foundational spirit liquid into it. The water transformed into a verdant hue, exuding a gentle fragrance. With a splash, Xiao Ding leaped in and assumed a meditative posture, beginning his training. Ding. Detecting medicinal liquid. It meets the devouring criteria. Shall we proceed with devouring? Not at this moment. Xiao Ding was not surprised that the system could absorb foundation-building elixirs. Whether it was herbs, potions, powders, or pills, they all essentially belonged to the category of medicinal substances that the system could consume. He did not immediately absorb it, as he wished to conduct a comparison. This was the first item he had received from an alchemist, and it was essential to perform an experiment. What were the differences between absorbing raw herbs and this refined potion? He first absorbed the essence of the potion normally, and felt the medicinal power entering through his pores, warming his entire body, significantly accelerating the absorption of his fighting energy. It was somewhat mild. After all, this was suitable for those at the fighting energy realm. And as an 8-star fighter, the effect was considerably lessened. After practicing for a while, he paused. He wondered how the effect would be after the potion was refined by the system. Filled with anticipation, Xiao Ding chose to let the system absorb it. The system quickly responded with a surge of pure medicinal power that spread throughout his body, warming him thoroughly, followed by a sensation of heat, as if a flame were burning within him. Xiao Ding frowned. The potency of this medicinal power was more than doubled. Originally suitable for those at the fighting energy realm, the elixir, after being absorbed and refined by the system, had ascended to a level appropriate for his cultivation as a fighter. There was still a purifying effect, albeit slight, as the alchemist had also refined it during the process. Xiao Ding became curious about whether directly absorbing the raw herbs would yield similar results. However, it was not feasible, as the recipe contained a beast core that the system could not currently absorb. Recalling the order of the various herbs used by the alchemist during the refinement, he instructed the system to absorb them while simultaneously facilitating his own absorption. The final effect was barely akin to that of the foundation-building elixir. It could accelerate the absorption of fighting energy, yet the disparity was too vast. It seemed that directly consuming the refined potion crafted by the alchemist was indeed a better option. 3 days later, as a powerful aura cultivated within Xiao Ding and spread outward, it formed a gust of wind. In the undulating water, he expelled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. With the assistance of the system, the medicinal potency had been greatly refined, allowing him to reach the rank of a 9-star fighter in one breath. Quite impressive. Xiao Ding clenched his fists, feeling the substantial fighting energy within him. A look of satisfaction gracing his features. Little fox, come here and let me absorb. The voice of the alchemist echoed. What is the hurry? I'll let you absorb a 3-day supply all at once, Xiao Ding retorted with a smirk, rising to dress and walk over. Upon entering, he saw the alchemist proudly pointing at a pile of herbs. Kid, are you planning to try refining medicine yourself? Just tell me. I wouldn't withhold my teachings from you. Chapter 9. A Prodigy Emerges from the Borderlands. Xiao Ding's face twitched. He knew this old fellow mistakenly thought he wanted to practice alchemy, but was too embarrassed to admit it, when in reality, that was not the case at all. You're overthinking it. I'm merely observing the difference between soaking raw herbs and using your refined potion. It seems you do possess some skill, rather than just pretending. The alchemist fell silent, then his voice grew louder. Are you questioning my alchemical prowess or insulting me? Perhaps both. Heh, Xiao Ding replied, infuriating the alchemist to the point of contortion. You've become arrogant. Xiao Ding pointed at the inflated figure of the elder Yao, proclaiming with righteous fervor, beyond the heavens. There are more heavens. You cannot remain complacent, believing yourself to be the unparalleled master of alchemy. Who knows, I might soon surpass you. Initially, Elder Yao absorbed the first half of the statement, but the latter half elicited a dismissive smirk. If you can indeed surpass me, I shall gift you this rare flame. Very well, I shall remember your generous offer, Xiao Ding replied with a mischievous grin, noticing that Elder Yao had already processed 20 batches of medicinal materials, equivalent to around 6 or 700,000 gold coins. This sum could rival the entire fortune of the Xiao clan, and it was unlikely they could produce such wealth in one go. Xiao Ding complimented. To have refined so much in a single day, your efficiency is commendable. Do not harbor any designs on me. Next, replenish my Dou Qi, Elder Yao warned, his expression one of caution. All right. Xiao Ding approached and donned the ring. A surge of Dou Qi flowing into him. Absorb it. Elder Yao's pupils contracted as he sensed the Dou Qi that had vanished into Xiao Ding's body, exclaiming in astonishment. You can absorb the energy of the heavens and earth without meditative practice? Indeed, is that difficult? Xiao Ding retorted, explaining that his system was continuously absorbing Dou Qi, far more than he could manage, all stored away. Good heavens, Your soul strength isn't sufficient for such multitasking. Could it be a talent? Elder Yao's eyes widened, astonished that Xiao Ding could absorb natural energy in a non-cultivating state, as even basic Dou Qi required at least the rank of Dou Wang for such feats. See, ignorance breeds surprise. Clearly, you have not encountered the extraordinary. I am a genius, not to be measured by ordinary standards. Noticing Xiao Ding's smug demeanor, Elder Yao was not angered but seemed deep in thought. No wonder your cultivation speed is so rapid. It turns out you possess a unique constitution. I was wondering why your body resembles an insatiable abyss. Elder Yao could not help but scrutinize Xiao Ding further, muttering, I never expected such a prodigy to emerge from this remote region. Why do I feel as though you are insulting me? Xiao Ding shot a sidelong glance. I have no desire to converse with you, Elder Yao retorted. Xiao Ding shrugged, carrying several vials of foundational spirit liquid, and made his way to his younger brother's quarters. Xiao Li, now 11 years old, had delicate and gentle brows reminiscent of their mother. Brother, when shall we go out for a stroll? These past 2 years have been stifling. Upon seeing his elder brother, Xiao Li repeated his words more than once. Xiao Li sighed, feeling the weight of effort he had exerted, yet still falling short compared to his elder sibling. Even their younger brother's cultivation speed eclipsed his own, which added to his pressure. Xiao Ding did not blame his younger brother. He was a person with a system, and the higher the level, the faster the cultivation. Their younger brother, Xiao Yan, was actually the one with the greatest talent in the Xiao family, his speed rivaling Xiao Ding's during his own system-assisted days. Thus, I have brought you something. Use it discreetly and do not disclose it to others. Xiao Li, intrigued, produced a vial of medicine and summoned a servant to fetch a bucket of water. After opening the vial, he dropped a single drop of foundational spirit liquid into the water. Brother, what is this? Xiao Li inquired, sensing the extraordinary aroma of the medicine. Just an ordinary concoction brewed by your brother. Give it a try in your cultivation. Xiao Ding replied casually. This immediately drew the ire of Elder Yao. You little fox. How shameless. Even coveting the fruits of the old man's labor. Xiao Li diligently practiced, and soon discovered a significant enhancement in the speed of his energy absorption. He quickly opened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, Elder brother, this. Do not inquire further. I assure you, I mean you no harm. From now on, make sure to add a drop each time you train. Do not let me down, Xiao Ding said, placing a reassuring hand on his younger brother's shoulder. Understood. Xiao Li's delicate eyes shimmered with a hint of crimson as he solemnly nodded. Now, I shall deliver some to Xiao Yan. You must strive hard. Do not allow the third brother to catch up. Xiao Ding smiled and encouraged his younger brother to continue his training before closing the door behind him as he left. Next door, Xiao Yan lay languidly on the grass, having turned 8 years old, despite still being a young boy. His deep black eyes reflected a rare maturity for his age as he drifted into thought. Upon noticing his elder brother approaching, he sprang to his feet with a spring-like energy, covering his backside. Elder brother, do not step closer. I am merely resting. Otherwise, training all day would be unbearably tedious. Over the past 2 years, Xiao Ding had consistently urged him to train, often chiding him while he reminisced about his earthly past or his mother while lying on the grass. Xiao Ding assessed his younger brother's cultivation with satisfaction. Without wasting energy on refining Sun'er's meridians, Xiao Yan's progress had accelerated. It was evident that women indeed influence one's cultivation speed. As for himself, he smirked. I have a system, it does not affect me. Xiao Ding affectionately ruffled Xiao Yan's hair and handed him a vial of foundational elixir. Adding a drop to your training water will benefit your body. What is this? Xiao Yan queried. Curiosity piqued as he opened the vial to discover a medicinal liquid. He wandered to a nearby courtyard, which, to be honest, was more serene and picturesque than their own, subtly reflecting the extraordinary nature of its inhabitant. I cannot forget the potential future daughter-in-law, Xiao Ding mused as he gazed at the courtyard. You little fox. Using my painstakingly crafted concoctions to win the favor of a young lady. Your intentions are questionable. There is a formidable presence within. If you are not afraid of being exposed, continue to mock me, Xiao Ding quietly warned, prompting the old alchemist to fall silent. He strode forward and soon spotted the now taller and adorably radiant Sun'er. At 7 years old, Sun'er still retained some baby fat. Her hair was lustrous and black, her eyes large and bright with long lashes. Chapter 10. The Child Bride Sun'er. She had a cherry-red mouth and skin as fair as snow, dressed in a light blue dress that radiated vitality and beauty, resembling a little sprite. Brother Ding, why have you come so early before dusk? Upon seeing Xiao Ding, Sun'er beamed, her crescent-shaped eyebrows delicate. Could you not arrive sooner? Xiao Ding approached to pinch her cheek, but the little girl giggled and evaded him, only to be lifted into his arms. Tickling her underarm elicited delightful laughter from her, and Xiao Ding planted a kiss on her cheek, saying, Brother has something wonderful to show you. Moments later, a bucket of water appeared in the room, with Sun'er blushing as she sat inside. clad only in a diaper and shorts, perhaps due to her precocious nature, feeling quite bashful. Why are you blushing? Quickly train and see. At this moment, Xiao Ding harbored no unusual thoughts regarding the young girl, urging Suner to cultivate. Brother Ding, I am no longer a child, Suner shyly remarked. Could you please not look at me? Xiao Ding was taken aback, for it was the first time he noticed Suner seemed to have matured somewhat. He had underestimated her, or perhaps been misled by her youthful appearance. In truth, Suner possessed a remarkable innate bloodline and an inherent understanding that had elevated her cognitive abilities to that of an adult. Were it not for this, she would not have sought to acquire the Dou Qi jade from the Xiao family at such a young age. Xiao Ding remained oblivious to the fact that Suner had recently learned much about matters concerning men and women. He dismissively curled his lip. Little girl, you have already been touched by me. Why be shy? If you are to feel embarrassed, it should be after you remove your clothes. Suner's cheeks flushed deeper as she pouted. Brother Ding, please turn your head. Otherwise, I cannot concentrate. Very well. Xiao Ding ceased to tease her, turning away so she could focus on her cultivation in peace. Before long, Suner too felt the effects of the medicinal liquid, recognizing its exceptional quality. Despite not being from an ancient clan, she was perceptive and had secretive guidance, so her knowledge was not lacking. Let us not dwell on it. Consider this a token of my gratitude for the funds you lent me back then. Xiao Ding gently patted Suner's head and produced a card. This is for you. Use this medicinal liquid for your cultivation, and your foundation will be more solid. Brother Ding, Suner felt a surge of emotion, understanding that the value of the liquid far exceeded the money she had lent him. Her goodwill was invaluable. What did a mere potion signify? Xiao Ding waved his hand. Now, will you cultivate on your own, or shall I supervise your practice? Suner noticed Xiao Ding's gaze upon her once more and blushed. Brother Xiao Ding is so kind. Surely he harbors no ulterior motives towards Suner? Not at present, but Suner will undoubtedly grow into a great beauty. And who knows what the future may hold? Xiao Ding chuckled heartily, causing Suner to feel bashful. He refrained from further teasing, allowing her to concentrate on her cultivation before turning to leave. Shortly after his departure, a shadow appeared within the room. Linging murmured, this boy really speaks his mind. Please refer to him as young master, Suner corrected with newfound authority, casting a solemnity upon her previously playful demeanor. Linging was taken aback. Clearly, the young lady held Xiao Ding in high regard, for he was the only one in the Xiao clan who genuinely cared for her. He responded with a wry smile and proceeded to examine the medicinal liquid. After tasting a drop, his pupils constricted in astonishment. Good heavens, this liquid is extraordinary. It was not crafted by an ordinary individual. Regardless of its quality, I shall utilize it. Suner held her head high, brimming with joy. Miss, this medicinal liquid is truly remarkable. Ling Ying observed the vial with a grave expression. I have seen similar elixirs crafted by the clan's alchemists, yet none compare to this. Suner was equally astonished. She recognized the prestige of the clan's alchemists, individuals whom even her father would regard with great respect. Could it be that Brother Xiao Ding was associated with such an esteemed figure? Miss, should we investigate further? Ling Ying suggested, but then hesitated. It may be perilous for me to do so. An alchemist of this caliber is undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even affiliated with rival clans. It would be prudent to inform the master. No need. Suner shook her head, asserting that Brother Xiao Ding had given her the potion without any malice, and that his associates were unlikely to engage in any harmful activities. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she remarked that Brother Xiao Ding had also encountered a benefactor. Given his remarkable talent, she believed his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass those of the self-important prodigies within their clan. Her heart swelled with happiness, and a slight flush colored her cheeks as she contemplated various thoughts. In that moment, Xiao Ding held an irreplaceable status in Suner's heart. Ling Ying pondered for a moment and concurred. Xiao Ding's willingness to share such valuable resources with the young lady was indeed commendable and posed no threat to them. He transformed into an ethereal shadow and departed, leaving a vial of potion quietly resting on the table. This girl was truly remarkable. How did you discern that she had an old fellow by her side? Upon returning to his room, Yao Lao could no longer restrain himself from speaking. It was deduced. Xiao Ding could not disclose his knowledge of the plot. Instead, he presented a plausible inference. The elder generation of the family treated this girl with great courtesy. And given that she was not of the Xia family bloodline yet could borrow such a significant sum at a young age, it suggested that Suner had an extraordinary background. How could such a little girl remain in the Xia residence without any hidden protection? Truly a clever fox. So, you've been diligently nurturing her, recognizing her exceptional nature and treating her like a child bride? Yao Lao smirked. Not at all. Please do not speak recklessly. I am not that sort of person. Xiao Ding vehemently denied, asserting that his intentions were purely developmental and not laden with feudal connotations. Humph, you better not entertain any thoughts about her in the future. Yao Lao retorted, unconvinced. Just wait, young man. You've already started to see her as a child bride. Yao Lao seized the opportunity to tease Xiao Ding, who was visibly flustered. Such ulterior motives at such a tender age. What a pity she is like a prized cabbage. You are the foolish one. Xiao Ding discerned that Yao Lao was indirectly insulting him and replied with annoyance. Even if I were to regard Suner as a child bride, what of it? We share no blood relation. Ah, so you admit it. Yao Lao chuckled. One is not enough. I find that long-legged beauty and the voluptuous lady from the auction house are quite appealing as well. With those three, we can add a fourth. And that would create the perfect arrangement of 3 wives and 4 concubines. Such disrespect for age. Xiao Ding rolled his eyes, yet he genuinely considered Yao Lao's suggestions. If anyone accuses me of being a philanderer in the future, I shall claim it was you who instructed me. Yao Lao, at a loss for words, retorted. Do not misattribute my teachings. I never taught you such things. Nonetheless, it was you who imparted this wisdom, Xiao Ding proclaimed defiantly, unashamedly shifting blame. He truly had intentions. Considering Yunlan, Medusa, Little Physician, and Yunlan, what a fortunate coincidence that they formed a perfect quartet. You little fox, your words are too convoluted. And your audacity is unparalleled. I am simply at a loss with you. Chapter 11. Only children make choices. After exchanging witty banter with Yao Lao, Xiao Ding resumed his cultivation. He instructed Yao Lao to absorb the lower-tier Dou Qi while he continued his training, remaining unaffected in the process. A week passed, during which Xiao Ding consumed 2 portions of spiritual liquid, significantly enhancing his Dou Qi. Yet, he lamented his extravagance. Having spent 6 to 70,000 gold coins in just a week. Dinger, are you there? As Xiao Ding found himself contemplating the passage of time, a deep and resonant voice echoed from outside the door. Upon opening it, he was met by the stern visage of his father, Xiao Yan, whose thick brows and large eyes conveyed a serious demeanor. Father seeks me, perhaps regarding the matter of Galio? Xiao Ding speculated. Being the eldest and more mature, he surmised that his father's strict nature typically meant he would not show excessive concern. Under normal circumstances, he would not come looking for him. You little rascal. You've reduced him to tears, and Galio is furious, causing quite the stir throughout Wutan City. While you remain here unfazed, Xiao Yan teased, his eyes glinting with admiration. He felt a sense of satisfaction and reassurance in his son's composed demeanor. That fellow even came forward for me to strike him. And he still has the audacity to weep. Xiao Ding retorted with a smirk. It seems, father, you did not come to discuss this matter. Sometimes, you are rather clever. Xiao Yan exclaimed, before adopting a serious tone. Indeed, there is something of great significance regarding you. During your confrontation with Galio, you single-handedly defeated 3 combatants, astonishing Wutan City with your strength and talent, garnering the attention of the Yunlan sect. They wish to take you as their disciple. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding frowned and muttered, that feels a bit like a loss. I revealed my capabilities by dealing with such trash. The Yunlan sect was a colossal entity within the Gamma Empire, and for one to join such a prestigious force, there was no need to conceal one's abilities. Demonstrating talent would earn their recognition. Xiao Yan shook his head, suddenly patting Xiao Ding on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Good lad, you've advanced. A 9-star combatant. His expression was one of exhilaration. At 13 years old, a 9-star combatant. For most, simply becoming a combatant at this age would mark them as a top-tier genius, and my son is on the verge of becoming a combat master. Furthermore, the other 2 sons are not lacking either. With 3 sons so outstanding, it is truly a delight. Xiao Ding remained calm, devoid of arrogance. Had it not been for the past 2 years spent absorbing combat energy under the guidance of Yao Lao, he would have long since broken through to combat master. Father, do you recommend I go to the Yunlan sect? Yes, but you also have another option, the Jinan Academy. Xiao Yan nodded, then elaborated. The Yunlan sect operates on a system of mentorship, allowing you the opportunity to wield a portion of its power in the future. Whereas most graduates of Jinan Academy must depart. However, the latter holds a higher status, and they will not be recruiting for several more months. While the Yunlan sect will be sending representatives soon. The choice is yours. Only children make choices. I want them all. Xiao Ding chuckled, realizing that since each path held its advantages, he need not be troubled, as no one had stated that joining the Yunlan sect would preclude him from attending Jinan Academy. Xiao Yan paused, contemplating. It seems that could indeed be a viable option. I could first join the Yunlan sect to enjoy certain resources, then pursue Jinan Academy once my cultivation is higher. Provided I meet their criteria, they should accept me. Xiao Ding grinned mischievously, thinking of Yunlan, the stunning beauty, and Ziyan, the charming girl, as well as the fabled falling heart flame, none of which he could afford to overlook. Noticing his eldest son's somewhat lewd smile, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. What wicked thoughts are brewing in that mind of yours? Nothing. I was merely pondering who might take me as a disciple, wondering if it could be the new sect leader of Yunlan. Xiao Ding replied, regaining his composure, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Such was the perceptiveness of his father, able to detect even the most sordid of thoughts. This remains unclear. However, they certainly hold you in high regard. Prepare yourself, as I anticipate their arrival within the next couple of days. Xiao Yan spoke earnestly. Though you are young, you exhibit a maturity and steadiness that reassures me about your ventures. Be swift in resolving your matters. Xiao Ding made a promise. I shall arrange for the reception of the esteemed figures from the Yunlan sect, as this visit will undoubtedly include at least a few elders. Xiao Yan hurriedly departed. You are rather greedy. Why waste time at the Yunlan sect when you could head directly to the Canaan Academy? There lies an opportunity of immense benefit for you. The medicine elder floated into the conversation, expressing his disapproval. It is too far. Let us discuss it again in a few years. Even if there is an opportunity, it is likely beyond my current capacity to handle. Xiao Ding shook his head, reasoning sensibly. Perhaps I could leave without a care, but who would tend to my family? The medicine elder regarded this little fox with newfound appreciation. You are indeed quite family-oriented. One cannot neglect their family. What if someone were to abduct my wife? Xiao Ding shrugged, acknowledging the ever-present threat of betrayal from within. For the past 2 to 3 years, he has been responsible for Xiao Yan. And who knows what might transpire should he venture to the Canaan Academy. Perhaps his younger brother would take advantage of the situation and start digging his own path to the spoils. The medicine elder, who had just begun to respect Xiao Ding, rolled his eyes in response, muttering a reproachful remark. Such lack of ambition, women will only hinder your cultivation speed. Thus, it is best to remain single, without a wife. Xiao Ding shot a disdainful glance at him. The medicine elder, frustrated, felt his spirit swell with irritation. Xiao Ding's words and expression made him want to strike out. He took several deep breaths to regain his composure and swept away, exclaiming, I truly do not wish to converse with you. He feared that continuing this exchange would lead him to act upon his impulses. Huh, you've been triggered, the smug Xiao Ding chuckled, stepping outside to bid farewell to Sun'er and the others. Upon learning of Xiao Ding's impending departure, Sun'er became distressed, her eyes reddened with tears. Her sorrowful visage tugged at Xiao Ding's heart. In contrast, Xiao Yan was quite pleased with the news, offering his congratulations. Brother, may your journey lead you to great heights. Take good care of yourself. At last, this elder brother is departing, and no one will be there to kick his backside anymore. Haha. Xiao Ding playfully kicked Xiao Yan, leaving behind a remark that left him in a mood of frustration. He finally approached his second brother, Xiao Li, who, while happy for his elder brother, felt a surge of motivation to train harder, vowing not to fall too far behind. After confiding in his 3 closest companions, Xiao Ding hurried off to the auction house. He needed to stock up on foundational elixirs in exchange for some currency. Upon arriving at the middle auction house, he was greeted almost immediately by the voluptuous Ya Fei, who wore a striking red short skirt that accentuated her long, fair legs and ample bosom, exuding a captivating charm with a smile that could ensnare hearts. Mr. Ding, please follow Ya Fei to the VIP room. Ya Fei regarded this esteemed guest with utmost importance, as this encounter could serve as a crucial stepping stone for her advancement within the middle auction house. Xiao Ding reveled in her alluring presence, marveling inwardly at her captivating beauty, pondering what might be in store once she fully matured. This time, I intend to sell a greater quantity of elixirs in exchange for medicinal materials. Xiao Ding communicated his intentions, allowing Ya Fei to prepare herself mentally. Chapter 12. The shock of union not a problem, sir. You are a distinguished guest of the middle auction house, and we shall provide you with the resources you require to the best of our ability. With a radiant smile, Ya Fei understood that the larger the transaction conducted by this esteemed guest at the auction house, the more credit she would earn. Once seated in the VIP room, an elderly gentleman with graying hair approached. He was Gunny, the appraiser of the auction house, who greeted Xiao Ding with courtesy. Master Ding, how many spiritual liquids do you intend to auction this time? 15 portions, and I would prefer that you acquire them first, as I am pressed for time and cannot wait for the auction to conclude. Xiao Ding reclined in his chair, his tone decidedly assertive. 15, Gunny exclaimed, taken aback and slightly troubled. Acquiring such a large quantity all at once may be challenging. Not an issue, Ya Fei promptly interjected, her decision resolute. Gunny glanced at the petite beauty from the middle family and chose not to voice any further objections. Sir, we will acquire your spiritual liquids at the previous auction price. Might I inquire if you have any additional requests? Ya Fei inquired with a cheerful demeanor. She was willing to take risks to cultivate a favorable relationship with this enigmatic alchemist. I require some medicinal herbs. Perhaps you can gather them? Xiao Ding handed her a piece of paper listing the necessary materials, which included ingredients for crafting advanced potions, aside from the foundational spiritual liquid. Ya Fei delicately picked up the paper with her slender fingers, her enchanting eyes scanning the contents before her lips parted to reveal her pearly teeth. We have all of these. I will prepare them for you immediately. so please hold on. She hurriedly signaled for her staff to organize the herbs and calculate the expenses. Very well, Xiao Ding remarked, eyeing the alluring young woman. You are quite impressive. I shall seek you out again when I pass through Wutan City. Thank you for your trust, sir. Yafay beamed, her smile captivating Xiao Ding. Before long, Xiao Ding received a bundle of herbs and 300,000 gold coins. He did not linger and departed directly. Upon returning home, Xiao Ding addressed the old alchemist. Old medicine master, please work diligently to refine more foundational spiritual liquids, as well as advanced spiritual liquids suitable for my second brother. Strange. Your second brother is not particularly suited for foundational spiritual liquids. As a fighter, how can he rely on them for breakthroughs? The old medicine master inquired. His expression one of confusion. My physique can fully utilize the medicinal properties, and I absorb them efficiently, effectively increasing the potency, Xiao Ding explained calmly. The old medicine master was taken aback. I am no longer impoverished. In this Wutan city, which of my peers can boast of possessing over 300,000 gold coins? Your hard-earned money has been squeezed from you, so what is there to be proud of? The old medicine master retorted bluntly. That wealth is mine. Xiao Ding replied nonchalantly. Shameless. The old medicine master exclaimed with a scolding tone as he began to refine the herbs. As Xiao Ding prepared to leave, news of the Xiao family's eldest son catching the attention of the Yunlan sect spread swiftly, sending ripples throughout Wutan City. Ordinary citizens marveled, while the two prominent families felt a sense of foreboding. Should Xiao Ding join the Yunlan sect, no one in Wutan City would dare contest the Xiao family. In an instant, various factions began to reassess their stance towards the Xiao family, with numerous smaller families sending congratulatory gifts in hopes of fostering goodwill. Merely 2 days later, the Xiao family welcomed two guests. Xiao Ding entered the reception hall to find an elderly man and a figure cloaked in black robes. The elderly man, with a face lined with wrinkles and adorned in a white robe embroidered with cloud patterns, instilled in Xiao Ding a profound sense of dread. As if his entire being radiated an almost tangible aura of fighting spirit, formidable and overwhelming. Both his father and the elders of the Xiao clan displayed utmost reverence, even refraining from taking a seat, indicating the man's esteemed status and formidable prowess. Undoubtedly an elder of the Yunlan sect. Yet, this individual was remarkably courteous towards the figure cloaked in black beside him, whose hat obscured his face, his head bowed slightly, exuding an air of mystery that left Xiao Ding unable to perceive any trace of presence. Deeply unfathomable. This was Xiao Ding's immediate impression. At least he could sense the terrifying aura of the elder in white. But this figure evoked no sensation whatsoever, as if a vacuum surrounded him, detached from the world. He understood that this was due to an insurmountable disparity in strength. The black-clad figure, who had remained silent and still, lifted his gaze upon Xiao Ding's arrival. In a flash, Xiao Ding was taken aback as the figure appeared before him, their bright eyes seemingly aglow, grasping his hand with remarkable swiftness. Astonished, he found himself without the time to react. This person's speed was astonishingly beautiful. Beneath the black robe lay a visage of unparalleled perfection, flawless and breathtaking. Her skin, smooth as snow, complemented by elegantly arched eyebrows and bright phoenix-like eyes that sparkled like stars, exuded an ethereal beauty that was both noble and aloof, rendering it daunting to gaze upon her for long. She appeared to be around 20 years old, her physique just coming into maturity, embodying the innocence of youth while simultaneously exuding the allure of a mature woman, an intoxicating combination. Xiao Ding marveled at her beauty, feeling momentarily breathless, and surmised that she must be the renowned beauty Yunlan. At that moment, however, Yunlan had little regard for Xiao Ding's perception of her appearance. The brilliance in her phoenix eyes flickered with astonishment. It was a rare occurrence to encounter such a prodigy, a 13-year-old 9-star fighter, in this remote town. Her voice, akin to pearls cascading onto jade, was both melodious and resonant with the authority and nobility of a superior, echoing throughout the reception hall. Xiao Yan, being well aware of his eldest son's capabilities, remained composed, while the elders of the Xiao clan and the visiting elder from the Yunlan sect widened their eyes in shock. A 9-star fighter. The eldest elder of the Xiao clan swallowed hard, a hint of bitterness crossing his features. A genius of such caliber had emerged from Xiao Yan's lineage, capable of effortlessly eclipsing his descendants. Some of his thoughts were shattered, leaving him momentarily speechless. The others were largely exhilarated. A peerless talent had emerged, one that had caught the attention of the Yunlan sect, undoubtedly propelling the Xiao clan to new heights. The elder from the Yunlan sect also swallowed hard, exclaiming in awe. Even within the annals of the sect's history, no one had achieved such a feat. Yet this child had done so in a region where resources were scarce, a talent that was indeed formidable. Becoming a fighter a year earlier elevated one's aptitude, categorizing it into levels: ordinary, intermediate, superior, and top tier. Attaining the status of a fighter at 13 was exceedingly rare in this locale. Yet, Xiao Ding had already reached the 9-star level, a once-in-a-century prodigy within the entire Jiama Empire, with a solid foundation built without reliance on external forces. Yunlan assessed Xiao Ding's situation, her beautiful eyes gleaming. Little brother, at what age did you become a fighter? Big sister, you may call me brother. Why must you add little? Xiao Ding retorted, slightly displeased. How can a man be referred to as little? Are you not also adding big for me? Yunlan countered playfully. Xiao Yan was utterly taken aback, his complexion paling as his eyelids twitched. Heavens, do you realize who stands before you? The newly appointed leader of the Yunlan Sect. The most formidable prodigy of this generation in the entire Gamma Empire, Yunlan. Bang. Chapter 13. This truly is my biological father. Ouch. Xiao Ding quickly corrected his address to senior sister to avoid further punishment, for this woman struck with such intensity that tears nearly sprang forth from his eyes. 2 years of being a 9-star is still deemed trash? The corner of the Grand Elder's mouth twitched, feeling insulted. Not just him, but who among those present, aside from Yunlan, could compare to Xiao Ding? Were they not inferior to trash? Bang. Xiao Ding received another blow, mirroring the previous one, resulting in 2 prominent lumps on his head, a testament to his predicament. Why do you keep hitting me? Xiao Ding protested, his eyes glistening with tears. He genuinely cried. The pain was unbearable, and he could not contain his tears. Indeed, one should never defy such a woman. If one cannot win, one must endure the beating. I also did not become a fighter at the tender age of 11. Are you not insulting me? Yunyan's gaze turned dangerous as she scrutinized the somewhat unruly youth. Furthermore, I shall be your master. Do not refer to me as senior sister. Ah, you are so young, hardly older than I. Are you truly fit to be my master? Xiao Ding covered his head and blinked, trying his utmost to stem the flow of tears, his expression one of astonishment. He was genuinely reluctant to have such a beauty as his master. Although there were precedents like Yang Guo and his aunt, he felt there would be significant obstacles. I am vastly more powerful than you. I am unqualified to be your master. Yunyan felt somewhat displeased. Having just ascended to the rank of Dou Wang, was she not qualified to teach a mere fighter? But did you not say that your breakthrough as a fighter was slower than mine? I shall soon catch up to you. Xiao Ding replied with a confident smile. He harbored some feelings for Yunyan. Thus he could not allow her to become his master. Though there were tales of disciples marrying their masters, they often ended tragically, and he wished to avoid complications that would subject Yunyan to societal scrutiny. Quite ambitious, I see. Very well, I shall undoubtedly become your junior brother. Xiao Ding readily agreed. Understanding this, Yunyan smiled, knowing that this young man was destined to be her disciple. In due time, she would train him to be more obedient. Dinger, be serious. This lady is the current leader of the Yunlan Sect, not just some neighborhood big sister. Xiao Zhan cautioned. I am aware. Such a beautiful and powerful woman, aside from the recently renowned Dou Wang Yunyan, who else could it be? Xiao Ding chuckled, for he had read extensively and was not oblivious to such matters. Yunyan cast another glance at Xiao Ding, not merely because he had called her beautiful, but due to the wisdom and maturity he displayed at that moment. Could it be that he truly had the potential to break through? Unlikely. His cultivation was still a distance from a breakthrough. It could not happen so swiftly. Trusting her instincts, Yunyan addressed Xiao Zhan. Chief Xiao, if you have no objections, I shall take him to the Yunlan Sect. Not an issue. This lad can be a bit cheeky. Feel free to discipline him as you see fit. Xiao Zhan replied with a grin. Xiao Zhan was left speechless, truly a biological father at heart, allowing for such liberties. He hastily bowed respectfully, saying, Esteemed elder sister, I sincerely apologize for my previous behavior. Please forgive my youthful ignorance. Yunyan's expression twitched slightly. Did you not claim you were no longer young? How is it that you are now so juvenile? Xiao Ding replied earnestly, My experiences and life lessons are but mere trifles compared to yours. I shall endeavor to learn from you, esteemed elder sister. In the confines of the ring, the old medicine master nearly erupted with laughter. At last, someone could put this young man in his place, much to his delight. Had it not been for the formidable abilities of this woman, coupled with his own fragile spiritual strength, he would have undoubtedly manifested and burst into laughter before Xiao Ding. Yunyan cast a sidelong glance. This individual was truly unlike any youth she had encountered before. Xiao Ding politely inquired, Sister, when shall we depart? Right now? Yes, Sect Master. In a state of bewilderment, Xiao Ding followed Yunyan onto a soaring avian beast. The winds howled as the earth rushed beneath them. After observing for a while, he felt that this creature's velocity was likely on par with that of an aircraft from his previous life. He gulped. Beautiful sister, what tier of magical beast is this? It is a 4th-tier beast. At this speed, we shall reach Yunlan Sect in approximately 2 days. Yunyan replied with an icy tone, as though this beast were trivial. Remarkable, equivalent to the prowess of a spirit fighter. How extravagant, he mused. already aware that this creature was bred by the Yunlan sect specifically for transportation. A mere transport beast surpassed his father in cultivation realm, underscoring the might of the Yunlan sect. How much longer must you hold me? Yunyan glanced back at Xiao Ding, who was clutching her waist with a look of trepidation as if fearing he might fall. Although she regarded him as an inconsequential younger brother, he was still the opposite gender and quite robust, which made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. I have a fear of heights, Xiao Ding confessed, tightening his grip. The faint scent wafting from Yunyan's hair occasionally brushed against his face, tickling him in a delightful manner, which he relished. Yunyan's body tensed slightly as she huffed. There is ample room for 3 on this beast. What is there to fear? The winds are so fierce. I fear being blown away. Xiao Ding anxiously rubbed against her back, this time genuinely not intending to take advantage. In truth, he found the contact quite comforting. Yunyan's face flushed momentarily before she coldly retorted, then you should train harder. With a sudden burst, her hair billowed as she unleashed a powerful surge of fighting spirit, effortlessly sending Xiao Ding tumbling backward. What the? Xiao Ding thought, feeling as though he had been caught in a tempest, hastily gripping the ropes on the eagle's back. Whoosh! He felt like a straw caught in the wind, nearly parallel to the eagle's back. At that moment, the black eagle deliberately made a turn, flinging Xiao Ding to the opposite side. Beautiful sister, save me! He cried out in panic, fearing the ropes might snap. This can be considered a preliminary exercise. Our Yunlan sect is situated atop a great mountain, and disciples often need to ride flying beasts for various tasks. You must acclimate, Yunyan remarked, crossing her arms as she leisurely observed Xiao Ding's disheveled state. Who rides a flying beast like this? It's akin to walking a pet. He gasped for breath, his arms aching, and his legs feeling weak. Instinctively, he wanted to grasp Yun, believing her waist offered a greater sense of security. Chapter 14, High-Altitude Training. If you hold me again, do you believe I shall kick you off? Yun lifted her head, her exquisite beauty captivating all hearts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding could only grasp the wooden frame on the cushion and sigh. My mother once said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she becomes. She speaks true. I thought you were complimenting me, Yun remarked, a smile gracing her lips, illuminating the entire sky. Sister Beauty, you are radiating. Xiao Ding exclaimed in wonder. It seems that truly beautiful people do shine. Do you often use such words to charm other little girls? Yun shot him a sidelong glance, her charm manifold. I speak nothing but the truth. If you doubt it, look in a mirror. Your skin is a delicate shade of rosy white, truly luminous. Xiao Ding asserted earnestly, and what he observed was indeed as he described. At this moment, Yun resembled a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Such flattery, Yun teased, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. What woman does not relish being praised for her beauty? Xiao Ding's words were indeed quite sophisticated. She gestured beside her. Come sit here, the wind is gentler. But no more holding me, lest we draw unwanted attention. But there's no one else around, Xiao Ding murmured, hesitant to extend his hand. Slowly crawling to sit behind Yun. The wind was indeed softer here, with Yun shielding him from the gusts. At high speeds, she remained unaffected, encased in a circle of azure energy that repelled the fierce winds, her clothes and hair unruffled, exuding calmness and tranquility, much like a goddess amidst the storm. This was the essence of a true powerhouse, evoking Xiao Ding's admiration. Sister Beauty, I need to relieve myself, Xiao Ding suddenly declared. I was so frightened I nearly lost control. Please do not hurl me into the air like that again. He lamented. What about that little black eagle you gifted me? Shouldn't I practice with it? Do you think you are qualified to possess a 4th-tier flying magical beast? As long as it is given by you. Who would dare question my qualifications? Do not presume upon my generosity. Xiao Ding displayed a sorrowful expression, prompting Elder Yao to silently scoff. Yun's gaze softened considerably. This rascal's antics were likely a means of self-protection and safeguarding his family. Thank you, Sister Beauty. Xiao Ding clasped his fists, then curiously inquired, what of your family? I have none. I have been an orphan since childhood. Yun's expression dimmed, clearly reluctant to dwell on such matters. You are more unfortunate than I, Xiao Ding said, a pang of sympathy washing over him. He thought of how, had he not appeared, Yun might have been taken away by the little flame, destined for a lonely existence. He felt it a tragedy. He resolved to provide Yun with a home, ensuring she would no longer be forlorn. Xiao Ding felt he had gained yet another reason to marry Yun. Do you think I desire your pity? Yun's expression cooled slightly, a reflexive psychological defense. Forgive me, I should not have pried into your past. However, if I become your junior disciple, you shall gain another family member. And I shall take good care of you, Xiao Ding proclaimed, thumping his chest with conviction. You take care of me? Yun smirked. Remember, you will be my disciple. With that, Xiao Ding closed his eyes and began to cultivate right there on the eagle's back. Yun's expression shifted slightly, her heart stirred. Where did this fellow find the confidence to aspire to be her disciple? She furrowed her brow and cautioned, if you wish to maintain your position here, you must hold on tightly. It would be unwise to foolishly cultivate without care, lest you fall into madness. I took her concern as genuine. Xiao Ding chuckled lightly. Yet he focused intently and commenced his cultivation. With the Endless Devouring System having accumulated an ample amount of fighting energy, Xiao Ding did not need to consciously absorb the natural energies of the void at this moment. This allowed him to concentrate the majority of his attention on condensing his fighting energy. Prior to a breakthrough, cultivating fighting energy was merely a process of accumulation. Absorbing the lower-tier natural energies, which constituted fighting energy, and refining them was fundamentally not difficult. After practicing for so long, Xiao Ding was quite adept, easily entering a state of cultivation high in the sky. This fellow had truly entered a focused state. Upon sensing the slowly condensing power within Xiao Ding, Yunlan's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Her flying magical beast was somewhat unique, in pursuit of speed. It was not very large and had only a simple saddle on its back. Despite Xiao Ding's relatively low cultivation level and not relying on her, he clutched the saddle with both hands and, under such circumstances, was able to enter a state of cultivation. She began to understand how Xiao Ding had reached such heights at such a young age. Such composure and control were exceedingly rare among his peers. With such extraordinary talent coupled with this level of focus and determination, it would be difficult for him not to excel. Yet, even if this lad was exceptional, she found it hard to believe he could achieve a breakthrough in such a brief period under these conditions. After a while, Yunlan remarked, "Stop cultivating. Let us descend and rest for 2 hours before we set off again." She patted the neck of the black cloud eagle, which let out a call and began to lower its altitude. Xiao Ding opened his eyes, smiling. "Are you concerned about me?" Yunlan replied calmly. "You can converse while cultivating without falling into madness? Can you truly multitask?" About that, Xiao Ding mused, estimating that perhaps his powerful soul force, bolstered by regular training, indeed allowed him to divide his attention. Just then, the black cloud eagle executed a rapid dive, causing Xiao Ding's expression to change. He could no longer continue his cultivation, halting abruptly to grip the saddle tightly to avoid being thrown off. As they approached the ground swiftly, the black cloud eagle suddenly decelerated, making Xiao Ding feel nauseous. He landed alongside Yunlan, his legs trembling and somewhat unsteady. "It was like this the first time too," Yunlan remarked expressionlessly, tossing a pill to the black cloud eagle. "Are you hungry?" "I have provisions." "Not hungry. I shall continue to cultivate," Xiao Ding declared, settling down on the grass. The fighting energy accumulated within the system surged from the black hole in his dantian, reaching the limit he could absorb. The two whirlpools of fighting energy accelerated their rotation, voraciously absorbing energy as they rapidly surged towards the pinnacle of a 9-star fighter. Yunlan detected the violent fluctuations of natural energy nearby. Realizing that this energy was being absorbed by Xiao Ding's body at a speed surpassing that of an average fighter. This rate of absorption was akin to that of a fighter master. Yunlan was once again astonished. How had he achieved this? Did he possess some unique bloodline? She pondered, feeling for the first time that Xiao Ding was shrouded in mystery, unable to tear her gaze away. Chapter 15. The 13-year-old Fighter Master. Xiao Ding had now reached level 18 of the system, with the system's full absorption rate of fighting energy being 18 times his own, thus fully attaining the level of a Fighter Master. The system has now divided 18 units, allowing Xiao Ding to additionally harness 324 times the Dou Qi, coupled with his own single unit. Even without consuming medicinal pills, with 2 Qi circles, his cultivation speed is a staggering 212 times the norm. The system continuously absorbs Dou Qi around the clock, yet Xiao Ding does not engage in constant cultivation. Thus, approximately a quarter of the Dou Qi accumulates each day, initially intended for the recovery of the medicine elder, but now repurposed for his immediate use. With the provision of Dou Qi at the Dou Master level, and a significant accumulation of energy, his temporary cultivation speed surges to 3 times the usual rate. As a wave of pain surged through his meridians, Xiao Ding endeavored to maintain his utmost limits, relentlessly refining the Dou Qi. He absorbed the Dou Qi devoured by the system, which, after purification and transformation, proved far more refined than direct absorption. Additionally, he himself drew in even purer Dou Qi. As time progressed, the accumulated Dou Qi from the system was gradually consumed, and his Qi circles became increasingly perfected. Upon reaching a critical threshold, the Qi circles began to rotate with astonishing speed. The surrounding Dou Qi, drawn in by his body, surged towards him rapidly, yet Xiao Ding refrained from immediate absorption. The energy was far too chaotic. Hasty absorption could compromise the purity of his Dou Qi, even leading to a failed breakthrough. He continued to allow the system to first devour the external Dou Qi, subsequently injecting the absorbed fire attribute and would attribute Dou Qi from the depths of the black hole within his dantian into the two grand Qi circles. Could it be? Was he on the verge of a breakthrough? Yun, who had been observing Xiao Ding closely, gasped, revealing her silver teeth, somewhat taken aback. Watching Xiao Ding's reddening figure, she pondered, was he utilizing the power of his bloodline to forcibly attain an extreme state of cultivation? She closed her eyes, attempting to probe with her soul power, only to find Xiao Ding akin to a black hole, unfathomable and impossible to investigate. What a peculiar bloodline talent. She had never heard of such a thing. As Xiao Ding's Dou Qi within the dantian reached its apex velocity, a droplet of liquid energy simultaneously emerged within both the fire and wood Qi circles. This liquid appeared remarkably dense. Upon dropping, the rapidly rotating Qi circles gradually decelerated, while a significantly more powerful aura began to emanate from Xiao Ding. A one-star Dou Master. In this extreme state, utilizing the accumulated Dou Qi, Xiao Ding forcefully broke through. Within the Devouring system, Xiao Ding's authority level surged once more to level 19, with the system providing Dou Qi at an astonishing 361 times his original capacity. However, at this new realm, his demand for both attributes of Dou Qi intensified, leading to the continuous condensation of liquid energy droplets, as the colors of the two Qi circles deepened, rapidly consuming the energy accumulated by the system. He directly absorbed the energy the system was currently devouring, causing the condensation speed of the liquid energy to decline but advance steadily. Simultaneously, he began to absorb Dou Qi himself, stirring up a tempest around him. His own absorption rate, coupled with the system's thrice-over devouring speed, incited the surrounding energy of heaven and earth to stir, forming swirling gales. Having just broken through, the extent of his energy absorption from the heavens and earth had escalated. Was this not akin to a 9-star Great Dou Master? Yun was startled, fearing that Xiao Ding might absorb too much energy and meet a disastrous end. At this moment, Xiao Ding was reveling in the benefits of his breakthrough. An abundance of fighting energy was being refined into pure energy, circulating through his meridians. This enhanced fighting spirit washed over his bones and meridians, akin to a thorough cleansing, rapidly elevating his physique. As his meridians widened and became more resilient, the discomfort caused by the accumulated fighting energy swiftly dissipated. Xiao Ding's countenance grew serene, the pain transforming into pleasure as he began to solidify his realm and comprehend the formidable power of a Dou Master. The worry in Yun's eyes faded. Fortunately, this fellow did not explode from absorbing too much energy. It would indeed be a pity if he did, for he was the most exceptional genius she had ever encountered. Even she, at this moment, felt somewhat inferior. A 13-year-old Dou Master, she could not compare, especially considering that she had relied on ample resources from the Yunlan Sect when she reached that level. This youth had achieved it all through his own efforts. At this moment, with his breakthrough aided by external forces, Xiao Ding's skin glimmered faintly. Under the influence of his robust aura, his clothes swelled slightly, and his hair danced, exuding an imposing presence. He opened his eyes, and brilliance sparkled within them. Night had fallen, a fire gently crackling, with a beautiful figure beside him, her graceful silhouette swaying with the flames. Noticing the pair of starry, enchanting eyes fixed upon him, Xiao Ding smiled at the beauty who had steadfastly remained by his side. Am I handsome? Bam! The response came in the form of a slap, sending Xiao Ding crashing to the ground. He realized that Yun's hand was far from the delicate softness it appeared to possess. It felt as though it were made of steel, causing a throbbing pain in his head. What is the big deal about being a mere Dou Master? You still have Dou Grandmasters, Dou Spirits, and Dou Kings above you. I worked hard to break through. Can't I take a moment to revel in it? Xiao Ding felt wronged and curiously asked, by the way, beautiful sister, am I handsome or not? Yun's gaze turned unfriendly. Are you asking for a beating? Coughing. Xiao Ding quickly changed the subject. I've become a Dou Master. Can I call you senior sister now? Yun paused, recalling their bet, and sighed. For now, let us go with that, but I cannot guarantee that the master will accept you. I don't believe he could refuse such an outstanding disciple as myself. Xiao Ding declared confidently. The old man Yunshan had surely never encountered a 13-year-old Dou Master. Once he became Yun's junior brother, he could pursue her openly in the future. What a delightful thought. Outstanding indeed. I cannot refuse. Yun mused, revealing a faint smile at Xiao Ding. If you're willing to be my disciple, how about I gift you this black cloud eagle? She was eager to accept Xiao Ding, for should he become a powerful figure in the future, it would bring her honor. I believe your master could bestow upon me something even more valuable, Xiao Ding replied with a sly grin. You little rascal. Yun shook her head and retrieved a piece of jerky. Have something to eat. We'll leave at dawn. Senior sister, wait a moment. I still need to relieve myself. I'm about to burst. Xiao Ding then dashed into the grove, the sound of his business echoing. The thought of such a beautiful woman needing to do the same made him feel a sense of familiarity. Upon seeing Yunyan's expression, Xiao Ding suddenly realized, oh, so that is also necessary. Whoosh. Yun, filled with indignation, instantly approached and seized Xiao Ding by the ear, exclaiming in a mixture of embarrassment and anger. What on earth occupies your mind all day? Can you not be more sensible? Ouch, it hurts. Xiao Ding pleaded for mercy, feeling wronged. Is it not normal to think about eating, drinking, and other basic necessities? I am merely curious whether the strong require such things. In Chapter 16, titled Yun becomes the senior sister. Despite enduring the reprimand, Xiao Ding gleaned insights about the strong and their basic needs. In truth, upon reaching the rank of Dou, one can somewhat transcend ordinary physiological needs, yet the necessity for sustenance and excretion remains. Indeed, the beautiful Yun also requires sustenance. After consuming some dried meat, Xiao Ding realized he had spent a considerable part of the day in his breakthrough, and Yun had refrained from interrupting his progress for the sake of their journey. As the sky began to lighten, Yun mounted the black cloud eagle, soaring into the heavens with Xiao Ding in tow. Upon breaking through the clouds, a cascade of golden sunlight enveloped them, transforming the clouds into a golden sea. Standing atop the eagle's back, Yun gazed down upon the cloud sea, her form accentuated by a close-fitting white gown that emphasized her graceful curves. Bathed in golden light, her countenance radiated tranquility and elegance. What are you staring at? Yun glanced at Xiao Ding, who lay on the cushion, bound by ropes. I am admiring your beauty. You are even more enchanting than this cloud sea. Huh, such flattery from one so young. Their banter continued, and time swiftly passed as their destination drew nearer. At the heart of the Gamma Empire, a majestic mountain range emerged beyond the imperial capital. This mountain, known as Yunlan, bore the same name as the sect that had existed transcendentally for centuries, rising above the empire. Upon the snow-capped peaks, the cry of an eagle pierced the heavens as a dark cloud descended, dispersing the mist and revealing elegant structures nestled within the mountains. The foothills were lush with foliage, shrouded in mist, adorned with various pavilions and medicinal fields where disciples of the Yunlan sect, clad in pure white, wandered amidst the landscape, while flying magical beasts occasionally soared overhead. What a splendid place! Xiao Ding, also dressed in white, marveled, feeling as though he had stepped into an otherworldly paradise. Excluding the somewhat conspicuous military camp nearby, this locale could truly be considered a hidden utopia. After spending a few more years here, you may no longer find it so enchanting. A cool voice interjected as Yun acknowledged an elder who had come to greet them with a slight nod, entrusting the black cloud eagle to his care. Follow me. Yun grasped Xiao Ding by the nape of his neck, and from her back sprouted a pair of translucent azure wings. The powerful surge of Dou Qi caused the air to ripple. The manifestation of wings signifies a Dou Wang's prowess. Before Xiao Ding could fully comprehend the spectacle, with a swift flap of her wings, he was lifted skyward with a resounding whoosh. The elder, who had taken the black cloud eagle, looked on in astonishment as this young man, whom he had only just met, was whisked away by the sect leader, filled with curiosity. In the depths of the Yunlan Mountains, at the highest peak where snow was thickest, Yun descended, glaring at Xiao Ding who had embraced her. Can you not exhibit some decorum? Must you hold on to me still? The quality of my garment is poor. Should it tear, I may end up as nothing more than a pile of flesh. Releasing his grip on her long legs, Xiao Ding stood up and shrank back, exclaiming, "Brr, it's so cold. Yunner, I am currently in seclusion and have expressly requested not to be disturbed." A slightly displeased voice, aged and weary, echoed through the icy expanse, followed by a thought that sent shivers through Xiao Ding's very soul. The voice, tinged with astonishment, was soon accompanied by an abrupt cessation of the fierce winds atop the snow-capped peak, as an invisible pressure descended upon the scene. In an instant, a white figure materialized behind Xiao Ding, adorned with a pair of azure wings, considerably larger than Yunner's, appearing almost corporeal. This figure, clad in white robes and possessing white hair, exuded an ethereal grace, with a complexion that was rosy and devoid of wrinkles. Had it not been for the aged tone of his voice and the snowy locks, one might have found it difficult to envision him as an elder. He was none other than Yunshan, the former leader of the Yunlan sect and one of the 10 mightiest in the Gamma Empire, who had relinquished his position to his disciple Yunner years ago, dedicating himself to the pursuit of breaking through to the Dozong realm. Much like Yunner when she first encountered Xiao Ding, Yunshan now wore an expression of astonishment, bordering on disbelief. A Dou Master. Young man, how old are you? He inquired breathlessly, for though the boy appeared youthful, some individuals possess an inherently youthful visage. 13. What? Yunshan's eyes widened in shock, the air of transcendence about him dissipating, akin to an old man who has stumbled upon an unparalleled treasure, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He grasped Xiao Ding's hand, examining it closely, confirming the boy's status as a Dou Master, the structure of his bones still not fully developed. Such a remarkable lad, a prodigy indeed. Surpassing even Yunner. What is your name? Yunshan inquired with a warm smile, his demeanor affable. Xiao Ding, with a tone neither servile nor arrogant, replied, Xiao Ding. The Ding of utmost importance. Given that Yunshan had yet to be influenced by the Soul Palace, he was not yet driven to malevolence. The more Yunshan observed, the more his satisfaction grew, stroking his beard and chuckling. Xiao Ding is a splendid name. Where do you hail from? I am from the Xiao family in Wutan City. My grandfather is Xiao Lin. You must have heard of him, Master, Yunner interjected on his behalf. So, Xiao Lin's grandson, alas, he passed away in his prime. Had he lived longer, he might have become a Dou Wang. Yunshan reminisced, reflecting on the past with a sigh. He indeed had a gifted descendant. It seems you may one day eclipse even those Dou Wangs in fame. Perhaps infamy, Yunner murmured, given this fellow's temperament. It is unlikely he will carve a path of virtue. Senior sister, you harbor a bias against me. Xiao Ding retorted, perplexed. Did he truly appear villainous enough to tarnish his ancestor's name? Senior sister? Yunshan inquired, puzzled. Yunner, have you not taken him as your disciple? His talent is too extraordinary. I believe it more fitting for you to accept him as your disciple, Yunner replied, reluctant to admit her defeat in a wager against this boy. Ah, I see. Yunshan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this lad's talents might soon surpass yours. It would be rather awkward if a disciple were to outshine his master. Yunner parted her lips, contemplating a rebuttal, yet upon considering the boy's potential, she found herself lacking the confidence to voice her thoughts, for it was indeed plausible that Xiao Ding could catch up to her, and the likelihood was quite substantial. Disciple pays respects to master. Xiao Ding seized the moment, bowing respectfully to Yunshan. Internally, he rejoiced, for whether Yunshan accepted him as a disciple was of little consequence. His primary purpose in this encounter was to cultivate his relationship with Yunner, while also seeking resources from the Yunlan sect. By becoming her junior brother, he would have fewer concerns to contend with. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my second disciple. In a moment of laughter, Yunshan addressed Yun. Although I have taken in Dinger as my disciple, you are aware that I must enter seclusion to break through. From now on, it shall be you, my senior apprentice, who guides his cultivation. Yes, master, I will diligently teach my junior brother, Yun replied respectfully, nodding her head. Ahem, master, since I have officially joined, is there a gift for me? Perhaps a flying magical beast from my senior sister would be splendid, Xiao Ding boldly suggested. Yunshan glanced sideways, immediately discerning some of Xiao Ding's nature from his words. Not angered, he replied, let your senior sister select a flying mount for you. It is no significant matter, so do not trouble me further. With a smile, he added, listen well to your senior sister. Yun, you must be a bit stricter with him. With that, he transformed into a white shadow and vanished into the snow. Xiao Ding stood momentarily stunned, realizing that this elder intended to relinquish his responsibilities. What else could you expect? It's already a rarity for Master to find time for us. Yun shot, shouting a disapproving glance. Master is focused on breaking through a challenging barrier. It is no easy feat. Come. Let me show you to your quarters within the sect. Heh, senior sister, look at me. I am truly your junior brother now. Shouldn't you treat me a little special? How about a friendly punch? Chapter 17. The weaker the hand, the softer the gift. The typically composed Yun found herself transformed into a potentially volatile senior sister, all thanks to the incessant chatter of Xiao Ding. This left many who knew her nature along the way utterly astonished. They were curious about this youth who could elicit such a response from the usually serene Yun. Then, they witnessed the sect leader personally arranging accommodations for this young man, placing him right beside her. This piqued the interest of the entire sect. Before long, Yun summoned the members of the sect and personally announced Xiao Ding's identity during a grand assembly. In the vast plaza, all those curious about Xiao Ding fell silent upon hearing the news. They finally understood why the sect leader treated this youth with such regard, followed by a wave of astonishment. This young man was, in fact, the disciple of the former sect leader and the junior brother of the current one. Most astonishingly, he was a 13-year-old Dou Master. In the entire history of the Yunlan sect, no one had likely achieved such a feat, not even the founding patriarch. Unbelievable. I hadn't even become a Dou practitioner at 13. Someone lamented, their expression tinged with envy. As for jealousy, the vast differences in status and talent rendered them too intimidated to feel it, let alone a Dou Master. Merely becoming a Dou practitioner at this age would elevate one to the status of a core elite within the sect, potentially competing for the position of the next sect leader or elder. An elder standing on the platform, Yunlan, who was the current grand elder and second only to the sect leader in strength and talent, sighed in reflection. If this child can reach the level of the founding patriarch, even if he does not surpass him, the Yunlan sect could once again flourish. A remark was made that left many elders and disciples gasping in awe. What kind of existence was the founding patriarch? He was a renowned figure across the entire continent. During his lifetime, the Yunlan sect stood as a premier force, basking in glory. Even now, many fondly remember that era. If this prodigy could attain the stature of the founding patriarch, the Yunlan sect would surely rise to prominence once more. Everyone was abuzz with excitement, casting admiring glances at this extraordinary genius. Xiao Ding felt the atmosphere around him grow warmer, as numerous fervent gazes were fixed upon him. Yet he remained unfazed, smiling nonchalantly at Yunyan. Sister, look. Everyone thinks I'm handsome. They can't take their eyes off me. Yunyan's expression darkened, and she tightened her delicate fist. How can this guy be so self-absorbed? If it weren't for the presence of so many elite members of the sect, she would have undoubtedly dealt him a good thrashing to maintain the sect leader's dignity. Xiao Ding's remarks elicited eye rolls from many elders and disciples nearby, who found this disciple of the old sect leader rather eccentric. Are all geniuses this peculiar? Mused a seemingly refined middle-aged man, smiling at Xiao Ding. He was Dou Qi, the esteemed elder of the Yunlan sect and the foremost alchemist of the Gamma Empire. As Xiao Ding was the junior brother of the woman he admired, Dou Qi held a favorable impression of him. This is our sect's elder in charge of alchemy, Gu Gu. You may address him as Brother Gu, Yunyan introduced. Greetings, Brother Gu. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I wonder if you have any gifts for me? Xiao Ding grinned, expecting presents from everyone he met. Dou Qi, being the wealthiest among them, was an ideal target for his playful antics. You young lad certainly does not hold back, Dou Qi chuckled, producing a vial of pills. This is a third-grade medicinal pill, the Gu Yuan Dan, which not only strengthens one's foundation, but can also elevate the cultivation of a Dou Master. Consider it a token of our first meeting. Thank you, Brother Gu. Xiao Ding beamed as he accepted the gift, then turned his gaze to the Grand Elder. The latter, both amused and exasperated, touched the ring on his finger and retrieved a sword. Nephew, welcome to our Yunlan sect. Thank you very much, Grand Elder. Xiao Ding exclaimed joyously as he examined the sword. Its design was antique, engraved with cloud patterns. As he drew the blade, a crisp sound resonated, and a chilling brilliance radiated forth. The sword's body, akin to a spring of clear water, was a flawless pale blue, reflecting glimmers of light like a mirror. Near the hilt, the ancient characters for Clear Stream were inscribed. A fine sword, the Clear Stream sword. Xiao Ding's eyes sparkled with delight. He had always held a fondness for swords and had no intention of relying solely on his bare hands to conquer the world. Well, I am pleased you like it. The Grand Elder replied with a warm smile, though he felt a twinge of regret. This sword was among his most treasured possessions, one he rarely allowed himself to use. Yet, considering this young man's potential, it seemed prudent to forge a favorable relationship early on. As other elders, witnessing the gestures of the Pill King and the Grand Elder, began to present their own gifts to the young disciple of the sect leader, the atmosphere transformed into an impromptu gifting ceremony. I am Yuncheng. This is a small token from me. I am Guyi, junior uncle. I am a 10th generation disciple. A multitude of voices introduced themselves while bestowing gifts. Yun frowned slightly, as her initial intention was merely to introduce Xiao Ding and allow everyone to get acquainted. Instead, this fellow had turned the occasion into a veritable gift-giving gala. Seeing Xiao Ding's grin nearly splitting his face, Yun felt the urge to strike him. At that moment, the expression on Yao Lao's face was also dark. This lad had stuffed all the gifts he received into his quarters, further crowding his already limited space. Such a lack of respect for this elderly gentleman. Yet, at this moment, a group of experts outside instilled a sense of caution in him, preventing him from voicing his grievances for fear of being discovered. Amidst the lively atmosphere, both the esteemed elders of the sect and the astute disciples expressed their sentiments. Thus, the meeting and welcoming ceremony concluded with Xiao Ding overwhelmed by the abundance of gifts. Subsequently, he was dragged away by the dissatisfied Yun, who tugged at his clothing. Deep within the sect, two tranquil courtyards stood, one above the other, framed by the majestic snow-capped mountains behind them, while ahead, the clouds rolled and swirled, offering a vast expanse of sight. The upper courtyard served as the residence of Sect Master Yun, while the smaller courtyard below belonged to Xiao Ding. A distance of less than 100 meters separating them. Sister, why are you pulling me? I still wish to familiarize myself with my fellow disciples, Xiao Ding protested. Resembling a fledgling chick being carried away by Yun, his expression one of considerable frustration. Do not dwell on such mundane matters. Focus on your cultivation. For that is the true path, Yun retorted, releasing her grip on Xiao Ding with a stern countenance. Xiao Ding mumbled to himself, observing Yun today. Her hair elegantly styled into a regal phoenix headdress, adorned in a green palace gown that lent her an air of nobility and authority, rendering her almost ethereal in beauty. This is the only time. It shall not happen again. Yunyan huffed. Next time, for sure, Xiao Ding assured her, a grin spreading across his face. But this time, you still haven't given me a gift. Bang, bang, bang. Unable to contain herself, Yunyan unleashed a flurry of blows upon Xiao Ding. You only think of gifts. Can't you aspire to something greater? Reactively, Xiao Ding defended himself, channeling his energy into a gossamer-like barrier, which, upon contact with Yunyan, disintegrated. After delivering a sound thrashing to Xiao Ding, Yunyan felt a significant lift in her spirits. In truth, she held no aversion to Xiao Ding receiving gifts. It was merely the sight of his insufferable demeanor that prompted her to strike him. Sect Master, a timid voice called from behind. Chapter 18, Golden Body Technique. The voice belonged to an elder, who was taken aback by the typically serene and aloof Sect Master exhibiting such ferocity. Yunyan's face flushed, resembling a young girl caught in mischief, as she shot an embarrassed glare at Xiao Ding. Taking a deep breath, she regained her regal composure and addressed the elder coldly. I am merely honing my junior brother's physique. Do you have something to discuss? Honing physique? Sect Master, we received a letter from the Nalan family, stating that Nalan Jia wishes to send his granddaughter, who possesses exceptional talent, to cultivate at Yunlan's sect. How old is his granddaughter? Not yet 8. What is the urgency? Let us revisit this in 2 years. I have no interest in tending to a child. Yes. Ouch. My mother has never hit me. You are the first woman to strike me. Xiao Ding whimpered, his eyes brimming with tears. I do this to provoke you. Yunyan shot him a look of exasperation. Did I truly provoke you? Xiao Ding replied, bewildered, as he had only asked for a gift, not intending to irk Yunyan. Alas, the complexities of a woman's heart eluded him. Getting hit is common? Xiao Ding pondered, speechless. You are not a girl, so I will not treat you gently. Yunyan remarked meaningfully, her jade hand forming a fist as she waved it threateningly at Xiao Ding. If you do not behave, I shall turn you into a pig's head. Xiao Ding fell silent, realizing that this sister was quite different from his expectations. Her demeanor was far more violent than he had imagined. Was she not supposed to embody the gentle grace of an older sister? Xiao Ding, on the verge of tears, was intimidated as Yunyan gracefully departed with her long strides. Finally, someone to put you in your place. After her departure, the jovial laughter of Yao Lao echoed in the air. Youngster, you have no idea how insufferable you are. Even I have considered giving you a good thrashing on numerous occasions. Xiao Ding felt a surge of frustration, surprised that Yao Lao would revel in his misfortune. Curiously, he inquired, am I truly that unbearable that it provokes such thoughts? At least you possess a bit of self-awareness, Yao Lao chuckled. It would be wise for you to keep that mouth of yours shut more often. It would serve you well. After a night of cultivation, all the bruises on Xiao Ding's body had vanished, and the medicinal liquid had been entirely consumed. After breaking through to the Dou Qi level, this potion has become rather futile, he muttered. You've managed to use a potion that should have lost its efficacy at the Dou Qi level, and yet you remain unsatisfied? Yao Lao floated out, gesturing with his hand as a wave of soul energy expanded to seal off their surroundings. With Xiao Ding's beautiful senior sister nearby, he needed to exercise caution. You ought to concoct a gathering yuan pill. I believe it would enhance your cultivation speed when paired with medicinal elixirs. Very well, Xiao Ding agreed, his mind racing with concern that Yao Lao might draw the attention of Yunshan or even individuals associated with the Soul Palace. If their secret were to be exposed, Yao Lao would face dire consequences. A thought struck him, and he asked, do you possess any body refinement techniques? Indeed, what do you need such techniques for? To cultivate resilience. My senior sister hits exceedingly hard. Yao Lao rolled his eyes in response. It's your own loose tongue that has caused her to lose patience with you. Enough of that. I desire the best, Xiao Ding insisted. He yearned for a formidable physique. As his levels ascended, the system allocated him increasingly abundant Dou Qi, some of which exceeded the limits of his physical form. He needed to enhance his body to better absorb the surplus Dou Qi. I am willing to exchange a full portion of Dou Qi from a Dou Ling's cultivation for it. Yao Lao stated the price, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Ding. I am aware of your constitution's ability to store excess Dou Qi. Your previous breakthrough in a single night was thanks to this talent. Surely, it wouldn't be too difficult for you to part with some. Xiao Ding was not surprised. The sudden influx of Dou Qi within him would not escape Yao Lao's keen perception. What grade is it? High-level Xian rank, sufficient for you to cultivate to Dou Huang. Very well, but you shall need to offer me multiple exchanges to attain that level as a great Dou Shi. Yao Lao, known for his mercurial nature, was keen to negotiate. He produced a yellow scroll and tapped it against Xiao Ding's forehead, causing a surge of information to flow into him. The Golden Body Technique, which continuously tempers flesh with Dou Qi to achieve an indestructible effect, was quite remarkable. After assimilating the knowledge, Xiao Ding nodded in satisfaction. Such high-level techniques were scarce within the Xiao clan, and even the Yunlan sect possessed only a handful. Were it not for the rarity of such techniques, I might even be able to procure a ground-level one for you, Yao Lao boasted, deliberately posturing. However, Xiao Ding paid him no heed. He closed his eyes to digest the body refinement technique. The golden body technique comprises 4 tiers: iron body, copper body, silver body, and golden body, each corresponding to different realms of flesh tempering. In simple terms, the flesh undergoes a transformation through cultivation, initially turning black, then red, and finally white. Returning to its original state upon completion, he immediately summoned his fighting spirit, infusing it into his flesh, causing it to glow as if heated, rapidly turning a vibrant red. It was unbearably itchy and hot. After practicing for a while, Xiao Ding could hardly endure it. Upon stopping, his skin appeared slightly darkened in its normal state. You could soak in the foundation-building elixir for better results, the elder reminded. I shall give it a try. The elder produced 2 bottles of foundation-building elixir, pouring them in before sitting down to cultivate within. Soon, his entire body flushed crimson, and steam began to rise from the water in the tub. The medicinal properties of the elixir were absorbed directly by his body rather than being transformed into fighting spirit, resulting in an intensified itchiness and heat, thereby accelerating the cultivation of the golden body technique. Xiao Ding gritted his teeth, striving to persist and rapidly cultivate in conjunction with the medicine. This lad indeed possesses remarkable willpower, the elder mused, initially intending to tease Xiao Ding, allowing him to experience some pleasure, but was surprised to see him endure once he sensed the benefits. Gurgle, gurgle. After a while of cultivation, the water in the tub began to boil. If Xiao Ding had not had a relatively low level of cultivation and the protection of his fighting spirit garment, he would have been cooked alive. It's too hot. I can't stand it. Unable to endure any longer, Xiao Ding leaped up and dashed outside, rolling in the snow on the peak until he felt relief. Next time, I'll apply the elixir to my body and then come here to cultivate. As he touched the snow on the ground, he discovered an ice cave at the mountain's peak, instantly feeling he had found a suitable place. What are you doing here in the nude? Yunyan's irritated voice suddenly appeared from the side, startling Xiao Ding. Chapter 19. The Art of Movement and the Wind Shadow Technique. Yun, having appeared without notice, stared at Xiao Ding, who was clad only in his undergarments. I am cultivating. Xiao Ding replied earnestly. The cold aids in my training of a fighting technique. Yun, skeptical, examined Xiao Ding's reddened skin. Isn't it cold to train here? When I practice my fighting technique, my body generates heat. You can see for yourself. As Xiao Ding activated the golden body technique, his skin instantly flushed red. A technique that enhances the physical body. Indeed, I didn't expect your Xiao family possessed such a technique. Yun, not dwelling on it, beckoned Xiao Ding closer. From today onwards, I shall formally teach you. Xiao Ding leapt forward, swiftly arriving before her. Our Yunlan sect excels in wind attribute fighting techniques and methods, but regrettably, your physique is not of the wind attribute. Otherwise, your power post-cultivation would be greatly amplified. Yun lamented. I've heard that your Xiao family possesses a mid-level Xian rank technique. Yes, our Xiao family's Furious Lion's Roar is indeed a mid-level wind attribute technique. Very well, it seems your Xiao family has experienced glory in the past. Yun nodded slightly. Of course, Xiao Ding wanted to proclaim that his family was one of the ancient 8 clans, that they had even produced a fighting emperor, basking in endless glory. Yun, disregarding Xiao Ding's pride, inquired, is it the Furious Lion's Roar that you cultivate? Not exactly, but my technique is commendable, so there is no need for conversion. Xiao Ding shook his head, believing that the evolving technique of the Burning Decision was most suitable for him, and he held the techniques of the Yunlan sect in low regard. Very well, since you have already cultivated a respectable fighting technique, it would indeed be a waste of time to have you switch. I shall directly instruct you in combat skills. Yun had previously examined Xiao Ding's fighting energy, noting its remarkable purity, indicative of a commendable cultivation method, comparable to her own. However, she was unaware that this was merely an illusion created by the overlap of 2 types of energy spirals, as Xiao Ding's cultivation method remained at the lowly yellow tier. Without delving further into the details of the techniques, Yun tossed a scroll to him. You tend to speak carelessly, which may offend others. Therefore, I will first teach you a technique for escape. Xiao Ding's face twitched awkwardly as he accepted the scroll, which bore the name, Fleeting Wind Shadow. This is the pinnacle of movement techniques from the Yunlan sect, reaching the advanced tier of the profound stage. When mastered, one moves like the wind, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. Yun declared proudly. Learn it, and when someone attempts to strike you, simply run away. Xiao Ding smirked slightly. Thanks to your connections, I hope I won't have to use it. Your attitude is improper. Yun fixed her gaze on him. Moreover, you are mistaken. You are likely to encounter situations that require you to escape. With that, Yunlan unleashed a punch directly toward him. Xiao Ding panicked and dodged the punch, exclaiming, "Sister, I haven't finished studying yet." "No matter, you must first get accustomed to fleeing," Yunlan replied, her fist still poised, not employing any fighting energy. As she continued to send a straight punch towards Xiao Ding's face, the impact sent him flying, even without using fighting energy. Her strength as a combat king far surpassed Xiao Ding's. Xiao Ding had no choice but to endure the blows, doing his utmost to defend and evade. In the midst of the assault, he was compelled to utilize the movement technique from the scroll. Seizing the opportunity, he perused the entire fighting skill, which emphasized how to manipulate the air currents around his body with fighting energy, allowing for agile movements. Soon, his form became elusive, harnessing the mountain winds to accelerate his actions, making evasion considerably easier. "Come, experience the power of the wind," Yunlan said, noticing Xiao Ding's newfound agility. She raised her hand, twisting the air, which transformed into a tempest that disrupted the surrounding currents. The skills he had just learned were rendered ineffective, and he quickly received another punch, causing him to grimace in pain. Yunlan proceeded to give Xiao Ding a thorough thrashing. Ultimately, he could no longer run, collapsing on the ground with panda eyes. "Sister, you are cheating. How can you use fighting energy? Aren't you using fighting energy as well?" she retorted, her graceful figure resembling drifting willow catkins as she soared away. Before Xiao Ding could fully appreciate the sight, she abruptly accelerated, leaving a shadow in her wake. She vanished from his view in an instant, only to reappear from another direction. As Xiao Ding barely registered her movements, Yunlan transformed into a shadow once more, circling around him, creating the illusion of 4 simultaneous figures. He slightly parted his lips in awe, his heart racing at the astonishing speed, so swift that it was beyond the capacity of the naked eye to perceive. With a swish, Yunlan appeared before him again, her breath steady, not a hint of fatigue visible, arms crossed, her voluptuous figure accentuated. "So, have you learned it?" Xiao Ding, taken aback, responded, "Sister, did you learn it in just one glance?" "No, but you possess a greater talent than I do. I had assumed you would grasp it on the first attempt. I must review it once more. Will you take a few more steps?" Xiao Ding's eyes flickered as he resolved to observe more attentively this time, determined not to merely catch a glimpse of a shadow. "First, I must digest this, for I have significant matters concerning my sect to attend to. We shall discuss it tomorrow." Yunlan waved her hand, tossing a vial of medicinal liquid for treating injuries to Xiao Ding before vanishing like a gust of wind. Gazing at the vial in his hand, Xiao Ding sighed. "When will these days come to an end? Who can withstand my senior sister's brutal teaching methods? If you had been respectful from the start, perhaps she would have taught you with kindness," the medicinal elder quipped. "Spare me the sarcastic remarks. You certainly witnessed the techniques she displayed just now. Teach me swiftly." Initially, Xiao Ding had not seen clearly, but upon hearing the elder's words, he suddenly conceived a solution. "I am not your teacher. Why should I instruct you?" the elder retorted. "You have yet to pay your rent for these past few days." Xiao Ding cast a sidelong glance at the ring on his hand. The elder grumbled, muttering, "I knew you would take advantage of the old man." Though he feigned reluctance, he ultimately offered a few pointers, for this matter was not burdensome to him. The insight of a Dou Zun expert far surpassed that of Xiao Ding. A mere low-grade Dou technique was child's play to the elder. He directly conveyed his analysis of Yunlan's actions to Xiao Ding, concluding with a proud remark. "In this small place, this technique is quite decent, but it is rather ordinary in grander locales. Do you possess a movement technique that surpasses this?" Xiao Ding inquired. "Ahem, I have not focused much on cultivating such techniques. Yet I know of some exceedingly superior movement-based Dou techniques that far exceed what your beautiful senior sister has taught you." The elder coughed, acknowledging that his own movement techniques were not significantly more formidable. If they were, his physical form would not have been so severely damaged. Xiao Ding shrugged, refraining from further deriding the elder, and instead devoted himself to absorbing the experience and honing the wind shadow technique. He certainly did not wish to remain a constant target. The next day, he still could not escape Yunlan's grasp and was once again subjected to a beating, though he managed to endure for a considerably longer duration. A fortnight passed, and under intense effort, Xiao Ding was able to leave behind a lingering shadow during his movements, though he still lagged behind Yunlan, who effortlessly created 4 shadows simultaneously. Chapter 20, A New Type of Devouring, Strange Fire. In this scenario, however, had Yunlan refrained from utilizing Dou Qi, she would not have been able to touch even a thread of Xiao Ding's clothing, which attests to his commendable skill. In just half a month, the wind shadow technique had reached a level of great accomplishment, much to Yunlan's satisfaction. She felt this was worthy of Xiao Ding's exceptional talent. She continued to teach him the defensive technique, wind barrier, and the versatile technique, wind push, both of which were relatively straightforward. And Xiao Ding mastered them within a few days. Yunlan then introduced him to the entrapment technique, for wind barriers, and the offensive technique, wind split dance. These two advanced techniques were more challenging. With the Elder's guidance, Xiao Ding still required a month to master them. Aside from Dou techniques, Xiao Ding's cultivation also advanced at an accelerated pace. 2 months slipped by. At this moment, summer is in full swing, yet remnants of snow linger atop Yunlan Mountain, revealing the mottled rocks beneath. Xiao Ding sits cross-legged among the ice and snow, his skin a deep red-black hue, emanating waves of heat. After pausing, the old skin has shed, revealing a new layer that has completely transformed into a dark, metallic sheen, reminiscent of steel. This marks the pinnacle of his iron skin cultivation, significantly enhancing the strength of his flesh, rendering him more resilient to blows. Recently, when Yun sparred with him during her combat lessons, he hardly felt any pain. On the contrary, her daily practice has further accelerated his advancement in the golden body technique. He estimates that with one more level of improvement, Yun's punches will no longer inflict any discomfort. Upon concluding his training, Xiao Ding opens his eyes, which shine brightly. He glances at his darkened skin, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Were it not for the undeniable increase in the resilience of my flesh, I would think I simply tanned under the sun on this mountain, he murmurs. There's no doubt, the old medicine master interjects. The practice of this body-refining combat technique indeed alters one's flesh. Even your posterior is now blackened. You weren't peeking at me, were you? Xiao Ding retorts. Huh, how could I? Everyone saw you the other day when your pants tore during training. Even your beautiful senior sister witnessed it, and not just your backside. A sheepish smile spreads across Xiao Ding's face as he instinctively touches his rear, recalling the embarrassment of his garments being shredded by the wind blades during the practice of the storm dance technique. Even Yun had turned red at that moment, resulting in her absence for 2 consecutive days. Is your senior sister not coming today? What is there to be shy about? I'm not fully grown yet. I can afford to be bashful later, Xiao Ding muses, gazing at the desolate snowy mountain. Typically, at this hour, Yun would appear like a goddess amidst the winds. Young man, your words are ambiguous. The old medicine master chuckles. Only those with impure thoughts would misinterpret such things. Despite dedicating considerable energy to his combat training over the past 2 months, his cultivation has not suffered significantly. He is now poised to attempt to break through to the rank of a 2-star Dou Master. With a leap from the ground, Xiao Ding moves like the wind, leaving a fleeting shadow behind as his true form has already traveled 10 meters away. Young master, breakfast is ready, a voice calls out. Xiao Ding nods in acknowledgement. After satisfying his hunger, he returns to his courtyard, preparing to meditate. Situated beneath the snowy peaks, the courtyard is simply adorned with a row of green bamboo. A gentle breeze stirs, producing a soothing rustle that calms the heart. After observing for a moment, Xiao Ding feels a pang of nostalgia for his family, whom he hasn't seen in over a month. In the past, while he diligently trained, he could also playfully spar with his 2 younger brothers and tease sooner to lighten his spirits. Now, however, he finds himself on the receiving end of Yun's strikes, and the comparison leaves him somewhat disheartened. Xiao Ding senses that this monotony is becoming tedious. My cultivation is not lacking. I shall break through to 2-star and be done with it. Harnessing the surge of Dou Qi, the cyclone within his dantian spins rapidly, producing droplets of condensed Dou Qi. The fire attribute manifests in a vibrant yellow, while the wood attribute appears in a lush green. Notably, the wood cyclone has absorbed medicinal energy, primarily converting it into wood Dou Qi, making it significantly more powerful than the fire cyclone. Both cyclones simultaneously coalesce 10 droplets of liquid Dou Qi, successfully elevating Xiao Ding's aura to the level of a 2-star Dou Master. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 20. You have gained the freedom to select an additional attribute and unlock the ability to devour a new category, Exotic Flame. Xiao Ding felt a jolt of surprise. He never anticipated that the newly unlocked category would be Exotic Flame. With the system's capacity to absorb exotic flames, he could store them and consume them gradually. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This system could be regarded as a treasure for devouring, as everything absorbed would undergo a transformation, making it significantly easier for him to assimilate. Engaging with exotic flames, a perilous endeavor, would now become much simpler for him, eliminating the need to take reckless risks. He decided that the 3rd attribute would be wind, as it enhances the flames, and considering his training at the Yunlan Sect primarily involved wind-based combat techniques, he could fully unleash their potential. Having made his choice, Xiao Ding promptly designated his 3rd attribute as wind. Upon completion, the system panel underwent a transformation. Master, Xiao Ding. Level, 20. Cultivation, 2-star Dou Master. Attributes, wood, fire, wind. Absorption limit, 20 times. Division ratio, 20. Categories of absorption, Dou Qi, medicinal items, exotic flames. To be unlocked. Absorption attributes, wood, fire, wind. Within Xiao Ding's dantian, a mysterious black hole lay concealed beneath a swirling vortex, undetectable by anyone but him. At that moment, a new source of power emerged, radiating a faint azure hue, akin to a twinkling star. The system's absorbed wind Dou Qi flowed into this luminous point, swiftly transforming into a swirling azure cyclone. The third cyclone, the wind cyclone. The air currents surrounding Xiao Ding were affected, forming a whirlwind as the wind Dou Qi from the surrounding environment was absorbed, amplifying this new cyclone. An elder, Medicine Master, floated forth, looking at Xiao Ding with a mix of astonishment and suspicion. Could it be that he was indeed absorbing wind Dou Qi? He carefully sensed the situation, his expression shifting dramatically. Good heavens, he has truly acquired an additional attribute. How is that possible? On the Dou Qi continent, it is customary for an individual to possess only one attribute. Only those with exceptionally mutated souls might have two. He had never heard of anyone possessing three attributes. Had he awakened a bloodline? What peculiar bloodline could allow for the compatibility of multiple attributes? Would there be further augmentations in the future? Medicine Master's expression changed, realizing that he could no longer comprehend this young man. Chapter 21. The Eightfold Collapse of the Benevolent Teacher. To my knowledge, there is no such bloodline among the ancient 8 clans. Medicine Master's gaze flickered. At his level, he had access to the most elite groups of the Dou Qi continent, such as the ancient races endowed with Dou Emperor bloodlines. Yet, he had never heard of an ancient race capable of wielding multiple attributes. Could it be an even more ancient bloodline? Medicine Master pondered deeply. The ancient 8 clans were the remnants of the Dou Qi continent from its latter ancient period. They maintained their strength solely because their ancestors ascended to Dou Emperor status later than others, enabling them to endure in an era where Dou Emperors were scarce. In earlier epochs, there existed many more formidable races beyond these 8. If this young man truly awakened an ancient bloodline, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Medicine Master marveled internally, recognizing the terrifying potential of this bloodline. While others possessed a single attribute and a single cyclone, even his own mutated soul only harbored one. This young man possesses 3 attributes and 3 spirals, his strength at least thrice that of his peers. No, 1 plus 1 plus 1 is certainly not as simple as threefold. It must be at least 4 or 5. It is no wonder he is reluctant to take me as his master. Perhaps the pride awakened within his bloodline disinclines him. After all, he has just pledged himself to Yunlan as his mentor, likely perceiving me, a mere soul entity, as easy prey. While the old Medicine Master indulged in his musings, Xiao Ding continued to cultivate the wind spiral for a while longer. Due to the considerable disparity between the new spiral and the other 2, he found it challenging to elevate the wind spiral swiftly. Bridging this gap would require additional time. The critical issue was that the introduction of an additional spiral consumed more fighting spirit. Xiao Ding discovered his speed had actually diminished. The fighting spirit provided by the system was now quadrupled, combined with his own single unit, resulting in a total of 5 units. Divided among 3 spirals, each would receive only 167 units, nearly 30% slower than the 23 units of a 1-star Dou Master. Only by advancing another 5 stars could he hope to surpass his previous speed. It seemed he must seek out medicinal herbs and to expedite his cultivation through alternative means. The effects of would be more favorable. Contemplating these matters, Xiao Ding concluded his training and noticed the old Medicine Master gazing at him. His expression seemingly tinged with a hint of melancholy. What manner of gaze is this? It unsettles me. Xiao Ding instinctively crossed his arms, adopting a guarded demeanor. Take me as your master, and I shall bestow upon you my fighting techniques and alchemical skills. The old Medicine Master enticed, genuinely impressed by Xiao Ding's innate talent. All of them. Xiao Ding's eyes sparkled, and he promptly rose to pay his respects. I greet you, Master. Will you not reconsider? The old Medicine Master retorted, somewhat speechless. You previously declined my offer. The earlier refusal was based on the notion that teaching me alchemy was already a reward from my master. Now, with the added temptation of free fighting techniques, I simply cannot resist. Xiao Ding chuckled, seeing this as an opportunity too good to pass up. He intended to seek out next, aiming to further solidify his relationship with the old Medicine Master. Otherwise, should danger arise, the old Master's extortion could spell disaster for him. You truly have no shame. I somewhat regret my impulsiveness, the old Medicine Master realized, his expression darkening. It is too late now. Quickly bestow upon me a new fighting technique to practice. Xiao Ding extended his hand. Resembling a member of the needy generation, had Xiao Ding initially compelled the old master to accept him as a disciple, the old master would certainly have had reservations. Now, however, with the old master willingly offering his guidance, Xiao Ding felt reassured in his studies. I shall not give you anything. I am your master, not your servant. How can I simply acquiesce to your demands? The old medicine master held his head high, his demeanor proud. What if I were to provide you with the equivalent of the fighting spirit absorbed by a Dou Master each day as a tribute? Xiao Ding immediately employed his trump card. Your sincerity is lacking, the old medicine master replied, shaking his head. Xiao Ding pondered for a moment. What level of strength have you restored to, old master? Have you reached Douwang yet? How could it be so swift? The old medicine master denied. Then it must be Douling? Not quite yet. With your capabilities, encountering a Douwang should pose no threat to you. I could then venture out with the assurance of a formidable protector, Xiao Ding mused. The old medicine master glared at him. What are you saying? No, I mean, there is indeed a considerable guarantee. Xiao Ding corrected his phrasing. Isn't it natural for teachers to protect their students? Do you think I am oblivious to your little ulterior motives? The old man, Yao Lao, cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Ding. You wish to take advantage of me every single day. If it weren't for your remarkable talents, I would have no desire to accept a cunning little fox like you as my disciple. What do you mean by cunning? Have you ever seen me commit any misdeeds? Xiao Ding retorted with an eye roll. Surely, providing you with a substantial amount of fighting energy from a grand fighter level is acceptable, but only for 2 months. Lest it interfere with my own cultivation. He would spend most of his time traveling, and the energy absorbed by the system far exceeded that of an ordinary grand fighter. Moreover, under normal circumstances, a fighter could cultivate for a maximum of 10 hours a day. He calculated that this arrangement would allow him to assist Yao Lao in recovering some energy without hindering his own training. That's not necessary. I possess my own pride, even at the grand fighter level. I shouldn't have to rely solely on you for recovery. Who was it that drained my fighting energy for 2 years? Xiao Ding pouted. Are you aware that I am already comparable to a spirit fighter? Do you wish to provoke me? Yao Lao decisively chose to emulate Yun, refraining from further banter with Xiao Ding. As a ball of white, ethereal fire materialized in his hand. The power of this ethereal fire enveloped Xiao Ding, the biting cold nearly freezing him, only to be followed by searing heat. Instinctively, Xiao Ding activated his golden body technique, his skin gleaming with a metallic luster. Yet, under the dual torment of ice and fire, he still felt utterly miserable. Ding. Bone spirit cold fire detected, meeting absorption requirements. Would you like to absorb it? Xiao Ding dared not proceed with the absorption, offering an awkward smile. Master, I was merely jesting earlier. You must cherish your disciple. Please refrain from making any moves against me. Indeed, Yunyan's method was far more effective. He immediately transformed into a model of politeness. An offensive fighting technique manifested in Xiao Ding's mind. 8 extremes collapse, an advanced mystic-level technique. Xiao Ding was taken aback by Yao Lao's generosity. Receiving such a technique upon their first meeting. With a proud expression, Yao Lao continued, do not underestimate this advanced mystic-level technique. Its unique method of attack allows for the stacking of dark energy, resulting in formidable power. If you master it, the strength of 8 layers of dark energy unleashed at once can rival that of a low-level Earth-grade technique. After speaking, he anticipated Xiao Ding's astonishment, only to find him remarkably composed. Yao Lao paused. Aren't you going to react? With your prowess, acquiring a technique comparable to a low-level Earth-grade one is no trivial matter. Surely, there will be genuinely low-level Earth-grade techniques in the future, not to mention intermediate and advanced ones. I cannot afford to appear too astonished and lose face, can I? Xiao Ding responded with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 22. Slipping into Mo City. Yao Lao felt a pang of frustration. This boy's calm demeanor dampened his sense of achievement. Digest it on your own, he exclaimed, transforming into a wisp of smoke and vanishing. Xiao Ding chuckled softly, thinking to himself, I am already well aware of most of your techniques. Why would I be surprised? He rose to prepare for his journey, eager to venture out. With Yun in seclusion, he found himself rather bored. Furthermore, having previously been limited in cultivation, he now felt ready to explore the world. In the Dou Qi continent, particularly in the Gamma Empire, a grand fighter was entirely qualified to embark on a journey. A day later, what on earth are you planning to do with such an assortment of seasonings and cooking utensils? The old man expressed his discontent. Furthermore, you possess a spatial ring, yet still choose to burden me with your belongings? Ah, it has become a habit. I shall leave them here for now. But I promise to use my own spatial ring next time. Previously, Xiao Ding lacked a spatial ring, leaving his items with the old man. During the last sect meeting, he received a spatial ring, yet he had not fully grasped its significance. As for preparing seasonings and cooking utensils, I have no desire to subsist on bland roasted meat in this desolate wilderness. He uttered this thought as he approached Yunyan's courtyard. An elderly servant blocked his path. Young Master Xiao, the sect leader, is currently in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. Please refrain from disturbing him. His elder sister is about to break through. No wonder she hasn't sought me out in recent days, Xiao Ding realized. Mistakenly believing Yun felt embarrassed to face him. He could only seek out the Grand Elder. Expressing his intention to venture out and his need for a flying magical beast. Yunlan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Nephew, the sect leader has prohibited you from descending the mountain at will. Why? Xiao Ding asked, perplexed. This is for your protection. It is likely that the entire Gamma Empire, and even forces beyond its borders, are aware of your extraordinary talent. Venturing down the mountain recklessly could be perilous, Yunlan explained, shaking his head. Very well. Xiao Ding conceded, feeling a headache coming on. He understood the concerns of Yun and the others. However, remaining on the mountain would hinder his cultivation speed. Focus on your training for now. Perhaps when you reach the great fighter level, you may venture down for a while, Yunlan suggested with a smile. This prodigy has broken through to the first star in merely 2 months. He is sure to surpass the sect leader and become the youngest Dou Wang or even Dou Huang in the Gamma Empire. What if I sneak out? Xiao Ding suddenly proposed. Yunlan cast him a sidelong glance. If you possess the skill to escape, I cannot capture you. However, I advise against wandering aimlessly. This mountain is secure and brimming with resources. Why would you wish to leave? Xiao Ding chose not to respond further. He was resolute in his decision to venture out. The Qinglian earth fire must be consumed swiftly, and he also craved practical experience. Observing Xiao Ding depart silently, Yunlan furrowed his brow even more. Instructing the elites within the sect, tighten the security of the entrances and exits, and send someone to monitor. He must not be allowed to sneak away. Has it only been a short while, and he no longer refers to me as his master? The old man was displeased. As long as we are aware. There is no need to make a fuss about it, master, Xiao Ding chuckled. Why are you so eager to escape? At your current cultivation pace, you will likely become a great fighter within 2 years. By then, you can attend the Jianan Academy, where splendid opportunities await you. The old man was not overly supportive of Xiao Ding's desire to run away. I have been diligently cultivating for nearly a decade. Mere training is insufficient. Without real combat experience, my cultivation will be superficial, Xiao Ding lamented with a wry smile. Elevating one's cultivation is one aspect. Gaining combat experience and wisdom is equally vital. And such opportunities are scarce within the Yunlan sect. You are wise beyond your years. Very well. I shall assist you in your escape tonight. The old man remarked with an approving smile. What do you mean by escape? Xiao Ding was taken aback by the old man as playful banter. He deliberately inquired. Do you have any recommendations for places to train? The Monster Mountain Range. The Tagore Desert presents even harsher conditions, offering excellent training opportunities and an environment that suits you well. If one must choose, let it be the most formidable, for the skin of those there resembles my own. Xiao Ding cast a glance at his own dark, iron-like complexion. I can't help but feel that your reasoning lies deeper, quipped Yaolao. With a complexion like yours, even the denizens of the Tagore Desert would appear fairer. Soon, you shall be as bronzed as a statue. Xiao Ding felt a twinge of frustration. He was, indeed, quite dark, and it was no wonder Yaolao had never practiced this art before. As night fell and the moon hung high, Xiao Ding donned a black robe. Were it not for his eyes, his skin tone would render him completely invisible in the darkness. Stealthily, he exited the courtyard, only to find the descent fraught with stringent checkpoints. Even with his obscured appearance, slipping past would prove challenging. No need to look further. There are several checkpoints on your path out, all monitored by experts. Escaping will not be easy, Yaolao jested. What then? Shall I leap off the cliff? Xiao Ding retorted. By all means, go ahead. I shall assist you, Yaolao responded. Contemplating his options, Xiao Ding gazed at the cliff's edge, where swirling mists obscured the depths below. I can see nothing. Do take care. My iron frame cannot withstand a fall, he cautioned as he gritted his teeth and leaped into the abyss. In that fleeting moment of weightlessness, a surge of powerful energy coursed through him. His body, unrestrained, adeptly maneuvered along the steep cliff, allowing him to descend swiftly at an angle. After several breaths, Xiao Ding landed safely in the valley below. Proceed northwest. There are no eyes upon you in that direction. Yaolao's voice echoed in his ears. Regaining his freedom, Xiao Ding glanced upward, still enveloped in fog. Without hesitation, he activated the wind shadow technique, leaving behind a fleeting silhouette that vanished in an instant. The following day, the servant responsible for Xiao Ding's meals awaited his arrival in vain. After informing the steward, the news swiftly reached the Grand Elder, who promptly dispatched individuals to conduct a covert search. Within the Yunlan sect, there was no sign of Xiao Ding. The lad truly has slipped away, Yunlan exclaimed, astonished. He had merely jested the day before, never believing Xiao Ding would actually escape. Reality had served him a sharp rebuke. Resigned, he mused, with both the sect leader and the former sect leader in seclusion, I must contain this news. Hoping for no complications. With no other recourse, Yunlan endeavored to keep Xiao Ding's flight from the prying eyes of external forces. Half a month later, at the edge of the Tagore Desert in the city of Mo, Xiao Ding donned a newly acquired mask, a fox, both charming and slightly mischievous. The The rationale behind purchasing the mask stemmed from his excessively dark appearance, which often drew attention even in the bustling city. Over the past few days, he had frequently overheard remarks about his unusual complexion, compelling him to procure a disguise. Now I can maintain my anonymity, Xiao Ding murmured. You are so dark now that I doubt many would associate you with the unparalleled genius of the Yunlan Sect, Yao Lao teased. All the better. I have no desire to attract the gaze of formidable adversaries, Xiao Ding replied with a shrug. It was evident that both within and outside the Gemma Empire, there were those who would prefer to see the downfall of a prodigious talent from the Yunlan Sect. Should his whereabouts be discovered, peril would certainly follow. Chapter 23. Not willing to grant this braggart an opportunity donning a mask, Xiao Ding began to meander through the streets. He had been in Mo City for 2 days. The first day was spent familiarizing himself with the general surroundings, while the second day involved acquiring a modest residence as a temporary base. Today, he intended to explore thoroughly in search of the shop owned by Haibodong, the renowned Dou Huang. Haibodong, along with the remnants of the pure Lotus Demon Fire map in his possession, held immense value. Since he had ventured here, it would be remiss to overlook such an opportunity. Due to the sweltering climate of Mo City, the heat compelled many to shed layers of clothing. Numerous men walked about bare-chested, their skin tanned and rugged, while women flaunted their waists and legs, exuding a healthy and alluring bronze hue. The architecture here appeared rather simplistic, with many structures constructed from piled stones. Various types of shops lined the streets, yet the atmosphere felt somewhat desolate. He seized a passerby, tossing a pouch of gold coins, and said, "Take me to the finest map shop in Mo City." The ordinary individual, astonished by the weight of the coins, readily led Xiao Ding to an antiquated establishment named Ancient Maps. A smile graced Xiao Ding's lips upon seeing the name, and he strode confidently inside. Indeed, you are astute. One must possess detailed maps when traversing the desert, praised the old alchemist, unaware that Xiao Ding had intentionally come here. It wasn't long before he spotted the white-haired Haibodong, engrossed in cartography, with many maps in the shop crafted by his own hand. The primitive technique of map-making intrigued Xiao Ding, and as he observed, he casually picked up a map to peruse. In truth, he was in search of the remnants related to the pure Lotus Demon Fire. The disparity between ancient and contemporary maps was significant, and given that these were remnants, Xiao Ding quickly identified a dilapidated wooden frame in the corner. He feigned nonchalance as he rummaged through it, entirely oblivious to the appearance of the remnants of the pure Lotus Demon Fire map. What brings you to peruse these antiquated maps? The desert is ever-changing. It would be wiser to purchase new maps for greater accuracy, the old alchemist interjected quietly. Xiao Ding had mastered the art of communicating discreetly with him, responding. New maps are likely to omit certain areas that may currently seem unimportant. Acquiring the ancient maps for comparison won't cost much. That does hold some merit. However, do take a look at the remnants to your left. They appear intriguing. With this prompt, Xiao Ding focused on the remnants, observing the chaotic lines that bore little resemblance to a map. The maps there were fragmented and not for sale. As Xiao Ding reached out to touch one, Haibodong glanced up, revealing a scar on his face. Find me a complete map of the Tagore Desert. Xiao Ding carelessly discarded the remnants, prompting the old alchemist to remark, "This item is not trivial. It would be wise to acquire it. They're not for sale. Do you wish to arouse suspicion by insisting on a purchase? Then I shall compel them to sell. I am a good person. How could I resort to coercion? Why don't you take the lead? I do this for your benefit. The remnants may contain information regarding a unique fire, and there's no need for excessive caution. I understand. But you possess more experience." Xiao Ding was reluctant to act. Even if the individual were sealed by the Queen Medusa, he still possessed Dou Ling's strength, a level he had yet to attain. Have you discerned that he is not ordinary? The old alchemist queried with suspicion. Anything that catches your eye must possess value, and I sensed it the moment I touched it. Do you believe he is simple? Xiao Ding retorted. Such a clever fox you are. Old Master Yao sighed in resignation. You guessed correctly. This individual indeed possesses formidable prowess. I had initially intended to let you experience some hardship, but seeing your timidity, I shall take charge instead. You may proceed, for I shall remain silent, which has already instilled some doubt in him. Xiao Ding urged him on. I am aware. Old Master Yao, unable to ensnare Xiao Ding, directly unleashed his soul power, an overwhelming aura surging forth. A chill wind swept through the room, causing Haibodong's hair to flutter as he narrowed his eyes. Are you planning to make a move? Apologies, but this map holds considerable value. It now belongs to me. If you desire it, come and seize it. Xiao Ding brazenly replied. Haibodong's murky gaze fell upon the figure in the fox mask, revealing only a pair of dark eyes that exuded an air of provocation. Go ahead and defend your claim over the fragmented map. Xiao Ding gestured tauntingly, inciting a murderous glint in Haibodong's eyes, as a terrifying chill erupted from his body. He stood up and pressed a mechanism. Boom. The great door slammed shut. Young man, I presume you are new to Mo City. Are you not aware that there are certain individuals one should not offend? Haibodong's tone turned icy. A formidable coldness emanating from him that plunged the shop into a frigid abyss. His powerful presence descended upon Xiao Ding like a winter gale, unrelenting. Yet, in the next moment, a ring of deep white flames erupted around Xiao Ding's black robe. A fusion of searing heat and chilling power that rendered Haibodong's icy aura as fragile as mist, dissipating in an instant. Haibodong, who had been conjuring dozens of ice spikes, felt his pupils constrict and his body tremble. How is this possible? He had sensed Xiao Ding's aura to be that of a Dou Master. Even if this individual was concealing his true strength, it should not be to such an extent. The flames enveloping his opponent instilled a primal fear within him, causing his very soul to shiver. Who exactly are you? There shouldn't be anyone like you in the Gamma Empire, and I have no enmity with you, do I? Haibodong's gaze reflected his wariness. He lacked any confidence in subduing this fox-masked figure. A layer of Dou Qi armor swiftly materialized around him, resembling ice crystals, an ability exclusive to Dou Masters. Why bother with such talk? I am the villain now, the one intent on seizing your possessions. Fear not, come and strike me. If you can kill me, that would be your prowess. If you cannot, you shall pay the price. Xiao Ding stood proudly. Haibodong scoffed coldly. You intend to steal, yet expect me to bear the cost? Alas, one must be somewhat formidable, Xiao Ding replied, observing Haibodong's frail appearance. You would make a fine old steward. You impudent brat. Do you truly believe I wouldn't let him finish you off if I chose not to assist? Old Master Yao teased, unleashing a wisp of bone spirit cold fire that appeared before Haibodong and rapidly expanded. Impressive, Old Master. Making your entrance with such a trump card, Xiao Ding remarked. Slightly taken aback. This person is no simple foe. If he does not exert his full strength, he may well escape. Furthermore, I wish to avoid hearing your shameless provocations. At that moment, with your penchant for sarcasm, who knows how many taunts you might unleash. I do not wish to grant this young man the opportunity to show off. Chapter 24, Steward Haibodong. I am merely attempting to enliven the atmosphere. Otherwise, this place feels unbearably cold and dreary. Xiao Ding, feeling slightly awkward, cast a glance at the icebound Haibodong, pondering whether there might still be valuable possessions on him that could be extracted. Did you not just proclaim your reluctance to play the villain? Now that we have engaged, shall we show mercy? Very well. Are you not astonished? With ample reading, one encounters tales of treasures beneath cliffs and reclusive sages in dilapidated alleys, as written in many tomes. Encountering you, however, adds another layer to the narrative. There may very well be an elder within that ring. What sorts of books do you peruse daily, devoid of any seriousness? Old Yao, rendered speechless, remarked, he is on the verge of breaking free from the ice. I shall reinforce it, while you engage him, for my words lack your eloquence. Crack. Despite being an ice-type Dou Emperor, Haibodong found the suppression of Old Yao's strange fire limited. As Xiao Ding and Old Yao conversed discreetly, cracks began to emerge. Xiao Ding raised his hand, causing the ice layer to thicken instantaneously. You would do well not to struggle, otherwise, I might inadvertently freeze you to death, Xiao Ding warned. If you wish to kill me, do as you please. I, Haibodong, am a prominent figure in the Jiama Empire, having witnessed countless scenes. And I am not easily intimidated. Haibodong sneered. However, should I perish, you shall never obtain the other half of this fragmented map. I never mentioned killing you. Why such agitation? Xiao Ding retorted, rolling his eyes. I merely suggested you become my steward. At no point did I indicate an intention to kill you. With a wave of his hand, the ice encasing Haibodong melted away in an instant. A chill emanated from Haibodong as he shivered. This is undoubtedly strange fire. Ordinary flames, or Dou Qi, could never be so formidable. Quite so, Xiao Ding replied ambiguously. After a brief silence, Haibodong, sensing the uniqueness of this individual, scoffed. I concede my inferiority. Take the fragmented map and depart. Do you truly believe I would relinquish the other half? Xiao Ding smiled pleasantly at Haibodong. You are currently under a seal. I can assist in lifting it, with the price being the other half of the map, along with your service as my steward. Having just arrived, he urgently needed a local aid, and Haibodong was an excellent candidate. You actually discerned that. Haibodong's expression shifted, slightly taken aback. I admit your skills surpass mine, yet that does not imply you are more formidable than I was in my prime. I am a pharmacist, Xiao Ding declared proudly. Is this reason sufficient? Haibodong's breathing quickened, deep in thought. No wonder, to wield strange fire. It appears you are indeed a pharmacist. He began to believe, according to what he had heard, pharmacists capable of controlling strange fire were exceedingly rare within their ranks, typically being advanced pharmacists. At the very least, the renowned pharmacist of the Jiama Empire, Dan Wangguhi, had never possessed strange fire. This individual could likely concoct the formulas he sought. Noticing Haibodong's interest, Xiao Ding smiled. What do you think? We both stand to gain. You can exchange the restoration of your strength for the other half of the map and your role as my steward. You would profit immensely. Yet, I would lose my freedom. Haibodong frowned. I do not wish to serve you for a lifetime. At most, I will do so for 10 years. No problem. But I suspect you will be pleading with me to allow you to continue as my steward by then. Xiao Ding shrugged. Once he grew stronger, many would seek to follow him, and he did not believe Haibodong could resist the temptation. It is impossible. I, Haibodong, cherish freedom and have always walked my own path, never aligning myself with any faction, nor will I ever serve you for a lifetime. Haibodong snorted coldly, his expression proud. Xiao Ding smirked. Aside from that, do you possess any further information regarding the? I recall that there exists a kind within the Tagore Desert. Haibodong suddenly realized. You have come here in search of that, haven't you? Xiao Ding nodded. I am here to undergo training and to acquire a type of. But you already possess one. How greedy of you. Haibodong let out a slight sigh. The I had was my master's, and it was his consciousness that acted. I do not yet possess any myself. Xiao Ding shook his head. What are you revealing my identity for? The old pharmacist, feeling alarmed, was indeed a soul entity, closely monitored by the Soul Palace, and could not afford to be exposed. I will eventually show myself. Do you think he won't be suspicious? Besides, I mentioned a fragment of my consciousness. Consider how formidable a being capable of that must be. Would he dare to act recklessly? The old pharmacist contemplated and found no flaws in Xiao Ding's reasoning, thus remained silent. Haibodong was genuinely astonished. A being capable of splitting consciousness likely surpassed the Dozong realm, a person he had never encountered before. He hesitated. Are you not from the Gamma Empire? There is no need for you to know too much. Just understand that I require that, Xiao Ding stated, unwilling to divulge any further details. For his true identity was not one to be revealed at this moment. Haibodong, sensing the unspoken boundaries, did not press further and produced a map. This indicates the locations where I suspect them may exist. I hope it proves helpful. His tone softened considerably, not as if he were becoming a servant, but rather acknowledging that the other party likely had a master of at least Dozun status, hinting at a formidable backing. Master, did you see that? This is the face you present. Are you pleased? Xiao Ding secretly teased. Pleased? You are taking advantage of me. Right now, I only wish to teach you a lesson. Come now, I am your disciple. Isn't this a natural obligation? Whatever you require in the future, I, Xiao Ding, will certainly see it through, even if it concerns your enemies. Given the right strength, I could eliminate them for you immediately. Xiao Ding nearly pounded his chest in assurance. Only when you possess that capability can you say such things. I fear that before I can see it, I may be drained dry by you. Though this statement bordered on boasting, it was not mere flattery. You have yet to mention how to resolve my seal, Haibodong said, feeling vexed. Have you found a solution? I have discovered a prescription that reaches the 6th tier, requiring for its refinement. If your master is also an alchemist, he should be able to refine it easily. However, I am still in the process of gathering materials, which will take some additional time. Haibodong did not place his hopes on this person, as he was now certain that Xiao Ding was merely a Dou Qi. Even if he could concoct potions, his skill would be insufficient to produce what was required. However, the powerful entity behind him could, as they could suppress his existence with a fragment of their consciousness, indicating a formidable true power. If they were an alchemist, their refinement skills would undoubtedly surpass that of Dan Wang Guhi. Even if not, finding a high-level alchemist would not pose much difficulty. Chapter 25, The Fusion of Dou Qi. Once you have collected everything for me, I assure you I will refine it for you. Xiao Ding nonchalantly waved his hand, making Haibodong completely convinced that this was a young heir from a formidable power undergoing training. Youngsters from ordinary factions lacked such discernment. They wouldn't even blink upon hearing about 6th-grade elixirs, showing no interest whatsoever. After walking for a while, Xiao Ding arrived at the small courtyard he had just purchased. It was situated near the Tagore Desert, reputed to be home to some enchanting serpent women. As he pushed open the door, he casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Haibodong recalled some past events and sighed. Every man who comes to the Tagore Desert would be intrigued. However, the serpent folk are not to be underestimated. I fell victim to the allure of the Medusa Queen from their ranks. I shall assist you in dealing with her when the time comes. Xiao Ding chuckled in response. Haibodong displayed an understanding expression common among men. Would you like a few serpent women to attend to you, my lord? They indeed possess a unique charm, though their prices here are exorbitant. No need. The serpent tails are quite off-putting, Xiao Ding replied, glancing at the empty courtyard. However, I do require some maidens to manage this place. I shall seek them out tomorrow. Haibodong surmised that Xiao Ding was accustomed to being attended to and was not surprised. Xiao Ding pondered. I have heard that offspring can arise from unions between serpent folk and humans. Indeed, but the chances are exceedingly slim. and such beings lead tragic lives. They are neither acknowledged by the serpent folk nor accepted by ordinary humans. Haibodong nodded, lamenting the plight of these unique individuals. Then I shall seek such maidens as my attendants. They would embody the charm of the serpent folk without the hindrance of a serpent tail. Please find me those who are not too old, ideally between 6 and 10 years of age, so they possess fewer distractions, making them easier to manage and capable of assisting. Xiao Ding spoke calmly, secretly wishing for Haibodong to locate Yunlan, an exceptional candidate suitable for a child bride. I must clarify, the likelihood of offspring between serpent folk and humans is exceedingly low. With such specific requirements, my lord, it may take some time to find suitable candidates, Haibodong said with an awkward smile. Xiao Ding shook his head, whether it was the or Yunlan. He had never anticipated finding them quickly. His primary focus now was on honing his skills. After nearly 10 years of cultivation and mastering numerous combat techniques, he urgently needed to integrate his knowledge and enhance his practical abilities. Do you not require my company? Haibodong inquired. No, I plan to experiment with some matters. And being alone is more fitting. Very well, my lord, take care. The desert is fraught with dangers and can be unpredictable. Also, remain vigilant of the serpent folk. Their hatred for humans runs deep, and they will typically attack upon sight. As he spoke, Haibodong provided additional materials detailing the desert's magical beasts, survival techniques, and various unique environments, all quite practical. Thank you. Xiao Ding perused the materials throughout the night, restoring his energy by dawn, and set off directly as the sun rose. Leaving Mo City meant entering the vast desert, where swirling sands compelled Xiao Ding to don a face mask. The scorching heat prompted him to shed his upper garments, continuing on in only his trousers. Before long, he was drenched in sweat. This won't do. I'm losing water too quickly. Xiao Ding frowned, hastily unleashing his battle chi to create a protective garment against the external winds and sands, simultaneously activating the golden body technique to seal some of his pores and minimize moisture loss. Gazing upon the boundless expanse of the yellow desert, Xiao Ding could not help but smile wryly. He was acutely aware that the days ahead would be utterly monotonous, offering little more than idle chatter with the old alchemist. Walking leisurely upon the sandy terrain, a sudden movement caught his attention. A venomous snake sprang forth. With a swift unsheathing of his sword, Xiao Ding stood ready. Despite the harsh conditions, life persisted, and he knew caution was paramount. Approaching the serpent, he recognized it as a rare delicacy, envisioning a delectable snake soup to be crafted from its flesh. His spatial ring contained an ample supply of provisions, enabling him to prepare a sumptuous meal even amidst the desert's desolation. The snake, still writhing, attempted to bite him. Xiao Ding, his dark skin gleaming in the sun, allowed the fangs to strike, only for them to shatter upon impact. With a deft motion, he deformed the snake's head, extracted his dagger, and quickly processed the creature, securing the materials before continuing his journey. Soon after, he encountered a venomous scorpion lurking beneath the sand, a vulture diving from the sky to attack, and a considerable number of sand rats. These unexpected assaults sharpened Xiao Ding's reflexes. Yet, much of the time, he faced the endless desert, where encounters with hostile beasts were scarce, a rare source of amusement. At noon, he paused beside a small hill, producing firewood, seasonings, and cooking utensils to commence his snake soup. While waiting for it to simmer, he spread his hands, channeling different types of fighting energy. His left hand emanated a verdant glow, representing wood attribute energy, while his right hand blazed with a fierce yellow flame. Observing the firewood burning beneath the pot, he recalled the principle of the 5 elements, wood nourishes fire. Hence, he believed his wood attribute energy could amplify the fire attribute. He guided a strand of wood energy into the flames, and soon the fire in his right hand surged dramatically, burning with increased intensity, confirming that no conflicting energies arose. He gradually brought the 2 forms of energy closer together. In an instant, what was once a fist-sized flame expanded to the size of a head, its power multiplying significantly, and it continued to swell. Xiao Ding released the energy, resulting in a resounding explosion that created a crater in the sandy ground. This was merely the raw power of his fighting energy. If he were to employ fighting techniques, the magnitude of destruction would be even more formidable, perhaps threefold. The old alchemist materialized, enviously observing the outcome. You are likely the only person in the world capable of independently merging fighting energies to enhance explosive power. Are there any techniques specifically for merging fighting energies? Xiao Ding inquired. I must inform you, you are unique in this regard. Others require collaboration. Such techniques are beyond my ability to cultivate. What use would they serve? The old alchemist replied, shaking his head. Then I will have to explore this on my own. Xiao Ding muttered, recalling how his younger brother could conjure various types of strange flames to create something akin to a bomb. Given that this involved the harmonious blending of the 5 elements, he believed it would not be overly challenging. He raised his hand, summoning the green and yellow energies to hover in the air and concentrated on forming a blue wind attribute energy. Goodness! Merging 3 types of fighting energies could yield terrifying results. The old alchemist exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. Without uttering a word, Xiao Ding focused on merging the 3 energies, beginning with wood and fire, causing the flames to swell dramatically. After the infusion of the wind elemental energy, the surge in speed escalated dramatically, birthing a cataclysmic force that even Xiao Ding found challenging to control. He was compelled to release it, the amalgamation of green, yellow, and azure energies coalescing into a verdant whirlwind that erupted 10 zhang away, resulting in a resounding explosion. Boom! The deafening sound echoed as sand and soil were propelled into the air, forming a crater exceeding 10 meters in depth. Chapter 26. Ascending through the ranks as easily as dining and drinking. The formidable power of the fused energy was astonishing. Xiao Ding was taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had contemplated merging the energies within his Dantian space, but thankfully refrained. Otherwise, he could have inadvertently obliterated himself. This energy's destructive capability rivals that of a great fighter's full-force strike, remarked Elder Yao, his gaze penetrating as he observed Xiao Ding. Your bloodline is truly formidable, innately endowed with the talent to transcend ranks, though it carries its own dangers. A moment's carelessness could lead to self-destruction. It's no wonder such powers faded into oblivion during ancient times. Ancient times? Xiao Ding hesitated, questioning whether the old man was overthinking. His lineage was merely that of the Xiao clan, not a Dou Emperor's bloodline, let alone another ancient lineage. Indeed, the ancient era was resplendent, far surpassing the present. Such a terrifying talent undoubtedly stems from a potent bloodline of that epoch, Elder Yao asserted, convinced that aside from the bloodline, he could fathom no other explanation. Perhaps, Xiao Ding replied noncommittally, his system could also be deemed a unique talent, potentially akin to a bloodline. You would do well to conceal this bloodline power from others. It invites unwanted attention. I understand. Henceforth, even when utilizing this fused energy, I shall endeavor to remain discreet. Xiao Ding nodded. He had just conducted an external trial, confirming the terrifying nature of the fused energy. However, it also highlighted a significant issue. Control was exceedingly difficult, necessitating immense spiritual strength to avoid errors. Otherwise, it could result in spontaneous explosions, as experienced moments prior. Wind attribute energy is notoriously unstable. Once infused, the likelihood of detonation increases dramatically. If he could achieve a relatively stable fusion, he would be able to invoke a Dou Qi version of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Perhaps lacking the sheer power of the pure version, but excelling in safety and controllability, allowing for repeated manifestations. After all, the energy involved in fusion and explosion was merely Dou Qi, which could be replenished swiftly. Xiao Ding waved his hand, using his Dou Qi veil to shield the swirling dust, ensuring it did not disturb the snake stew he was preparing. He seated himself on the ground, releasing strands of Dou Qi from both hands, initiating an endeavor to stabilize the fusion energy. The green and yellow energies combined, forming a yellow-green Dou Qi that rapidly expanded. A glimmer of determination flashed in Xiao Ding's eyes as he unleashed his spiritual power, striving to control the energy. At that moment, the advantages of the burning decision manifested. This technique was inherently designed to absorb and evolve through the fusion of power, applicable to Dou Qi as well. Drawing upon his experience and the principles of the burning decision, Xiao Ding harnessed his spiritual strength to stabilize the fused energy, no longer allowing it to expand, but instead causing it to contract into a purer, newly formed Dou Qi. This can be regarded as the initial fusion of fighting energy. As Xiao Ding sensed the changes in this power, he continued to exert control over it. If he could master this fused energy with the same proficiency as he did with single attribute fighting energies, his experiment would be deemed successful. Only then could he fully harness the advantages of the 3 fighting energy vortices. Otherwise, he would merely possess 3 times the fighting energy of an ordinary person, which would only be beneficial for cultivating techniques corresponding to the 3 attributes. The enhancement of his combat strength would not be significantly amplified by the 3 separate vortices. Old Yao watched with envy. This was true talent. Even while practicing yellow tier techniques, he could cultivate pure fighting energy akin to that derived from profound tier techniques. Once the devouring of the evolves, this young man's fighting energy would advance further, consistently surpassing the norm by a level. Wouldn't this mean that with earth tier techniques, he might even cultivate fighting energy that could only be achieved through heavenly tier techniques? Old Yao lamented that such a bloodline power seemed unparalleled among the 8 ancient clans. Even the strongest clans, the Soul Clan and the Ancient Clan, would likely fall short in terms of the purity and density of fighting energy. What a pity. If you had inherited a bloodline corresponding to an ancient powerhouse, your cultivation would be much more effortless. Alas, you must rely on your own exploration now, sighed old Yao. The path forged by one's own efforts is far more formidable than merely following another's lead. Sooner or later, my path will reach the pinnacle of this world, Xiao Ding declared with confidence, for he was also diligently tapping into the benefits provided by the system. If he could effectively utilize these 3 fighting energy vortices to cultivate fused fighting energy, its power would exceed that of ordinary fighting energy by 5-fold, allowing him to stand tall among his peers. In the future, as new vortices emerge, should he continue to fuse other attribute energies, the potency of his fighting energy would undoubtedly reach 10 times that of his ordinary counterparts. At that point, engaging in battles beyond his level would become routine and exceedingly effortless. You are ambitious. I eagerly anticipate how far you will go. Old Yao chuckled, envisioning a future where this young man, relying solely on his fighting energy, would leave the elite of various clans questioning their very existence. This lad is growing at an astonishing pace. He resolved to hasten his own recovery, lest he be surpassed by this youth. Old Yao, please check on the snake soup and stir it a couple of times with a spoon, Xiao Ding prompted, tilting his head. Even while fusing fighting energies, he could still converse, indicating that the pressure was manageable and the integration of the 2 attribute energies remained within his control. I do not partake in your snake soup. Why must I keep an eye on it? Old Yao retorted, somewhat disgruntled. It is precisely because you are a soul entity and unable to sneak a taste of my snake soup that I ask for your assistance. Xiao Ding teased with a smirk, his cheekiness resurfacing. You rascal, all you do is bully me. Old Yao huffed. Yet he took the spoon to lift the lid and stir the pot. Such a delightful aroma. It's even affecting my fusion of fighting energy. Xiao Ding inhaled deeply, his hunger intensifying. Do not speak. Quietly focus on your cultivation. Old Yao glared, now only able to watch and not partake. This young man's comments about the delicious scent were a torment to the elder. Xiao Ding chuckled softly and immersed himself back into his cultivation. The fusion of Dou Qi in the palm of his hand gradually stabilized, transforming into a wispy hue of yellow-green energy, resembling the other 2 attributes of Dou Qi. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a significant enhancement in the energy contained within. While it had not doubled, it certainly surpassed the ordinary Dou Qi. The fusion process incurred some losses that needed to be minimized or even eliminated. Xiao Ding furrowed his brow. It was rather unreasonable that his own power should suffer from losses during fusion. He continued to experiment, striving to reduce these losses. But the progress was painstakingly slow and not something that could be resolved in a short time. Almost there. If I don't consume some meat soon, I'll turn into one. Elder Yao reminded him. Only then did Xiao Ding pause, glancing at the sky, which had darkened considerably. He had been practicing the entire afternoon. He flicked the fused Dou Qi into the ground, and with a mere thought, a muffled sound resonated as the earth bulged upward, as if a monstrous creature were about to burst forth. Chapter 27, Sandstorm. In the next instant, the earth erupted, sending sand flying in every direction. Your fused Dou Qi can explode effortlessly, showcasing impressive destructive power, Elder Yao exclaimed, observing the sandstorm with keen anticipation for the effects this young man would have in battle with his fused Dou Qi. Typically, single attribute Dou Qi would not explode unless a specific technique was employed. However, this fusion technique possessed multiple attributes, granting Xiao Ding the ability to split it apart for explosive results whenever needed. Such power was formidable, yet perilous. Xiao Ding did not feel particularly elated. If he could not wield this power with precision, it posed potential dangers. He rose and made his way to dinner, eyeing the aromatic snake stew with a smile, and began to eat heartily. Meanwhile, within the Yunlan sect, a formidable aura surged forth from the mountains, rapidly spreading and causing the disciples to feel a weight in their hearts. The sect leader had evidently made further advancements in strength. The sect leader is truly remarkable. While many discussed the sect leader's breakthroughs, the Grand Elder steeled himself to inform Yunlan of Xiao Ding's escape. Upon hearing the news, Yunyan's previously pleasant mood dissipated entirely. She frowned. What could possibly be wrong on the mountain that he felt the need to escape? Yunling offered a wry smile. Has the news spread? Yunyan inquired, her brows furrowing. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. If he managed to escape, he is unlikely to encounter any serious trouble. She instructed the Grand Elder to leave, suddenly clenching her fists. Xiao Ding, you had better not be caught, or I will make you unrecognizable to your own father. Xiao Ding sneezed, rubbing his belly in satisfaction. This tastes wonderful. Time to begin my training. He tidied up the pots and pans, then set up a tent to commence his cultivation. He retrieved a vial of specially concocted medicinal liquid from Elder Yao, designed to assist in body refinement. and filled a wooden tub with water for his training. This was quite a luxury in the desert, and even with repeated use, he would need to frequently seek out water resources. I wonder how effective this new body refinement potion will be, Xiao Ding mused, gazing at the inky water before him. Upon entering and sitting down, a wave of itchiness enveloped him, as if insects were crawling beneath his skin. His expression twitched as he gritted his teeth and quickly activated the golden body technique. Soon, his flesh felt ablaze, akin to red-hot steel. In this state, he experienced a refreshing sensation as a unique medicinal power merged with his skin, accelerating the enhancement of his golden body technique. As midnight approached, the water in the barrel inexplicably became crystal clear, and a bronze glow began to emanate from Xiao Ding's dark skin, signaling his imminent transition to the next realm. After completing the golden body technique, Xiao Ding commenced his training in Dou Qi, voraciously consuming the Dou Qi stored within the system to expedite its condensation. From that night onward, he formally engaged in rigorous training amidst the desert, exploring the nuances of Dou Qi integration, honing his skills in various combat techniques, while occasionally partaking in practical battles. After 3 months, Xiao Ding underwent a remarkable transformation. His skin, once dark, had turned a healthy bronze, showcasing his newfound vitality and strength. His physique became robust, and the months of arduous training gifted him with a sculpted abdomen, now adorned with 8 distinct muscles. His handsome, sun-kissed face had grown taller, reaching approximately 175 centimeters, significantly surpassing his height back in Wutan City. Over this span, his experiences proved invaluable, yielding a wealth of knowledge in desert survival, practical combat, and Dou Qi integration. In terms of cultivation, he advanced 1 level in the golden body technique and achieved a 1-star elevation in Dou Qi, now standing as a 3-star Dou Master. Old Yao, is the path I have chosen too obscure? The individuals I encounter are lamentably few, Xiao Ding expressed his frustration, as he could only converse with Old Yao in the vast emptiness of the desert. It was indeed unusual to come across people in such desolation. He gazed into the distance, where the scorching sands warped the air, rendering the scenery somewhat indistinct. Soon, the urgent sounds of camels drew near. A caravan was approaching, albeit at an alarming pace. Initially pleased, Xiao Ding quickly sensed something amiss. He noticed the sky darkening abruptly, and recalling a similar experience, he cursed under his breath and turned to flee. A sandstorm. He was once again confronted by this fearsome phenomenon, the most dreaded weather in the desert, second only to quicksand, which could be evaded more easily than a sandstorm. The optimal course of action was to seek shelter. See, I told you that encountering many people in the desert is often a bad omen, Old Yao teased, seizing the moment to jest. Remember the last time you faced a sandstorm and nearly suffocated beneath the earth? It was I who helped you emerge. I do not wish to hear it. Xiao Ding retorted as he executed the wind shadow technique, a wind attribute Dou skill that dramatically accelerated his speed, allowing him to become a fleeting shadow. Faster than the running camels, he hastened towards the nearest rocky refuge, seeking safety within a vast stone cave before the storm could engulf him. Inside, many had already sought refuge from the sandstorm, including serpent folk who occupied a significant portion of the cavern. Xiao Ding cast a glance at both the serpent folk and several humans, noting the presence of formidable Dou Masters on both sides, making them formidable adversaries. Silently, he entered and positioned himself near the cave's entrance. Outside, the sandstorm bore down, casting the world in a yellow haze, rendering humanity as insignificant as ants before such a phenomenon. The sound of jingling camel bells echoed as the previously encountered caravan arrived, with approximately 20 individuals dismounting and leading their camels to the cave's entrance in a hurried manner. Most of them managed to enter, but the cave's mouth was insufficient to accommodate all, leaving 2 individuals outside. They dared not provoke the team led by a formidable fighter and instead set their sights on Xiao Ding. One of them, a man with a pockmarked face, cast a glance at Xiao Ding and abruptly reached out, brazenly commanding, "You, get out." Infuriated, Xiao Ding retorted, "You come late and still demand that I leave? Last time, I was buried in a sandstorm. There's no way I'll go out seeking trouble again." The pockmarked face, a 7-star fighter, glared coldly at Xiao Ding. "Kid, you possess some skill, but it is insufficient. Will you leave voluntarily, or should we force you out?" Instantly, several figures advanced, comprising both fighters and combatants, their numbers imposing. "What, do you think I'm an easy target?" Xiao Ding's eyes turned icy. He despised such bullies who preyed on the weak. Chapter 28, a bit overzealous. They had companions, while he stood alone. Who else would they bully if not him? Beside the pockmarked man stood a greasy middle-aged fellow with a squint, displaying his arrogance with pride. He raised the whip in his hand. "Kid, be wise and leave. We don't wish to shed blood." Both the serpent people and another group observed indifferently, Disinterested and intervening amidst this calamity, no one was inclined to meddle in affairs of strangers. It felt like they were merely dispensing charity. Xiao Ding narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping coldly over the crowd. Among them was a 7-star fighter, a 5-star fighter with a squint, a 3-star fighter, and the rest were mere combatants. Alone, he feared none of them, but their numbers were daunting. Then, let us take down one. He focused on the most formidable among them, the pockmarked face, and advanced boldly, channeling his wood and fire energies into his fist, while simultaneously activating the golden body technique. In such close quarters, the golden body technique was optimal for hand-to-hand combat, allowing him to unleash his full potential instantaneously. Unprepared for Xiao Ding's audacity to confront them and strike, the pockmarked man instinctively raised his hand to catch Xiao Ding's fist. A dull thud resonated as the pockmarked man realized the boy's fighting spirit was surprisingly robust, even seemingly surpassing his own. Most critically, a surge of brute force crashed over him, reddening his face. Despite summoning all his energy, he was forced to stagger back, flailing his arms in a futile attempt to regain balance. Damn it, you dare to strike, he cursed while retreating. However, this punch was merely a test from Xiao Ding. As the pockmarked man staggered back, Xiao Ding's left fist shot forth in a hidden follow-up. 8 extremes burst, he thought, layering his energy into his left fist, his arm crackling ominously as it struck the pockmarked man's chest before he could adequately defend. The latter's pupils dilated in shock, unable to block the blow. He could only attempt to shield himself with his energy. Yet, the thick layer of energy protecting him proved as insubstantial as air, shattering under the force of Xiao Ding's strike. After 3 months of training in the 8 extremes burst, combined with the might of the golden body technique, the impact was entirely directed into the opponent's chest. His ribs crumbled like rotten wood with a crack, and the area where the fist connected visibly caved in, the clothing disintegrating into shreds. The most astonishing aspect was that the back of the assailant's clothing was also torn apart. His cultivation of the 8 extremes collapse had reached a small degree of proficiency, exhibiting a formidable 3-tiered destructive power that effortlessly obliterated internal organs and penetrated through the back. Bang! The assailant was sent flying, crashing into the 2 individuals behind him, who were then thrown out of the cave. Gush! He spat out a mouthful of blood, seemingly mixed with fragments of his own entrails. After this, his complexion drained to a ghostly pale. The 2 fighters he had collided with were also coughing up blood, entirely affected by the aftermath, revealing the terrifying power of that single punch. Others looked on in shock, including the Serpentine warriors from the other 2 factions and the human grandmasters, all astonished by Xiao Ding. Thankfully, Xiao Ding was robustly built with bronze-colored skin, giving him an air of maturity. No one realized he was not yet 14 years old, or else their astonishment would have been even greater. Outside, the wind and sand swirled around, and the assailant continued to spew blood, swallowing a fair amount of sand as well. Trembling, he pointed at Xiao Ding, exclaiming, "How dare you ambush me? What is the matter? Are you not satisfied? Come and fight me." Xiao Ding chuckled, intent on catching this formidable foe off guard. A single punch was sufficient to quell the situation, preventing a barrage of attacks. Alas, the assailant, gravely injured with his internal organs damaged, succumbed to fury and a ruptured heart, his eyes rolling back as he bled out and perished. Brother Ma, the bystanders rushed over to check on him. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ding, the power of his 8 extremes collapse was truly terrifying. He believed the assailant had merely fainted. He smirked at the others. "Anyone else want me to leave? Brother Ma is dead." A shrill scream rang out, sending shivers down everyone's spines. This combat master had been killed in a single encounter by this youth. What a fearsome martial technique. The elderly man with white whiskers, who had been resting inside, inhaled sharply, observing the changing expressions of the young man. Impressive indeed. "Ha, fitting end," scoffed the Serpentine warrior grandmaster, his gaze coldly fixed on Xiao Ding. Such a young boy wielded such power. If given the chance, it would be prudent to eliminate him to avert future threats to their kind. The onlookers from the opposing faction were both astonished and enraged, glaring at Xiao Ding, yet momentarily hesitating to act. Xiao Ding, feeling somewhat at a loss and a tad anxious, gazed at the unmoving assailant. "Is he really dead? I wasn't trying to kill him." "Indeed, you did kill him. And it's rather tragic," remarked the old man. Xiao Ding fell silent, surprised that his first experience with taking a life occurred in such a manner, as he had never harbored murderous intent. "Boy, feel burdened for killing a villain? It's just the first time. It's natural to be unaccustomed," teased the old man. "Moreover, I didn't mean to kill him. It's merely a consequence of the overwhelming power you displayed with the 8 extremes collapse." Xiao Ding sighed, realizing he had perhaps exerted too much force. Apologetically, he addressed the enraged crowd. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to use so much strength. I truly didn't anticipate his fragility." This heartfelt admission only served to infuriate those across from him further. This is too much. It was merely a dispute over position. Must it escalate to murder? Confronted with inquiries, Xiao Ding maintained an impassive demeanor. Killing is simply killing. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to take action. Let me clarify. My fists can easily extinguish life. Should I eliminate another, you shall find no room to squeeze in. Upon hearing this, the individuals across from him turned pale. Exchanging glances, but none dared to take the lead. Brother Liu, with so many of us, what is there to fear? Some sought to encourage the cross-eyed one to step forward. The cross-eyed man pointed outside. You go guard over Brother Ma's corpse. The rest may enter. He silently scoffed. Knowing that having numbers meant little. If someone wished to take his life, it would not be a difficult feat. Who could possibly stop them? The latter was immediately reduced to tears but refrained from retorting, obediently stepping outside to endure the sand. Eventually, a few individuals shifted the stones at the cave's entrance to block some of the wind and sand, and silence enveloped the interior, leaving only the sound of the howling wind. My young friend, the winds and sands at the entrance are fierce. Come here. The white-bearded elder suddenly spoke amiably to Xiao Ding, seeking to befriend him. Xiao Ding unceremoniously approached and sat down, glancing at the enchanting veiled woman beside the elder. Yet he remained silent. The elder, with a cheerful countenance, introduced himself. I am Mu Fu, and this is a young lady from our family. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? Ding, came the response. Ah, so you are Ding, my young friend. Might you be traveling to Emo City? We could accompany each other. Mu Bo, the veiled lady seemed slightly displeased. Xiao Ding, having no desire to follow, politely declined. I prefer solitude, perhaps another time. Chapter 29. You are truly mischievous. Xiao Ding stole a few more glances at the lady. At the tender age of 18, she possessed a graceful figure, an indifferent expression, and her eyes sparkled like the stars, exuding an air of nobility. Accompanied by over 10 bodyguards, along with a formidable fighter, it was evident she held some status. No wonder she could maintain her aloofness in the presence of such a striking man. Xiao Ding mused narcissistically. Fortune smiles upon you. After 3 months in this desert, you finally encounter a beauty, teased the old doctor. And what then? This is your affair. I shall not meddle, he chuckled. Am I one to be easily intrigued by women? However, this young lady, veiled as she is, does possess a certain allure. Xiao Ding had not seen a beauty in quite some time, especially after daily encounters with the stunning Yunlan these past few months. He would readily gaze at any woman. The lady before him was not inferior to Ya Fei, captivating in her own right. Mu Bo, I have heard that the Yunlan sect has produced an extraordinary talent? Asked Yao Yi, her crimson lips moving slightly, her voice cold yet melodious. Xiao Ding was taken aback, not expecting to hear his name from another's lips. Mu Fu, noticing the change in Xiao Ding's expression, smiled. Ah, my young friend Ding is indeed informed? I have heard a few tales. It is said this talent is charming and dashing, captivating many women. Xiao Ding, unflustered, boasted. Most likely just good looks. Yao Yi scoffed. Xiao Ding detected the hostility, suspecting she hailed from a faction in the Jiamar Empire that opposed the Yunlan sect. Miss, this individual is no simple matter. I have heard he became a fighter at just over 13, even astonishing the elders, Mu Fu remarked, shaking his head. Yao Yi's phoenix eyes widened. How could he be so formidable? Surely this is mere exaggeration? Mu Fu sighed. Alas, the Cloud Flame sect has once again acquired a remarkable disciple, which may indeed herald the potential revival of its former glory. Yao Yi sighed, her expression laden with complexity. She harbored ambitions to become the empress of the Gamma Empire, yet she was acutely aware that even if she ascended to that esteemed position, she would forever remain ensnared in the shadow of the Cloud Flame sect, with the sect now having garnered an unparalleled genius. Her chances of escaping such a fate had dwindled even further. I am famished. Let us have dinner, she declared, wishing to divert her thoughts, and began to consume her provisions. My young friend, may I inquire about your age? Mu Fu asked curiously while savoring dried meat. I am 18, Xiao Ding replied, adding a few years to his age to avoid startling the beautiful woman. An 18-year-old 3-star combat master was indeed quite exceptional. Mu Fu's eyes sparkled with interest. I wonder if you would consider enlisting. I could provide a recommendation. This prompted Xiao Ding to ponder, yet he politely declined. Perhaps not. I am rather lazy and ill-suited for military service. Unbeknownst to them, at the mention of military enlistment, a glint of avarice flickered in the eyes of a nearby Serpentman Grandmaster, who then cast a greedy glance at Yao Yi, leading one to believe he was captivated by her beauty. At that moment, Xiao Ding produced pots and pans along with kindling, igniting a fire before the onlookers, and then enveloped the food with a protective barrier of combat energy to shield it from the swirling sands, commencing to brew a savory meat soup. You truly know how to indulge, Mu Fu remarked, as travelers in the desert seldom carried such luxuries. let alone expend combat energy to safeguard their food from dust. The harsh conditions of the desert necessitated self-care. Xiao Ding smiled faintly. This was one of his rare moments of leisure. Yao Yi glanced at him and scoffed. Wasting time on such trivialities is rather unwise. Xiao Ding chuckled softly, offering no further explanation. Utilizing the combat energy to protect his food was, in fact, a form of training in his control over such energy, a discovery made by chance. Once, when confronted with a particularly fierce sandstorm, he found his food laden with sand and, in desperation, used his combat energy for protection. He subsequently realized that maintaining the barrier enhanced his mastery over combat energy. Not only did it refine his control, but it also benefited his spiritual strength. Since then, he had consciously employed his combat energy for such purposes. And with the assistance of his devouring system, the consumption was hardly a concern. Hey, you have quite a bit of water. Hand some over. A chilling voice emerged from behind. As the Serpent Man Grandmaster approached, his gaze frigid and his tone commanding. The guards beside Yao Yi immediately reached for their weapons, warily watching the Serpent Man Grandmaster. However, given that there were over a dozen Serpent Men behind him, they refrained from making a move. I am a Grandmaster, while you are merely a lowly combat master. The Serpent Man Grandmaster, his triangular serpent-like eyes looking down upon Xiao Ding, declared, do not presume yourself formidable just because you managed to ambush and kill a 7-star combat master. Should I wish, I could easily eliminate you in a single encounter. You may certainly try. Xiao Ding rose to his feet. He was one who could bear softness but not hardness. If this fellow spoke civilly, he would not mind sharing some water. However, if compelled, he was eager to witness just how formidable the Grandmaster truly was. Dare you? The Serpent Man Grandmaster sneered, a tangible wave of dark green combat energy erupting from him, exuding a terrifying pressure as it advanced mercilessly toward Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding's body slightly sank as the 3 major vortices in his dantian began to accelerate their rotation, particularly between the wood vortex and the fire vortex. A swirling mass of yellow-green energy trembled, unleashing a formidable force that coursed through his meridians. He steadfastly resisted the chilling aura emanating from the Serpent Clan's Grandmaster. Unperturbed by the release of yellow-green energy, the Serpent Clan, amidst the swirling sands outside, was collectively evading a natural disaster, should they strike. The ensuing chaos would render them all helpless against the tempest. Mu Fu spoke coldly, implicitly declaring his support for Xiao Ding. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding felt a warmth in his heart. Previously, this elder had observed him with indifference during his conflict with Ma Zi. Yet now he chose to speak up against the Serpent Clan, which was a significant gesture. The Serpent Clan's strength vastly surpassed that of his earlier adversaries, and he had no desire to engage them in combat, as such a confrontation could force him into the midst of the sandstorm. He replied nonchalantly, simply ask me politely, and I shall grant you a large bag of water. The Serpent Clan's Grandmaster cast a wary glance at Mu Fu and retorted, how about you request the water instead? With a stoic expression, Xiao Ding produced a substantial water pouch and tossed it over, stating, this should suffice for your needs. Consider yourself fortunate. Once the Serpent Clan Grandmaster received the water, his demeanor became audacious once more. Xiao Ding, however, merely smirked in derision, choosing to ignore him as he turned to prepare his broth. Soon after, the serpent folk began murmuring, this water tastes rather peculiar. It is entirely normal for desert water to possess a unique flavor, explained another serpent. You rascal, you've given them your bathwater. Chapter 30. How does it taste? I wonder? The old pharmacist chuckled, having discerned that the water Xiao Ding provided was essentially bathing water. Observing over a dozen serpents consuming his wash water, Xiao Ding felt an overwhelming joy, finding it more gratifying than delivering a physical blow to his adversaries. You seem quite pleased, Yaya remarked. Watching Xiao Ding chuckle over his broth, she found it curious that he was so elated after being coerced into providing water. Her keen perception led her to glance at the serpent's water pouch, and a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to roll her eyes at Xiao Ding. Suspecting he had mixed something unseemly into the water, the sandstorm persisted throughout the night, only ceasing at noon the following day, as if a curtain had been drawn. The sky after the storm appeared extraordinarily clear, resembling a polished mirror, vast and azure. Xiao Ding felt a surge of exhilaration, almost overwhelmed by the desire to soar into the heavens. Once he reached the Grandmaster level, he aspired to acquire a flight technique. Contemplating the treasures hidden within Qingshan town, he smiled faintly. Just then, a hapless soul, ordered to remain outside by the cross-eyed commander, struggled to rise from beside a camel, violently expelling the sand from his mouth. The Serpent Clan observed him and the enchanting Yaya with cold, calculating gazes, their thoughts inscrutable. Xiao Ding clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell to Mu Fu, stating, until our paths cross again, I bid you farewell. With that, he swiftly took his leave. Coward. Xiao Yan assumed Xiao Ding was frightened by the prospect of being besieged by the serpent clan and had rushed away. However, she soon witnessed him halt 100 meters away, turning to face the serpents with a mischievous grin. Esteemed serpents, I must inform you that the water you consumed last night was, in fact, my bathwater. I wonder how it tasted? The moment he uttered those words, everyone fell momentarily silent. Xiao Yan's complexion flushed slightly as she realized her misjudgment. In such circumstances, Xiao Ding would scarcely have had the opportunity to relieve himself. Had he done so beforehand, the scent would have been unmistakable, and the serpent folk would certainly not have failed to discern it. Mu Fu, bemused, thought it rather extravagant for the lad to indulge in a bath amidst the desert. Meanwhile, the cross-eyed observer reveled in schadenfreude. Incredulous that this young man dared to provoke the serpent folk. Was he courting death? He must be eliminated. Young man, I shall flay you alive, making you regret ever gracing this world, roared the serpent folk's grand fighter, his fury erupting as fiercely as the battle aura enveloping him. With a thunderous crash, his aura exploded, transforming him into a serpent-like shadow that shot toward Xiao Ding. The other serpent folk followed closely, their teeth clenched and their eyes brimming with murderous intent, eager to devour Xiao Ding whole. Let us see if you can catch me. Xiao Ding laughed heartily, releasing his battle aura to become a fleeting shadow that vanished in an instant. Just as he departed, a serpent-shaped energy howled and struck where he had stood, its chilling and formidable destructive force creating a deep crater. Amidst the swirling sands, the grand fighter of the serpent folk appeared, his face a mask of malice, eyes darkly fixed on the swiftly retreating Xiao Ding. You cannot escape. He vanished once more, the serpent shadow pursuing the fading afterimage, yet the afterimage's speed proved superior, swiftly shedding most of the serpent folk in pursuit. Observing the two parties disappearing into the desert, Yao Yi scoffed. This man is truly reckless. Clearly, he could have departed safely without uttering a word. This indicated his immense confidence, a firm belief that the serpent folk could not capture him. Mu Fu mused, such youthful audacity. This individual is bound to be extraordinary in the future. Miss, you should be more proactive. Perhaps he would undertake tasks for you. Let us hope he survives. Those who thrive on chaos may very well bring about their own demise, she replied, her gaze distant as she surveyed the desert. The serpent folk have been increasingly active near the borders in recent years. We must warn them to exercise caution. Mu Fu nodded, her expression fraught with concern. Indeed, this band of serpent folk ought not to be here, especially given how close they are to our major border city. Brother, your demise was truly tragic. We shall avenge you. The cross-eyed observer lamented theatrically as he unearthed the corpse of the pockmarked face from the sand. Yao Yi cast a disdainful glance at him before elegantly turning to leave. Miss, it seems these individuals are associated with a merchant guild from Mo City, which possesses some influence locally, Mu Fu whispered. This is of no concern to us. The real headache is that fellow surnamed Ding. However, his talents are indeed commendable. If he finds himself in dire straits, our people could offer him an opportunity. Yao Yi held her head high, exuding a regal elegance akin to a swan. Yes, I will make the necessary arrangements. In the desert, Xiao Ding noted that the grand fighter of the serpent folk was still in pursuit. With a sly grin, he unleashed his wind attribute battle aura to execute the wind shadow technique. A flash of azure light enveloped him, blending him seamlessly with the wind as his speed surged once more, leaving behind 3 fleeting afterimages with ease. In mere moments, the grand fighter of the serpent folk could no longer discern Xiao Ding's figure. Cursed be this human. How can his agility be so exceptional? Even I, a grand fighter, cannot keep pace. The serpent man's great fighter abruptly halted in frustration, abandoning the chase. He had more pressing matters at hand. Having initially believed he could effortlessly dispatch his adversary, he now recognized the futility of continuing. Commander Mo, several serpent man fighters approached, astonished to see Mo Wei's sudden stop. This young man was rather slippery. Capturing him would take time. For now, he would cooperate with Commander Yinya to locate that woman. If they could seize her, it would yield significant resources for our serpent tribe. This serpent lacked perseverance, having chased for merely a few miles before giving up. I had hoped to hone my combat skills against him. Since inadvertently slaying a 7-star fighter the previous night, he understood that only a great fighter could provide him with the necessary pressure without risking his life. This serpent man great fighter was an excellent sparring partner. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to refine my movement techniques while on the road? Elder Yao remarked nonchalantly. It's different. This serpent is akin to a rabid dog encountered on the street, intent solely on my demise. In such scenarios, I can unleash my full potential. Xiao Ding shook his head, acknowledging the significant difference between being pursued by an enemy and fleeing oneself. He retrieved a map to ascertain his direction and muttered in confusion. Strange, the direction these serpents are departing seems to lead toward Desert City, which is a human settlement. Aren't they concerned about being spotted? He dismissed the thought, reasoning they must be regrouping with other serpents, and decided to circumvent these individuals. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to find Mu Fu and that young lady, whom he had parted ways with earlier in the morning. They appeared disheveled. The young lady's hair was in disarray, and Mu Fu appeared injured. Chapter 31. This person is irregular. Who is pursuing them? Xiao Ding snapped back to reality as a swift crimson figure darted toward them. How fast? He inhaled sharply. The speed of the red silhouette sent shivers down his spine, momentarily obscuring his vision. Elder Yao suddenly spoke in a grave tone. Stop spectating, you fool. This is a spirit fighter, and you are no match. Hurry and flee. I have no desire to assist you with this unwarranted calamity. At this, Xiao Ding finally discerned the crimson figure, discovering it was a serpent man, whose intense red aura flickered like flames. Without hesitation, he turned to evade, unwilling to wade into such turbulent waters. Attracting the attention of a spirit fighter was no trivial matter, one he could not withstand. He preferred to avoid burdening Elder Yao if at all possible. As he turned, Mu Fu caught sight of him. Young friend, could you lend us a hand? Mu Fu grasped Yao Ye's arm, fleeing desperately while discreetly communicating with Xiao Ding. What can a mere fighter like me possibly do to help? Xiao Ding replied, exasperated, and quickened his pace. Hopefully, my young friend can. Before he could finish, the pursuing spirit fighter fixed his gaze on Xiao Ding, sneering. It seems the old fool has lost his mind. How can a fighter aid your escape? He taunted. Princess Yao Yi, why resist? I merely invite you to visit the serpent tribe. I assure you, no harm will come to a beauty such as yourself. Xiao Ding was taken aback. This woman was none other than Princess Yao Yi of the Gemma Empire. He had initially thought she was merely a typical royal. If she is indeed a princess, why does she have only a great fighter in her company? Could it be that she, too, had clandestinely slipped away? Never mind, it has nothing to do with him. Even if these two are captured, they won't face death, so why bother with so much? Xiao Ding's attributes surged as he unleashed his fighting spirit, hastening his escape. I wonder how long you can run. Yenya mocked, not in a hurry to capture Yao Yi and the others. The prey was already retreating deeper into the Taggart Desert, saving him some distance. Yenya, this fellow is with them. We cannot let him go. A dark figure pursued from behind, pointing angrily at Xiao Ding. With them? Yenya's formidable gaze fell upon Xiao Ding. You run quite swiftly. It seems you are a top human genius. Let us eliminate you casually. Xiao Ding felt a chill run down his spine, instantly sensing a life-threatening crisis. He frowned. I have nothing to do with them. That is no longer important. I merely wish to extinguish your genius. Yenya looked at Xiao Ding with derision. Blame your misfortune for crossing paths with me. Damn it, is it so severe just because I let you drink bathwater? Xiao Ding shot a sarcastic glance at Mo Wei, who turned ashen. It is my fault. Mo Wei lowered his head, overwhelmed by shame. I offer you a chance. Kill him with your own hands. Yenya expressed interest, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Whoosh. With a flick of his tail, his speed surged abruptly, creating a sonic boom as he leapt over 100 yards, surpassing Yao Yi and the others, and caught up to Xiao Ding. With a mere gesture, a tangible, serpentine fighting spirit surged forth as if alive, hurtling towards Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding felt that this serpentine energy was far more terrifying than being targeted by a real snake. He rolled on the ground to evade it. The earth trembled as it exploded, the powerful shockwave radiating outward. Xiao Ding was unable to completely escape, forced to bounce in midair before landing. His momentum to flee was abruptly halted. Is this the essence of fighting spirit? Xiao Ding gazed at the serpentine figure of the fighting spirit standing before him, sighing internally. He could utilize his agility techniques to match the speed of a great fighter, even evading the pursuit of a serpentine great fighter. Yet the gap before this fighting spirit was insurmountable. Even if he could dodge its strikes, the resulting explosions would still affect him. Kid, I grant you a chance to survive. Engage in a life and death struggle with him. If you kill him, you may live. Yenya, arms crossed behind his back, seemed to suggest a duel between Xiao Ding and Mo Wei, yet his true intention was to lead Xiao Ding to his demise. Mu Fu and Yao Yi, who were originally in the middle, were now forced to halt, unable to escape any longer. Seeing Xiao Ding embroiled in this, Mu Fu expressed regret. Young friend, I had hoped you could assist us in relaying a message. I did not anticipate it would involve you. Consider it my misfortune. Let this be my way of repaying your favor from last night. Xiao Ding chose to remain calm for the moment. Since this fighting spirit wanted to toy with him, he would temporarily avoid confronting it. Yao Yi observed this man's composed demeanor, sensing little fear. For the first time, she found him somewhat extraordinary, feeling a sense of admiration. Meanwhile, she was already in quite a state of panic, even bordering on despair. Kid, you can't run anymore, can you? Mo Wei crawled closer, his cold gaze looming over Xiao Ding. You should be grateful to Commander Yan for allowing you to perish at the hands of a great fighter. You talk too much, let us get to it. At this moment, Xiao Ding had fully focused his attention on his opponent. It was his first battle against a grand duelist, and he was filled with anticipation regarding the outcome. As for whether the Serpent Men would spare him after a victor emerged, with the presence of Master Yao, there was no need for excessive concern. Regardless of the opponent's intentions, he still had a hidden trump card. Before I kill you, I will first rip your mouth apart and make you drink my urine. Mo Wei's gaze was shadowy, brimming with murderous intent. Oh, do you Serpent Men also urinate? I thought you were like snakes, only capable of defecating. Initially prepared to engage, Xiao Ding suddenly found himself intrigued. It seems that your anatomy is quite similar to that of humans, isn't it? The onlookers, including the Serpent Men, felt their faces twitch. Just moments ago, this individual appeared impatient and eager to strike, yet now he resembled a fool, asking such absurd questions, completely altering the atmosphere. Bah, this person lacks decorum. Yao Yi secretly spat. What do you mean I lack decorum? This is a sacred pursuit of knowledge. I seek to understand the physiological structure of the Serpent Men, who knows? I might have a serpent woman wife in the future, Xiao Ding retorted, believing his inquiries to be serious and justified. Human brat. You have successfully incited my urge to crush you. Yinya glared at Xiao Ding, as he was the first to dare to pose such questions before him. Impatiently, he commanded, Mo Wei, kill him immediately. I do not wish to hear him speak. Yes, my lord, Mo Wei replied, exuding an aura of menace as he advanced toward Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding had always harbored some wicked thoughts regarding Queen Medusa and wished to acquire a bit of knowledge in advance. Your mind truly differs from that of a normal person, Master Yao muttered under his breath. Do I care? Xiao Ding questioned. Aren't you curious, Master Yao? By the way, do you know? Master Yao replied, damn it. Unable to tolerate any longer, Mo Wei transformed into a dark shadow and lunged forward. Never mind, I shall inquire later. Chapter 32, Standing Unvanquished. Xiao Ding summoned his fighting spirit, his skin gleaming with a bronze luster as he stepped forward, colliding with Mo Wei in an instant. They separated upon impact, each retreating several paces, leaving trenches in the desert. They were evenly matched. Yao Ye's eyes narrowed in disbelief. A 3-star duelist could actually confront a 2-star grand duelist head-on. This young man's background was certainly extraordinary, Mu Fu murmured. Mo Wei shook his tingling arm, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. He had not held back, yet this young man had blocked his attack. Did you forget to eat? Your strength is quite feeble. Xiao Ding taunted, relishing in verbal sparring. Facing an opponent that posed a threat, he employed verbal jabs, hoping to incite rage and provoke irrationality. I told you, I will rip your mouth apart. Mo Wei's hand swirled with dark green fighting spirit, forming a shield of armor across his chest and back. Simultaneously, his nails transformed into sharp, protruding talons, extending outward into formidable points. With a swift motion, he sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound that left 5 white streaks in its wake. This is a contest of strength, enabling a Grand Master to transform their formidable fighting spirit into razor-sharp claws. An endeavor that can only be achieved by those who have barely reached the realm of spirit warriors. Demon Claw, prepare to perish, Mo Wei exclaimed, his tail propelling him forward like an arrow released from a bow. With his claws glistening in a menacing emerald hue, he swiftly obstructed Xiao Ding's retreat. Watch as I shatter your claws. Xiao Ding summoned all his might, activating his golden body technique, which radiated a brilliant bronze light, rendering him as formidable as a bronze statue. Undeterred by the opponent's sharp talons, he struck with his fist against the icy claws. Crack! To his astonishment, the emerald claws were indeed shattered, his fist proving as resilient as a weapon, and scathed as it forcefully broke through the claws. Damn it! Mo Wei's technique was thwarted, and in his fury, he lunged with his other hand towards Xiao Ding's shoulder. With an elbow strike, amidst the sound of shattering, the energy-laden claw was crushed again. Xiao Ding leaned into the momentum, causing Mo Wei to grunt and stumble backward. His brows furrowed, his expression distorted with rage. This young man was as unyielding as metal, leaving him unable to find a weakness, inadvertently putting himself at a disadvantage. Observing Mo Wei's lack of dominance, Yin Ya's expression turned grave, a palpable killing intent gleaming in his eyes. To contend against Mo Wei despite a significant disparity in realms, this young man could potentially become a significant threat to the Serpent Clan if he continues to grow stronger. How is he so formidable? In astonishment, Yao Yi, holding a slender sword, covered her lips with her hand, her eyes wide with disbelief. Initially, she thought Xiao Ding would be fortunate to merely withstand the assault of a Grand Master from the Serpent Clan. She never anticipated he would gain the upper hand. He had cultivated body-refining techniques, rendering him impervious to blades and immensely powerful, his physical strength surpassing that of his opponent. Mu Fu, deep in thought, sighed alas. The gap in cultivation remains, and his endurance is insufficient. Prolonging the battle will not favor him. What a pity for such a talent. Yao Yi felt a twinge of regret, believing that even if Xiao Ding could vanquish the Grand Master, the spirit warriors nearby would undoubtedly intervene. Were she in his place, she would prefer to eliminate Xiao Ding to preclude his growth. Old man, who says my endurance is lacking? Just then, Yao Yi's expression froze in surprise. This fellow still had the composure to engage in banter? Xiao Ding's apparent ease was a tremendous affront to Mo Wei, whose face shifted between shades of blue and white as he glared at Xiao Ding with venomous resentment. You're merely tough-skinned. I'll still tear you apart. In a flash, he covered over 10 meters, striking downward with both hands while his serpent tail lashed out at Xiao Ding. Bang, bang, bang. As one leg landed, Xiao Ding swiftly propelled himself upward, his other foot connecting with Mo Wei's chest. Boom. The explosion of fighting spirit sent Mo Wei hurtling away, uncontrollably landing 10 yards distant. Mo Wei rolled twice before nimbly regaining his footing, noticing the imprints left by Xiao Ding's foot on his fighting spirit armor, surrounded by spreading cracks. His expression darkened. The sheer physical power of this individual was terrifying, capable of threatening his fighting spirit armor. With your tail and my 2 legs, you still dare to attempt a sneak attack? Xiao Ding let out a cold chuckle, increasingly appreciating the advantages of a robust physical form. His bronze body proved more resilient than the battle aura armor, consuming little of his energy as he stood in an invulnerable position, waiting for his opponent to reveal a flaw. Now, that flaw had manifested. Seizing the opportunity as his adversary faltered, Xiao Ding vanished in the blink of an eye, teleporting toward his opponent with the speed of a striking serpent, his fists descending like hammers in a frenzy. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of fists resonated, sending powerful waves of battle aura rippling outward, stirring fierce winds that whipped up clouds of dust, partially obscuring their vision. At this moment, having set aside his golden body technique and the fusion of battle aura, he refrained from unleashing the 8 extremities collapse, biding his time to determine the outcome at a pivotal moment. In terms of raw physical strength, they were nearly equal. However, his defensive capabilities were formidable, causing his opponent to suffer even with a single punch. With regard to battle aura, he was currently harnessing a fusion of fire and wood, its purity slightly inferior. Yet the gap was negligible. The primary advantage in combat stemmed from his impervious physique, allowing him to act without excessive caution. Furthermore, he possessed an advantage in agility, enabling him to evade attacks. The result was that the Serpent Man Master was at a disadvantage. After exchanging blows with Xiao Ding for a time, Mo Wei's fists became bruised and bloodied, his battle aura armor increasingly riddled with cracks. If this continued, defeat was imminent. Yet, Xiao Ding grew more exhilarated with each strike. His complexion flushed, his vitality surging, the luster of his golden body technique gradually consolidating, its power intensifying. This only heightened Mo Wei's unease. Suddenly, he grimaced and spat out a mouthful of blood, invoking a secret technique to unleash his potential, causing his battle aura to boil violently. With a thunderous roar, he managed to knock Xiao Ding back for the first time, his dark green battle aura thickening ominously, akin to venomous serpents writhing in chaos. Die, he bellowed, his claws slashing wildly, leaving marks upon Xiao Ding's form, which even his bronze body could not entirely withstand. However, Xiao Ding remained unfazed, transitioning from offense to defense, his gaze sharp and focused on his opponent. At this moment, as Mo Wei unleashed his potential, his speed and destructive power reversed the balance of power. Mo Wei resembled a frenzied viper, attacking with incredible rapidity, leaving behind glimmers of cold light in the air as he relentlessly clawed at Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding's garments were torn asunder, revealing his bronze-hued skin, and aside from the scratches, he suffered little harm. Just as Mo Wei's onslaught peaked, Xiao Ding exhaled a breath, then took a deep inhalation, gathering battle aura in his fist. As the yellow-green battle aura accumulated to a critical point, Mo Wei's momentum began to wane. Xiao Ding's eyes sparkled with determination as he seized the moment to advance, delivering a powerful strike aimed directly at his opponent's core. 8 extremities collapse. Chapter 33, Escape and Speculation. His fist, imbued with multiple layers of force, crashed into Mo Wei's chest, the destructive power erupting forth, shattering the already cracked battle aura armor in an instant. With the sound of splintering bones, Mo Wei's chest caved inward. However, his counterattack landed upon Xiao Ding, producing a resonant clang reminiscent of metal striking metal. Both combatants believed their defenses could withstand the assault, each intent on obliterating the other. Ultimately, Mo Wei fell short compared to Xiao Ding. The 8 extremities collapse not only shattered Mo Wei's battle aura armor, but surged within him like a tidal wave, fracturing bones and injuring his internal organs. Conversely, a radiant flow of light enveloped Xiao Ding, deflecting Mo Wei's full-force strike. Aside from a few imprints left by the palm, he emerged unscathed. Mo Wei, however, was sent flying, blood uncontrollably gushing from his mouth. His expression was one of deep resentment. Was he truly unable to slay this individual despite his desperate efforts? Instead, he found himself wounded, his battle armor shattered. What kind of monster was this, so utterly abnormal? Mo Wei was thoroughly demoralized, continuously coughing up blood, his spirit waning. With a swift motion, Xiao Ding steadied himself on the ground before lunging forward. Thud! Mo Wei received a punch, attempting to block it with his arm, yet he was still sent reeling. Bang! 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 Xiao Ding unleashed a flurry of punches. Each strike akin to a tempest, imbued with the formidable energy of the 8 extremes collapse, causing Mo Wei to spew blood uncontrollably. A prolonged defense inevitably led to a downfall. Under the relentless assault, Mo Wei's arm was shattered, eliciting a pained scream. Subsequently, he was struck under the chin by a hook punch from Xiao Ding and then met with a devastating kick that slammed him into the earth. With a thunderous crash, Mo Wei was embedded in the ground, unable to move, trapped beneath Xiao Ding's foot. He had actually won. Yao Yi gazed in disbelief at Mo Wei, who resembled a defeated serpent beneath Xiao Ding's foot. This was a formidable battle master, vanquished by someone of merely battle master caliber. If this young man were to mature, his potential would be boundless. Mu Fu remarked, casting a glance at Yenya, whose countenance was infused with fury and murderous intent, deeming it a great pity. Their identities were unique. Having attracted the attention of this battle spirit, they at least had a chance of survival, while this young man, what made him worthy of life? Clang! Sensing the murderous intent from behind, Xiao Ding refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Mo Wei. Instead, he unsheathed the previously unused Qing Lu sword. Its sharp tip poised at Mo Wei's throat. Make a move, and you shall lose your head. Mo Wei, struggling, stiffened, humiliation etched upon his face. Yenya, who was prepared to eliminate Xiao Ding, momentarily halted his flow of battle energy. You wretched fool. Yenya could no longer contain himself, scolding in frustration. You are a disgrace to the Mo snake tribe. Mo Wei felt utterly humiliated, yet he was reluctant to embrace death, retorting with a facade of bravado. If you possess the capability to kill me, you shall not survive either. Why the haste? Xiao Ding addressed Yenya, surely. A battle spirit of your stature would not wish to personally engage a mere battle master like myself. Release him, and you may leave. Yenya's expression turned icy. Had Mo Wei been one of his own, he might have dealt with him directly, but as a descendant of a prominent figure within the Mo snake tribe, he dared not act recklessly. Do you take me for a child? You concocted this game, only to have me emerge victorious. When I subdued him, you were preparing to strike, Xiao Ding scoffed. I fear you may kill him. Yenya slowly approached Xiao Ding. You are a remarkably gifted human, backed by a significant influence. I shall not take your life, but release him immediately. This fool is an elite of the Mo snake tribe. Should you slay him, it will not be merely I who seeks retribution. Approach closer, and he truly shall die. My sword is exceedingly sharp. Xiao Ding remained unmoved. And with a flash of the blade, Mo Wei's arm was severed at the root. Blood spurted forth as Mo Wei let out a wretched scream, his complexion swiftly paling. No longer daring to doubt Xiao Ding's words. Behold, my sword is indeed sharp. I did not deceive you, Xiao Ding remarked with a smile. Seemingly unfazed by the severing of an arm, Yenya glared at Xiao Ding coldly. You are ruthless. You may leave, but if he dies, the entire serpent tribe will hunt you down. Xiao Ding stepped forward and crushed Mo Wei's other arm, lifting him amidst his agonized cries, and without hesitation, he departed. Yao Yan moved her lips slightly, questioning whether this man could leave unscathed. Once Xiao Ding had walked far, Yenya suddenly turned and, in a flash, appeared before them. The serpentine aura of his fighting spirit penetrated their bodies, blocking their meridians, causing both to pale and collapse onto the ground. Yenya commanded his subordinates to capture Yeye and Mu Fu, while he lingered for a moment before pursuing the direction in which Xiao Ding had left. The Doling moved swiftly, catching up with Xiao Ding, who was dragging Mo Wei behind him. Yenya's face twitched, yet he remained silent, shadowing him in secrecy. He was certain that Xiao Ding would not dare to kill Mo Wei. Once the latter was released, he would strike with overwhelming force. Elder Yao, that red serpent should be following, correct? Xiao Ding inquired discreetly. You have a keen understanding of human nature. Indeed, it follows closely. Just waiting for you to dispose of the unfortunate soul, Elder Yao replied with a hint of mockery. It seems this fellow's identity is indeed extraordinary. Oh, it appears this Mo snake is my guardian angel, Xiao Ding mused, glancing back to find Mo Wei glaring at him with venomous resentment. What are you staring at? With a swift kick, Xiao Ding sent him sprawling, rendering him unconscious with a distorted expression. Elder Yao, Why not take action and eliminate that lurking individual? Xiao Ding suggested. I prefer to remain hands-off, Elder Yao declined. One doling is hardly a challenge for you. After we eliminate him, we could share the spoils. At this moment, Xiao Ding was not focused on escape, but rather on the prospect of murder and plunder. You presume too much. The Serpent Tribe's presence suggests there might be other doling nearby, perhaps even more formidable foes. Elder Yao, being seasoned and cautious, warned. Indeed, it was possible that other powerful serpents lurked nearby. It struck Xiao Ding as peculiar. Why had these beings ventured so close to human territory? He had previously gathered information indicating that formidable serpents were unlikely to roam this vicinity, or else he would not have come here for training. Perhaps they seek to wage war against humanity, he contemplated. If war is their aim, why not simply eliminate Princess Yaoya instead of holding her for leverage? Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. Elder Yao, do you think it possible that they are in search of? He recognized that the area overlapped with the region where Haibodong had indicated might exist. Moreover, he was aware that was indeed in the vicinity and had come to test his luck. What purpose would the Serpent Tribe have for? Would it not be akin to poison for them? Elder Yao was not entirely convinced. I estimate they aim to incite war. Capturing that Yaoya might be a means to extort supplies before hostilities commence. Xiao Ding fell silent, viewing the situation from a godlike perspective. Knowing that Queen Medusa required to stimulate her bloodline evolution, a fact that Elder Yao was unaware of. Moreover, his conjecture may not be entirely accurate. It could indeed be mere coincidence. For now, it is best to extricate oneself from trouble. Chapter 34. Is there no longer any sense of morality? Are you stealthily following me with the intent to kill? There is no need for pretense. I can sense your presence. Should you continue to pursue, I will not spare him. Xiao Ding remained silent, dragging Mo way forward. Yenya suspected Xiao Ding was attempting to deceive him and chose to ignore it, continuing to follow in secret. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, Yenya transformed into an illusion and approached closer. Wind barrier. But this merely caused Xiao Ding to pause momentarily, and Yenya effortlessly tore through the barrier. However, this delay allowed Xiao Ding's sword to rest against Mo Wei's neck. Drawing blood, he had no choice but to halt, his expression darkening. When will you release him? If you intend to let go, it would be best for you to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, I may become so frightened that my grip on the sword falters, inadvertently inflicting a wound. Xiao Ding's face was devoid of expression, yet the blood continued to flow. Humph. Yenya, infuriated, turned and swiftly departed. What manner of identity does this individual possess to command the attention of a combat spirit to such an extent? Xiao Ding muttered to himself and continued onward. As time passed, Yenya grew increasingly impatient. How could a dignified combat spirit be reduced to such hesitation because of a mere combat master? He resolved to attempt a sneak attack, unwilling to waste further time on this young man. Yenya formed a hand seal to invoke a secret technique. His fiery combat aura swirling around him, transforming into a serpent of flames that plunged into the sand. Soon, the sand settled, and Yenya concealed himself as he approached Xiao Ding. Given a single opportunity, he could undoubtedly eliminate this young man and resolve all complications. Before long, Xiao Ding's brow twitched. With a significantly stronger soul power than his peers, he sensed a looming danger. In a state of alarm, he inquired of Elder Yao, "Is it true? Your perception is quite sharp. Indeed, he has stealthily arrived beneath you in the sand, likely intending to launch a surprise attack." Elder Yao's soul power was far superior to Xiao Ding's, allowing him to pinpoint Yenya's location with ease. Xiao Ding cursed silently and urged Elder Yao, "Hurry, eliminate him. He's underground, so your movements will not be overly conspicuous. If I am to act, you must part with half of the spoils, and in addition, provide me with some celestial energy to replenish my consumption." Although Elder Yao was not particularly fond of engaging directly, this was undeniably an opportune moment. Should the intruder initiate his assault, he too would be compelled to respond. He was more than willing to take the initiative. In the next instant, Elder Yao's power surged into Xiao Ding, using him as a conduit to unleash it. Below, sensing the imminent target, Yenya's eyes glinted with malice as he coldly sneered. "Young man, your end is nigh." The sand erupted as he surged forth, imbued with formidable combat energy. He anticipated witnessing Xiao Ding's terror, only to be met with a pair of cold, unyielding eyes and a blazing white flame that seemed to have been awaiting him. What is this? The moment he beheld the flame, Yenya, enveloped in fiery combat aura, felt an icy chill wash over him, a potent sense of peril surging within. It was akin to playing whack-a-mole. At that moment, Xiao Ding exclaimed, clenching his fists as if they were hammers, striking simultaneously toward Yenya. Bang! His hands throbbed with pain, the released fusion energy crashing like waves against rocks, shattering upon contact. "You rascal!" The old pharmacist had initially unleashed intending to eradicate Yenya directly. However, This fool collided head-on, forcing him to divert a portion of his strength to assist in the blockade. Boom! The tremendous force erupted, creating a large crater in the sandy terrain, with some sand soaring into the air. Although Xiao Ding, who should have been spitting blood, merely swayed yet remained grounded, he successfully thwarted Yanya's escape. A vast expanse of enveloped him. First, an intense cold immobilized him, followed by an extreme heat that caused his body to crack and burn to ash at a visibly rapid pace. The dignified Dou Ling Yenya could only emit a wretched scream, and in a blink, he was reduced to nothingness amidst terrified gazes. Xiao Ding, clutching his injured hand and grimacing, was taken aback by this scene, feeling as if he were witnessing a death scene from a film. He swallowed hard. This was overwhelming. One was the element of surprise, akin to him crashing in, while the other strike momentarily exhausted Yenya, eliminating any chance of escape. Otherwise, he might have had an opportunity to flail about. The old pharmacist, jesting, remarked, "You're quite fearless, daring to engage in his assault. I sent it because you were there? I wanted to see just how formidable a Dou Ling truly is. The disparity is indeed significant, with your assistance. I've already broken skin," Xiao Ding observed, looking at his bloodied knuckles, realizing it was the first time his golden body technique had been breached. "Do not complain. Your physical resilience is quite extraordinary, not much inferior to his. If I were to utilize your body, I could unleash all my power," the old pharmacist urged. "We must depart quickly. I have a feeling that eliminating him could lead to great trouble." Xiao Ding swiftly snatched the remaining spatial ring from Yenya and, contemplating something, raised his hand to form a seal, unleashing a martial technique. Wind push. The azure energy erupted, forming a colossal azure tornado that surged toward the battlefield's epicenter. The desert was stirred, swiftly concealing the crater and erasing all traces. "Well done, quite prudent, aware of how to handle the aftermath," praised the old pharmacist. "This is known as counter-tracking." Xiao Ding grinned with pride, continuing to drag Mo Wei away. He hastened his pace, running tirelessly for half a day, causing Mo Wei's skin to wear away. Several times along the way, Mo Wei awakened in pain, only to be knocked unconscious again by Xiao Ding. As they approached Mo City, Xiao Ding came to a halt. Mo Wei regained consciousness, his entire body aching, yet he dared not speak, having been thoroughly terrorized by this individual. "I have a few questions for you." Aware of his awakening, Xiao Ding coldly stated, "What is your identity and background?" It turned out he was a descendant of a Dou Wang. No wonder that fellow cared so much. Xiao Ding realized. "Second question, what are you searching for?" Mo Wei's pupils constricted. "How do you know we are searching for something?" Xiao Ding felt a surge of triumph. Unexpectedly having drawn out the truth, he coldly replied, "What are you looking for? Have you found it?" Mo Wei was increasingly astonished. Their operations were secretive. How could this human possibly know? "Oh, you might indeed have guessed right. How peculiar. What do these serpent people seek for? Are they courting death?" the old pharmacist muttered. Xiao Ding raised the sword in his hand, poised to strike. "The precise location remains undiscovered, yet we have established a general vicinity, detected through the Queen's perception, allowing us to discreetly pinpoint the exact coordinates." Chapter 35, Medusa's Trepidation. Xiao Ding's expression shifted slightly. Had Queen Medusa been searching for the so early on? It is understandable, as the azure lotus earth heart fire lies beneath the ground, making its search exceedingly arduous. Even if one can sense the majority of its position, one must dig 3 feet into the earth, inch by inch. "Young man, fortune favors you. It appears someone is assisting in your quest," the elder remarked teasingly. "Are you suggesting I seize food from the tigress' mouth?" Xiao Ding retorted, somewhat irritable. "No. It would be more accurate to say I am snatching from the serpent's maw. Indeed, it poses a challenge. However, if you desire this should be the relatively easiest to procure," the elder conceded with a hint of resignation. "Where is the area you are currently searching?" Xiao Ding pressed further. "We have only just commenced our search, specifically where the sandstorm originally occurred." "What exactly is it?" Xiao Ding inquired, cautious in case it was not the. "It seems to be a top-tier fire attribute treasure, located underground. Beyond that, I am uncertain," Mo Wei responded, shaking his head. Xiao Ding surmised that Queen Medusa was indeed seeking though she refrained from disclosing it to maintain secrecy and prevent information leakage. "It appears you may not have entirely deduced the truth. Perhaps Queen Medusa is searching for some fire attribute medicinal herb," the elder murmured, leaning toward skepticism, "as the snake people's bloodline is ill-suited for. Simultaneously, it also serves to obscure our true intentions." With a flash of cold light, the clear stream sword severed Mo Wei's head. Xiao Ding raised his sword, blood dripping, revealing the polished blade. Mo Wei's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend why. Despite revealing his father's status as a Dou Wang, this human dared to kill him. "I understand you cannot fathom why I must kill you." Xiao Ding said with a detached demeanor. Your lineage as a Dou Wang certainly instills fear, yet allowing you to live poses a greater risk. I firmly believe that should you escape, your first act would be to summon your father to eliminate me. Decisive enough, this marks your first formal kill. And you have performed admirably, the elder acknowledged, albeit rarely, recognizing Xiao Ding's actions. Such an adversary must not be spared. Yet, a sense of discomfort lingered. Xiao Ding turned away, unwilling to witness the bloody scene, and discreetly instructed, Elder, erase all traces. A wisp of ghostly white flame erupted, reducing the body to ashes. Aside from the spatial ring, nothing was left behind. Although considerable evidence was eradicated, I advise you to avoid contact with the snake people for the time being. This race may discern your presence through scent, the elder cautioned. Xiao Ding nodded, gathering his spoils and addressing a few remaining traces, ensuring no issues lingered before departing gracefully. Xiao Ding inquired, has the maidservant still not been located? Glancing around, he did not spot the individual he sought. Oh, there are temporarily no suitable candidates of the appropriate age, Haibodong replied with an awkward smile. There are a few in their teens. Shall I fetch one? Let us acquire one. I cannot have you serving tea and water, Xiao Ding responded without much hesitation. It is likely that Qing Lin will appear in Stone Desert City rather than in the desert city itself, so sending Haibodong to search ensures nothing is overlooked. I shall make the arrangements at once. Haibodong let out a sigh of relief. It was a relief that Xiao Ding did not make things difficult for him. With that, he decided to take a rest. While Xiao Ding was sound asleep, numerous serpent warriors prowled the Tagore Desert, stirred by the mysterious disappearance of Dou Ling. Within the Serpent clan, the Dou Ling rank is regarded as a venerable elder, second only to the rare Dou Wang, serving as the backbone of the serpent race. The sudden vanishing of such a figure prompted the nearby elders to investigate immediately. Various signs indicated that Yinya may have met his demise while pursuing a human youth. This perplexed them, as it seemed implausible for a Dou Ling to be slain by a Dou Shi unless another formidable force intervened. Since Yinya's mission was sanctioned by the queen, they hastily reported the news to Queen Medusa. Caught in a bottleneck and seeking an unorthodox approach, Medusa soon arrived. Amidst the monotonous expanse of the desert, she appeared regal, soaring through the air on wings of battle aura, her elongated serpent tail shimmering in purple hues, adorned with exquisitely delicate scales. She wore an ornate crown, her raven hair cascading like a waterfall, and donned a cool, short garment that revealed her delicate waist. With a full bosom that was strikingly alluring, enough to leave men parched with desire. Although her face was veiled, it did little to conceal her captivating charm, which only fueled the imagination. However, her gaze was particularly frigid, deterring anyone from lingering too long. Her elongated, slanted eyes looked down upon all the elders of the Serpent clan and tribal leaders, who bowed in deference. Did Yinya perish here? Her voice was cold, ordinarily. She would not care for the life or death of a Dou Ling, but this matter pertained to the, prompting her personal investigation. Indeed, Your Majesty. We have examined all nearby traces and confirmed that Yinya used a combat technique to burrow into the sand, presumably to ambush someone. He is the leader of the Mo Shi tribe, MOBAS, the father of Mo Wei, who had not originally participated in the search but had come due to his son's predicament. With a shift in space, Medusa instantaneously descended from the sky to the ground. Observing the earth, she seemed to discover something and extended her jade-like hand to grasp at the ground. As the sand swirled, a small, irregular crystal resembling quartz fell into her hand. Holding the crystalline formation, which appeared to be born of the melted sand, Medusa scrutinized it for a moment, her eyes gleaming with insight. Yinya was dead, reduced to ashes. Damn it, it must be the people from the Jamma Empire. They not only killed Yinya, but also captured my son. MOBAS raged. Your son is likely in grave danger as well. This individual is no ordinary foe. Cease your pursuit. I shall handle this. Medusa replied coolly, her gaze shifting to the crystal in her hand, which reflected her rapidly changing expression of trepidation. In this crystal, she sensed the terrifying energy of the fire attribute, even more potent than the she had previously encountered. If her conjecture was correct, this too was a result of Yinya's ashes, and the crystallized sand were all manifestations of this extraordinary flame. The existence of those capable of wielding the enigmatic flames is undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even rivaling or surpassing her own prowess. In light of this, she must exercise caution. Without a clear understanding of the adversary's situation, it is prudent to refrain from any pursuit and maintain her composure. The powerful figures of the Serpent clan were taken aback by Queen Medusa's words, realizing the gravity of the matter, as even the queen deemed it significant. My queen, my son, Mebas exclaimed with anger. If you fear not death, then by all means, pursue it. Queen Medusa cast a cold gaze upon him. Mebus, recognizing the seriousness of the situation under her imposing scrutiny, lowered his head and ceased speaking. Medusa commanded a low profile to avoid drawing undue attention. She remained uncertain whether the enigmatic figure that had intervened was also interested in the nearby flames. If so, she would have to mobilize the full strength of the Serpent Clan. In Mo City, Xiao Ding awoke the following morning, feeling utterly exhausted yet remarkably refreshed. After stretching and rising, he opened the door to find a captivating young woman clad in a simple green gown. This maiden, around 14 or 15 years of age, had her hair elegantly pinned up with a jade hairpin, exuding a somewhat mature and voluptuous charm. Her lips were a vivid red, her eyes alluring, and her oval face bore a beauty mark beside her willow-like brows. With a serpentine waist and curvaceous form, she embodied a sultry allure, truly a beauty to behold. "Young master, I am the newly arrived maid, LMI," the girl said, flustered as she bowed, avoiding eye contact with Xiao Ding. He nodded and waved his hand, instructing, "Fetch me some water. I am preparing to bathe and change." "Yes, young master. Are you satisfied?" Haibodong approached with a cheerful smile. "Quite so. A fitting match for such a dashing young master," Xiao Ding replied with a nod. Haibodong could not help but scrutinize the bronze-skinned youth. Seeing Xiao Ding's true visage for the first time, which was markedly different from the fox mask he had previously encountered, he felt a slight twitch on his face. Surprised by the young master's youth, which suggested exceptional talent. "Just average," Xiao Ding modestly countered, believing his progress was due more to fortuitous circumstances than innate genius. As he felt he could not match the cultivation speed of his younger brother, Xiao Yan. "Young master, you are too humble," Haibodong smiled. "Regarding the formula to lift my seal, I have gathered most of the materials, but one particular herb resides within the Serpent Clan's territory, which I dare not approach. I must trouble you for assistance." "No rush. Let us discuss it once you have secured the other materials," Xiao Ding replied, as he himself hesitated to venture near the Serpent Clan. "Understood," Haibodong acknowledged, sensing the unspoken boundaries. On the subject of medicinal materials, he continued, "In my leisure time, I shall refine potions. You have some connections here. I entrust you with procuring herbs and selling medicines. Prepare yourself mentally." After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Ding decided it would be safer for Haibodong to handle the transactions while he focused solely on his cultivation. "No problem." Haibodong rejoiced inwardly, realizing that the young master was an alchemist, which implied that his mentor was likely an alchemist as well. Then proceed to purchase the first batch. Xiao Ding pulled out a piece of paper and retrieved all the medicinal liquids he no longer needed, instructing Haibodong to sell them in exchange for herbs. Revitalized, he instructed Greenbrow to take the dirty clothes and water outside. Only then did Xiao Ding say, "Master Yao, it is time for me to formally learn the art of alchemy." Master Yao floated out, retorting, "Did you not express a lack of interest? I fear that if you perish, there will be no one left to refine elixirs for me, so I must prepare in advance." Xiao Ding's words provoked Master Yao, causing his spirit to swell with indignation, as if flames were erupting from his head. "Is there anyone who curses like you? Even if you were to die?" "I would not." Master Yao huffed darkly. "Come now, look at how easily you are angered." Xiao Ding laughed heartily, then turned serious. "As your student, it would be disgraceful for me to venture forth without the skills of alchemy. I would prefer that you do not disclose our teacher-student relationship, lest I be ridiculed." Master Yao regarded Xiao Ding with a sidelong glance. "Given your temperament, once you grow powerful, you will surely cause a stir in the continent of combat. And many will curse you. How could that be? You must not doubt my character. I am an honest person." Xiao Ding corrected him. "Come, I wish to cultivate my control through alchemy and aspire to fuse 3 types of combat energy." In the desert, he had successfully merged wood and fire energies, coalescing a sphere of blended combat energy in his dantian. However, he had yet to master the seamless integration of the 3 energies. For now, he could only fuse them externally, not internally. "Well, it seems you possess some insight," Master Yao nodded. "Alchemy indeed hones one's spiritual strength. Most alchemists possess far superior spiritual prowess to their peers." He waved his hand, producing a hefty tome. "Before you begin alchemy, you must first study the types and properties of medicinal materials. This is the foundation." "I am aware," Xiao Ding replied, "but I would like to attempt a refinement. I have witnessed you concoct the foundation establishment elixir multiple times, and I happen to have some materials on hand. Allow me to give it a try." Xiao Ding's enthusiasm was palpable. "Do you truly believe that merely watching will suffice?" Master Yao rolled his eyes. "There is a great deal to comprehend here. And the foundation establishment elixir is a second-tier elixir. You have not even grasped the first tier. What gives you such confidence? Trying it out is no harm. And as a combat master, I am fully qualified to refine a second-tier elixir." Xiao Ding was resolute in his desire to undertake the process himself. Master Yao, unable to argue further, retrieved some medicinal materials necessary for the foundation establishment elixir. You are a novice and lacking the rare fire. You will need to utilize an alchemical furnace. Have Haibodong procure one for you, Master Yao suggested, but then recalled something. There is no time. You must have an alchemical furnace at your disposal. Bring it forth. At that moment, Xiao Ding was filled with sudden zeal and wished to proceed without delay. My furnace is of superior quality. You are merely being stingy. Hand it over. I cannot possibly ruin such an item, Master Yao replied. Fine, fine. I can see your urgency. I suspect that even with the finest furnace, you would still fail, Master Yao grumbled as he produced a black alchemical furnace, which appeared extraordinary. The robust furnace bore intricate patterns of flames, seemingly alive and exuding a sense of stability and weight. It certainly appears impressive, at least quite sturdy. Can this furnace be used as a weapon? Xiao Ding inquired with a smile. Master Yao, fuming, wondered what thoughts occupied the boy's mind. To suggest using the 8th-ranked Black Demon Furnace as a weapon, any alchemist witnessing such a suggestion would be incensed and would surely express their outrage. Chapter 37. The fusion of 3 attributes of Dou Qi and the 2nd-rank alchemist. Very well, I shall commence. Fearing that Master Yao might resort to violence, Xiao Ding focused his thoughts and released the fusion Dou Qi from his palm, transforming it into a blazing yellow-green flame that swiftly elevated the temperature within the room. He directed the flames towards the medicinal cauldron, allowing them to enter through the opening. Under the cauldron's concentration of fire, Xiao Ding's power significantly increased, rendering him capable of refining magical crystals and similar substances. With determination, Xiao Ding began the alchemical process, and the benefits of his 3 months of training in the desert became evident. His control over his soul was commendable, and the fusion of wood and fire Dou Qi was ideally suited for an alchemist, allowing him to quickly find his rhythm. One by one, the medicinal herbs were refined into essence, transforming into liquid which he then combined in order. After investing considerable time to melt and extract the essence, Xiao Ding felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The art of alchemy, though seemingly simple, demanded unwavering concentration. Even the slightest lapse could lead to failure, consuming immense energy. Despite this, Xiao Ding made an error in the subsequent step, causing the potion to scorch. Do not set your expectations too high. Failure is a natural part of the process. Achieving this step on your first attempt is quite an accomplishment, Master Yao reassured him, expressing satisfaction and even surprise at Xiao Ding's performance. It is indeed rare to reach such a level merely from observation. Once more, Xiao Ding inhaled deeply, recalibrating himself to begin anew. Do remind me as well. Do not merely observe, he quipped, engaging in a playful exchange with Master Yao as their alchemical endeavors progressed amidst stumbles. After half a day of diligent effort and 3 unsuccessful attempts, a delicate, fragrant azure-green liquid was successfully concocted. He sampled it. The taste was slightly bitter, yet quite agreeable. Success. My talent is rather commendable, Xiao Ding smiled, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Master Yao, observing Xiao Ding consume the foundational spirit liquid, cautioned, this substance is intended for external use. My physical constitution can handle it. Consuming it entirely poses no risk. Xiao Ding dismissed the concern, though Master Yao added, it may lead to an upset stomach. Gurgle. Xiao Ding's stomach rumbled ominously. He widened his eyes, exclaiming, why didn't you mention this sooner? You didn't give me the opportunity, Master Yao retorted with a chuckle, reminding him to be more cautious in the future to avoid indiscriminate consumption of potions. Rest assured, I possess a robust constitution. I shall not suffer any ill effects. Xiao Ding commanded the system to absorb the foundational spirit liquid, which did not affect his digestive system. Master Yao, initially eager to witness Xiao Ding's discomfort, found himself a bit disappointed when no trip to the lavatory ensued. Once Xiao Ding completed the refinement of all materials for the foundational spirit liquid, he indulged himself before systematically commencing his studies. With life stabilizing, he found more time for cultivation and opportunities to absorb medicinal substances for his training. Coupled with the solid foundation gained from 3 months of experience, his progress surged remarkably, allowing him to advance much quicker than before. Astoundingly, he broke through to the 1st star within just 1 month, surprising even himself. Seizing the momentum, he dedicated another month and a half to ascend to the 5th star Dou Master. In terms of alchemy, he effortlessly achieved the rank of 2nd-rank alchemist, nearing the 3rd rank, which left Master Yao quite astonished. In the early morning, the newly empowered Xiao Ding reclined on a cool chair, relishing the massage administered by the maid, Greenbrow. With his eyes half closed in enjoyment, he perused the data within his system. Master, Xiao Ding. Level, 23. Cultivation, 5-star Battle Master. Attributes, wood, fire, wind. Devouring limit, 23 times. Division ratio, 23. Types of devouring, battle chi, medicinal herbs, exotic flames. To be unlocked. Devouring attributes, wood, fire, wind. With a staggering 2, 323, 529 times, and adding the one time I have absorbed myself, after averaging among the three vortices. Each vortex absorbs celestial energy at a level of 208 times. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that this is still rather slow. Xiao Ding realized he was unsatisfied with this state and harbored a hint of obsessive-compulsive tendencies. The newly activated function for devouring exotic flames felt like a waste if he did not consume one. It had been over 2 months since the last incident, surely. The turmoil in the Serpent clan had subsided by now. Xiao Ding mused, unable to contain his impatience to acquire the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. His thoughts turned to his Dantian, where 3 equally sized vortices spun slowly, suspended with considerable liquid energy. The newly added wind attribute vortex had long since been enhanced. Among the 3 vortices, a mass of liquid energy, not belonging to any particular vortex, floated. It radiated a bluish-green hue, embodying 3 attributes, and contained energy far exceeding that of the liquid battle Qi within the 3 major vortices. This was the result of the fusion of the powers from the 3 vortices, a combination of 3 attributes of battle Qi, through continuous alchemical refinement to enhance his spiritual power and control. Xiao Ding had recently succeeded in merging the 3 types of battle Qi, forming this unique force. The intensity of this power surpassed that of a singular battle Qi by 5-fold, and according to the judgment of the Alchemist Elder, it was equivalent to the strength cultivated through advanced mystical level techniques. It is noteworthy that the technique Xiao Ding practiced, the burning decision, had yet to evolve through the devouring of exotic flames, remaining merely at a low yellow level. Nevertheless, his fused battle Qi had directly transcended over a tier. Should the burning decision evolve, the purity of the power from the 3 vortices would undoubtedly increase, and the level of this fused battle Qi would naturally rise correspondingly. Most alarmingly, if Xiao Ding continued to integrate battle Qi from other attributes, such enhancements could persist, effortlessly rivaling the battle Qi cultivated from Earth-level techniques. Following the fusion of the powers from the 3 vortices, my explosive strength is no less than that of a senior great battle master, allowing me to cautiously venture forth for reconnaissance. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Ding suddenly rose. Young master, Greenbrow's cheeks flushed, her gaze soft and affectionate as she regarded Xiao Ding. You are rather forward, my dear. Xiao Ding glanced at the maid who seemed eager to offer herself. Although he found her alluring, he was not particularly fond of such opportunistic behavior. My apologies, I have overstepped. Greenbrow's expression paled, refraining from further seduction. Withdraw, Xiao Ding said calmly, without reproach. He understood that such women could only rely on others and would naturally aspire to ascend to his bed, seeking tangible rewards. Alchemist Elder, how has your strength recovered? I am preparing to seek out exotic flames once more. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Xiao Ding thought privately. Knowing that to embark on the perilous journey for exotic flames, he would need the assistance of the Alchemist Elder, with barely the strength of a Dou Emperor. Should you encounter the Medusa Queen, I would prioritize my retreat. The Elder Medicinal Master revealed his situation. I shall wholeheartedly provide you with the celestial energy to aid in your recovery. Xiao Ding gritted his teeth. Is such urgency truly necessary? Your feeble cultivation technique is of such low grade that, had it not been for the fusion of Dou Qi, you would have likely perished at the hands of the Serpent Clan's Grand Dou Master last time. Can you truly blame me for the choices you made? Thus, you must swiftly consume thee, otherwise, your foundational strength remains woefully inadequate. Very well, I understand. Just be cautious and do not provoke enemies even I cannot contend with. Fear not, I shall be discreet. You have always been rather furtive. Chapter 38. The Dou Emperor's mining skills must be extraordinary. The yellow sands stretched endlessly. The air distorted. A figure clad in yellow robes lay flat against the ground, blending seamlessly with the earth, his skin a bronze hue, perfecting his disguise. Xiao Ding quietly observed a group of serpent people departing in the distance. Having been in the vicinity for half a month, he had encountered numerous serpent folk. Knowing that Medusa might be nearby, he refrained from acting recklessly. What astonished him was the continuous retreat of these serpent beings. Xiao Ding pondered. Perhaps they have found what they were seeking. The Elder Medicinal Master remarked, It seems you have made a futile journey. What they seek is not. I suspect it is not that simple, Xiao Ding replied, shaking his head as he scrutinized the now tranquil area, continuing to lie in wait. After all, the power absorbed by the system was entirely directed towards the Elder's recovery. He was not in haste to cultivate. As long as he could acquire thee, he could elevate his strength by several stars. Wasting a bit of time was inconsequential. I must say, you have not even prepared the necessary items to absorb thee. So why the urgency? The Elder Medicinal Master sighed in exasperation. Did I not inform you that preparing certain elixirs and special materials is essential for absorbing them? Without preparation, even if you obtain them, you would be unable to absorb it. I believe I can manage. Xiao Ding felt this assertion was inaccurate and added, "The power within my bloodline may allow me to directly consume the. That is improbable. To my knowledge, no one has succeeded in absorbing the without external assistance, unless one possesses strength sufficient to overpower the itself. Yet, at such a level, one would likely have no need for the at all." The elder medicinal master instinctively doubted this claim. "Perhaps I am destined to be the first." As Xiao Ding spoke, his pupils suddenly contracted, instinctively burying his head in the sand. In the distance, a serpent person appeared in the sky. This serpent was unlike the ordinary ones, even from several miles away. Xiao Ding felt an overwhelming sense of danger. The elder medicinal master, utilizing his soul perception, sensed it as well and cautioned, "It is a high-level Dou Emperor. Be vigilant. It is a female serpent, likely Medusa." Xiao Ding strained to discern her features, but the distance rendered clear observation impossible. He could only make out general details, such as her purple tail and ample bosom. It seems peculiar. If she had truly found a treasure, why would she still be present here? The elder's interest was piqued. Xiao Ding noticed that Medusa was soon obscured by a sand dune and furrowed his brow. "Elder, can you ensure that we approach her without being detected?" "As long as we do not draw too close and with your impeccable disguise, it should pose no issue," the elder confirmed. "Then let us proceed to take a closer look." Xiao Ding positioned himself on all fours, and with the assistance of Yao Lao, his breath seemed to vanish as he swiftly crawled across the desert. "You look quite ridiculous, akin to a dog," Yao Lao teased. "I am merely practicing my hand strength." Xiao Ding corrected him. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed, causing Xiao Ding to immediately flatten himself against the ground, and even Yao Lao felt a surge of anxiety. "It is not attacking us," Yao Lao quickly interjected. "What purpose does it serve to strike the ground and frighten us?" A fleeting glance revealed only a retreating figure, yet he was already captivated. In his memory, the voluptuous and alluring silhouette emanated an irresistible charm, igniting one's imagination. "Ah, this woman is digging. She surely seeks something deep underground." Yao Lao mused with curiosity. The fire elemental energy here is indeed denser than in other regions. I wonder if there are fire treasures or exotic flames below. Beneath long, dark lashes, her sparkling eyes radiated authority and dominance. Beneath her crown, 3,000 strands of hair cascaded, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Her fair complexion, delicate nose, and fiery red lips rendered her extraordinarily enchanting, unlike anything mortal. She was a veritable enchantress, capable of causing great turmoil. "You young lad, had it not been for my soul energy concealing you, she would have sensed your racing heart. Do you believe me?" Yao Lao warned. "My apologies, I was momentarily taken aback by the beauty of this enchantress. It won't happen again," Xiao Ding replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Medusa epitomized beauty at its zenith, her regal and domineering presence surpassing even the yet-to-become Dou Huang Yun, and her sensual allure eclipsing the youthful Yafay, leaving a significant impact on him. "Isn't it merely lust that has stirred within you?" "I am not oblivious," Yao Lao jested. "I am still young," Xiao Ding retorted, attempting to shift the topic. "She has entered the hole." Medusa, ensuring no one was around, leaped into the pit created by her Dou Qi, continuing her excavation downward. Her mood was somewhat unsettled. She had not originally rushed to delve deep in search of exotic flames, but the passage of a mysterious powerful being through the Tagore desert instilled a sense of urgency, prompting her to find the flames as swiftly as possible. Only once they were in her possession would she feel at ease. A dull thud resonated periodically as Medusa's formidable strength pierced through layers of earth, rapidly reaching the bedrock and delving deeper. Xiao Ding, sensing the tremors of the earth, jested with Yao Lao, reflecting on how he wished to witness her covered in dirt. He lamented internally, wishing he had a phone to capture Medusa's image and share it with friends, proclaiming that even beauties must toil. "You truly think differently from the average person," Yao Lao remarked. "Rest assured, she is enveloped in Dou Qi. Even if the ground were entirely composed of mud, she would remain unblemished." "It seems I must also strive to cultivate and become a handsome man," Xiao Ding mused, finding yet another reason to grow stronger. The two continued their clandestine discussions, and after a while, a wave of scorching air surged from the pit. "So swift. Medusa has reached the magma layer," Xiao Ding exclaimed in admiration. "A Dou Huang level expert such as her would undoubtedly excel at mining." Yao Lao found himself at a loss for words. Suggesting a Dou Huang should mine was an idea only this young lad could conceive. Soon, a colorful silhouette emerged and shifted positions to continue digging. As Xiao Ding and Yao Lao observed the hole left by Medusa's departure, Xiao Ding proposed, "Shall we venture inside?" Yao Lao, believing that Medusa would not find anything of significance in the immediate future, acquiesced to Xiao Ding's suggestion. He led Xiao Ding and a few others to the cave entrance. Leaping directly inside, where the light quickly vanished, Delving further into the smoothly carved passage illuminated by their fighting spirit, the temperature escalated. Suddenly, a crimson glow appeared, revealing lava. Xiao Ding halted, gazing at the surging magma, and jested, "Shall we take a swim and explore the vicinity? You may go if you wish. But this place has already been searched by Medusa. There is unlikely to be anything of value." "I have no desire to squander my energy," Yao Lao replied. Chapter 39, The Plight of the Little Serpent. Yao Lao, currently possessing the strength of a Dou Wang, could only rival a Dou Huang through the aid of his bone spirit, cold fire, and formidable spiritual power. Thus he was reluctant to expend energy on unnecessary endeavors. "Then I shall cultivate here, as the fire attribute energy is quite abundant," Xiao Ding reasoned. He believed it improbable that Medusa would swiftly locate the exotic fire. So he excavated some rocks and soil at the passage's edge to create space, and settled down to meditate. In this subterranean depth, aside from the sounds of the bubbling magma and Medusa's digging, an unusual tranquility prevailed. 1 hole, 2 holes. Medusa diligently excavated, delving underground to pinpoint the exact location of the. Xiao Ding trailed behind, concealed within an abandoned tunnel as he cultivated. This continued for half a month until Medusa discovered a fire attribute serpent beast. After a fierce battle, she finally unearthed a clue to the. Upon her initial contact, however, she was repelled by its overwhelming power. The fluctuations of the spread outward, alerting Yao Lao. He roused Xiao Ding from his meditation, exclaiming excitedly, "By heavens, it truly is. I can feel it." Startled, Xiao Ding replied, "Let us hasten to see if we can seize it from her grasp." "Do not be so hasty. Medusa has suffered a setback. Such is not easily obtained. The current has merged with the magma's subterranean flames, wielding formidable power. Without the protection of something like the ice spirit cold spring, even she, a Dou Huang, cannot take it easily." Yao Lao chuckled mischievously. "Is she injured?" Xiao Ding inquired. "Regardless, she has certainly faced difficulties. She has likely departed to seek something akin to the ice spirit cold spring. It appears she, like you, was unprepared," Yao Lao teased. "I suspect your previous intervention frightened her, prompting her to hastily search for the, fearing we might seize it ourselves. That is possible, however. I still do not comprehend her motives in risking the acquisition of this. Is she intending to exchange it with an alchemist for a breakthrough elixir?" Yao Lao speculated, unaware that Medusa intended to leverage the to evolve into the 7-colored devouring python. "Since she has left, shall we investigate?" Xiao Ding urged, suppressing his excitement. "Investigate, indeed, but do not expect me to assist you in claiming it. The is currently at its zenith, and although I possess as well, my strength still falls short. Even Medusa, the queen, cannot easily contend with it, and I suspect I would fare no better," Yao Lao cautioned beforehand. "Let us wait until Medusa and the have exhausted each other before considering an intervention." "Very well, let us proceed to investigate now." Without further ado, Xiao Ding rose swiftly and dashed out of the cave, heading toward the location Yao Lao had sensed. Emerging from one cavern to another, the subterranean entrance revealed numerous interwoven passages. Yet, the residual fluctuations of the mysterious flame lingered, akin to a guiding beacon for the elderly alchemist. Soon, familiar sights materialized, an expanse of fiery red magma roiling and occasionally erupting with showers of sparks. This vast chamber housed a magma lake, significantly more extensive than any underground space previously encountered. Xiao Ding sensed the uniqueness of this location. The energy of the fire attribute had amplified exponentially, and the searing currents compelled him to instinctively hold his breath. "We must descend quickly," the alchemist urged, as the fluctuations of the strange flame began to diminish. Any delay would hinder their progress. He enveloped Xiao Ding in the icy flames of bone spirit. Recalling the presence of a 2-headed fire spirit serpent, Xiao Ding remained vigilant, channeling his fighting spirit as he approached the magma lake. As he drew near, a portion of the magma suddenly surged upward, erupting with a thunderous roar. A gaping maw, large enough to swallow a child, lunged toward Xiao Ding. "Ah, there is indeed a living creature, albeit injured. You should be able to handle it," the alchemist noted. Finally realizing the anomaly hidden within the magma, Xiao Ding had long been prepared. He leapt from the ground like a cannonball, narrowly avoiding the foul breath emanating from the serpent's enormous mouth. From his elevated vantage point, he discerned that this was the head of a magma-enshrouded serpent. Astonished that it had failed to ambush him, 8 extremities collapse. Xiao Ding's fighting spirit coalesced to its zenith, and he unleashed a powerful punch upon the serpent's head. The impact reverberated through the air, merging 3 attributes of fighting spirit with the terrifying explosive force of the 8 extremities collapse, equivalent to a peak Dou Master-esque strike. Fully concentrated in that moment, the serpent's scales shattered, its skin ruptured, and the force of the blow caused it to convulse violently, crashing into the magma with a resounding thud. Though the serpent's head was momentarily incapacitated, it did not signify the loss of its combat ability. The remaining head glared with fury. Having just encountered a formidable foe, it was determined not to be thwarted by this seemingly weaker human. With a swift twist of its body, a massive tail shot forth, aiming to strike. In midair, Xiao Ding recognized the impending danger and swiftly formed a seal with his hands. Wind barrier, a wall of wind, infused with intense heat, rapidly coalesced before the serpent's tail. The tail momentarily halted, shattering the wind barrier before descending further. Its destructive force diminished significantly, prompting a sly smile from Xiao Ding as he summoned the clear stream sword, thrusting it toward the serpent's tail. With a piercing thrust, the sword embedded itself into the tail just as it struck, causing immense pain and forcing the serpent to retract. Xiao Ding capitalized on the moment, withdrawing the sword and landing on the rocks, a gash appearing along the serpent's length, blood oozing and eliciting a pained howl from the two-headed fire spirit serpent. Without hesitation, Xiao Ding pressed the attack. Rending wind whirl. The emerald-hued fusion of fighting spirit erupted, stirring the air as spiraling blades of azure wind coalesced before him, swiftly advancing in a horizontal thrust. The agonized fire serpent hastily opened its mouth, unleashing a column of lava that crashed against the whirling wind blade. The confrontation between both attacks reached a stalemate, with Xiao Ding's combat techniques evidently faltering. However, due to the convergence of wind and fire energies, both forces wavered precariously, culminating in a sudden explosion. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, the entire cavern was ravaged by chaotic energies. Xiao Ding sheltered behind a rock. Even with his copper body armor, he still felt a searing heat. It became evident that the clash of wind and fire was prone to explosive outcomes. He muttered to himself, relieved that his caution had prevented these two forces from igniting within him. The remaining head of the two-headed fire serpent suffered from the impact of the explosion, leaving it somewhat dazed and disoriented. Whoosh! A fleeting shadow darted through the swirling debris, radiating a brilliant bronze glow, akin to a cannonball hurtling towards its target. It received another blow, its jaw misaligned, further adding to its bewilderment. Fear flickered in its vertical pupils as it hastily dove into the lava, making its escape. Poor little snake, just recently dealt with by Medusa, and now subjected to another beating. It must be questioning its existence, remarked the old pharmacist. No wonder it was in such a poor state. Xiao Ding realized that while the two-headed fire serpent had exerted considerable pressure on him, its reactions were notably sluggish, likely a result of being subdued by Medusa. Let us proceed. This time, there is no one to hinder us. The old pharmacist unleashed his bone spirit cold fire, shielding Xiao Ding from the intense heat as they formally descended into the lava. Chapter 40. Devouring the Exotic Fire. Xiao Ding was soon engulfed by the molten rock, and tranquility returned to the cavern. In the fiery red world, he glanced at the deep, white flames enveloping him, seemingly oblivious to the nearby lava. I can also contribute some strength. Sensing the scorching lava around him, Xiao Ding commanded the Devouring system to exclusively absorb fire attribute energy. His absorption power, equivalent to over 20 times his own, rapidly materialized, drawing the fire attribute energy from the lava towards him, like tendrils of red light converging before vanishing. Over 20% of this energy belonged to Xiao Ding and was channeled to the old pharmacist for restoration. You can absorb such a significant amount of fire attribute energy at once. This indeed alleviates some of my burdens, the old pharmacist expressed in surprise, attributing it to Xiao Ding's full activation of his bloodline power. I'll transmit this absorbed energy to you for recovery. Let us see how much remains. Xiao Ding did not retain the energy, but directly transferred it to the old pharmacist. Excellent. This is akin to a high-level great fighter infusing me with this exchange. I temporarily bear no consumption and can even accumulate some strength, the old pharmacist praised, noting that his bone spirit cold fire could also consume fire attribute energy, primarily depleting his soul power. Then we can endure a while longer. Xiao Ding began to move, swiftly descending as directed by the old pharmacist. The temperature and pressure escalated, the hue of the fiery lava deepening. My strength is beginning to wane, the old pharmacist remarked, though he was now entirely certain of the exotic fire's location, which remained agitated and had yet to fully settle. His tone bore a rare excitement. Xiao Ding remained silent, quickening his pace, purposefully plunging deeper into the abyss. After a while, the glow of the magma began to take on a bluish hue, revealing a source of azure light beneath him. Indeed, it was the blue lotus earth fire. The elder recognized it immediately. You are fortunate. This unusual fire ranks low, granting you a chance to absorb it. However, it is currently in its prime state. Attempting to absorb it now would be tantamount to seeking death. Ding. Blue lotus earth fire detected. Conditions for absorption met. Do you wish to absorb it? He expressed his astonishment. How can there be the power of unusual fire from such a distance? Did I not just mention that it was in a state of agitation? The blue lotus earth fire is a product of the earth's flames, formed through countless years of compression and condensation. At this moment, it encapsulates the energy of this land, capable of easily triggering a volcanic eruption. The elder explained, the Queen Medusa must have recently touched it, stirring its immense energy. Hence, remnants of the unusual fire power linger here. Wait, how are you absorbing the power of the unusual fire? As he spoke, the elder looked in shock as azure flames vanished beside Xiao Ding. Can I absorb fire attribute energy? Is unusual fire not absorbable? Xiao Ding replied calmly. I sense that I can absorb the unusual fire power from the periphery. It poses no danger. How extraordinary. The power of unusual fire is far more domineering than ordinary fire attribute energy, and yet you can absorb it. What kind of monstrous bloodline do you possess? The elder was becoming increasingly unsettled. Regardless of its might, it is merely a form of power, Xiao Ding retorted, smirking as he maximized the system's absorption ability, voraciously consuming the nearby unusual fire. Although these unusual fires were not the source of the blue lotus earth fire, they were still classified as unusual fire, albeit rootless flames. He could absorb them as well, and their quality was exceedingly high. Following absorption, his fire attribute battle energy would rapidly elevate. The essence of the Burning Decision's ability to absorb unusual fire and enhance its grade lies in the high quality of the unusual fire, naturally resulting in superior battle energy. He immediately began his cultivation right there. Isn't that rather hasty? Xiao Ding multitasked, absorbing the unusual fire to enhance his battle energy while conversing with the elder. But I cannot endure here for long. At most 2 hours, the elder replied irritably. I will share a portion of my energy with you. Hold on a little longer while I absorb some unusual firepower for my own cultivation. At most 3 hours. That will suffice. Xiao Ding nodded. The absorption capacity of the system remained more than fivefold, and with his own absorption, the unusual firepower accumulated over 3 hours would provide ample energy for 16 hours of cultivation. By then, the elder would have also recovered sufficiently, allowing him to descend once more for absorption. All right, but do not overreach. The energy of unusual fire is formidable. Be cautious not to overextend yourself. The elder expressed his lingering concerns, knowing that this was indeed unusual fire, containing destructive energy. Understood. Xiao Ding said no more, delving deeper to fully absorb the unusual firepower nearby. 3 hours later, the power of the blue lotus earth fire had calmed significantly, revealing its true form. Due to the system's absorption, the dissipated unusual fire around Xiao Ding had diminished considerably. He opened his eyes, gazing at the blue lotus earth fire, which bore no difference from a real blue lotus. How marvelous! A flame transformed into a unique life form, Xiao Ding marveled. This is merely a trivial matter. Those top rank possess intelligence as well. Without hesitation, Xiao Ding turned and ascended. Under normal circumstances, that Xiao Yan consumed was obtained at the cost of Medusa's injury, subsequently diminished by the ice spirit cold spring and further depleted through Medusa's evolution, leaving only a meager remnant of its power for him to absorb. At this moment, he could only rely on the system for absorption, yet the system's limit was more than 20 times his own capacity for energy absorption, akin to that of a low level. Thus, even with such an advantage, he could not fully absorb it at once, as it would amount to merely a drop in the ocean. If Yao Lao could persist, he could indeed consume it over time. Unfortunately, Yao Lao could not allow him to remain here indefinitely. The space was vast, and finding a place to hide was not difficult. Yao Lao, should we encounter Medusa, would it be possible to escape? Escaping is certainly feasible, but it would be best to avoid confronting her at her peak. You don't intend to cultivate here, do you? I'm too lazy to run. I wish to refine swiftly. Xiao Ding sat cross-legged, operating focusing solely on cultivating the fire vortex. Within the black hole, strands have emerged, entering the fire vortex. Under the influence of this, his liquid energy continuously contracted and condensed, its inherent power becoming purer. Moreover, the itself contained immense energy, causing his aura to rise rapidly, much more swiftly than the usual absorption of fire attribute energy from the world. If one were to quantify it, the purity of the exceeded that of ordinary fire attribute energy by over 10,000 times. Even with the slightest absorption, Xiao Ding's cultivation speed soared to several times his usual rate. In just half a day's time, Xiao Ding had advanced by 1 star. Chapter 41. Harvesting Opportunities to Become a Great. By absorbing all the consumed by the system in one breath, Xiao Ding's cultivation reached the mid-level of a 6 star. He opened his palm, releasing streams of that distorted the air around him, infused with searing energy. Your method is commendable, though you have not acquired the source of. You have nonetheless leveraged its power for rapid advancement. Yao Lao expressed his admiration. Your has now evolved, equivalent to a low level. Indeed, I wish to continue absorbing. How is your recovery faring? Xiao Ding relished the experience, finding this method of enhancement far superior to consuming medicinal substances and did not wish to miss the opportunity. Yao Lao endorsed Xiao Ding's approach. Very well, continue to harvest the benefits of. Xiao Ding smiled joyfully and leapt into the magma. Arriving at the Earth's core, he approached the essence of the directly. Floated serenely, its roots, sprawling over 10 meters below, fervently absorbing the surrounding fire attribute energy. There was no magma present, or its power had long been depleted by the plant. The lotus had 8 leaves, translucent like jade, and among the blossoming flowers, there was a 3-foot lotus platform at its center, ablaze with flames, distorting the space around it significantly. A unique life form thrived here, drawing upon the power of the Earth's fire for growth. Xiao Ding did not venture too close. However, a faint wisp of drifted towards him, only to vanish and be consumed by the system. Your bloodline's absorption power has increased once more, Yao Lao exclaimed in astonishment. The stronger one becomes, the greater the power of devouring. Xiao Ding closed his eyes and began his cultivation. I have not fully recovered. This time, I must limit myself by a quarter of an hour. Very well. In less than 3 hours, Xiao Ding departed. Due to the elevation of his system level by 1 tier, his devouring ability had increased, and the quantity of the devoured remained largely unchanged. A day later, he ascended another star, becoming a senior Dou Master, reaching 7 stars. The duration of Yao Lao's endurance was diminishing, but fortunately, with the system level rising, the amount of he devoured remained relatively stable. Upon reaching the 9-star Dou Master rank, it took him 4 attempts. In less than 5 days, Xiao Ding advanced from a 5-star Dou Master to a 9-star one, a speed that was nothing short of astonishing. In his fervent pursuit of gains, even the brilliance of the Qinglian Earth Heart fire dimmed somewhat. Within his dantian, the fire-attributed Dou Qi swirled into a cerulean form, larger than the other 2 spirals. With one more step, he could become a Grand Dou Master. However, the energy required for this step exceeded that of all previous realms combined. It would not suffice to merely take a few shortcuts to achieve a breakthrough. Xiao Ding estimated that he would need to attempt it over 10 times. Once more, Xiao Ding, filled with ambition, yearned to become a Grand Dou Master in one go. Stop. I cannot endure any longer. I must rest for another day. Yao Lao interjected, a hint of grievance in his tone. You are reveling in this, but you are exhausting this old man to the brink. As he spoke, he noted, I see her hurried demeanor. It seems this matter cannot be resolved swiftly. Just as he said this, his tone shifted. Someone is approaching. It was not Medusa, but another Dou Huang, seemingly from the Serpent People clan. Yao Lao expressed his surprise. He did not enter directly, but is lingering outside. Xiao Ding rejoiced, sensing that it was merely a false alarm. Still, be cautious. Do not let him discover us, Yao Lao advised. Understood. Xiao Ding remained still, absorbing the ordinary energies of heaven and earth for cultivation. A day later, it is sufficient now. After several swift comings and goings, my strength has recovered somewhat, and I can endure for an additional half hour. Yao Lao remarked with a smile. If you can break through to Grand Dou Master, combining our strengths, we could contend with Medusa. Alas, there is still a Dou Huang present. Let us act according to the circumstances, Xiao Ding resolved, unwilling to ponder too much. All he desired at this moment was to harvest the Qinglian Earth Heart fire to achieve his breakthrough. Having visited the Earth core region multiple times, Xiao Ding was quite familiar with the path and swiftly arrived, as waves of azure flames uncontrollably surged toward him. Now at level 27, his system's devouring limit was 27 times his own power, yielding a staggering 729 times. As a 9-star Dou Master, he was already more formidable than a 5-star one. The devouring power generated by the system was akin to that of a senior Dou Huang, quite formidable indeed. Soon, he transformed into a cerulean silhouette, as tendrils of were forcibly devoured by the system, with a portion stored away, while he simultaneously absorbed and refined some on the spot. This time, Yao Lao persisted for 3.5 hours. The strength of the system's devouring allowed Xiao Ding to cultivate for an entire day, while he refined the power of. The entire force of the system's devouring was granted to Yao Lao, and with Yao Lao enjoying better rest, from this point onward, his endurance began to increase instead. In the past 10 days, the power of the fire vortex within Xiao Ding had reached its zenith. Old medic, I must break through. Help me slip away. Xiao Ding dared not attempt his breakthrough here, for the strength of his fire vortex had now reached a level comparable to that of a low-level Xian tier cultivation technique, and the commotion from such a breakthrough would undoubtedly be substantial. Exit through the side path. I will help you conceal your aura. Rising to his feet, Xiao Ding lightly tapped the ground, instantly transforming into a fleeting shadow, moving with a speed that surpassed his previous pace by more than double. He swiftly vacated the subterranean chamber, stealthily departing through another passage, and subsequently distanced himself from the area of the, arriving at the depths of the cavern that Medusa had unearthed, where he commenced his breakthrough. Although 3 vortexes resided within him, his cultivation limit was determined by the mightiest vortex, and at this moment, Xiao Ding was entirely prepared to break through. He adjusted his state, focused his mind, and directed all his concentration to his dantian. At this juncture, the fire vortex was completely saturated with liquid energy to continue its growth. It must condense into a solid state, forming the energy core crystal of a great Dou Master. Commence the breakthrough, he silently intoned, causing the fire vortex to accelerate its rotation, generating a formidable pressure that continually condensed the liquid energy. Soon, a thumb-sized azure diamond-shaped energy crystal began to materialize. As the Dou crystal took shape, an overwhelming aura, far surpassing what had come before, erupted forth. The tangible azure, Dou Qi, burst forth like a flame, coalescing into a circle of solid armor around Xiao Ding's chest. This energy armor not only enveloped his torso, but also rapidly expanded to cover most of his body, far exceeding the typical coverage of an initiate great Dou Master. Chapter 42, Medusa Returns. The armor bore intricate flame patterns, appearing extraordinarily mystical, exuding a terrifying power that caused the surrounding rocks to fracture. The volcanic-like momentum sustained for but a moment before Xiao Ding swiftly reined it in. Though deep underground, he still feared detection. Mastering the power unleashed by his breakthrough, Xiao Ding released the absorbed by the system. The Dou crystal in his dantian radiated brilliantly, forming a magnetic pole that greedily absorbed and augmented his essence. 3 days later, Xiao Ding had absorbed all the fire attribute energy from the system, resulting in a Dou crystal that was not only larger, but also considerably more robust. His realm was now solidified, officially stepping into the first star of the great Dou Master level. This transition from novice Dou Master to breakthrough had taken less than 10 months, a significant acceleration compared to his previous stage. In truth, the pace of conventional cultivation was rather sluggish. This ascent to the great Dou Master level, fueled by the benefits derived from the Azure Lotus Earth Fire, illustrated the immense advantages of. He estimated that if the power of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire were not expended through this method of absorption, he could potentially reach the Dou Huang level. As for why he did not attain the Dou Huang level, it was because he had yet to acquire the full capabilities endowed by the system. A 14-year-old great Dou Master. Such a prodigy is rare even among the 8 ancient clans, Old Medic marveled. Xiao Ding, now barely 14 years of age, had accomplished feats that even ordinary geniuses at 30 might not achieve. Truly remarkable. We are still far from Medusa. Let us continue to reap the rewards. Xiao Ding chuckled. I am merely alleviating Medusa's burden in gathering. If possessed intelligence and realized you were exploiting it, it would likely eliminate you first. Old Medic chuckled in return. Unfortunately, it does not. Allow me to navigate through this on my own first, to see how far I can endure. A blue flame flickered around him, effortlessly isolating him from the molten lava. Indeed, the pressure of the lava here can also hone your mastery over the power of a grand fighter. The elder agreed, not hastening to unleash the bone spirit cold fire. Xiao Ding released his fighting spirit, accelerating towards the blue lotus heart fire. The pressure from the lava was relentless, soon feeling as if a mountain were pressing down, with no angles of escape. Xiao Ding had no choice but to distribute his fighting spirit as evenly as possible across every part of his body, mustering all his strength to withstand the pressure. The temperature of the lava, however, had little effect. His system could broadly devour fire attribute energy, and with his fighting spirit having transformed into a unique fire, he was not afraid of the lava. As he descended approximately halfway, Xiao Ding could no longer hold on. Elder, it's your turn, he said helplessly. You've done remarkably well. Even a spirit fighter might not endure this long, Xiao Ding praised. Just as the elder was about to release the bone spirit cold fire, a disturbance arose from the lava behind them. Something was coming. Xiao Ding turned alertly. A fiery red figure charged towards him. It was a 2-headed fire spirit serpent. Oh, you've recovered some of your injuries and seek revenge, do you? Xiao Ding recognized its intent at a glance. Over the course of more than half a month, its wounds had mostly healed, and its confidence had returned. At that moment, a layer of deep white flame ignited around him, significantly alleviating the pressure, allowing him to fully recover. Upon seeing the deep white flame, the serpent's pupils constricted, recalling its previous encounter, and it turned to flee without hesitation. Xiao Ding, who was ready to strike, was left speechless. So this creature had planned to ambush him in the lava, expecting to take advantage of his exhaustion. It had not anticipated that he possessed the elder's strength, and having been bested by a mere fighter previously, it fled in fear. The elder teased, quite clever after all. It has 2 heads. Xiao Ding chuckled. Better to be afraid. If it came to blows, this is its domain. Even though my strength has significantly increased, dealing with it would still pose a challenge. The 2-headed fire spirit serpent was indeed a peculiar breed capable of surviving here, with exceptional adaptability. A mere fighter would likely struggle to exert their full power under the pressure of the lava, and one would mostly suffer against such a foe. Once assured the creature had truly departed, Xiao Ding continued his descent, arriving beside the blue lotus heart fire. He approached the lotus platform, entering the azure light, and seated himself to meditate nearby. The system's devouring power was unleashed, causing the blue lotus heart fire to visibly lose its strength, as if on the brink of collapse. Xiao Ding's recent breakthrough to Grand Fighter elevated the system's devouring power to a new level, although this time the limit was 28 times his own, seemingly just double that of a 9-star fighter. In truth, due to his cultivation breakthrough, the devouring power had more than doubled. The terrifying devouring force caused the blue lotus heart fire to tremble uneasily, unable to resist the system's might. Remarkable, your bloodline power has significantly enhanced, comparable to that of an emperor in its capacity to absorb power. The elder exclaimed in astonishment, pondering the nature of this peculiar bloodline. As strength increased, the devouring power grew exponentially. Xiao Ding too felt that this absorption was rather intense. Certainly, observe the roots. They are fervently absorbing the fiery essence of the earth to rejuvenate themselves, the esteemed elder Ya remarked. Xiao Ding cast a glance below, where the roots of the blue lotus earth fire shimmered, swaying as they absorbed the surrounding fire attribute energy. What a remarkable treasure. If I were to remain here, I surmise that within a year, I could ascend to the rank of Dou, Xiao Ding mused. However, the ice spirit cold spring, while precious, cannot be gathered by Medusa, as it would be impossible for her to spend a year collecting it. Elder Yao sighed. You must seize the moment to absorb it. Once its power diminishes, you can forcibly extract it and consume its essence. Alas, this is akin to killing the hen for its eggs. If this extraordinary flame belonged to you, it would be a different matter. Regrettably, it is a formless entity. Nonetheless, you might venture to the Jianan Academy, where you could find a flame that matches your desires. Elder Yao smirked, seemingly wishing for Xiao Ding to pursue the fallen heart flame. Xiao Ding nodded and closed his eyes to meditate. This time, Elder Yao persisted for 4 hours, and the system absorbed an even greater amount of the extraordinary flame's power, causing the blue lotus earth fire to visibly dim. He estimated that with 2 more sessions, he would break through to 1 star, which still required more attempts than initially anticipated. As the second round of absorption concluded, the blue lotus earth fire dimmed once more. Although it could absorb earth fire to recover, Xiao Ding's system devoured it too aggressively. A day's time was barely sufficient for it to recover a fraction. Your Majesty, the elder of the Serpent Man tribe, a Dou Huang, bowed at the cave entrance. I appreciate your assistance, Medusa Queen said impassively, her gaze slightly weary. The ice spirit cold spring is exceedingly precious even to a Dou Huang. Despite her early efforts to enlist the help of various tribes and subsequently intervening herself, it took nearly a month to gather a sufficient quantity to contend with the blue lotus earth fire. Chapter 43. Even Dou Huang dares to be deceived. Elder 4. Continue to stand guard here. Do not allow anyone to enter, Medusa Queen commanded before swiftly entering the cave. Her keen eyes scanned the area, and with her remarkable memory, she quickly identified some unusual traces. Her slender brows furrowed slightly as Medusa murmured, Did Elder 4 engage in combat with the 2-headed fire spirit snake? The magma churned, and 2 serpent heads emerged, plaintively calling out to Queen Medusa. The Serpent Man tribe shares a close bond with serpents, and Medusa quickly understood the meaning of the 2-headed fire spirit snake, her lovely face darkening as frost enveloped her. Another presence has ventured here. A potent killing intent erupted from her lavender eyes as Medusa coldly inquired, Is he still here? The 2-headed fire spirit snake nodded and turned to lead the way. Kid, that little snake is guiding Medusa toward you. It appears intent on seeking revenge, Elder Yao remarked teasingly. Goodness, a guide party. This fellow is so shameless. When it cannot win, it seeks assistance. Xiao Ding, hearing the slander against the snake, hurriedly rose to evade. There is no time. Elder Yao lamented. This little snake is far more familiar with this place than you are, and Medusa has detected the traces you left behind. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding's heart sank. As he emerged from the excavated resting space, he immediately felt a thought locking onto him. His expression shifted. Elder Yao, can we win this fight? There exist 2 formidable Dou emperors, a situation that is somewhat precarious, yet not entirely fearsome. Moreover, should one wish to depart, she would be unable to impede. That is reassuring. Xiao Ding donned a fox mask and adorned himself with a set of white robes, which stood out starkly in the molten environment, seemingly fearful that Medusa might fail to notice him. At that moment, a chilling aura descended like the grip of winter, rendering Xiao Ding rigid, as though his very soul were on the verge of freezing. The terrifying pressure emanating from the apex Dou Emperor caused his pupils to constrict, making him feel as though he had encountered a natural enemy. unable to suppress the trembling of his body and losing the will to resist. Cursed be it. A flash of azure light ignited in his eyes, and two cyclones began to whirl with accelerated fervor. The Dou crystal radiated brilliantly as all his Dou Qi erupted forth, while azure flames surged, swiftly dissipating the encroaching pressure within him. A suit of azure flame armor coalesced around him, restoring his composure as he regarded the distance with solemnity. Indeed, facing the oppressive aura of a Dou emperor for the first time without succumbing to fear was a testament to his mental fortitude, as praised by the elder Yao. He too unleashed his bone spirit cold fire, rapidly enveloping Xiao Ding's azure armor with an additional layer of white flames, which, against the backdrop of the white robes, imparted an eerie allure. Suddenly, a mesmerizing figure materialized as the space rippled slightly, a stunning silhouette with a purple serpentine tail subtly undulating. Medusa stood atop the molten rock, illuminated by a crimson glow. Her skin, as fair as snow, bore a rosy hue, exuding an enchanting allure. Her slender waist could be grasped with a single hand. Her form, though seemingly delicate, was imbued with explosive strength and a primal essence. The opulent purple robe clung to her figure, accentuating exaggerated curves and ample bosom. Her collarbone exquisitely refined, and her neck elongated to perfection. Her lips, a fiery cherry red, resembled flames, while her nose was strikingly sensual, and her eyes sparkled like pale purple stars. Her eyebrows were elegantly elongated like willow leaves, and her raven hair cascaded like a waterfall, adorned with a golden purple crown. Noble, seductive, enchanting, and irresistible, she epitomized perfection. Not a single man could resist stealing a glance at such a bewitching beauty, even with her serpentine tail. How breathtaking! Xiao Ding marveled, utterly captivated by her beauty, which left him astounded, surpassing any wonder he had ever encountered. This beguiling allure struck him like a visual shock, the impact on his heart rivaling the earlier sensation of being ensnared by her Dou Emperor's might. At this moment, Medusa exuded a palpable aura of lethal intent as she scrutinized this mysterious figure, particularly the azure-white flames enveloping Xiao Ding. Upon detecting the azure hue mingling within the white flames, Medusa's chest heaved violently, her voice laced with fury. "Damn it, have you taken the blue lotus heartfire?" She sensed the presence of the coveted blue lotus heartfire and assumed that this individual had seized what she had diligently sought. "Fear not, fair lady, the treasure remains intact. I merely absorbed a trace of ordinary." Xiao Ding struggled to divert his attention from Medusa's captivating visage, striving to maintain a tone as gentle as possible, for he wished to avoid conflict with this beautiful yet perilous woman. "Oh, so you have yet to obtain it." Medusa exhaled in relief, for she had initially perceived that this individual possessed not only one type of white, but also the blue lotus heartfire, fearing that he had absconded with her prize. At that moment, a two-headed fire spirit serpent glided over, hissing at Xiao Ding, exuding a sense of false bravado. "Begone, little snake, your breath is foul and unbearable." Xiao Ding curled his lips in disdain. The two-headed fire spirit snake was now utterly feeble, lacking the stature to influence the dialogue between him and Medusa. "That white flame of yours must be a variant of strange fire, akin to the aura of the one that slaughtered a warrior of my serpent clan a few months ago." Medusa fixed her gaze upon Xiao Ding, a cold smirk gracing her lips. "You too seek the blue lotus earthcore fire, do you? Sneaking behind me in pursuit of an advantageous bargain. Since you were so astute, I find nothing more to say. Brash young man, do you truly believe you can deceive a Dou Huang? Do you comprehend the rarity of the elixirs that can assist one in breaking through to the Dou Huang level? They are at least of the 7th grade. And even selling the Yunlan sect would not afford such a treasure." Old Yao interjected, exasperated. The plan was to maintain the ruse without directly mentioning theft. Xiao Ding remained undeterred, for boasting required no script. He would deceive as many as he could. Besides, he was well aware of old Yao's capabilities. Achieving a breakthrough to Dou Zong was certainly within reach. "Dou Zong," Medusa murmured, her starry eyes flickering with excitement, her breath quickening. The very utterance of that title sent a thrill through her. This man possessed the confidence to facilitate her ascension. Observing the strange fire enveloping Xiao Ding, Medusa squinted. "Are you an alchemist?" "To my knowledge, the highest-ranking alchemists of the Gamma Empire are merely of the 6th grade. To assist me in breaking through, one would require the legendary 7th grade elixirs or treasures of equivalent rarity. Indeed, I am an alchemist. You might wish to contemplate this. You shall not regret it." Xiao Ding observed her burgeoning interest, continuing his charade. "A 7th grade alchemist, here, in such secrecy?" Medusa scrutinized Xiao Ding's eyes, attempting to discern the truth within his words. She had heard that prolonged eye contact between men and women could kindle feelings. She wondered if it held any truth. Suddenly, Medusa erupted into laughter, a sound that seemed to dim the very heavens and cause the flowers to wilt. Her beauty was truly unparalleled. Must a 7th-grade alchemist resort to such subterfuge? Medusa mocked, her aura shifting to one of palpable danger. Chapter 44. Isn't it preferable to bring home a warm bed companion? Boom. A tremendous roar echoed through the air. A violet beam collided with Xiao Ding in an instant. A delicate hand, appearing soft, unleashed a force that sent him reeling, shattering massive boulders. The powerful aftershock surged forth, driving the magma downward as the two-headed fire spirit snake shrieked and tumbled away in a frantic escape. Xiao Ding found himself ensnared within the rock. And even with old Yao's protective power, he felt as if his bones were about to splinter. This woman had unexpectedly struck. Gritting his teeth, he beheld a mesmerizing violet silhouette before him, his heart momentarily halting. The white flames flickered, and Xiao Ding vanished, as a hand, as pure as jade, struck where he had once stood. Boom. The rock exploded like tofu, collapsing several feet deeper, as the hand shattered the surroundings into a dense web of cracks. Xiao Ding reappeared beside Medusa, enveloped in white flames, with the azure fire nearly extinguished from view. Such ferocity, he thought, filled with trepidation. Fortunate was he that old Yao had reacted swiftly, or else he would have surely coughed up blood from such a blow. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ding endeavored to maintain his composure, speaking in a grave tone. Woman, why resort to violence after such amicable discourse? Even a 6th-tier alchemist can summon a Dou Huang. If you are a 7th-tier alchemist seeking the rare fire here without the protection of a Dou Zone, it seems rather unreasonable. She wore a cold smile. If you are not lying, then there must be other issues at hand. Xiao Ding sighed inwardly, realizing that his insufficient background had led to doubts about his credibility. Indeed, under normal circumstances, even a 6th-tier alchemist like Gu, he could summon a Dou Huang to seek Medusa, so he alone was indeed unworthy of the title of a 7th-tier alchemist. Medusa swayed her serpentine waist, fine grains of earth slipping through her slender, alabaster fingers. Furthermore, even if you truly are a 7th-tier alchemist, engaging in a transaction with you is far too perilous. I do not relish relinquishing control to others, for I cannot be certain when you might summon a Dou Zone to eliminate me. Truly, as the queen of the serpent race, her thoughts were quite domineering. However, you overthink it. A beauty like you is not someone I could bear to kill. Medusa's eyes turned cold for a moment. Then she smiled seductively. In light of your words, I shall spare your life today and allow you to become a son-in-law of my serpent tribe. The prospect of being married to you is not entirely out of the question. Xiao Ding chuckled. Very well, according to the customs of our serpent tribe, as long as you can defeat me, becoming my woman is not out of the question. Medusa smiled alluringly, her gaze swirling with charm, igniting a fire within Xiao Ding, making it difficult for him to restrain the primal power within him. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared in Xiao Ding's eyes. Kid, you've fallen for the beauty's trick. She is deliberately seducing you to distract you. The voice of the medicinal elder echoed in Xiao Ding's ear, causing him to feel a jolt of realization. Simultaneously, he swiftly turned and threw a punch. An ominous figure had stealthily approached, like a venomous snake, preparing to launch a surprise attack while the young man was entranced by the queen's allure. Who would have thought that this individual seemed unaffected and had sensed his approach, leaving him astonished? Kid, let me show you the true power of an 8th-tier collapse. The medicinal elder proclaimed with pride, layering his Dou Qi and rare fire together, unleashing a powerful strike. The pale blue energy collided with the black Dou Qi of the serpent tribe elder. Boom. The space distorted violently. The ambushing serpent tribe elder let out a scream, his eyes wide as he beheld the visible collapse of his power, and under the overwhelming force, he spat blood and was sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. 8 explosive sounds echoed as the serpent tribe Dou Huang was propelled over 100 meters, crashing into the rock across the cavern and creating a pit before finally coming to a halt. Debris flew through the air, chaotic energy surged, and the magma was forced into a chasm by the shockwave, the terrifying destructive power shearing away layers of protruding rock along the riverbank. The serpent tribe Dou Huang lay silent, evidently grievously injured and unable to continue the fight. While the medicinal elder made his move, Medusa did not hold back either, charging directly towards Xiao Ding, her cold purple Dou Qi already enveloping him, having just exerted all his strength to repel a Dou Huang. The medicinal elder lacked the energy and power to contend with Medusa, who was his superior and could only protect Xiao Ding's hands, shielding him from her onslaught. Boom. Xiao Ding was sent flying once more, crashing onto the surface of the magma, sinking over 10 meters deep and stirring up a massive wave of molten rock. His dual hands, wielding 2 distinct flames, were mercilessly shredded by layers of violet energy, and his armor of fighting spirit disintegrated in an instant, leaving 2 purple marks on Xiao Ding's bronze-hued arms. Despite suffering a significant setback, Master Yao did not linger. He leapt above the lava, evading Medusa's next assault. The pain was excruciating. Blood trickled from Xiao Ding's mouth. Medusa's ferocious strike had overwhelmed even Master Yao's defenses. Fortunately, his cultivation and physical resilience remained intact, resulting only in a spurt of blood without substantial injury. Did I not manage to subdue him? Medusa mused, her frustration evident as she sighed softly after her failed pursuit. She recognized his seasoned reflexes and combat awareness. However, she was perplexed, despite her deliberate display of her innate charm, which had indeed momentarily distracted him. He somehow managed to evade her ambush and even retaliate by severely wounding the fourth elder. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Ding had the assistance of Master Yao, leading her to believe that his actions were intentional, aimed at eliminating her other ally. Xiao Ding spat out a mouthful of blood, which evaporated in the molten heat. Clutching his seemingly fractured arm, he lamented, "Indeed, beautiful women are perilous, and her ruthlessness is astonishing." Medusa's expression remained cold and unyielding. "Even if you temporarily incapacitate my ally, I shall not allow you to escape." Having discerned the essence of his being, she noted that apart from his anomalous flames, his strength was inferior to hers. As long as she could delay until the other elders arrived, he would find no means of escape. "How can I know without trying?" Xiao Ding turned and fled. Medusa, faster than he, closed the distance and unleashed a flurry of attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between them caused the cavern to fracture continuously, with large boulders plummeting and the lava churning violently. Xiao Ding, on the defensive, seized an opportunity to navigate the passageway, emerging into the open air with considerable difficulty. Seal of the Serpent. Realizing he might actually escape, Medusa, amidst her assault, invoked the secret technique of her serpent kin. She had previously used this technique to seal a renowned human Dou Huang. Even though this individual possessed anomalous flames capable of dispelling the seal, should she succeed, he would find it challenging to extricate himself in the short term. As she performed her incantation, a chilling fighting spirit transformed into a green serpent, lunging towards Xiao Ding. This sealing technique appeared almost sentient, and remarkably, it was not immediately incinerated by the anomalous flames. It shrank and burrowed into Xiao Ding's body. Chapter 45. Sealing and Disturbance. "This is bad. I certainly do not wish to end up like Haibodong." Xiao Ding's expression shifted drastically as he summoned all his strength, particularly the Azure Lotus Earth Core Flame, to resist. Yet, how could his power contend with that of a Dou Huang? It crumbled under pressure, leaving only the anomalous flames to offer any semblance of resistance. In the face of imminent sealing, Master Yao was compelled to divert his attention to defense, resulting in a portion of the sealing technique's power breaching the final barrier and infiltrating Xiao Ding's body. As the green serpent entered Xiao Ding, it fragmented into a chilling force that obstructed his meridians. Gasp! Xiao Ding expelled a copious amount of blood, which instantly crystallized upon leaving his body. Nevertheless, Master Yao's strength remained unaffected, successfully thwarting Medusa's offensive, though it demanded his utmost effort, leaving him temporarily unable to assist Xiao Ding against the ceiling. He sensed that if the battle continued, even if he managed to escape today, he would ultimately succumb to complete sealing. Boom. Once again, a strike lands, causing Xiao Ding's mask to fracture, revealing a youthful portion of his visage. Medusa is taken aback. She had anticipated confronting an elder, or at least a peer, only to discover that this individual appears remarkably young. At this moment, Xiao Ding contemplates a matter and hastily speaks, exerting his final effort. "Medusa, you intend to use this strange fire to stimulate your own breakthrough. Do you not realize how perilous that is? It is akin to playing with fire and being consumed by it." Medusa's eyes narrow. This person has surprisingly discerned her intention. Her assault momentarily falters as she coldly responds. "And what of it? This is my affair, and I require no interference from you. However, I can enhance your chances of success, provided that you grant me the blue lotus core fire once you have exhausted it. Why should I trust you?" At that moment, "You could easily manipulate the strange fire to reduce me to ashes." Medusa's words reflect skepticism, yet her offensive halts, indicating a burgeoning interest. As long as the strange fire remains in her possession and under her control, this matter is not entirely dismissible. Moreover, she is wary of his background, thus refraining from lethal action and instead contemplating sealing him away to unearth his secrets before deciding on further measures. "You could easily summon the might of the entire serpent race to guard against me. Should I kill you, I would not escape unscathed." Seeing Medusa cease her assault, Xiao Ding feels a surge of relief and urgently states, "Old pharmacist, quickly, fend off the powers of the seal. I am already at work." The old pharmacist's power is coursing into Xiao Ding's body, incinerating portions of the sealing technique. "This is troublesome. A fragment of the sealing power has fused with your blood vessels. I cannot simply incinerate your veins, so I must proceed with caution, the old pharmacist laments. Xiao Ding furrows his brow, but this outcome is the best he could hope for. If Medusa were to attack for any longer, his entire meridian system would become sealed. Having said that, he turns and departs. This time, Medusa refrains from pursuit, as she realizes the sealing technique has seemingly had no effect on this person, likely due to the direct incineration by the strange fire. In reality, the adversary in her eyes is the old pharmacist, who at this moment exists as a spiritual entity, impervious to the sealing technique. She has sealed Xiao Ding, who is merely a great dosher. Is the strange fire truly that formidable? My serpent race's secret arts are powerless against it. Medusa's stunningly beautiful face reveals a hint of trepidation, both in regard to this individual's strength and the might of the strange fire. The power of the blue lotus core fire is not significantly inferior to his strange fire. Should she genuinely reach that juncture, her success rate in utilizing the strange fire for evolution would be dismally low. With a soft sigh, she finds herself wavering considerably. Perhaps she might indeed have to collaborate with this individual to elevate her chances of success. After all, he possesses a form of strange fire, with an understanding and mastery that far surpasses her own. Cough, cough. A figure clad in black robes, disheveled and tattered, clutches at his hollow chest, his pallid face resembling parchment, as he stumbles forward, coughing up blood. Upon seeing Medusa, he bows his head in profound shame. Your Majesty, I. Medusa gestures dismissively. Do not blame yourself. This person's strength and combat skills are truly formidable, complemented by the strange fire. It is entirely natural for you to have suffered. The elder of the serpent race offers a rueful smile. Indeed, sigh. His turning punch contained an immense force, far beyond my capacity to withstand. Such terrifying combat techniques likely transcend the mystical tier. Queen Medusa's eyes flickered with increasing apprehension. The presence of extraordinary fire, the earth-level combat skills, and the seasoned battle experience, coupled with a striking youthfulness, suggested that this individual hailed from the heart of the Dou Qi continent, a true prodigy. The mere thought of the continent's center elicited a longing in Medusa. Alas, as the queen of the serpent people, she was beset by formidable foes and found herself unable to escape. The fourth elder of the serpent clan sighed heavily, for he represented one of the last bastions of their lineage. Under normal circumstances, he would not intervene unless faced with an existential threat. This time, the queen had insisted on descending to this place, unaware she would encounter such a terrifying entity. It seemed that his prolonged inactivity had rendered him somewhat out of practice. After the fourth elder ingested a medicinal pill to heal his wounds, Medusa too consumed a pill to restore her Dou Qi. After a brief period of adjustment, sensing a powerful aura approaching, she opened her eyes. The third elder had arrived. She had not anticipated that her initial intention to procure the extraordinary fire alone would inadvertently draw the attention of two esteemed members of her clan. Without further delay, she conferred with the third elder before leaping into the magma, descending into the heart of the earth. Upon beholding the azure lotus earth fire, she was taken aback. Its power had diminished significantly, clearly having been partially consumed. This was fortuitous, as it would ease the difficulty of her collection efforts. She reached for her spatial ring, summoning a chilling liquid. Indeed, it was the ice spirit spring. With this spring enveloping her, she formally engaged with the azure lotus earth fire. In the next moment, amidst the volcanic upheaval, the subterranean magma surged violently. Medusa transformed into a magnificent purple serpent, adorned with iridescent scales in certain areas. Her tail wrapped around a mass of azure flames, her body charred and battered as she erupted from the magma. The two elders stared in astonishment, realizing that the queen had ventured here in search of extraordinary fire, which explained her relentless application of secret techniques. Quickly, we must leave. I am injured. And this place is no longer safe, Medusa urged. Her serpent scales blackened and cracked, blood seeping from her wounds, presenting a most disheveled appearance. Had it not been for the protection of the ice spirit spring, her tail would have likely been completely scorched. She had come to fully comprehend the terror of extraordinary fire, resolving that should that individual dare approach her, she would enlist the aid of the elders to intimidate him and facilitate her evolution. Xiao Ding, I can no longer endure. You must escape on your own. The elder lamented. Chapter 46. It's all my fault for being too wealthy. Deprived of the aid of the medicinal elder, Xiao Ding immediately felt a wave of coldness wash over him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The remnants of the Dou Emperor level seal were far too potent, causing excruciating pain throughout his meridians and rendering his body rigid. With a muffled groan, he collapsed into the sandy ground. He had not anticipated that Medusa's seal, despite being largely compromised, would retain such formidable strength. It was no wonder Haibodong had been reduced to merely Dou Ling strength. Xiao Ding bitterly smiled, lying flat in the desert, momentarily immobilized. Fortunately, the power of the system's devouring ability was replenishing him. His Dou crystal and 2 major cyclones rapidly regained strength. However, as he attempted to channel his Dou Qi, his meridians became obstructed, leading to sharp pain. The more he attempted to harness his Dou Qi, the more acute the pain became, causing his body to spasm and cold sweat to bead upon his brow. Xiao Ding was compelled to diminish his Dou Qi output and instead utilize the Azure Lotus Earth Fire to nurture his meridians, preventing them from freezing under the icy force. He sensed that this was a gradual process, one that could not be resolved in haste, and idly remarked, "Medicinal Elder, can you still communicate?" The old man expressed his reluctance to converse, suggesting instead that the other take a brief respite. "I merely intended to bestow upon you some of the energy of the heavens and the earth. Do you not desire it?" he inquired, feigning a lack of interest. "Is there still more?" The old man's bloodline had the innate capacity to absorb this celestial energy, yet the other seemed oblivious to it. Exhausted, he wished only for slumber, lacking the inclination to concern himself with the other's absorption of such energy. The old man muttered, "It appears that Medusa's sealing technique cannot restrain the power of your bloodline. Since you possess an excess, do share some with me, so that I may recover swiftly and avert any unforeseen events." "That is precisely my intent," replied Xiao Ding, channeling the energy he had garnered from the system to the old man. The latter was currently hindered by the sealing technique, which had obstructed some of his meridians, impeding the flow of his fighting spirit. Yet the old man was merely fatigued. As long as he could recuperate, he could still evade Medusa even if she were to pursue him. "Indeed, splendid. Your bloodline resembles a humanoid formation capable of absorbing the energy of the cosmos. A remarkable asset," the old man exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration for the energy bestowed upon him by Xiao Ding. "Though it is commendable, it does not grant me immediate strength." Xiao Ding recalled how, upon becoming a Dou emperor, his family would directly gain power, akin to ascending through flight. "You should not be discontent with your cultivation speed. There are likely few among the ancient races who can rival you," the old man remarked, feeling that Xiao Ding was being rather boastful and exhibiting disdain. Their conversation meandered until the tinkling sound of camel bells heralded the arrival of others. "Fear not, the strongest among them are merely Dou Masters. But you may hitch a ride with their convoy," the old man reassured, having assessed the strength of the newcomers. After exerting considerable effort, Xiao Ding could only manage a meager flow of fighting spirit within him, albeit slowly, yet he could still manage to move with some difficulty. Rising with great effort, his mask shattered, revealing his youthful visage. "Who goes there?" approached a group of over 20 individuals, their demeanor wary upon encountering Xiao Ding, suspecting him to be an assailant. "I mean no harm." He quickly gestured, scrutinizing the group, which appeared to be a merchant caravan, though many among them seemed to be mercenaries. To his astonishment, he noted the presence of snake people, confined within what resembled a prison cart, alongside human girls, a peculiar sight indeed. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Ding contemplated whether these individuals were slavers. "You sneaky brat, are you seeking death?" The leader, a scarred Dou Master with a bare torso and a brutish countenance, glared at Xiao Ding. "A mere novice Dou practitioner dares to obstruct our path?" With only a scant amount of fighting spirit capable of flowing through him, Xiao Ding posed little threat in their eyes. "There's no need to be tense. I merely wish to share your journey," Xiao Ding shrugged. "Wherever you are headed, allow me to accompany you, and I will pay for the privilege. Is that agreeable?" He wished to avoid lingering in the desert, fearing an encounter with a formidable member of the snake people. "No need for your money. It already belongs to us," the leader retorted, catching Xiao Ding off guard. It seemed he had stumbled upon a band of brigands, fond of thievery and violence. He shrugged once more. "I have no desire to fight. You may imprison me and sell me instead." At this moment, Xiao Ding's entire body was racked with pain in his meridians, and he was utterly disinclined to take action, preferring to be captured by these traffickers. "Humph, we have no need for men. Who on earth would want to purchase a filthy man like you?" the cold-faced fighter scoffed, provoking laughter from the others. "Ha ha, this kid is such a coward. He doesn't even struggle. He's practically offering himself up to us in a cage." Indeed, it was a rare sight. This was the first time he had encountered such a spineless individual. The jeering caused Yao Lao to silently scoff. "Kid, you've been looked down upon. You're hoping for a free ride, but they want to even give you a chance." Xiao Ding's face darkened. How could he be so despised? He pouted, "You should take a moment to appreciate how handsome I am. Perhaps some wealthy woman might fancy a strapping young lad like me." This elicited another round of laughter. The leading scarred fighter found it all amusing. Losing interest in killing Xiao Ding, and disdainfully commanded, "Hand over everything you have, leaving only your underwear, then willingly crawl into the cage." Isn't that a bit excessive? Xiao Ding raised his hand, revealing several spatial rings on his fingers. Lacking high-grade rings, he wore multiple ones, each containing various items. The laughter of the crowd was abruptly replaced with greedy gazes. Spatial rings were inherently valuable, and this young man possessed an unusual number of them, indicating a remarkable background. They exchanged glances, rekindling their murderous intent. This boy must come from a powerful faction. He cannot be allowed to live, lest he brings trouble upon us. The leading fighter, wielding a long knife, approached Xiao Ding. Originally, I was considering sparing your life, perhaps seeing if you could be sold and expanding our market. But given your wealth, we can only eliminate you to avoid potential complications. Xiao Ding surveyed the grinning faces around him, each one bearing expressions of greed and malice. He sighed. It's all my fault for being too rich, which has frightened you all. Boss, this kid is peculiar. Noticing Xiao Ding's audacity and speaking such words without a hint of panic or fear, the cold-faced fighter instantly sensed something was amiss. You are indeed correct. I am not quite what I seem. You could simply charge me a fare for a ride, yet you insist on conducting a highly profitable business. Don't you realize that engaging in such activities will eventually lead you to a dead end? Xiao Ding regarded the fighter impassively, tightening his fist. Using my fighting spirit would be too painful. Instead, I shall attempt to deal with you using pure physical strength. Chapter 47, A Bloodbath. The leading fighter found Xiao Ding's demeanor strange, signaling his three subordinates with a chilling gaze fixed on Xiao Ding. He waved his hand, commanding, "Go and chop him to pieces." The three fighters, ranging in strength from 2 to 6 stars, surrounded Xiao Ding with cruel grins, their long knives glinting ominously as they advanced to strike. As the blade descended towards his neck, Xiao Ding sidestepped at the last moment, evading the edge and positioning himself next to the nearest 3-star fighter. With a resounding thud, he landed a punch squarely on the opponent's face, and blood erupted like flowers blooming, the adversary letting out a horrific scream as his head contorted and he flew backward. The knife fell to the ground, and with a swift kick, Xiao Ding redirected it, embedding the blade into the chest of another 2-star fighter, piercing through to reveal a blood-stained tip at the back. The third combatant, drenched in cold sweat, attempted to retreat but was met with a kick from Xiao Ding, sending him crashing into the prisoner cart, shattering it into pieces. The leading fighter inhaled deeply, the scar on his chest contorting grotesquely as he narrowed his eyes at Xiao Ding, sneering, "You've got some brute strength. Let us all attack him together and pierce him with a flurry of blades. Kill." Instantly, 18 warriors surged forward like a swarm. He hastily retreated, turning to flee, not out of cowardice, but to confront fewer adversaries, who would be foolish enough to stand amidst a circle of attackers. He darted sideways, pivoting to land a punch on the fastest pursuer. The latter, with a fierce expression, aimed his blade at Xiao Ding's hand, yet Xiao Ding was quicker, landing a blow to his chest first. Crack! The man's ribs shattered like decayed wood, creating a gaping cavity larger than a fist in his chest. Eyes wide, he spat blood and was hurled backward, toppling several others. Kill him. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining fighters surged forward, but Xiao Ding sprang into action like a coiled spring, sending 2 more opponents flying, bloodied. The advantage of numbers became evident. Despite Xiao Ding's ferocity, some managed to evade his strikes, seizing the chance to slash or stab at him. Clang! Their weapons were repelled, failing to even scratch his bronze skin, while their wrists throbbed from the recoil. What? So resilient? The attackers' eyes widened in disbelief. They had not held back, and logically, this mere mortal should not withstand their onslaught. Xiao Ding grinned, delivering a punch to one and a kick to another. His strength was formidable. Those struck found their bones shattered, suffering worse than if they had been rammed by a wild bull. Most were sent flying and unable to rise again. Some critical blows ended lives instantly, snuffing out breaths. This little beast practiced a unique combat technique, impervious to blades. The leader's pupils constricted, glancing at his grim-faced companion. He commanded, "No more deaths. You go finish him." At that moment, Xiao Ding discerned that these foes posed no threat to him. He seized 2 blades and charged into the fray. Swish! With a sweeping cut, he severed one man's throat, who fell grasping at the gushing wound. Clang, clang, clang. Several weapons struck Xiao Ding's head, apart from losing a few strands of hair. He remained unscathed. The attackers were filled with trepidation. What manner of monster was this, impervious to harm? "My hair!" Xiao Ding lamented. Enraged, he swung his blade horizontally, leaving trails of crimson. "Ah!" The 3 assailants aiming for Xiao Ding's head screamed in agony as their entrails spilled forth, collapsing in terror. Xiao Ding charged into the melee like a ravenous wolf among sheep, disrupting their formation. He struck mercilessly, showing no mercy, particularly after acquiring their weapons. Each strike resulted in bloodshed, most of them facing inevitable death. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 had dwindled to less than half. The cold-faced fighter, witnessing Xiao Ding's rampage, astonished that over 10 warriors could not withstand him, refrained from a frontal assault. Instead, He scooped a handful of sand from the ground, planning a stealthy ambush. Brandishing a dagger, he concentrated his chilling energy, akin to a venomous serpent poised to deliver a lethal strike. Sensing the commotion, Xiao Ding pivoted and kicked a sword lying on the ground, sending it flying. Whoosh! The sword moved with unparalleled swiftness, akin to being hurled by a skilled hand, and struck its target with pinpoint accuracy. Such rapid reflexes. The ambushing fighter's expression shifted dramatically, forcing him to sidestep in evasion. This brief hesitation allowed Xiao Ding to pivot and charge forth. A sinister glint flickered in his eyes as he flung a handful of sand. Unprepared for such a streetwise tactic, Xiao Ding hastily countered with a swift clap of his hands. The fighter, poised to thrust a dagger into Xiao Ding's abdomen, was taken aback by the turn of events and instinctively closed his eyes to stab blindly. With a sickening crunch, the enemy's arm was effortlessly snapped like a sugar cane, exposing shattered bone. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he could no longer grip the dagger, which Xiao Ding seized and plunged into his heart, subsequently kicking him away. The assailant gazed at the dagger embedded in his chest, a pallor washing over his face, before his head lolled to the side, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. With the dagger piercing his heart and the lethal poison coursing through his veins, he was undoubtedly the swiftest to perish among all present, despite being a fighter. Thud! With a forceful kick, he struck something, producing a dull thud, as a powerful recoil sent him stumbling back a step. The attacker, now retreating even further, wore a grim expression as he clutched his bruised fist, casting a wary glance at Xiao Ding. Who on earth are you? This man, seemingly devoid of significant combat energy, possessed a body impervious to blades and weapons, dispatching fighters with the ease of slaughtering poultry, a veritable ironclad. Your executioner, Xiao Ding, invigorated by a surge of ferocity, radiated a bronze glow from his skin and surged forth with a whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. He unleashed a flurry of punches in the manner of the Eight Extremes, quickly reducing the advanced fighter to a state of vomiting blood, before delivering a resounding slap that sent him flying, followed by a powerful kick. Silence engulfed the scene. Thud! Thud! The few who remained alive, either guarding the prisoner cart or hastily dodging engagement, were now paralyzed with fear, kneeling and discarding their weapons, too intimidated to resist. Spare us. Please, do not kill me. Even the serpentine beings and the little girl within the cage trembled, their faces drained of color. Dispose of the corpses. Then continue guiding the camels to your destination, Xiao Ding commanded, shaking the blood from his hands before swiftly appearing before the cage and snapping the lock. You may leave. I have no intention of selling the serpentine beings. Upon witnessing the alluring female serpent within, they felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, hastily crawling out. Gather some water and provisions before departing, Xiao Ding advised, his gaze lingering on the curled-up little girl. With a sigh, he tenderly ruffled her disheveled hair. Do not be afraid. What is your name? Lin. From now on, I shall call you Qinger. The yellow sand was stained crimson in numerous places, resembling a grotesque bloom of sanguine flowers in the desert. Each blossom was nourished by the life of a beast. A youth, standing approximately 1.78 meters tall with sun-kissed bronze skin glistening in the sunlight, looked on in astonishment at the little girl. She, timid and soft-spoken, dared not meet Xiao Ding's gaze, lowering her head in shyness. Please repeat, what is your name? Xiao Ding gently inquired, his palms softly caressing the little girl's tousled hair. Perhaps sensing Xiao Ding's gentleness, the little girl timidly raised her head. Her small face was covered in dust, appearing no older than 6 or 7, yet her large eyes sparkled with remarkable brightness. She secretly gazed at this elder brother, feeling that he was entirely different from the fierce figure who had vanquished the demons moments ago. Now, he radiated a sacred light that imbued warmth, devoid of any terror. She repeated her name. I am called Lin. Her voice was crisp but laced with trepidation, reminiscent of a timid little rabbit. Xiao Ding gently patted her head, pondering whether he might encounter another creature with the azure serpent's tricolored pupils here. Suddenly, he found a handful of severed hair in his grasp, evidently cut by someone else. Xiao Ding's lips twitched at the realization that his own hair resembled a disastrous mess. Misinterpreting the expression in Xiao Ding's eyes, the little girl assumed his dissatisfaction was directed at her. Her complexion grew paler, trembling uncontrollably, tears welling in her frightened eyes as she clung tightly to herself. Are you going to kill Lin? Why would I kill you? I'm just lamenting the loss of my own hair, Xiao Ding replied helplessly, extending his hand, revealing the strands of hair he held. Please don't kill me, big brother. Lin can do anything. The little girl sobbed. Observing her fragile and helpless demeanor stirred Xiao Ding's heart, evoking a profound sense of compassion. What fate could render a 6 or 7-year-old girl into such a state? Under normal circumstances, she should be nestled in her parents' arms, indulging in playful antics. Xiao Ding thought of Sun Heir, of a similar age, yet their destinies were worlds apart. With a sigh, he could not help but caress her small face. Do not fear, I only slay the wicked. Thank you, big brother. Yunlan's smile was tinged with tears. She was not considered a pure human. She was the cursed offspring of a human and a serpent, perceived as an abomination by the serpent kin and looked down upon by humans as well. Consequently, they contemplated selling her to wealthy patrons as a servant. The stammering confession stirred Xiao Ding's interest. Indeed, she was the Yunlan he sought, not merely a namesake. His mother had been captured by the serpent folk, resulting in her unexpected birth. Yet from the moment she gained awareness, she understood she was an outcast, despised by all. Gazing at Yunlan's dimmed eyes brimming with unshed tears, Xiao Ding faintly recognized certain characters he had seen in animations from a past life. He embraced her, causing her to tremble, and when she met his earnest gaze, he spoke, "Some may look down upon you, but I do not. I find you quite adorable." As he stroked Yunlan's head, he gently rolled up her sleeve, revealing delicate azure scales adorning her fair arms. They were rather exquisite, nothing to be reviled. With a calm expression, Xiao Ding said to Yunlan, "From now on, you shall accompany me as my personal servant. However, that name does not suit you. How about we call you Heir instead?" "Heir," she murmured, the light of hope flickering in her once dim eyes as 3 green dots began to swirl into existence, adding an enchanting beauty to her appearance. The Sharingan. Oh no, the azure serpent's tricolored pupils have awakened. Xiao Ding mused internally. The young lad remarked, "This girl is quite extraordinary. What a stroke of luck to encounter someone with such unique talents." The old man couldn't help but interject with a hint of sarcasm. "What luck? This is merely the ebb and flow of fortune. Not long ago, I was injured by Medusa." "Very well, you are indeed a good person," the old man chuckled, expressing his satisfaction with Xiao Ding's actions. One may be shameless, yet it is imperative to harbor a gentle heart. Otherwise, as a teacher, he would be rather apprehensive. Xiao Ding, not wishing to engage in further banter, turned to the girl with a glimmer of hope in her eyes and said, "My surname is Xiao. You shall henceforth be known as Xiao Qing'er. Remember that." With a mere utterance, he had made her a part of his family. Xiao Qing'er, such a delightful name. Far more melodious than my original, she giggled. That name was scarcely given with sincerity, akin to names like Iron Pillar or Second Nyo, Xiao Ding retorted, rolling his eyes. "Isn't Qing'er derived from the azure scales adorning your body?" "Brother, I smell rather unpleasant. Please let go of me," Qing'er said shyly, having noticed the lice swinging from her hair. "It's fine. I too possess a bit of dirt, and besides, your lice cannot pierce my skin." Xiao Ding replied with a calm smile, recognizing the little girl's embarrassment. Even blades could not mar his flesh. What could a mere louse do? Qing'er's face flushed. Yet her heart felt a warmth as she gazed deeply into the eyes of this remarkable individual. Xiao Ding instructed the others to manage the corpses and gather the spoils, while he ordered the surviving individuals to lead the camels onward. He then settled inside the prisoner cart, casting a languid glance at the timid few, saying, "Had you let me ride the camel from the start, there would have been no need for fatalities." The survivors, on the verge of tears, wished they could articulate that they had no inkling of his formidable prowess, which had annihilated even the most ruthless among them. At that moment, a louse leapt onto Xiao Ding's head, attempting to bite him. With a soft pop, it was sent flying, its body shattered midair. Even without a protective aura, his flesh remained impervious, radiating a force that rendered him untouchable. How could such a minuscule creature draw his blood, daring to provoke him? Xiao Ding scoffed and unleashed a wave of wrath, crushing every louse upon Qing'er's head. Subsequently, he offered her some food. This girl, who had endured fear and hunger throughout their journey, finally found solace. After satisfying her hunger, she swiftly tugged at the hem of Xiao Ding's clothing and drifted off to sleep. Xiao Ding, seated in the cart, closed his eyes to delve inward, soon furrowing his brows. Within his meridians lay a peculiar azure energy, coiling like a parasitic worm, obstructing the flow of his fighting spirit and corroding his veins. Chapter 49. Establishing the Ding Tian Mercenary Corps. With a mere thought, he summoned the fighting spirit imbued with the heart fire of the Blue Lotus, directing it toward the sealed power. Hiss! The energy of the seal was consumed by the extraordinary flame, yet only the surface was cleansed. The deeper invasion into his meridians and flesh remained unresolved. If he persisted in incinerating it, his meridians would sustain damage. "This is quite troublesome, old man Yao. Do you possess any effective methods?" Xiao Ding lamented. "Conventional methods have proven ineffective, yet fortuitously, there exists a ready solution. Allow me to study the prescription provided by Haibodong, with the hope of concocting a simplified elixir to assist you in dispelling these seals. It seems troublesome." Under the influence of the azure lotus fire within, Xiao Ding sensed the frigid energy within his meridians gradually dissipating. With some additional time devoted to cultivation, He could not promise a complete restoration, but he was confident that regaining half of his strength was entirely feasible. After a night of diligent practice, Xiao Ding awoke the following morning to find Qing'er curled up beside him like a little kitten. He smiled gently. Upon awakening, Qing'er noticed her tight grip on Xiao Ding's garment and felt a rush of shyness. My lord, I apologize, I overslept. Do not fret about sleeping. We are still en route. Furthermore, you need not address me as my lord, Xiao Ding replied with a warm smile, affectionately smoothing Qing'er's hair. No, Qing'er is but a maidservant and must adhere to propriety, she insisted, shaking her head. Her circumstances had instilled a sense of inferiority within her, and she was acutely aware of her position, hesitant to presume too much familiarity with Xiao Ding. You stubborn girl. Xiao Ding observed the determination in her eyes, but chose not to press further. Instead, he casually inquired, where were you originally headed? To Stone Desert City, she replied. Xiao Ding contemplated this. The name of the city bore a resemblance to Desert City, yet it was considerably smaller in scale. More importantly, had he not traversed into this world, it would have been the very place where he, Xiao Ding, began his journey from nothing, rendering it of particular significance to him. A mercenary group might be necessary, a means of ensuring a fallback plan. Rubbing his chin in thought, he reflected on his current reliance on the Yunlan sect as a formidable ally and the venerable Yao Lao. Yet he was acutely aware of the precariousness of such alliances. Should the sect's master accept the Soul Palace's assistance to break through, his demeanor could undergo a profound transformation, perhaps even a distortion of character. Moreover, with Yao Lao being a target of the Soul Palace, it was likely that Yunshan, under their control, would not side with him. As for Yao Lao, it was only a matter of time before he condensed his corporeal form and departed from the ring. Should he find himself alone then, it would spell trouble. With ample time remaining, it was prudent to prepare adequately, nurturing several promising prospects. The most successful mercenary groups boast the most elite warriors. Thus, nurturing individuals like Qing'er and Xiao Yixian should take precedence. Additionally, they could recruit Ziyin from the Jianan Academy, while Yao Lao and Haibodong were already informally designated. Xiao Ding contemplated the framework for establishing the mercenary group, aspiring to cultivate both numbers and elite talent. Ideally, he would implement a suitable system to ensure a continuous influx of talent. What is your background? Have you ever committed acts of violence or robbery? Xiao Ding suddenly inquired. My lord, I have never engaged in any harm. I was merely a carter, summoned to tend to camels, stammered the most astute youth, visibly shaken. I have taken a life, confessed a middle-aged man of average build, who appeared quite honest. I was an ordinary mercenary, lured by greed to capture serpent men. There were 6 individuals present, each candidly revealing their origins. Some were driven by greed to engage in human trafficking, others coerced into service, and 2 were logistics personnel. In comparison, they were not as ruthless as those he had previously eliminated. I shall spare your lives. However, you will be required to undertake certain tasks for me henceforth. He did not directly recruit these individuals, sensing their timidity. However, there remains an opportunity for change, contingent upon their performance. My lord, please give your commands. The astute young man smiled obsequiously. We shall certainly act as you instruct. I am preparing to establish a mercenary group and require your assistance in managing some miscellaneous tasks, essentially, to lay the framework for the mercenary band. No problem. We have prior experience in mercenary endeavors and know precisely what to do, replied the astute young man, patting his chest in affirmation. What is your name? I am Guo. Xiao Ding noted this down. How old are you? 25 years. A 25-year-old 7-star fighter. His talent is reasonably commendable. Xiao Ding nodded slightly. Remember, the mercenary group I am forming shall be called the Ding Tian Mercenary Corps. It embodies the principle of utmost integrity. Henceforth, any new recruits shall be held to your standard. Guo was taken aback and awkwardly remarked, My lord, that may be a rather lofty requirement. We may not be able to recruit many. He considered his own talent to be quite respectable, having become a fighter at the age of 19, yet lamented his own timidity, which hindered his progress over the years. It is of no concern. The mercenary group I intend to establish is inherently a high-level organization. Xiao Ding waved his hand, his expression calm. Remember the promotional slogan. We possess third-grade alchemists, advanced martial arts techniques, and combat skills. Do you understand? Guo eyes sparkled at the mention of alchemists and combat techniques. These are precisely what an ordinary person aspires to encounter. Alchemists provide elixirs that accelerate cultivation, and those who tread the perilous path of battle require various healing and blood-stanching potions. Thus, the role of an alchemist is paramount. If a mercenary group boasts an alchemist, it would surely attract a throng of aspirants, especially a third-grade one, which many prominent families might not even possess. Xiao Ding resolved to implement a militarized training regimen for the mercenary group. aiming to cultivate a disciplined and formidable band of mercenaries capable of making a significant impact in the future. Yes, my lord. Guo Shilei felt a surge of excitement, envisioning the opportunities that lay before him. If he performed well, perhaps this misfortune could transform into a blessing. You still have the energy to form a mercenary group? Are you trying to wear me out? The old alchemist could no longer contain himself, sensing that Xiao Ding's endeavor would ultimately lead to him concocting potions for a multitude. Am I the sort to burden the elderly? I am merely seeking an opportunity to hone my alchemical skills, especially since I shall soon attain the status of a third-grade alchemist, and it is I who will be crafting the elixirs for them, Xiao Ding replied with a smile. Of course, the higher-grade elixirs will still be your responsibility, as they befit your esteemed position, teased the old alchemist. You, my young friend, are ultimately asking me to exert myself. Chapter 50, A Return to Familiar Grounds. Occasionally engaging in activities is beneficial for both mental and physical health, Xiao Ding chuckled. Are you truly intent on forming a mercenary group? The old alchemist expressed some opposition. I believe you should focus solely on your cultivation. There is no need to squander time on such matters. I understand, yet I need to ensure a fallback plan. Additionally, I have produced a considerable quantity of elixirs during my practice, and selling them all at once would overwhelm a single city. It is prudent to utilize them internally while simultaneously nurturing some individuals. Moreover, I shall not devote excessive time to this endeavor. I will establish stringent regulations and appoint trusted individuals to oversee it, Xiao Ding explained. The mercenary group is preparing for the second brother, Xiao Li, to take charge. You may have your thoughts, but I shall refrain from elaborating further. Elder Yao initially intended to mention his own faction, which you, young man, will manage in due time. Xiao Ding shrugged, stating that the mercenary group would soon come into play. Once the ceiling issue is resolved, we shall seek Medusa to see if we can obtain the heart fire of the Azure Lotus. At that time, we will need some assistance in gathering intelligence regarding the serpent people to avert potential dangers. Yes, we must indeed exercise caution. If I am to negotiate with this woman, I need to regain a portion of my strength, at least requiring another 3 months, Elder Yao remarked gravely. The time is drawing near. By then, my informants will be established. Xiao Ding nodded, suddenly gazing into the distance, where a massive city emerged from the undulating desert, akin to an ancient beast lying in wait. My lord, we are almost there. Guo Shilei approached with an earnest reminder. We shall take the possessions left by your companions, sell them, and purchase a piece of land to serve as our foothold. Xiao Ding produced a pile of items, all spoils from their conquests. Guo Shilei and the others felt a chill as they faced the familiar belongings, realizing they would soon sell what once belonged to their fallen comrades. It felt oddly unsettling. Yet, in the presence of this individual, none dared voice dissent. 2 months later, in the westernmost territory of Mo City, over 20 individuals were undergoing training. Stand at attention, relax, begin the calisthenics. These individuals moved in perfect unison, displaying great vigor, albeit with rather peculiar motions. Only Xiao Ding recognized that the calisthenics were derived from the classic second set of radio exercises he had learned in his previous life. Of course, these exercises merely served as warm-up activities before they transitioned to boxing, paired drills, followed by various weight training, strength, and endurance exercises. Haibodong sat on a nearby bench in the plaza, his expression puzzled. Where did this young man acquire such an unusual training method? It felt quite extraordinary. He was unaware that this was the essence distilled from years of experience in another world, appearing simple yet remarkably effective. Most importantly, these drills enhanced the mercenaries' obedience, ensuring compliance with commands. Not only would this training benefit mercenaries, but applying these experiences to train an army would undoubtedly allow them to sweep aside other forces on the continent of fighting Qi. At the entrance, the words Ding Tian Mercenary Group were inscribed on a massive stone. Leaning against the monument, Xiao Ding quietly surveyed the distant desert. With scientific training and the accumulation of time, they would undoubtedly distinguish themselves from ordinary mercenaries. Now that the mercenary group was on the right track, it was time for me to pay a visit to the serpent people, Xiao Ding mused. At that moment, Guo Shilei approached mysteriously and whispered, My lord. According to our scouts' investigations over the past month, the serpent people have been quite active lately, with many powerful individuals summoned to their holy city from various tribes. He nodded. Excellent. Continue to maintain our surveillance on the serpent people, and remember not to be detected. After the initial establishment of the mercenary group, he had discreetly invested funds to bribe some serpent people for direct intelligence on their internal circumstances, which was far safer and more clandestine than sending individuals to investigate. As for the animosity between the serpent people and humans, as long as one is willing to pay, there are indeed serpent men eager to undertake such tasks. Thus spoke the elder. Guo Shilei quietly withdrew. Xiao Ding covertly addressed the medicine elder. It appears that Medusa is nearly prepared. we shall depart tomorrow. It is estimated that the journey will take about a month. Indeed, to completely eliminate the seal, we must procure a certain medicinal herb from the territory of the serpent people. Along the way, we should make a detour to the underground caves. There may still be residual to absorb. Xiao Ding thought of the azure lotus earth fire and added, if that Medusa lacks discernment, perhaps there are valuable items left behind. Such as the lotus platform that condenses. It would be beneficial for your cultivation. The medicine elder also supported Xiao Ding's intention to investigate further. Clapping his hands, Xiao Ding turned to Haibodong and signaled him to come over. Once inside his courtyard, Xiao Ding said, I plan to visit the serpent people. You must keep a close watch here, especially over Qing'er. She must not come to harm. Certainly, my lord. Haibodong's face brightened at the response. But he shyly added, I wonder about my medicine. I shall procure it for you, rest assured. Xiao Ding also needed the same type of herb, the sand mandrake, and would certainly gather it. Thank you, my lord. You can rely on me. Nothing will go amiss with me here. Haibodong assured with a cheerful smile. Xiao Ding waved his hand and entered his room to pack his belongings. Once he had finished, he went next door and looked through the window at the little girl inside. Unlike the Cinderella he had first encountered, Qing'er now appeared adorable and beautiful, with a delicate oval face and porcelain white skin, quietly sitting in meditation. She must be sent to the heavenly serpent manor. Her talent must not be wasted. Xiao Ding thought to himself. He was aware of the power of the by-snake's 3 flower eyes. Yet he did not know how to harness such talent, nor had the appropriate methods. My lord. Qing'er, with her keen perception, sensed someone watching her and opened her eyes to reveal a sweet smile. Xiao Ding entered. Come, let us proceed with today's marrow cleansing. Shyly, Qing'er approached, being lifted by Xiao Ding and seated on the bed to begin. After the marrow cleansing was complete, Qing'er, drenched in sweat and with a rosy complexion, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Qing'er nodded obediently. Returning to familiar grounds, everything remained unchanged. Xiao Ding entered the magma and arrived at the heart of the earth, where the azure lotus earth fire had vanished. He was not surprised, rather. He smiled as he looked at the remaining lotus platform and the slight traces of nearby. Chapter 51, Thunder Attribute Dou Qi. Beside the lotus platform lay a charred, blood-stained colorful serpent scale. Medusa has indeed been injured. Xiao Ding murmured. If a fire attribute Dou Huang were to replace her, it might withstand the onslaught. However, Medusa is entirely restrained by, and it would be peculiar if she emerged unscathed. Perhaps due to her injuries, she could not retrieve this lotus platform. For a Dou Huang like Medusa, these items hold little value. She likely did not even glance at them. Perhaps, swiftly sever the jade-like object. It can enhance the speed of your fire attribute cultivation, although your bloodline inherently possesses the ability to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. So its effect may be minimal. I have no use for it. It will undoubtedly benefit my younger brother and sooner. As he spoke, Xiao Ding followed the medicine elder's guidance and removed the lotus platform. A formidable force of attraction emerged, absorbing the residual, confirming that there was nothing left to claim. Xiao Ding decisively departed. He made his way directly towards the territory of the serpent people. Given that Yao Lao required another month to restore his strength to confront Medusa, Xiao Ding was not in a hurry. He advanced while simultaneously cultivating his skills. Half a month later, Xiao Ding arrived at an oasis, where he concealed himself among the foliage to practice. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, his circulated within him, and the bronze hue of his skin began to fade, hinting at a forthcoming shedding of his skin. Once this shedding was successful, he would ascend to the silver realm of the golden body technique. This step would require double the time, making a swift breakthrough improbable. However, at that moment, Xiao Ding's aura surged significantly, his powerful erupting before swiftly retracting. He had reached the 3-star great fighter. Opening his eyes, he felt the flicker of azure flames dancing within his gaze, his expression radiating joy. 2.5 months prior, he had attained the pinnacle of a 1-star great fighter through the consumption of, and in the subsequent 2 months, he had advanced to a 2-star great fighter. Moreover, he had devoted time to upgrading the remaining 2 into, thereby closing the gap in his power. Having absorbed the residual from the Earth's core and having undergone half a month of rigorous cultivation, he seamlessly stepped into the realm of the 3-star great fighter. Under normal circumstances, a breakthrough to the 1st star would not elicit such joy. However, this time, it was due to reaching level 30 in the absorption system. Upon accessing the system, he eagerly anticipated the newly added categories of absorption. Master, Xiao Ding. Level 30. Cultivation, 3-star great fighter. Attributes, wood, fire, wind, attribute 1. Absorption limit, 30 times. Distribution ratio, 30. Types of absorption, medicinal substances. Absorption attributes, wood, fire, wind, attribute 1. It was indeed. Xiao Ding felt a sense of satisfaction, and represented energies of the world, but one was inferior while the other was superior. possessing significant differences. After all, only those above the fighter rank could absorb, while the absorbed by the system could aid in his cultivation and assist Yao Lao's recovery if it were replaced with. The efficacy would be vastly enhanced. Indeed, the level of absorbed by the system had now kept pace with his cultivation level. Xiao Ding mused that if he could absorb even higher-level spiritual energy in the future, it would be even more beneficial. He closed his eyes, allowing the system to absorb. Instantly, the energies of heaven and earth surged, converging wildly towards his body. A force equivalent to 9 times his own capacity to attract enveloped the surrounding area for miles. You've upgraded the you're absorbing. Yao Lao exclaimed in astonishment, emerging in a flurry, his eyes widening as he stared at Xiao Ding. This time you are absorbing. Has your bloodline awakened further? Yes, this time I can absorb on a large scale, reducing the effort needed for refining and purifying during cultivation. Xiao Ding nodded in affirmation. By heavens, such large-scale absorption will significantly enhance your cultivation speed, Yao Lao remarked, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Xiao Ding. You are currently absorbing equivalent to that of a low level for your training as a great fighter. Will you not be overwhelmed? Speak your mind without hesitation. There is no need to worry about my capacity. You are aware that my bloodline power can harness the energies of heaven and earth. Xiao Ding smirked. Ahem. I am merely assisting you in alleviating the overwhelming pressure of your fighting spirit, Elder Yao stated with righteous authority. Moreover, with the aid of this fighting spirit, I shall recover more swiftly, thus enhancing our confidence in confronting Medusa. Rest assured, during my time of cultivation, all the fighting spirit absorbed through my bloodline will be bestowed upon you. Should you regain your strength to the level of a Dou zone, we shall not be intimidated even by the entirety of the Serpent Clan's formidable warriors. Xiao Ding shrugged and directly infused the newly absorbed fighting spirit into Elder Yao's ring. What a delightful sensation! Elder Yao exclaimed joyfully. With your Dou Wang level fighting spirit assisting me, my recovery speed will significantly improve. Xiao Ding contemplated the newly available attribute options, pondering which to augment this time. Ideally, it would be one that could yield substantial enhancements. Perhaps the lightning attribute, as wind, lightning, and fire share a common origin. Who could withstand a singular attribute of fighting spirit? Following the principles of attribute interdependence and mutual enhancement, Xiao Ding selected the most potent attribute, lightning. While this attribute is undeniably strong, it necessitates the cultivation of a new cyclone. Currently, the system's devouring limit has reached 30-fold. Allocating him 30% results in an additional 9-fold fighting spirit. Coupled with his own 1-fold, this amounts to 10-fold fighting spirit, averaged across the 4 primary attributes, leading to a potency of 25 times for each attribute. This pace is more than double that of an ordinary person. Yet compared to his rate of cultivation before enhancing the cyclone, a decline remains evident. Fortunately, he has long since devised a solution, storing a modest amount of fighting spirit during non-cultivation periods. His current maximum cultivation speed is 3-fold. Exceeding this may overwhelm his physical form. Perhaps after breaking through to the golden body technique, this limit could be augmented. Upon selecting the lightning attribute, Xiao Ding sensed a rare, yet powerful force within the void. The heavenly energy of this lightning attribute is scarce, even less abundant than that of the wind attribute, suggesting a slow cultivation process ahead. Frowning, Xiao Ding recognized that the extent of energy absorption is not only contingent upon devouring ability, but also the proportionality of heavenly energy. Elements like fire, water, and earth have a far greater abundance of heavenly energy, leading to significantly more energy gained over the same period compared to the lightning attribute. Presently, the lightning attribute represents the lowest energy proportion among his 4 attributes. He estimates that condensing this attribute's Dou Qi cyclone into a Dou crystal to match the others will require over a year. Nonetheless, as there are no lightning attribute Dou techniques, there is no urgency. Shaking his head, Xiao Ding decided to attempt absorption first. A faint current appeared in the air around him, causing his hair to slightly frizz. Just as he was preparing to condense the lightning cyclone, he sensed an approaching presence and quickly halted his actions. It seems the commotion from absorbing fighting spirit during his breakthrough has attracted the attention of the formidable warriors of the serpent tribe. Just as he prepared to defend himself, several venomous snakes lunged at him to bite. With a hiss, the power of spread, reducing the snakes to charred remains upon the ground. Xiao Ding swiftly turned and struck with his palm, sending a hidden serpent man flying from the foliage with a resounding crash. Chapter 52, Confrontation of Fighting Spirits. This was a serpent man with a black tail, who was struck midair and spat blood. Xiao Ding tapped his foot, transforming into a shadow that swiftly pursued the airborne intruder, bringing him crashing to the ground with a decisive stomp. A mere Dou Master dared to launch a surprise attack? With a disdainful curl of his lips, Xiao Ding's gaze shifted to the distance, where several formidable Dou Masters emerged. encircled by a serpent man Dou spirit whose aura surpassed his own. Humph, human, you possess quite the audacity to trespass upon the territory of my serpent man clan. The serpent man Dou spirit, adorned with a goat-like beard and bearing the marks of age, exuded a potent presence at the 5-star Dou spirit level. Passing through. I wish to procure some medicinal herbs. Do you have sand mandrake? I would like some, and I'm willing to pay handsomely. Xiao Ding boldly addressed the Dou spirit, directly requesting the sand mandrake. Refusal? He may not be able to defeat me, yet there is still the old medic. It had been quite some time since anyone dared to exhibit such arrogance in their domain. The goat-bearded figure's eyes grew increasingly cold, brimming with lethal intent, as a surge of powerful Dou Qi coursed through him, darkening his countenance. The materialized Dou Qi coalesced in his hands, forming serpentine shapes, an ability that only a Dou spirit could wield. The black serpents hissed ominously, writhing in his grasp, exuding an aura of peril. Observing that the Dou spirit chose not to engage in further dialogue but instead prepared to strike, Xiao Ding inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of Dou Qi from his dantian, which manifested into a suit of armor enveloping his entire being. The Dou Qi armor radiated a verdant hue, forged from the fusion of Dou Qi, its defensive capabilities rivaling that of the Dou spirit. Nevertheless, Xiao Ding maintained a grave expression, although his fused Dou Qi was formidable. This elder was a tier above him in the Dou spirit hierarchy, necessitating utmost caution. Whoosh! Just as he mobilized his power, the energy serpent from the goat-bearded figure surged toward him. Xiao Ding leaped, evading while simultaneously forming seals, rending wind spiral. Over a dozen colossal wind blades, each several feet long, spiraled forth, their razor-sharp edges obliterating nearby foliage. Even the energy serpent hurled by his opponent was cleaved asunder by the wind blades. The goat-bearded figure sensed a threat, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. The attack of a mere Dou Master had instilled fear in him. How was this possible? He stepped back, summoning a curved blade, vast amounts of Dou Qi flowing forth to coalesce upon the weapon as he struck fiercely at the spiraling wind blades. The blade's brilliance erupted, stretching over 10 feet, colliding with Xiao Ding's Dou technique, and causing the wind blades to tremble before being forcibly cleaved apart. Xiao Ding, however, was not under the illusion that a simple wind-based technique could subdue this serpent man elite. Following the execution of his maneuver, he transformed into an afterimage, advancing toward the serpent man from another angle. Regardless of whether it was the 8 extremities collapse or the golden body technique, proximity was essential for unleashing their full potential. Noticing Xiao Ding's audacity and closing the distance, the goat-bearded figure sneered, spinning around to slash at Xiao Ding with his blade. Clang! Xiao Ding brandished his clear-stream sword, colliding with the serpent-shaped curved blade, igniting a shower of sparks. The goat-bearded figure staggered back, astonished by the intensity of his opponent's strength. Even a Dou spirit found it challenging to maintain grip on his weapon. A surge of murderous intent surged in his eyes as the blade's brilliance flickered, and he fiercely clashed with Xiao Ding once more. The goat-bearded figure's swordsmanship was ruthless and cunning, while Xiao Ding's sword spirit danced gracefully, swift as the wind, each displaying their unique prowess. Clang, clang! The clash of swords resonated with a crisp sound, shattering the surrounding flora with a mere touch. In an instant, the two combatants exchanged over 20 blows, their destructive force obliterating everything within hundreds of meters. The retreating serpent folk watched in terror. This human was able to contend evenly with their tribal elder. This man was a grand battle master, a full realm below their elder, yet he fought to a standstill, fundamentally altering their perception of the grand battle master rank. The goat-bearded opponent, engaged in battle with Xiao Ding, keenly felt the terror of this individual. Not only did he match him in strength, but his own battle spirit, as a battle spirit, could not suppress him. This indicated that the opponent's cultivation technique was far superior, perhaps even of earth grade. Boom. The two launched a powerful strike simultaneously, both retreating. Who on earth are you? And from where do you hail? The goat-bearded man's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Someone capable of mastering earth-grade techniques surely had an extraordinary background. Do you need to know so much? Xiao Ding, wielding the clear flow sword, donned in a robe as white as snow, emanated an aura of invincibility from his seemingly indestructible battle armor. Since you choose not to speak, do not blame me for being impolite. I shall capture you and pry the information from your lips. The goat-bearded man's expression darkened, powerful battle spirit surging like a tidal wave, causing his hair to whip about. Serpent-like grasp. He lunged at Xiao Ding with ferocity, his battle spirit transforming into a fearsome serpent over 10 meters long, its mouth agape as it lunged toward him. Xiao Ding evaded with agility, the serpent's jaws crashing into the ground and exploding the earth in a shower of debris. Xiao Ding's eyes shifted, the clear flow sword ignited with azure flames, and he struck down upon the serpent's head with great ferocity. Crack. Amidst tremendous resistance, the serpent formed from battle spirit ultimately could not withstand the might of the mystical flames and was cleaved in two. What is this? The goat-bearded man stared at the burning azure flames, his pupils constricting in shock. What kind of flame is this that even my battle spirit cannot endure? In his moment of hesitation, Xiao Ding charged forward, the power of the mystical flames surging under the influence of his wind, a tribute battle spirit, enveloping him entirely and transforming him into a fiery deity. The goat-bearded man hastily swung his blade, yet he still felt waves of intense heat crashing upon him, his entire battle spirit seemingly evaporating. What kind of flame is this? Could it be a mystical fire? Alarmed and wary of the azure flames unleashed by this man, he promptly shifted from offense to defense, hoping to exhaust his opponent's battle spirit to secure victory. In his view, no matter how formidable a grand battle master may be, his battle spirit could not possibly be more profound. It would eventually weaken. While Xiao Ding's singular battle crystal was indeed not as robust as his, the power of 3 battle crystals could be another matter entirely, especially considering Xiao Ding's ability to absorb battle spirit for recovery through the system. After a prolonged battle, Xiao Ding's momentum remained unwavering, while the goat-bearded man found himself increasingly beleaguered under persistent defense. Damn it! How can this man be so peculiar? Is he truly a grand battle master? The goat-bearded man began to question his very existence. Moon Mountain, have you grown too old to wield your blade? Unable to subdue even a grand battle master? A voice, imbued with allure yet tinged with indifference and discontent, suddenly emerged, sending shivers down Xiao Ding's spine, who had approached without his notice. He forcefully stamped the ground, retreating like a released arrow, yet a chilling presence pursued him, revealing a graceful silhouette. Without hesitation, he unleashed the 8 extremes burst with all his might, producing a thunderous sound. This individual was considerably stronger than the bearded man, sending him hurtling backwards. A figure landed steadily in his original position, displaying surprise. Elder Yume, what brings you here? The bearded man, somewhat embarrassed, approached. If I hadn't come, you might have been subdued by him, the alluring figure remarked, her sultry gaze fixed on Xiao Ding as she flicked her wrist. This fellow's strike earlier even pained this 9-star battle spirit of mine. My hand nearly got shattered. Xiao Ding staggered to a halt 10 meters away, interjecting while scrutinizing the captivating figure before him. Her figure was stunning, her alabaster curves enticingly pronounced, with a serpentine waist and a visage that could ensnare the soul. Only Medusa could rival this enchanting serpent woman. Ah, you are indeed an intriguing character, Elder Yume observed, noting his calm demeanor even in the presence of 2 battle spirits, suggesting he possessed some hidden strength. Elder Yume, there is something peculiar about this lad. He is not merely letting us off lightly, Mountain Yu remarked, touching his singed beard with a wary expression. It was apparent that this individual was emboldened. Elder Yume, astute as she was, sensed Xiao Ding's confidence, which seemed genuine rather than a mere facade. She glanced into the distance, wondering if he had companions concealed nearby, undetectable even to her. Which faction do you belong to, and what brings you to our tribe? She inquired, stepping protectively behind Xiao Ding, her tone grave. Seeing that the woman had inferred he possessed a trump card, Xiao Ding seized the opportunity to speak. I just informed that old man I came merely to procure some sand mandrake. I harbor no interest in conflict. Sneaky as you are, who can ascertain your true intentions? Mountain Yu remained skeptical, as it was rare for humans to engage in trade with them. Xiao Ding produced a large bag of gold coins. Here is the money. If you are willing, you could easily profit. Does that not appeal to you? To trade with us, you must first prove your worth. Thus, defeat me, and I shall grant you a 50% discount on the sand mandrake. Elder Yume sought to probe this individual's depths further. Dear sister, is it appropriate for a peak battle spirit to issue such a challenge to a mere 3-star battle master? Xiao Ding replied, exasperated, for he had to exert all his strength against a 5-star battle spirit. This woman was considerably more formidable, making victory seem improbable. Upon hearing this, Elder Yume regarded Xiao Ding with curiosity. Remove your mask, and I might reconsider. I fear I might dazzle you, Xiao Ding retorted shamelessly. Elder Yume found him amusing, smiling as she said, rest assured, I am a serpent woman. I harbor no affections for your humankind. Since you are so curious, I shall grant you an opportunity to admire my graceful form. Xiao Ding, unfazed, removed his mask, revealing a youthful visage. Despite his skin bearing a sun-kissed hue that lent him a mature appearance, he still resembled a mere boy. The serpentine spectators gasped in astonishment, exchanging glances, unable to fathom that someone so youthful could contend with an elder without succumbing. Perhaps his youthful facade belied a greater age? Regardless, he was undeniably youthful. Certainly younger than Elder Yume. Yu Shan's countenance fluctuated between shadows and light, his expression grim. The presence of such youth made him feel both old and ineffectual. Yumei's ruby lips parted slightly, her enchanting eyes shimmering. How old are you? Why inquire about my age? Are you considering marriage? Alas, I am not fond of serpentine tales. We shall discuss this once you assume a human form. Xiao Ding admired Yumei's upper half. Yet her lower half remained somewhat disconcerting. Very well, but I can only transform into a human once I attain the rank of Dou Zone. Yumei chuckled, her hair playfully tousled, revealing a menacing glint. There is another way. We could simply marry here if I were to capture you. With that, a surge of azure energy erupted from her, and she chose to strike, until she had compelled him to reveal all his hidden strengths. She would not easily relent to Shaji Mandala. It appeared that one should not place too much trust in the words of a beautiful woman. As Yumei launched her attack, Xiao Ding's gaze turned cold, revealing his impatience. Old Yao, it seems this tribe lacks a Dou Wang. Let us engage. Both were testing one another. Xiao Ding was also assessing whether there were more formidable foes within the tribe. Thus far, none had emerged, rendering restraint unnecessary. Old Yao chuckled. The elder serpent did not compel you to unleash all your potential. This female serpent, however, should suffice. Engaging her will likely require your utmost effort. Xiao Ding's lips twitched as he left behind a mere afterimage, evading the forceful energy that Yumei had propelled towards him. The impact struck the underbrush, emitting a hissing sound as it was reduced to powder, revealing its corrosive nature. It's toxic. Xiao Ding's pupils constricted as he enveloped himself in Dou Qi, holding his breath. The speed was quite impressive. To his astonishment, he initially believed the woman to be unarmed, only to discover that her Dou Qi enveloped her palm like a protective glove. As the Qinglu sword was seized, several azure energy serpents swiftly coiled around, attempting to ensnare Xiao Ding's weapon. Hiss! The Qinglian earth fire erupted, incinerating the energy serpents into smoke. What a formidable flame! Yumei marveled, while her other hand, akin to a venomous snake, lunged towards Xiao Ding's chest. Golden body technique. 8 extremes collapse. In an instant, Xiao Ding unleashed 2 formidable techniques, a brilliant copper light radiating from his fist. The power of his physical form surged forth, engulfed in Qinglian earth fire, as Dou Qi harmoniously intertwined, resembling colossal waves crashing together. Bang! The collision of their strikes caused the air to shatter, creating a ripple effect as the ground sank 2 feet beneath them. Yumei's expression shifted. His assault was significantly more ferocious than their initial encounter, and under the overwhelming force, she found herself involuntarily stepping back. In her haste, she spread her palm, and with a hissing sound, a multitude of energy serpents emerged, accompanied by vividly colored venomous snakes lunging toward Xiao Ding. The energy serpents bit into Xiao Ding's chest, causing his battle armor to crack, while the various venomous snakes sank their fangs into him. At that moment, the goat-bearded figure approached Xiao Ding, launching a sudden attack with a blade. With the energy serpents, venomous snakes, and a 5-star battle spirit's ambush, it seemed imminent that his defenses would be breached and he would be injured. In a decisive move, Xiao Ding detonated a portion of his fused battle energy, resulting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated all the venomous snakes. The goat-bearded assailant was forced back. Though Xiao Ding practiced the golden body technique, he appeared pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As he beheld the advancing Yumei, he understood that he must fight with all his might. Taking a deep breath, a turquoise whirlwind materialized in his palm. As the 3 elemental powers began to separate rather than fully merge, expanding in size, blade-like energies formed a spiral, with wood fueling fire, and wind augmenting the flames, swiftly evolving into a turquoise wind blade spiral infused with fire. This power bore a striking resemblance to the spiral wind technique, and in truth, Xiao Ding had adapted this battle technique to create his own unique method of fused battle energy. In simpler terms, this was his self-created battle technique, the wind-fire spiral. This technique embodied the characteristics of 3 types of battle energy, possessing the ferocity of fire, the swiftness and sharpness of wind blades, and the vitality of wood attribute energy. Its sole drawback was that it was somewhat challenging to control. As he executed this technique, Xiao Ding felt as though the fiery wind blades might slice through his palm. Faced with this technique, Yumei felt immense pressure. Upon seeing the rapidly rotating entity in his hand, she instinctively sensed danger. Hesitating, she halted her assault, channeling her battle energy into thick armor, and retreated to defend herself. No escape, you shall taste my wrath first, Xiao Ding declared, stepping forward as the wind-fire spiral expanded to the size of a grinding wheel, tearing through the air and transforming into a blur rushing towards her. What an extraordinary technique! How can it possess multiple attributes? Yumei thought in alarm, her scalp prickling as she attempted to evade, only to realize escape was futile. Gritting her silver teeth, she swiftly clapped her hands together, releasing robust battle energy that formed 2 energy serpents coiling around each other. These serpents, dark teal in hue, appeared lifelike, opening their wide mouths to bite at the wind-fire spiral. With a crunching sound, the energy serpents were severed upon contact with the rapidly spinning wind-fire blade, their bodies disintegrating until only their tails remained. Yume's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that her full-force attack would be so effortlessly dismantled by this peculiar technique. She hurriedly retreated, but was still struck by the spiraling force. The sound of cutting echoed as the power of the spiral relentlessly sliced through her battle energy, even penetrating her armor with ease. The rotating wind blades, imbued with the fire of the Azure Lotus, were akin to a searing blade, and Yume's peak battle spirit level energy dissipated as swiftly as tofu. With a hissing sound, her hair was severed, reduced to ash in an instant, and her snow-white arms bore numerous crimson gashes, soon turning charred. The searing, razor-sharp combat techniques surged forth relentlessly, causing Yume's complexion to pale in fear, her serpent-like tail writhing rapidly as she sought to flee. With a sudden explosion, witnessing the waning power of the combat techniques, Yume believed she might evade the impending doom. In that moment, Xiao Ding's thoughts shifted, and he decisively relinquished all control. The convergence of three distinct forces relied solely on Xiao Ding's command. Now, bereft of this guiding power, the once orderly energies descended into chaos. Flames swiftly enveloped the vortex, abruptly expanding into a circle of energy waves. A thunderous roar erupted as a colossal energy vortex detonated, its shockwaves surging forward and consuming Yume entirely. The inverted conical explosion zone spread rapidly, engulfing hundreds of meters in an instant, shattering nearby flora before igniting them into flames, while fissures marred the ground. Several serpent men were hurled through the air, shrieking in agony as they spewed blood. Their bodies were cleaved by the slicing winds, leaving gaping wounds, and soon became charred under the onslaught of the fiery force. The dual assault of wind and fire wreaked havoc upon them, amplifying the devastation to a terrifying degree. Even Yushan, a formidable combat spirit, found himself battered by the residual waves, his garments torn and his brow and beard singed as he retreated in disarray. Though Xiao Ding remained behind the conical explosion zone, he too felt the tumultuous air and swirling dust, having to retreat several paces to avoid the onslaught. Naturally, Yume, struck directly by this force, suffered immensely. Her entire aura armor shattered after a brief resistance, and her clothing was consumed by the flames. She gasped, blood spilling forth as she was flung backward, her arms charred, most of her hair singed away, leaving only a small patch to cover her form. Once a captivating beauty with flawless skin, she now resembled someone who had just emerged from a raging inferno, her body marred with wounds. With a painful gasp, she continued to bleed, her soot-covered face etched with agony as she crashed to the ground, grievously injured. Elder Yume. Yushan could hardly believe that the formidable Yume, with a cultivation far surpassing his own, had been so thoroughly defeated by this youth. In a swift motion, Xiao Ding appeared behind the smoke-wreathed Yume, sitting down abruptly, the keen edge of his Qinglu sword poised against her neck. You have lost. Yume seethed with humiliation and rage, finding herself threatened by a mere human. What? Are you not satisfied? Sensing her body tremble violently, Xiao Ding smirked. You forced my hand. Who can you blame? Kill me if you dare. She spat through gritted teeth, mortified at being bested by a human Grand Master in front of her kin, and now facing such a fate. I cannot bring myself to slay you just yet. I require you as a bargaining chip. Xiao Ding cast a glance at the approaching goat-bearded figure. You had best procure 2 mandragora plants for me, otherwise, your tribe shall lose an elder. Yushan's countenance turned ashen as he beheld the sword pressed against Yume's throat, feeling utterly powerless to intervene. Suppressing his fury, he replied, Very well, I shall send someone for the mandragora. Do not harm her, or you shall not escape this place. You fail to grasp the situation. I am the one issuing threats here. Shall we wager on whether I can kill her and still make my exit? Xiao Ding scoffed, as his subordinates had already ascertained that the formidable warriors of the Serpent Clan had been summoned to the Holy City. It was unlikely that any Do Wong-level fighters would remain in this area for the foreseeable future. Even if one did arrive, he could easily depart. Yushan's eyes darkened, contemplating the absence of Do Wong from their tribe. He could only suppress his fury and coldly commanded, retrieve the sand mandala. Though this medicinal herb was indeed quite precious, being a large tribe, they still had a modest stockpile. Yume attempted to voice an objection, but Xiao Ding delivered a swift strike, rendering her unconscious. Continuing to sit upon her, Xiao Ding finally took the opportunity to assess the destructive power of the wind-fire spiral. Nearby, a vast crater had formed, displaying concentric spirals as if carved by a colossal spiral wind blade. Yume, who had been struck, was now covered in soot, her body marred by gruesome wounds. Blood oozing forth only to be seared away, creating a particularly terrifying sight. Gazing at her battered back, Xiao Ding felt as though he had defaced a masterpiece. Your Dou technique nearly shattered her. The medicine elder exclaimed. Had it been a weaker individual, they would have been reduced to charred fragments of flesh. Indeed, I did not anticipate the potency of the wind blade combined with the. Her strength seemed utterly insufficient to withstand it, Xiao Ding admitted, also somewhat taken aback. This was his first time fully unleashing his fused Dou Qi and employing it in a specific manner. Take some time to contemplate. There is room for enhancement in your Dou technique. If you could concentrate the power into a singular point, its might would be significantly amplified, the medicine elder suggested. Is it that simple? Just look at my hand, Xiao Ding replied, displaying the spiral scar on his palm, equally charred. This indicates that your physical body lacks sufficient strength and control, the medicine elder assessed. Take it slow, Xiao Ding sighed, acknowledging that his Dou technique indeed required refinement. Surrounded by 3 circles of Serpent Clan warriors, Yushan intoned, release her. I have stated that you lack the standing to demand anything of me. Xiao Ding rose. Lifting you may, now, provide me with the medicinal herbs. Chapter 55, The Mysterious Heavy Ruler for Body Refinement. To be honest, Xiao Ding was rather reluctant to proceed in this manner. These individuals constantly pressured him, and he felt no moral burden at this point. Yushan clenched his fists, teetering on the brink of eruption. Give it to him. Medicine elder, is that acceptable? Indeed, confirming that the medicinal herbs were intact. Xiao Ding placed them into his spatial ring. The serpent soldiers immediately closed in, exuding a palpable aura of hostility, ready to strike at any moment. Can I release her now? Yushan was on the verge of a breakdown. Xiao Ding, however, remained unperturbed, shrugging. You see, if you had simply engaged in honest trade with me from the outset, we wouldn't be in this predicament. You simply fail to grasp the principle of harmony. Do you need us to be instructed on how to conduct ourselves? Yushan's expression darkened, his Dou Qi boiling as if ready to unleash at any moment. Unwilling to listen? Then I shall take my leave. Farewell. Suddenly, a ring of white flames enveloped Xiao Ding, and with a resounding boom, he leapt into the air, soaring over 100 meters high, effortlessly bypassing the encircling Serpent Clan, landing 100 feet away. Impossible. Yushan was momentarily taken aback. How could a mere great Dou Master leap such a distance? This fellow was no frog. The most crucial aspect was that the other party was accompanied by Yumei, a woman whose weight, even at her lightest, exceeded 100 pounds. Upon witnessing Xiao Ding's descent, a fleeting shadow remained in his wake. Yushan bellowed, pursue him. We cannot allow him to escape. A throng of serpent men erupted in a frenzy, chasing Xiao Ding like rabid dogs. Chase me. With a swift whoosh, Xiao Ding left only his silhouette behind as he dashed forward. Amidst the roaring winds, tattered and charred fabric danced in the air. Yushan, soaring through the air, observed that Xiao Ding, carrying someone, was still faster than he. Exasperated, he thought, damn it, how can this kid run so swiftly? He must possess some form of agility technique. He cast a glance at the torn fabric and continued his pursuit. Yumei was the most gifted member of their tribe, likely to become the chief in the future. She must not encounter any misfortune. He lowered his gaze, nearly losing his composure. The cloth that had previously obscured Yumei had now completely fallen away, revealing her form, albeit shrouded in darkness, with certain areas still visible. He shook his head to dispel any wicked thoughts, contemplating how to abandon her. However, considering her vulnerability, he hesitated and slowed his pace. Her physique is truly remarkable. Xiao Ding swallowed hard and produced a robe for Yumei to wear. Yumei furrowed her brow as she regained consciousness, her eyes widening at Xiao Ding's actions. What are you doing? Xiao Ding, sheepishly chuckling, replied, Ahem, I am merely performing a good deed. This robe is yours, no need for thanks. With that, he turned and slipped away. Only then did Yumei realize she was devoid of any covering. Nevertheless, the serpent folk were quite liberal in their thinking and did not place significant emphasis on such matters, finding it rather surprising that Xiao Ding would offer her a robe for modesty. That detestable scoundrel. She gritted her teeth, watching as Xiao Ding vanished from sight. Her emotions in turmoil. From the beginning, it had been she who had forced his hand. Ultimately, she had failed, and he had spared her life while providing her with covering, a rare occurrence indeed. Yumei, are you all right? With a swift rush, Yushan caught up, abruptly halting upon seeing Yumei alive, sighing in relief. Aside from her severe injuries, she had not perished. Indeed, he was able to run so fast while carrying you. Without you, he would be even less able to escape. Yushan, resigned, failed to notice the peculiar expression on Yumei's face. Xiao Ding sprinted for several dozen miles before confirming that no one was in pursuit and subsequently slowed his pace. Old pharmacist, what do you think? What do you mean? About Yumei's physique. You incorrigible rascal. I have long surpassed the age of romantic pursuits. My sole interest now lies in elixirs. Women hold little significance in my eyes. The old pharmacist retorted with irritation. I admire your resolve. I may never achieve such a state. My mind is filled with thoughts of white buns. Xiao Ding sighed. Pathetic. It's just a serpent woman, the old pharmacist scoffed disdainfully. Well said. I must experience more to attain your level. Xiao Ding replied earnestly. What are you saying? I am nothing like the fickle-hearted you, the old pharmacist corrected, then imparted his wisdom. Go refine your potions. Once you delve into alchemy, all thoughts of women will fade. It is time for you to concoct the elixir. Having acquired the sand mandala, it is imperative to swiftly eradicate the remnants of the sealed power. Xiao Ding retrieved the medicinal ingredients. First, he sought a secluded location, as this simplified elixir was of the 5th tier, and its concoction would inevitably create a stir, necessitating caution to avoid unforeseen circumstances. Having found a hidden spot, the venerable Yao Lao quickly synthesized the elixir to dispel the seal. Upon consuming it, the medicinal essence coursed through Xiao Ding's meridians, compelling the dormant sealing power to surface. With the assistance of his unique fire, he swiftly eliminated it entirely. Unencumbered by the seal, his fighting spirit flowed smoothly, rapidly restoring him to his peak condition. Although his strength remained unaffected, he lamented that he was still far from qualifying to engage Medusa directly. Xiao Ding murmured, glancing at the scars on his hand. Yao Lao. My cultivation speed in the golden body technique is increasingly sluggish. Is there any method to expedite it? Sluggish? Yao Lao, floating nearby, rolled his eyes. To reach the pinnacle of the 2nd tier in just over a year is commendable. Do you believe another would take merely a decade? Yet. My progress in other areas has been swift, Xiao Ding replied with a hint of exasperation. The golden body technique, however, seems to advance at a glacial pace. Your limit for absorbing the body-tempering elixir has been reached. Any further acceleration can only be achieved through external forces, Yao Lao reflected, then suddenly produced a black object. It was a broad short sword, towering in height and resembling a door plank or ruler, adorned with intricate patterns that exuded an ancient and weighty aura, undeniably remarkable. Carrying this will provide some benefits for your body tempering and help to regulate your rapidly escalating fighting spirit. Xiao Ding's eyes flickered. Finally, Yao Lao had willingly revealed the mysterious weight. He understood that Yao Lao possessed this weapon but was reluctant to mention it, as he was forbidden from disclosing anything prematurely. This is forged from celestial iron, considerably heavy, ensuring that your physique remains under constant pressure. Additionally, it will suppress your fighting spirit, aiding in the refinement of its purity. Yao Lao elucidated, tossing it to Xiao Ding. Catching it, Xiao Ding felt the weight pull him down. Despite his mental preparation, he was astonished by its heft, especially given that he had trained specifically in body tempering techniques. Beyond its weight, the object emanated a unique power that directly suppressed his fighting spirit, causing a sense of discomfort. Chapter 56. Do not be alarmed. I am a guest. He swung it with effort, producing a whistling sound through the air. No worries. I have time to learn. There is no rush. Certain issues must be resolved, or the repercussions will be significant. Yao Lao's expression turned serious. Your extraordinary talent and powerful bloodline are indeed advantages, yet they also present a certain drawback. A drawback? Xiao Ding pondered. Indeed, allow me to elaborate. While others may easily deplete their fighting spirit, you do not share this concern, Yao Lao expressed enviously. Your body continuously absorbs fighting spirit, resulting in a tendency to squander it without hesitation. Understood. My efficiency in utilizing fighting spirit is lacking. Others utilize 1 unit of fighting spirit as if it were 2. While I expend it indiscriminately, Xiao Ding recognized that he was akin to a wealthy magnate, possessing an abundance of fighting spirit. Indeed, he was to leverage the suppression of this weapon to enhance his mastery over fighting energy, a pursuit that would greatly benefit his future cultivation of combat techniques and confrontations. He contemplated dividing his fighting energy into 10 portions, then further into 100, and ultimately 1,000, for precise control. Accepting the advice of the elderly alchemist, Xiao Ding felt that not only the fighting energy, but also the physical strength, required meticulous regulation, allowing him to exert precisely the amount of force he desired. Should he achieve a level of meticulous control, his combat prowess could ascend to new heights. Xiao Ding sensed that his cultivation had entered deeper waters, no longer characterized by casual efforts. He slowed his pace, carrying the heavy Xian Zhong Qi, and traversed the desert step by step, resembling a wandering ascetic. This journey lasted over a month before he finally arrived at the sacred city of the Serpent People. At this moment, his mindset had become significantly steadier. His aura perfectly restrained, calm as a tranquil well. His gaze was distant and profound, surveying the horizon. A colossal city lay nestled within the desert, surrounded by a chaotic scattering of massive stones. Through the gaps in the rocks, one could occasionally glimpse fully armed serpent soldiers patrolling. The formidable defenses made infiltration exceedingly challenging. Xiao Ding moved his parched lips and spoke gravely. Unlike Xiao Yan, who had Dou Qi to assist him, he could only rely on himself and the elderly alchemist. You are here to negotiate with Medusa. Simply proceed forward, the elderly alchemist remarked calmly. Xiao Ding's expression brightened. It seems you possess considerable confidence. The elderly alchemist replied with pride, let us go. Even if all the Serpent Clan Dou kings were to emerge today, they could not prevent you from obtaining the blue lotus heart flame. Such audacity sparked a smile on Xiao Ding's face. A circle of white flames enveloped him as he soared into the air amidst fluctuations in space. Xiao Ding widened his eyes in astonishment. Wow. You truly have regained your Dou Zone level of strength. To fly without relying on fighting energy wings, you must at least be at the Dou Zone level. Just barely achieved. Your fighting energy has played a crucial role, the elderly alchemist replied with a faint smile. I believe it is best not to be so ostentatious. We wouldn't want to frighten Medusa. Xiao Ding shook his head. Then let us hold back a bit. The elderly alchemist agreed, channeling his power to manifest a pair of energy wings behind Xiao Ding, flickering with white flames. With a flap of the wings, Xiao Ding vanished, leaving only the sound of rushing air in his wake. On the towering city walls, several Serpent Clan Dou kings congregated, gazing down at the desert. What does Her Majesty mean by summoning us here without specifying who we are to be on guard against? Grumbled a fiery red serpent, the leader of the Yanxi tribe. One of the 8 major tribes of the Serpent Clan, known for both his formidable strength and volatile temper. It is time to speak. We cannot waste everyone's time like this. I have numerous matters to attend to in my tribe, echoed another Dou king with a fearsome double-headed visage. The nearby Dou king from the Mo Shi tribe, Mo Basi, turned to a sultry figure. Huaxier, we have been here for nearly 2 months. What is the matter that remains unspoken? The figure he addressed was the captain of Queen Medusa's guard, responsible for the city's defense. Have I not already explained that a powerful human might come here? The flower serpent furrowed her brow. I am uncertain about the identity of the individual and the purpose of their arrival. How much longer must we wait? Another combat king, known as the Southern Serpent, muttered, why the haste? Since this is a matter decreed by the queen, we should adhere to it diligently. The eldest among the serpent folk, Inshur, spoke up, quelling the discontent of the assembly. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, the audible rush of a powerful being in flight. Yanxi, who had been complaining moments before, lifted his gaze to behold a white figure soaring towards them. His pupils contracted, wings of fighting spirit, a combat emperor. Mobas squinted. It is a human, albeit adorned with a fox mask. To think that just as we mentioned this, a powerful individual would arrive. The Southern Serpent's expression turned grave. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them without courtesy. The hearts of all combat kings grew heavy, their countenances shifting. The strength of this individual was formidable, far beyond their capacity to withstand. Be on guard, the flower serpent urged gravely. Quickly, notify Her Majesty the Queen. Good morning, distinguished gentlemen and ladies. Xiao Ding abruptly halted, greeting the combat kings atop the city tower. He flashed a broad smile. His new mask, designed for comfort, did not entirely obscure his mouth and eyes. As he smiled, his pearly whites gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Having flown here, he reveled in the joy of flight. His spirits elevated. Xiao Ding awkwardly chuckled. Do not be alarmed. I am a guest here to negotiate with your Medusa queen. We do not trade with humans. You see, your mindset is rather insular. A lack of communication and trade only serves to foster misunderstandings and hinder your growth. Xiao Ding shook his head, observing that these serpent folk were still in a semi-primitive state, too closed off and exclusionary. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? A frigid voice echoed as a purple figure emerged in the air, adorned with resplendent, multicolored wings. Medusa, today clad in a revealing brocade, showcased her alabaster arms and smooth, delicate abdomen, her waist like that of a water snake, bosom high, ruby lips upon fair skin, her long hair tied in azure strands, her countenance cold yet regal, her starry eyes devoid of emotion, repelling those who dared approach. Even after witnessing Medusa for the 3rd time, Xiao Ding remained profoundly awestruck. Such a woman is unlikely to ever become tiresome. Xiao Ding earnestly praised, you appear even more stunning than months ago. Chapter 57. This woman is utterly unhinged. I shall take that as a compliment. Medusa regarded the figure in the fox mask, clad in a flowing white robe and bearing an unusual black sword. He seemed even more inscrutable than before. It appears you have grown so accustomed to praise that it no longer affects you. Xiao Ding murmured, let us get straight to the point. I will assist you in your evolution, and afterward, I require the evolution. The queen, perhaps? Mobas and the others displayed shock, quickly followed by concern. To evolve with is a perilous endeavor. This individual dares to claim he can aid the queen in her evolution, casting doubt upon his words. First, demonstrate your capabilities by refining a 7th-tier elixir in my presence, and I shall believe in your ability to assist me. Medusa had come prepared. Xiao Ding felt a surge of embarrassment. Although the esteemed alchemist possesses the ability to concoct 7th-tier elixirs, he finds himself bereft of any medicinal materials. Even the supplies for 5th-tier potions were depleted not long ago. Unfazed, he remarked, "Very well, but the materials must be provided by you." "No," Medusa replied succinctly. "Are you suggesting I should seek them out?" Xiao Ding furrowed his brow. "Oh, aren't you a high-level alchemist? Yet you lack even the ingredients for a 7th-tier potion?" Medusa scoffed, her disdain palpable. "It seems you lack the capability to assist me," he responded, his expression devoid of emotion. "I am currently experiencing financial hardship. Is that reason sufficient? Are you attempting to deceive a child? A high-level alchemist cannot be impoverished." Medusa's laughter was cold, yet strikingly beautiful. With a graceful wave of her flawless hand, 3 formidable auras surged from the holy city, swiftly converging upon them. All were Dou Huang. With a commanding demeanor, Medusa declared, "If you cannot produce a 7th-tier elixir today, you shall not leave. Shall I remain here to serve you as a man?" Xiao Ding retorted with a smile, her domineering attitude leaving him with little choice. "Indeed, as I mentioned, should you defeat me, I might reconsider." Medusa's enticing smile faltered as she realized the figure before her had dissipated into mere illusions. Oh no! Her enchanting smile vanished as she sensed the shift in the atmosphere and instinctively repositioned herself. In a flash, Xiao Ding appeared behind Medusa, his once mighty wings of fighting spirit dissipating into thin air. A chill coursed through Medusa's body, yet she spun around and threw a punch without hesitation. With a swift motion, Xiao Ding caught her fist in his palm, the potent energy she wielded evaporating before him in a blaze of white flames. He yanked her forward uncontrollably into his embrace. Impossible. Medusa's expression turned ashen, and as she attempted to retaliate with her other hand, she found herself ensnared, her freedom slipping away. With her hands restrained, just as she was about to collide with Xiao Ding, he flipped her and slammed her down towards the ground. Boom. The stone pavement outside the city walls crumbled as if it were mere tofu, only to be followed by a second impact of falling white flames in the same spot. The ground erupted with a deafening explosion, creating a massive crater over 100 meters wide, sending debris flying in every direction, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Onlookers were left in astonishment. How could the once regal and dignified queen be so easily struck down? The situation appeared dire. "Old man, your lack of tenderness is rather alarming," Xiao Ding quipped as he observed Medusa, bloodied beneath his feet. "The heart of an old man harbors no thoughts of women. Thus, my methods are unrelenting," he replied. "I can only gaze upon the upper half," Xiao Ding added with a mischievous grin. "This woman is no simple adversary. She is difficult to subdue." As the old alchemist spoke, he initiated another assault, unleashing 3 streams of white flames into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the swirling dust, 3 elder members of the serpent tribe staggered back, their fighting spirit rapidly consumed by the chilling fire. In a state of panic, they scrambled to defend themselves, their hearts filled with dread. What manner of power is this? It is terrifyingly formidable. "Young man, Medusa's strength has been sealed by me. Seize the directly." Elder Yao seized the pale-faced Medusa, swiftly resolving the situation through surprise. Medusa felt the sudden surge of power emanating from him, even as a peak Dou emperor. She sensed herself utterly suppressed. A Dou zone. How could this individual possess such strength? She had not anticipated this. Otherwise, she would never have approached him so closely. It appeared that the situation would not unfold smoothly. Xiao Ding glanced at the 3 elders of the serpent people approaching. Although they appeared somewhat disheveled from the attack they had not lost their combat capability. Their numbers were substantial, and it seemed he would have to use Medusa as a hostage, making him feel like a brigand. Xiao Ding muttered to himself, reluctantly taking hold of Medusa and soaring toward the temple within the city. "Release her majesty," bellowed the 2nd elder of the serpent people, but he received no response. He must be seeking the pursue him. The 3 Dou emperors transformed into fleeting shadows, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Though they appeared numerous, they were at a loss for what to do. With their queen captured by this mysterious individual, could they truly attack alongside her? Within the serpent people's temple, they shone like a beacon in the night, guiding Elder Yao forward. Passing through a palace, deep within the temple, Xiao Ding once again beheld the blue lotus earth heart fire. Enveloped in a white mist, the vibrant azure flames were ensnared by a pool of ice spirit cold spring. Shifting forms as though alive, at times resembling a lotus, and at others, a small serpent. A transparent energy shield encased it, preventing any escape. Xiao Ding set Medusa down and jested, "You have not utilized its evolution for so long. It seems you lack sufficient confidence." Would you dare to ignite the flames? Medusa retorted, displaying her regal composure. After the earlier shock, she had swiftly regained her calm. Well, I would not likely undertake such a gamble, Xiao Ding conceded, nodding with a hint of regret. Now you realize I was not jesting. I am indeed an alchemist. Alas, our trust is lacking, making further transactions improbable. I underestimated you. Medusa felt discontent. She had summoned the strongest members of her clan to the holy city, intending to ensure a decisive victory against this man. However, he was a Dou Zong, far too powerful, and at that moment, no one could assist her. A few formidable elders are closing in. Elder Yao cautioned. Xiao Ding turned. Bracing himself, 4 elderly women approached, with the leader possessing peak Dou Emperor strength, while the remaining 3 were mid to high-level Dou Emperors. They represented the last vestiges of the Serpent People's heritage. Even Elder Yao had to tread carefully. He wished to avoid entangling himself with these 4 Dou Emperors. They are numerous, and I have no advantage. I shall resort to my previous tactic, threatening Medusa's life to obtain the, he declared. Just as Xiao Ding prepared to speak, Elder Yao gasped in alarm. Not good. A sound of tearing fabric erupted behind him, followed by an overwhelming, fierce aura. Could it be? Xiao Ding's expression changed dramatically as he cursed. Woman, are you seeking death? Crack. The barrier trapping the shattered, and the azure flames surged forth, instantly engulfing the purple serpent. This woman was utterly reckless, choosing to evolve with yet such a critical moment. Chapter 58, Refining a Serpent. He had not anticipated that Medusa would employ her secret arts to transform into a serpent and escape the control of the Elder Yao. Charging directly into the flames of the Elder Yao's attempts to retain her were futile. A circle of purple energy radiated outward, forming a barrier to obstruct their path. As the azure flames ignited, a chilling scream erupted from the serpent's mouth. The agony of being consumed by the scent shivers down Xiao Ding's spine. It was the first time he felt admiration for this woman. One could only wonder what kind of resolve it took to dare such a thing. Your Majesty. The 4 elders halted in a state of distress, yet found themselves powerless to intervene. Xiao Ding sighed. There is no need for such extremes. I harbor no intentions of killing you. She struggled amidst seeking to survive against all odds. Her body was rent asunder by the flames, bloodied and soon charred, with even her serpent scales shattering. Before such a fiercely radiant fire, even at her peak her physical form was alarmingly fragile, visibly succumbing to destruction at an alarming rate. Elder Yao, lend her a hand, or she will truly be reduced to ashes, Xiao Ding implored, unable to bear the sight. Why do you care for her? Elder Yao teased. Do you perhaps have feelings for her? I do not know. Perhaps I admire her indomitable spirit. Furthermore, should she perish, these 4 will surely go mad without restraint, Xiao Ding replied with a wry smile. Initially drawn by Medusa's beauty, he now found respect for her intrinsic qualities. Indeed, the thought of 4 and a host of going berserk is rather terrifying, Elder Yao concurred. However, I can only temper the intensity of this. Beyond that, I fear I cannot do much. Consider her a rare medicinal ingredient for your alchemy. Infuse her with energy, and I believe it may prove beneficial, Xiao Ding suggested. Oh, how intriguing. Why had I not thought of this before? Since top-tier pills possess sentience, why can I not refine something with spirit? Elder Yao became animated. Stepping forth with Xiao Ding's body under his control, the bone spirit cold fire effortlessly incinerated the barrier, bringing them before the azure flames. Damn it. What else do you intend to do? The Grand Elder of the Serpent People spat in rage. If you wish for her to survive, then be silent, Xiao Ding retorted. Quickly fetch your clan's finest healing potions. I shall assist you in saving her. Observing the fading consciousness of Medusa, Xiao Ding muttered, Foolish woman. I shall not take you for free. Let me aid you. With Elder Yao already in motion, the bone spirit cold fire surged forth, directly suppressing the azure lotus earth fire, bringing it under his command. He then produced the most precious medicinal materials from his possession, refining them into a liquid and casting it upon Medusa's battered form. On the verge of losing consciousness, Medusa resembled a parched land welcoming a deluge, her desiccated body greedily absorbing the medicinal essence, struggling to open her eyes and cast a glance at Xiao Ding. This man was actually aiding her. What are you staring at? Quickly absorb the medicinal power, or your injuries, compounded by your reckless escape from my restraints, will surely lead to your demise, Xiao Ding admonished. Grumbling, damn it, I never intended to force you into the fire. If word gets out, it will paint me as a brutish man who drove a woman to her end. The 4 esteemed elders observed that Her Majesty the Queen appeared to genuinely benefit from the situation, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty about whether they should intervene. What are you dawdling for? I am out of medicinal herbs. Hurry and fetch some. Do you think a poor wretch like me can provide sufficient energy for such a formidable serpent? Xiao Ding turned and bellowed, his frustration palpable. Who could have anticipated that seizing the heart of the blue lotus flame would compel Medusa to leap into the fire? The elder of the serpent tribe furrowed her brow, gazing at the ailing queen, and gritted her teeth. Quickly, procure the medicine. At this moment, they had no choice but to cling to a glimmer of hope. Treating a dead horse as if it were a live one, they retrieved precious herbs from their own reserves, allowing Xiao Ding to select as he pleased, and then scoured their stockpile. An abundance of rare herbs accumulated, filling the hall with a fragrant aroma. Human, should Her Majesty perish, we shall undoubtedly exact vengeance upon you. The elder of the serpent tribe spoke with a heavy tone. Silence. You are disturbing my work, and your queen may very well perish at any moment. Xiao Ding chastised, taking charge of the conversation while the medicine elder focused on saving the queen, remaining unaffected by the escalating tension. The elder of the serpent tribe seethed with indignation. But upon glancing at the diminishing form of the queen, she swallowed her fury and refrained from further comment. Under the skilled hands of the medicine elder, the finest herbs transformed into a pure liquid, which was then infused into Medusa's frail body, revitalizing her weakened state. Moreover, the medicine elder managed to temper the ferocity of the heart of the blue lotus flame, significantly reducing its destructive power. Although evolution continued, it was no longer as violent as before. Open your mouth and consume this, Xiao Ding commanded, noticing that a considerable amount of medicinal liquid had been provided from outside. He believed that ingestion would yield more effective results. Medusa regarded Xiao Ding with a complex expression. What are you hesitating for, you madwoman? Xiao Ding retorted with irritation. She looked aggrieved. Her bones had been scorched, rendering her unable to open her mouth. Medicine elder, it seems we must pry it open, Xiao Ding observed. I understand, the elder replied. A surge of spiritual energy descended, aiding Medusa in parting her lips, revealing a charred interior, a testament to the terrifying power of the strange fire. With a swoosh, a stream of pure healing liquid was injected, rapidly spreading to invigorate Medusa's distressed organs, granting her the strength to persevere. As time passed, every available medicinal herb was refined and infused into Medusa's body, yet it could not halt the relentless destruction wrought by the various elixirs merely allowed her to endure a little longer. They could not alter the inevitable outcome of her body's devastation. Evolution persisted, and Medusa's form diminished to a skeletal shell, her flesh incinerated, leaving behind a flicker of tenacious life. This is all I can do. Whether she survives now rests solely with her, the medicine elder declared, ceasing his efforts. Xiao Ding watched in silence, murmuring, I had hoped you would become my bride. But after witnessing this madness, I find myself somewhat fearful. The nearby elders turned their gazes toward him, filled with outrage. How dare this human harbor thoughts of their queen? What are you staring at? You elderly women cannot possibly comprehend my feelings. Xiao Ding scoffed, his words rendering the four powerful elders pale with indignation, thoroughly offending them. At that moment, the vitality within the serpent's body surged unexpectedly, followed by a series of crackling sounds as the serpent's form split apart. From the fissures, resplendent rays of colorful light burst forth, akin to divine radiance, dazzling and beautiful. A terrifying aura reminiscent of a primordial behemoth emanated, causing Xiao Ding's heart to sink, as if he had been transported back to a time of untamed wilderness. With a sudden burst of power, the serpent's lengthy body shattered into countless black ashes that filled the air. Such an overwhelming presence. The elder, with a grave tone, unleashed the bone spirit's cold fire to protect Xiao Ding, guarding against the vibrant glow. The four elders breathed heavily, their eyes shining with excitement. Had they succeeded? They were filled with indescribable joy. The legendary events whispered within their clan seemed to be unfolding before their very eyes. The glory of the serpent people was imminent. At that moment, Medusa's figure suddenly materialized, her face contorted with anger as she flew toward Xiao Ding. Yet, upon closer inspection, her form appeared translucent, with only her enchanting visage clearly visible. Indeed, midway through her approach, the colorful light dissipated, transforming her into a small, seven-colored serpent. Bewildered as she collided into Xiao Ding's embrace, Xiao Ding was taken aback, exclaiming, Elder, you have conjured a serpent. Chapter 59, Release the Queen. It truly worked? The elder was pleasantly surprised, remarking that it seemed feasible to refine living beings after all. You merely assisted her evolution. It is quite distinct from concocting elixirs. Xiao Ding grimaced, observing the dazed little serpent in his arms, which bore little resemblance to the formidable entity that had exuded such overwhelming terror moments ago. The current serpent was delicate and charming, adorned with intricate, colorful scales, its pupils a pale violet, exuding an air of nobility and elegance, a rare trait reminiscent of Medusa. Its body still carried a faint medicinal fragrance. When he gently squeezed it, it felt cool and surprisingly elastic. The colorful little serpent showed no fear. gazing at Xiao Ding with innocent eyes, tilting its head as it scrutinized him. Be cautious, this is no ordinary serpent. If my conjecture is correct, this seven-colored serpent with violet pupils must be an ancient giant serpent, the seven-colored devouring python. The elder marveled, unable to suppress his admiration for Medusa's audacity in using the power to stimulate her soul's evolution, transforming from the original purple phantom flame serpent into her ancestral form. The seven-colored devouring python. Seven-colored devouring python, Xiao Ding murmured, his expression a mix of complexity. He had not anticipated that under such circumstances, Medusa would still succeed. This was several years faster than the normal process. Yet without his assistance, it seemed unlikely that the injured Medusa would have achieved this transformation. It appeared he had altered many outcomes. The elder, interpreting Xiao Ding's murmurs as a lack of knowledge regarding the seven-colored devouring python, began to explain. This is a particularly powerful beast from ancient times. Once mature, its strength rivals that of a saint, and even in my prime. Encountering one would likely result in my demise. A scene of a giant serpent devouring humans flashed through Xiao Ding's mind as he gazed at the seemingly harmless colorful serpent. His lips twitching. With that in mind, she suddenly seems less endearing. Whether she consumes humans is uncertain, but she would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to devour you. The elder jested. Never mind. Let's nurture her for now, and we shall see when Medusa recovers. Xiao Ding waved his hand towards the residual medicinal liquid, summoning it forth to offer to the little serpent. The latter's eyes sparkled as she opened her small mouth and gulped down a few bites, subsequently sticking out her tongue in delight. Xiao Ding swiftly tucked her into his clothing, intent on keeping her as a personal aid. A Dou Zone level expert, albeit temporarily amnesiac, would surely be a waste to leave behind. Indeed, this Medusa, having undergone forced evolution, must be experiencing soul disturbances and memory loss, rendering her akin to an infant, easy to nurture. Yao Lao did not object. His strength had recovered significantly, and even if Medusa regained her powers, he would not be intimidated. Furthermore, she could not remain there, for the four elders would act without hesitation if they felt unrestrained. Stop teasing the serpent and quickly obtain the origin of the. Yao Lao urged. Swish. For figures surrounded Xiao Ding, their auras menacing. Release Her Majesty the Queen. The elder of the serpent people declared sternly, her heart racing at the sight of the queen seemingly unable to recognize them due to her amnesia. Hey, aren't you grateful for my assistance in helping your queen successfully evolve? And yet you wish to lay hands on me? Is there no sense of justice? Xiao Ding feigned innocence. The second elder of the serpent people was incensed. You forced the queen to leap into the fire. Don't speak nonsense. When did I ever force her? Xiao Ding retorted, his frustration mounting, unwilling to admit to such an accusation. Setting that aside, you all saw that Medusa willingly chose to follow me. The third elder scoffed. You forcibly stuffed the amnesiac queen into your garments. This is an affront to Her Majesty. Are you blind? Can't you see how she initially embraced me? Surely, she desires to accompany a renowned alchemist like myself. Xiao Ding shamelessly proclaimed, step aside. As per our agreement, I aided her evolution, and the is rightfully mine. The four Dou Huang elders remained unmoved, refusing to acknowledge such claims. Xiao Ding grasped the small serpent that had poked its head out from his collar. Step back, or I shall crush it. The elders' expressions shifted. Even if the queen had evolved, she was still on par with this individual, and in her current state, it was indeed plausible for her to be harmed. Do not harm Her Majesty the Queen. We can discuss this. The elder led the retreat. Humph, I just saved her. You sought to surround and assault me. The disruption of what could have been a straightforward transaction is your fault. Clearly, these serpents are difficult to communicate with. Xiao Ding expressed his dissatisfaction. Along this journey, he had first encountered Yumei, and now found himself in a similar predicament with Medusa. It seemed the serpents shared a common mindset. Xiao Ding did not rush to seize the fire seed. Instead, he activated the system's devouring power. A multitude of surged towards him, only to vanish moments later. The four elders, visibly unsettled, stared in shock. He actually devoured them directly. Was he even human? Just moments ago, Her Majesty had nearly been incinerated by this. He possessed white flames that appeared to be a form of as well. Perhaps only one endowed with could accomplish such a feat, the four elders murmured among themselves, their expressions reflecting growing trepidation. To possess and to devour the powers of directly. This individual was truly formidable. Xiao Ding produced a lotus pedestal, without any effort on his part. The automatically entered, stabilizing within. He let out a mischievous chuckle, settling himself in place, preparing to extract the extraordinary fire until only its essence remained, which he intended to swallow in one gulp. The old pharmacist, sensing his intentions, retorted with exasperation, Are you seriously planning to fleece them here? This is the territory of the serpent people. I have my own plans, and they will require your arduous assistance, Xiao Ding replied with a sly grin. Are you considering selling me again? The old pharmacist asked, his tone laced with caution. When have I ever sold you? I'm merely asking for your help in concocting some elixirs to nurture the 7-colored devouring python. While simultaneously silencing these elders, Xiao Ding responded, casting a glance at the 4 elders. I have no desire to be your adversary. It is you who have been plotting against me. Think about it, won't you? What do you mean? The Grand Elder inquired, frowning. Naturally, I advocate for peaceful coexistence. I shall remain here to absorb the extraordinary fire, while you gather medicinal herbs. I will prepare elixirs for your queen, and I can also craft the potions you require, provided they are of the 7th tier or below, as long as you can supply the ingredients. What say you? Xiao Ding spoke earnestly this time, for in his heart, he believed that harmony was preferable. By leveraging Medusa as a mediator, he could mobilize the entire serpent people to collect herbs for him, thereby alleviating their animosity, an opportunity laden with benefits. Are you truly this accommodating? The Grand Elder asked, skepticism evident in his expression. If you are unwilling, I can depart with the extraordinary fire at this very moment. Xiao Ding declared coldly. Wait, we agree. The Grand Elder hastily responded, not wanting the queen to be taken away by this man, uncertain of what might transpire. They resolved to keep Xiao Ding there, ensuring their queen would reap substantial benefits. At that moment, both parties harbored their own thoughts. Xiao Ding sought to exploit the entire serpent people, while the elders aimed to turn the tables. A mutual understanding was reached. Then you may leave this place. Do not disturb me without my permission. Xiao Ding waved his hand, assuming the demeanor of the master of the domain. The 4 elders were infuriated, feeling as though he considered this place his home, oblivious to the fact that it belonged to the queen. His audacity to occupy their territory so brazenly was infuriating. What? Is there something else? Xiao Ding shot a sidelong glance, relishing their frustration. He reveled in their irritation, knowing they were powerless to act against him. Though the elders were seething, they held their tongues, with one elder finally asking, Can you truly assist us in crafting potions for free? On what grounds would I do so without compensation? Xiao Ding retorted without hesitation. Under normal circumstances, one exchanges resources for the opportunity to have potions crafted. Do not be greedy. Your fortune lies in having access to a high-ranking alchemist like myself. The elders fell silent, recognizing the validity of his point. After all, even if he were an alchemist of their own kin, it was unreasonable to expect him to work for nothing. Very well, we shall take our leave. And we trust you will take good care of our queen, the 4 elders declared, departing to gather the necessary herbs. You wretched boy. You wield the power of others and deceive them, the old pharmacist remarked, somewhat speechless. I am not deceiving anyone. I genuinely intend to assist them with potions. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, from which all can profit, Xiao Ding asserted with righteous conviction, displaying not a hint of embarrassment. Your audacity is truly remarkable. To have treated the queen in such a manner, and yet intend to remain and exploit the situation further. Even the venerable medicine elder cannot help but admire this young man's mentality. After all, this concerns the entire serpent clan, yet he still dares to deceive others. I did not. I was compelled. I am innocent, he protested. Xiao Ding scoffed. I have absorbed the power of this time. I shall break through to thee in one go. He closed his eyes and began to wholeheartedly absorb thee. This time, that was not within the magma, allowing Xiao Ding to continuously consume it without needing to rely on the medicine elder, which made the process significantly more convenient. A colorful little serpent poked its head out from his chest, cautiously sampling a hint of, revealing a look of satisfaction, and continued to rest in his embrace. The following day, the Grand Elder of the Serpent Clan brought forth some top-tier medicinal materials. These materials were primarily of the type that bolsters one's foundational strength. Specifically prepared for the newly ascended queen. I request that you refine them in my presence and present them to Her Majesty, the Grand Elder stated. Her tone markedly more gracious, given her current reliance on him. Xiao Ding paused and said to the medicine elder, there are quite a few materials. The little one surely cannot consume them all. To prevent her from overindulging, please discreetly set some aside for me. You truly have no shame, the medicine elder teased. To withhold materials so brazenly. I ought to charge a handling fee. Xiao Ding replied nonchalantly to the Grand Elder. I will not refine these for free. I shall take half of the materials as my remuneration. As for you, bring 3 times the amount to receive a portion of the medicinal pills. The Grand Elder compared this to the compensation offered by other alchemists and found it exceedingly fair. After all, alchemy carries the risk of failure. And receiving one completed product for 3 sets of materials is already a rare opportunity. Moreover, rather than letting him secretly withhold supplies, it would be more prudent to engage in an open transaction. She nodded in agreement. Very well. You are indeed charging too little. I have become a source of cheap labor, the medicine elder grumbled. Collaboration requires sincerity. Xiao Ding extended his hand to retrieve the little serpent, laughing. Time for breakfast. The little serpent seemed to comprehend, joyfully rubbing its head against Xiao Ding, displaying a deep affection. This sight made the Grand Elder feel a pang of jealousy. Why does Her Majesty favor this human? Is it due to or is she too naive, misled by the potions he provides? True to his reputation as a master alchemist, the Medicine Elder effortlessly concocted a restorative elixir based on the materials presented by the Grand Elder, much to the little serpent's delight, further endearing it to Xiao Ding. Prepare your medicinal pills to be refined every half-month, Xiao Ding instructed the Grand Elder, before promptly taking a spoonful of the elixir intended for Medusa. Soon, his entire body flushed with heat, and steam began to rise from his head. What on earth? The potency is so intense, Xiao Ding exclaimed in shock. The Medicine Elder remarked dryly, this is meant for magical beasts. You are fortunate not to have exploded on the spot, entirely due to your cultivation of the golden body technique. However, you may take another couple of sips, and I guarantee your meridians will burst. I shall consume less next time, Xiao Ding said awkwardly, hastily shedding his garments and applying a red elixir for body refinement upon himself, commencing his practice of the golden body technique. This technique notably drains physical vitality, but he quickly absorbed a significant amount of the elixir's potency. He soon realized that his meridians were expanding and becoming more resilient with the aid of this medicinal force. What a splendid treasure, he exclaimed sincerely. Many medicinal herbs serve as materials for refining 6th-grade elixirs, among which a certain snake fruit possesses medicinal properties that even reach the 7th grade. Even without the completion of an elixir, it suffices to attain the 6th grade. The elder remarked with a hint of disdain, you audacious one, you truly managed to procure high-grade materials. Under normal circumstances, even at the Yunlan sect, you would not have had access to such treasures. So my approach was indeed correct? Xiao Ding chuckled, somewhat unabashed. Does this fellow truly regard my abode as her den? He murmured to himself. Perhaps it is due to your possession of the azure lotus earth core fire. She, too, was born from this rare flame and instinctively feels drawn to you, the elder speculated. However, should that woman awaken, she would likely break your ribs without hesitation. Please, no more horror stories, Xiao Ding replied, feeling a chill down his spine. It seems I must hasten to elevate my physical form to the silver body level. Ideally to the golden body. Even if your golden body technique reaches perfection, it would only equate to the strength of a battle emperor level beast, still insufficient to defeat her. The elder teased. Then I shall enhance my cultivation level as well. Once I attain the battle emperor rank, I need not fear her. He grunted, ceasing his conversation with the elder, and continued to absorb the power of the strange fire to enhance his fighting spirit, diligently practicing the golden body technique. This time, he reaped the benefits of the strange fire freely, with high-grade medicinal liquids nourishing his foundation daily, promoting his advancement in the golden body technique. His cultivation progressed rapidly, his physical form constantly strengthening. In just 3 days, he advanced by 1 star. A week later, Xiao Ding reached the 5-star Great Fighter rank. After half a month, he broke through to 6 stars, and 3 months later, he attained the pinnacle of the 9-star Great Fighter. Concurrently, his golden body technique finally progressed. Achieving the silver body level, his skin transformed into a silvery hue, his physique comparable to that of a battle spirit level beast. Within the temple, the azure lotus earth core fire in the lotus seed had dwindled to a single flickering blue flame. Initially, had he directly absorbed the flame seed, he would have likely advanced by 1 or 2 stars. Instead, he treated this strange fire as a plump lamb to be sheared, continuously devouring its power. As the strange fire gradually regained some strength, he consumed even more, ultimately overwhelming it, bringing it to the brink of collapse. This must be the flame seed, he mused. Chapter 61, Devouring the Flame Seed, Advancing to Battle Spirit. Indeed, it is the flame seed. I almost feel pity for it, reduced to this state by your voracious appetite. The elder spoke with a tone of sympathy. Over the past 3 months, he had witnessed the azure lotus earth core fire desperately attempting to absorb natural energies for restoration. Yet it could not withstand Xiao Ding's consumption, leading to its current condition. If you absorb for a few more days, that flame seed will likely vanish entirely. Truly pathetic. It cannot endure even before I have become a battle spirit. Xiao Ding grumbled. Who can withstand your incessant consumption? The elder retorted sharply. It appears the strange fire had expended too much of its power previously. Now, it may take an eternity to recover. Xiao Ding shook his head, gazing at the trembling flame seed. Let me grant you a swift end. He estimated that with the remaining power of this flame seed, consuming it should allow him to break through to the battle spirit level. You intend to directly absorb the flame seed? The elder discerned that Xiao Ding no longer wished to continue fattening this lean lamb for further exploitation, as it awaits its resurgence to greatness. It is likely to take several years. By that time, I may find myself no longer in need of it. It would be wiser to consume it directly, allowing the chaotic fire within me to transform from a rootless flame into a sourced blaze. Xiao Ding nodded, grasped the seed of fire, and swallowed it whole. This time, he refrained from allowing the system to devour it. This seed is the essence of the extraordinary fire. Should a significant portion be siphoned off by the system, it would be a loss. Hence, he chose to consume it directly, cutting out the middleman. You're quite audacious. Even if this seed is feeble, it's still a seed of fire. You dare to consume it without any aid? Elder Yao exclaimed, startled. You had better not expect my assistance. It should be manageable. My fighting spirit and physique have strengthened considerably. The power of the seed will be drained by my absorption, causing no significant turbulence, Xiao Ding asserted confidently. In the next moment, a sharp pain surged through him. Damn it, I was careless. He cursed, his expression contorting in agony. His body erupted into azure flames, and beads of sweat poured down his brow as chaos reigned within him. The once listless seed of fire, which had seemed on the verge of extinguishment, surged with vitality as soon as it entered his body, as if invigorated by a potent stimulant. What was most alarming was that the seed began to reclaim the ordinary, extraordinary fire he had previously refined, thereby augmenting itself and causing turmoil within him. The foreign fire, not belonging to him, wreaked havoc on his meridians. Had it not been for the majority of the power being his own, safeguarding his channels, he would have sustained injuries by now. However, the clash of powers within his body released heat and residual waves, subjecting him to an intense throbbing pain in his flesh and veins. Xiao Ding felt as though a mouse had been unleashed inside him, darting about uncontrollably. He attempted to mobilize the powers of other battle crystals, only to find that the wood and wind attributes provided no substantial suppression against the seed. Rather, they inadvertently benefited it. This is troublesome. My other elemental powers cannot restrain the seed. Xiao Ding's demeanor darkened. Had he known, he would have chosen water or ice as his fourth attribute instead of lightning, which could have directly suppressed this seed. You underestimated the seed's ability to assimilate the essence of its own extraordinary fire. Compared to you, the ordinary extraordinary fire undoubtedly favors this seed. Elder Yao discerned the crux of Xiao Ding's predicament, which lay in the ordinary extraordinary fire he had refined. Do you require assistance? I have a medicinal pill that I prepared while refining for the serpent race, designed to protect the meridians. A true man, I can endure. I believe I can manage. Xiao Ding initially contemplated allowing the system to forcibly consume the seed to diminish its power. However, he realized that this power was his own. If the extraordinary fire he had refined were to be seized by the seed and then devoured by the system for redistribution, he would suffer a loss. Even though he was now a 9-star great fighter and the system had reached level 36, allowing him to access that amount of strength would still result in a significant disadvantage. Should he proceed with such an action, his hopes of breaking through by consuming this seed would likely be dashed. Elder Yao tossed a blood-red pill towards him. This is the blood serpent pill, with effects akin to the blood lotus pill that aids in the consumption of extraordinary fire. It contains serpent fruit and ice spirit frost, sufficient to protect your meridians for a while. Xiao Ding, lacking the patience for further explanations, swallowed the pill in one swift motion. Suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped him, originating from his throat, as an exceedingly frigid force shrouded his body, akin to blood serpents intertwining with his veins, flesh, and bones. The perspiration of Xiao Ding crystallized into frost, as if he had plunged into an ice cavern, experiencing a juxtaposition of extreme cold and heat. This medicinal potency is rather intense, he remarked, his breath exhaling frigid air. Wasn't a 6th-grade elixir meant to be potent? It was originally crafted by an elder of the Serpent Man clan for the purpose of helping juniors break through. The alchemist observed the agitation of the fire seed within Xiao Ding being suppressed. It should be fine now. Excellent. Though the fire seed had seized some of his foreign flames, it had previously been deprived of significant energy and remained exceedingly weak. Xiao Ding activated the burning decision, enveloping the fire seed, continuously assimilating it with his own strength. The essence of refining the fire seed was to completely integrate it into his power, thus gaining dominion over it. Xiao Ding's will infiltrated the fire seed through his fire attribute battle aura. It was a mass of energy reminiscent of molten lava, condensed to a terrifying degree. As his power penetrated, the inherent will of the fire seed was expelled, gradually losing its resistance, and was subsequently controlled to circulate slowly within his body. With each moment of circulation, the fire seed transformed further, akin to a wild stallion being tamed. Moving according to his intent, the azure fire seed became compliant, morphing into a stream of magma coursing through his meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian, merging with the battle crystal of fire. As this pure energy integrated, the original diamond-shaped battle crystal radiated brilliantly, resembling a sun engulfed in fervent flames. Buzz. The battle crystal quivered as if alive, its surface suddenly protruding with numerous spikes, swiftly transforming into a unique form akin to a sea urchin. Following this transformation, the battle crystal became increasingly agile, pulsating like a heart, synchronizing with Xiao Ding's own heartbeat, releasing a powerful energy that transcended that of a grand battle master. Boom! The formidable battle aura erupted, causing Xiao Ding's hair to billow, while a surging azure flame instantaneously engulfed the entire palace. Hiss! A small white serpent was ejected, perplexedly flicking its tongue, bewildered as to why it had been thrust from its restful slumber. Its crystalline purple eyes regarded Xiao Ding, noticing his blood-red form, adorned with ice crystals, as the azure flames melted the ice, forming a sanguine energy that swiftly dissipated. Following Xiao Ding's breakthrough, the newly formed battle crystal exuded a powerful devouring force, perfectly consuming the still undigested energy of the blood serpent elixir, solidifying his own strength. Half a day later, Xiao Ding opened his eyes, his gaze ablaze with azure flames, a smile gracing his lips, though the journey was a bit tumultuous. I have ultimately broken through to the battle spirit realm. Chapter 62. The transformation of battle aura into a horse. In a year and a half, progressing from battle master to battle spirit, your pace is rather extraordinary. The alchemist could not help but exclaim. You're only a few months shy of turning 15, correct? 3 months remaining, Xiao Ding replied, clenching his fist, the azure flames dancing and swirling in his hand, coalescing into a formidable flame blade. The transformation of battle aura into weaponry is indeed the hallmark of a battle spirit. He anticipated, I aim to reach the battle king level by the age of 16. That would be quite impressive in the realm of battle aura, wouldn't it? As far as I know, few can achieve this. Most of the prodigies from the leading powers attain the rank of Dou Wang around the ages of 17 or 18. Unless they belong to ancient races that harness the strength of their bloodlines, allowing them to reach such heights earlier. At this point, the elder Yao chuckled and remarked, even if you are a prodigy with a unique bloodline, you will eventually have the opportunity to compete with the geniuses of those ancient races. With a confident smile, Xiao Ding replied, but his expression softened upon seeing the colorful little snake, suspended in the air, sticking out its tongue at him in a playful manner. Before he possesses the strength to subdue this woman, he must not let his pride overwhelm him. Heir, come here, Xiao Ding beckoned, having named the beautiful Medusa thus. In a flash, the little snake appeared in his hands, its speed astonishing. Even with Xiao Ding's breakthrough, he could barely catch a glimpse of its afterimage. He gently squeezed its body and stroked its head, the little snake relishing the attention, happily flicking its tail. We must depart now. The outside world is far more entertaining. Shall we go? He proposed. Then let us set off, Xiao Ding decided, stowing away the lotus seed and opting for immediate departure. The little snake nestled into Xiao Ding's embrace, showing no sign of sentimentality. As Xiao Ding stepped out of the divine temple, the 4 elders of the serpent people approached him. Where do you intend to go? The elder asked, visibly anxious. I am taking your queen for a little excursion to see the wonders of the world, Xiao Ding replied. That is unacceptable. The queen cannot leave this place. The elder firmly denied. She is willing to accompany me. I have not forced her, Xiao Ding retorted with pride. Humph, the queen's condition is unique. She cannot discern right from wrong. As her kin, we have the right to decide her fate, the elder countered. I am leaving today. Do you think you can stop me? Xiao Ding's expression grew cold, white flames flickering around him. The 4 elders exchanged glances, aware that they could not truly prevent a Dou Zong from departing. Allow me to consult with Medusa for a moment, the elder persisted, unwilling to concede. Hoping to awaken the queen's memories. Heir, come forth and tell them if you wish to leave, Xiao Ding encouraged, patting his chest. The little snake peeked out and nodded at the 4 elders, indicating her desire to depart. Your Majesty, the outside world is fraught with peril. You would be at a disadvantage if you ventured out like this, the elder cautioned earnestly. Stay here, and my companions and I will take good care of you. The little snake shook her head and promptly burrowed back into Xiao Ding's embrace. Her intentions were clear, rest assured. With me, she would still enjoy a life of luxury. With that, Xiao Ding vanished from sight. The 4 elders could only smile wryly, lamenting the sorrow of lacking a Dou Zong's protection, unable even to retain a single person. Elder Yao took Xiao Ding out of the sacred city and, upon reaching the desert, unceremoniously dropped him off. Can't we fly a bit longer? Xiao Ding protested. Still yearning for more. I am not your bodyguard. You can walk on your own, Elder Yao replied disinterestedly. I will be able to fly soon enough, Xiao Ding retorted, pouting, and began to utilize the wind shadow technique to hasten his journey. After running for a while, he suddenly halted and resumed a normal pace. He unleashed his Dou Qi, allowing it to shift and transform in his palm. It feels as though my Dou Qi has become second nature since becoming a Douling. As if it is a part of my very being, effortlessly wielded, Xiao Ding mused, intrigued by the changes brought forth by his new realm. The most significant transformation within the realm of doling lies in a singular essence, allowing one to transmute Dou Qi into a myriad of forms, transcending the mere confines of rudimentary armor. As Elder Yao elucidated, akin to the serpent folk doling unleashing serpentine energy assaults, one too may achieve such feats. Not limited to serpentine forms, the manifestation of blades and weaponry is equally effortless. Xiao Ding, with a deft pull of his hands, shaped the Dou Qi with the fluidity of dough, rapidly coalescing it into a cerulean flame sword under his will. This sword appeared somewhat misshapen and lacked sharpness, resembling a flawed creation. However, given that it was his inaugural attempt at such condensation, the mere existence of a sword shape was commendable. He swung the fiery longsword towards the sandy terrain, cleaving through the dunes, and astonishingly, the central area of sand was even melted. What formidable power! Xiao Ding marveled, recognizing that this doling strength vastly surpassed that of a grand Dou Master. Were it not for his fusion of Dou Qi, he would have found it impossible to contend with a peak doling like Yumei. Even a low-level doling would have bested him. Most critically, through the refinement of the fire seed, his fire dough crystal had metamorphosed into a unique fire seed, continuously generating new, alleviating any concerns of depleting his supply. With your Dou Qi potency, perhaps you could condense wings of Dou Qi and soar through the skies as a doling. Elder Yao suddenly interjected. He would not have made such a claim for any other individual, even a peak doling, but given Xiao Ding's exceptional circumstances, it was conceivable that he could, indeed, manifest wings of Dou Qi to glide through the heavens. Xiao Ding's eyes gleamed momentarily, but he soon shook his head. Presently, his wood and wind attribute dough crystals had yet to ascend, and the breakthrough of the fire dough crystal had disrupted the existing equilibrium, necessitating recalibration. Despite his reservations, he promptly conjured a pair of rudimentary flame wings behind him, creating a tempest as he attempted to flap them, though flight remained beyond his grasp. He reluctantly dismissed them, muttering, "For now, I cannot condense wings of Dou Qi to fly. Perhaps I shall create a steed of Dou Qi instead." "Why conjure a steed of Dou Qi?" Elder Yao inquired, bemused. "Transforming Dou Qi into a horse, riding forth, is surely a means of transportation," Xiao Ding asserted with conviction. Yet, the question lingered. Would a Dou Qi horse truly outpace your own two legs? Elder Yao remained skeptical, perceiving this endeavor as a futile exercise. Who says so? A horse can certainly run swiftly, potentially even faster than some birds. One could compare equines in the realm of magical beasts to avians, and assuredly, some horses would surpass certain species of birds, Xiao Ding countered, firmly believing that horses could indeed outpace some avian counterparts, albeit with limitations over varied terrains. Suit yourself. If you can genuinely mimic a horse's movements, it may yet prove beneficial, Elder Yao replied, both amused and exasperated. This young man, unable to soar with Dou Qi wings, entertained the notion of a Dou Qi horse as a substitute, an odd idea indeed. Mark my words. One day my Dou Qi steed shall rival the legendary steeds of 1,000 miles, or even the celestial steeds. Not even a Dou Emperor will be able to catch me, Xiao Ding proclaimed, puffing with confidence as he released his Dou Qi to shape a mass, which subsequently morphed into a horse form. Chapter 63, The Bodyguard of Emperor Dou. Half a month later, outside Shimo City, a cerulean steed galloped swiftly. This horse, engulfed in azure flames, flickered with traces of lightning, was not a living creature, but rather a manifestation of Dou Qi. At the position of the four hooves, a turquoise whirlwind swirled, granting it remarkable speed and agility, as if it were treading upon the wind. Upon the steed, the verdant wood elemental energy transformed into a saddle, with Xiao Ding seated atop, galloping forth. As he gazed upon the swiftly traversed desert, a triumphant smile broke across his face. "Ha! What do you think, old Yao? Is my energy-transformed steed not swift?" Yet, after half a month of experimentation, it could barely rival an ordinary horse. Old Yao remained unimpressed. "However, I have honed my control over the energy, and there is potential for further enhancement, perhaps even the inception of a new application of energy that could captivate the continent." Xiao Ding was filled with confidence. "Who would be foolish enough to learn your energy-transformed steed?" Scoffed old Yao. "The energy consumption of your steed is over tenfold that of energy-transformed wings. Not many would be willing to expend such resources. You fail to grasp that an energy-transformed steed possesses a commanding presence, far more so than transforming into a birdman." Upon arriving at the Dingtian Mercenary Corps, the leader, upon spotting Xiao Ding, hurried over to greet him respectfully. Xiao Ding nodded and strode inside. Hearing the news, Haibodong rushed out, slightly agitated. "Young master, was the journey smooth? Did you obtain what you sought?" "Young master." Qing'er was at the entrance, and upon seeing Xiao Ding, she immediately scampered over. After more than 5 months apart, Qing'er donned a light green gown, her long hair flowing, and her stature had grown significantly, radiating a blooming beauty. Her youthful features now bore an added allure, her green eyes filled with dependence on Xiao Ding, though she felt a touch of shyness that hindered her expression. She could only comment on other matters, exclaiming, "Young master, you have changed so much." Xiao Ding no longer bore the bronze skin of before. His complexion had returned to its original fair tone, now glistening with a silver sheen, embodying the essence of a refined gentleman. He affectionately ruffled Qing'er's hair. A colorful snake head peeked from his embrace, its pale purple eyes scrutinizing Qing'er with a hint of hostility. The Baishi Sanhua Tong, a special ocular ability to control serpents, rendered her slightly uncomfortable, despite being a vibrant sky-swallowing python, which remained uncontrollable by nature. A snake, Qing'er gasped, regarding the Medusa in Xiao Ding's arms with instinctual trepidation. Her sensitivity to the creature's dreadfulness surpassed even Xiao Ding's. "Do not fear. She is merely a pet I captured along the way, harmless." "Young master, allow Qing'er to assist you with your bath and attire," she said with a gentle smile, pulling Xiao Ding indoors and helping him remove his garments, revealing his well-defined muscles and 8-pack abs. With the completion of his silver body cultivation, Xiao Ding's skin appeared significantly younger, resembling that of a youthful dandy, his appearance transformed into that of a vibrant adolescent. Under Qing'er's attentive care, Xiao Ding enjoyed a refreshing bath and donned a white robe before summoning Haibodong. Upon witnessing Xiao Ding's dramatically altered complexion, Haibodong was momentarily taken aback, only to be further astonished by the aura emanating from Xiao Ding, causing his eyes to widen in shock. "Young master, your cultivation," he exclaimed, as if he had seen a ghost, for Xiao Ding's prowess had astonishingly reached the Dou Ling level. When he had departed, Xiao Ding had merely been a Dou Shi, and the last time he had leaped from Dou Shi to Dou Shi had already left Haibodong astounded. The swift attainment of Dou Ling left him utterly astonished. He had never witnessed anyone advancing at such a remarkable pace. Xiao Ding smirked. "It is rare to be surprised. When working alongside me, one must broaden their horizons and avoid behaving like a rustic. In the heart of the Dou Qi continent, there are many talents like myself." Haibodong took a deep breath, recalling the formidable presence behind Xiao Ding, and smiled wryly. "It appears my perspective is limited. At this rate, you might become a Dou Huang in no time, probably within 3 to 5 years. Xiao Ding's nonchalant demeanor made Haibodong feel like a mere waste of potential. It was possible that Xiao Ding would achieve the rank of Dou Huang before turning 20, effectively doubling his own speed. Enough of such talk. Hand over the medicinal herbs you have gathered. Once we resolve the seal, we shall depart from this place." Xiao Ding summoned Haibodong not merely to impress him, but for a matter of significance. The blow to Haibodong's self-esteem from Xiao Ding's training speed illuminated his eyes with excitement. "Thank you, young master." He hurriedly produced all the herbs and stepped back. "Old medic, I must trouble you to lift his seal. That way, I shall gain a Dou Huang bodyguard. Allowing you to intervene less in the future." Xiao Ding smiled. His intention in assisting Haibodong was to secure a Dou Huang protector. He had not forgotten his connection with his other mentor and the Soul Palace. A minor guardian posed no threat, but the Soul Palace and the Soul Clan would indeed be formidable adversaries. The old medic cautioned him. Xiao Ding nodded. Whether during his last expedition to the core of the earth to devour foreign flames or this encounter with the Serpent Clan, the old medic's assistance had been invaluable, and he felt reluctant to impose further. "Let us strive together, for I shall need your aid in times to come." The old medic floated forth, a benevolent smile gracing his features. He relied on this young man to solidify his corporeal form. "Ah, please refrain from such words. It feels quite strange." Xiao Ding waved dismissively, as his relationship with the old medic resembled that of friends, eschewing overly sentimental expressions. "Shall we add something more?" The old medic teased. "No need. I am confident he will follow me with sincerity." "Very well." The old medic unleashed the bone spirit cold fire, effortlessly refining the herbs into a 6th-grade pill of breaking the seal. At his current level of strength, he was capable of producing 8th-grade pills, albeit lacking the necessary materials. The latter wore a visibly anxious expression, nervously observing Xiao Ding. "Young master, is everything proceeding smoothly? The pill of breaking the seal has been successfully concocted. Take it to lift the seal." Xiao Ding flicked his finger, and a pale purple pill soared forth, hovering before Haibodong, spinning gracefully. This pill bore enigmatic patterns, infused with extraordinary energy. "It is done." Haibodong's body trembled in anticipation as he gazed at the pill of breaking the seal, finally seeing the dawn of hope in breaking the seal that had troubled him for years. "Let us consume it here. Once the seal is lifted, we must make our exit." Xiao Ding gestured, the pill landing steadily in Haibodong's palm, demonstrating his precise control over Dou Qi. "Thank you, young master." Haibodong bowed respectfully, inhaled deeply, and swiftly consumed the pill. In the shadows, the old pharmacist made his move, unleashing a wave of soul power that enveloped the entire hall. The potency of the breaking disaster pill began to dissolve within Haibodong's body, forging a formidable medicinal force that commenced its assault on the ceiling barrier. Initially, the process appeared tranquil, yet it was, in truth, a buildup of latent energy. Xiao Ding discerned that the seal within Haibodong was exponentially more formidable than his own. And even with the foundation of a Dou Huang, the complete breaking disaster pill could not breach it in a timely manner. After accumulating energy for a quarter of an hour, Haibodong suddenly erupted with a powerful wave of energy, sending ripples outward. His body trembled violently. An azure energy serpentine patterns emerged upon his forehead, resembling a web that ensnared his form, thwarting the eruption of his Dou Qi. Hiss! The small serpent from Xiao Ding's chest emerged once more, its gaze peculiar, sensing a familiarity in the power emanating from the man. As Xiao Ding observed Haibodong's struggle against the seal, his expression shifted. He felt the serpent's soul resonate with an unsettling energy. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Suddenly, he vanished from the room, racing towards the desert. En route, the small serpent soared into the air, coldly regarding Xiao Ding. Who would have thought a mere seal would awaken you? Xiao Ding halted, recognizing the gaze as that of Medusa, not the newly manifested soul of the seven-colored devouring python. You saved Haibodong and sought to make me your pet. Are you not pleased with yourself? A chilling yet enticing feminine voice resonated from nowhere. Perhaps a little. What of it? If you dare, come and challenge me. Xiao Ding retorted defiantly, chin held high. The serpent's eyes glimmered with icy light, its colorful aura flaring as if to manifest a humanoid form. What folly is this? Do you truly believe I will not assist you if you provoke her further? The old pharmacist expressed his disbelief. Rest assured, she has not regained much strength, otherwise she would have reverted to her original form and not converse with me in serpentine guise, Xiao Ding assured, confident in his stance. His apparent arrogance was not without foundation, nor was it a mindless provocation. Indeed, Medusa's power surged slightly, causing her form to waver. Yet, Xiao Ding glimpsed her exquisitely beautiful visage and the soft, pale, alluring body. Though it remained somewhat ethereal. Do not gaze indiscreetly, the old pharmacist admonished, pressing down on the ring to shield his view. Curse it, I hold no interest in women. The old pharmacist retorted, wishing to emerge and confront someone. Xiao Ding flashed a grin at Medusa. Your physique is truly remarkable. If you continue to solidify your form, I might just bleed from my nose. This remark, while provoking her ire, simultaneously deflated her spirit, causing her ephemeral body to shatter once again. Noticing the unwillingness in Medusa's eyes, Xiao Ding contemplated. It seems your soul power is genuinely feeble. After more than 3 months of recovery, you cannot even solidify your body, indicating you were indeed on the brink of exhaustion. One day, I shall seize control of this body, and then you will surely regret it. Medusa ground her teeth, fully aware of her precarious state, unable to assert dominance over her own essence. What regret? Do you truly wish to kill me? Xiao Ding countered. Medusa, ask yourself honestly. Have I ever harmed you? It has always been you who has steered matters towards calamity. Medusa's eyes flickered slightly, yet her innate nobility prevented her from acknowledging any wrongdoing. She huffed. Had it not been for your attempt to seize the, I would never have flung myself into the flames. Are you incapable of breaking through without the? Xiao Ding scoffed. Your lack of confidence is evident. Deep within, you regard the evolution through as the sole path to your advancement. I merely nudged you towards this choice. To blame me now is truly laughable. Medusa fell silent, for she indeed lacked the faith to achieve a breakthrough independently. Otherwise, she would not have rushed to seek thee upon sensing someone might covet the. Yet, she refused to concede to this man, holding her head high. Xiao Ding, displeased, approached and pinched her form, declaring, it seems you refuse to recognize your mistakes. Allow me to assist you in self-reflection. Who was it that ultimately aided you in surviving when you recklessly plunged into the? Who has been refining medicine for you these past months, solidifying your essence? Who has crafted numerous high-grade pills for the snake people? It was I. Old Yao interjected. Why do you meddle? I am helping her realize her errors. It cannot be that everything benefits you alone. You must inform her that it was I who did this. Medusa, indignant at Xiao Ding's audacity, felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. No longer the easily satisfied girl she once was, even in her serpentine form, she maintained her dignity. As the queen of the snake people, when had she ever been treated so frivolously by a man? Release your filthy hands. She bellowed, unleashing a surge of power. But this time it was even weaker than before, failing to dislodge his grasp. I shall continue to hold you. If you dislike it, then bite me. Humph, ungrateful woman. You still consume my provisions without a hint of conscience. Xiao Ding unabashedly patted Medusa's head, disregarding her fiery glare. Medusa cried out in anger, realizing her current spiritual strength was woefully inadequate, rendering her unable to free herself from his grip. SSSS. The little serpent's gaze turned innocent as it noticed Xiao Ding stroking its head, happily nuzzling against him, and even licking his fingers, displaying a charming demeanor. See, this is how you should behave. At this, Xiao Ding exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Fortunately, there was no brawl. It seems Medusa had only a trace of her soul remaining, and now she barely awakens. I thought she was not meant to revive, yet you dared to tease her. Old Yao jested, you are quite the scoundrel. If she awakens again, I shall not assist you. Chapter 65, From the Stone Desert to the Green Mountains. Even if you don't help, it matters not, judging by her current state. Even if she were to materialize, she might not be able to contend with me in the short term. Xiao Ding smirked. By then, I might just pin her to the ground. She likely will not be clothed when she materializes, Old Yao cautioned. Xiao Ding swallowed hard. Then I shall be more gentle. Pathetic. Old Yao huffed disdainfully. Suddenly, Xiao Ding let out a pained cry, hastily pulling aside his clothing to reveal a snake bite mark on his chest. The little serpent shot Medusa a triumphant glance. You. Xiao Ding observed the bleeding wound and seized it with a firm grasp. You, woman, possess such a narrow-minded disposition, yet you dare to bite me? Your teeth are rather sharp. Indeed, even my silver body cannot withstand your assault. In frustration, Xiao Ding lamented the situation. Medusa had evidently orchestrated this scenario to make the newly awakened soul take the blame. What a wicked woman. He huffed, gently stroking the little serpent's head. You must ensure she does not bite me again. Fortunately, you bear no venom. Otherwise, I might have met my demise. The little serpent nodded in agreement. Witnessing the serpent's obedient demeanor, Xiao Ding sighed inwardly, realizing that with the merging of their souls, the innocent spirit of the serpent would undoubtedly be no match for Medusa's cunning. Xiao Ding activated his golden body technique, and the wound healed swiftly, scars forming at a visibly rapid pace. With the final restraints lifted, Haibodong's eyes gleamed with renewed vigor. The power sealed away for years erupted like a tsunami, a ferocious energy radiating in all directions. The cursed seal has finally been lifted, Haibodong exclaimed, joy illuminating his countenance, followed by a hearty laugh. Yet, in the next moment, his pupils contracted in shock as he witnessed the energy he had unleashed being obstructed by a circle of white light. The tsunami-like force fell eerily silent, calming instantly without a ripple, as though an immense, terrifying beast had effortlessly quelled his outpouring of Dou Qi. A shiver coursed through him. What power was this? Despite having regained his Dou Emperor-level strength, the disparity was still monumental. He recalled that the force emanating from this individual was merely a fragment of his master's will, yet it easily suppressed his explosive power. This strength likely surpassed even the Dou Zone level that he could only gaze upon from afar at his peak. The realization of the power gap significantly diminished his earlier exhilaration, prompting him to cease his laughter and swiftly suppress his aura. Xiao Ding materialized within the room, nodding approvingly. Not bad. With Dou Emperor cultivation, you might barely qualify to venture into the Central Continent. Are you planning to go to the Central Continent, young master? Haibodong inquired cautiously. Having acquired the Blue Lotus Heart Fire, there was no longer a necessity to remain here. Haibodong was astonished. Are you of the Gamma Empire? Did you presume I hailed from the Central Continent? Xiao Ding chuckled lightly. My master merely passed through here to accept me as his disciple. He instructed me to rely on my own abilities to navigate to the Central Continent as a form of trial. You truly possess a gift for persuasion, Elder Yao muttered. It was imperative to provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, this fellow might not be inclined to follow, harboring ulterior motives. Xiao Ding elucidated further. You can fabricate whatever tales you wish, but you will indeed have to journey to the Central Continent. That is where the true power resides. Elder Yao did not oppose this notion. It was preferable to persuade Haibodong rather than resort to coercion. While Xiao Ding engaged in dialogue with Elder Yao, Haibodong found himself captivated by Xiao Ding's words, enviously remarking, Young master, to be favored by the powerful of the Central Continent is indeed a stroke of fortune. He mused, the Central Continent, the very heart of the Dou Qi continent, a convergence of top-tier powers and formidable beings. His own Dou Emperor status would scarcely hold significance there. It would merely suffice for self-preservation. Xiao Ding waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, young master. Haibodong was not surprised. With Xiao Ding's extraordinary talent, even if he did not attract the attention of the Central Continent's elites, he would still be regarded as an unparalleled genius within the Gamma Empire, and joining the most formidable faction, the Yunlan Sect, would be a trivial matter. Realizing that Haibodong had no further thoughts, Xiao Ding made his way to Qing'er's room. Gently caressing her silky hair, he spoke softly, Qing'er, I shall soon send you to a place more suited for your cultivation. It may be somewhat solitary for you. Does that mean you no longer want Qing'er? She asked. her large, watery eyes immediately glistening with a layer of mist, appearing utterly forlorn. How could that be? You are far too adorable. I could never bear to part with you, Xiao Ding replied, playfully pinching her delicate, infant-like face. However, I often find myself traveling extensively, unable to tend to you. Moreover, your cultivation level is quite low. You must strive to improve, lest you fall short in your duties as my maidservant in the future. Qing'er sniffled, her resilient and thoughtful nature quickly grasping Xiao Ding's well-meaning intentions. With a serious nod, she affirmed, yes. I will certainly devote myself to my training and strive to become a competent maidservant, so that I do not hinder you, young master. Exactly so. Now rest well. We shall be on the road tomorrow, Xiao Ding said, ruffling her hair before stepping out to discuss the departure of the mercenary group with Haibodong. This mercenary group was essential, providing assistance with various tasks and facilitating better training. Those unwilling to accompany him were compensated with some wealth and sent on their way, resulting in 72 individuals eager to follow him. Among them, the highest rank was a great fighter, a recent addition. The majority were mere fighters, not particularly formidable, but certainly capable of running errands. Naturally, such a sizable group was not suited for riding flying magical beasts, so Xiao Ding resolved to personally lead them. After determining the route, he instructed Haibodong to organize their information for him to review on his Battle Qi horse. This display of Battle Qi astonished the other mercenaries riding alongside. Aside from finding it somewhat peculiar, they held him in profound respect. It was quite simple. The ability to manifest a Battle Qi horse unequivocally attested to the leader's prowess at the battle spirit level. Following such a formidable figure, coupled with the promise of various precious pills, they could envision a bright future ahead. In that moment, they felt grateful for their decision to remain and venture away from home. After traveling swiftly for over 10 days, Xiao Ding took the opportunity to familiarize himself with everyone, thereby fulfilling his duties as a capable leader. One day, Haibodong approached with a reminder, young master, we are nearing Qingshan town. Should we take a rest? Xiao Ding nodded. They were close to Wutan City, but he did not intend to bring the mercenaries directly home. It was more fitting to settle them here for the time being. Haibodong then directed the others, and their group slightly altered their course toward the nearest Qingshan town. Their sizable entourage drew considerable attention even before entering the town. Xiao Ding released his Battle Qi horse in advance, allowing Haibodong and the others to seek a place to stay while he leisurely wandered through the streets of Qingshan. Having visited this place 6 or 7 years prior, he wondered if the little medicine fairy was still around. Pondering this, Xiao Ding strolled about but heard no mention of her. He felt a tinge of regret. It seemed she had not yet returned. Thus, he decided to practice his mercenary skills here. Xiao Ding strolled leisurely when Haibodong approached him with a smile, saying, young master, our large entourage has frightened the local mercenary group, the Wolf Head Brigade. They wish to pay their respects to you. Xiao Ding, disinterested, shook his head and replied, you may send them away. He continued, tomorrow morning, I shall lead everyone to the Monster Mountain Range to gather herbs and hunt magical beasts, as we must expedite the establishment of our business. The Ding Tian Mercenary Corps cannot rely solely on my support. We must undertake missions to earn a living. The Monster Mountain Range is a treasure trove that must be exploited. At dawn the following day, before the first light had graced the sky, Xiao Ding set off with his companions. This time, everyone was involved, including Qing'er. They swiftly entered the mountains, encountering magical beasts intermittently, pausing occasionally along their journey. Suddenly, Yao Lao spoke up, seize every opportunity to engage in combat with the magical beasts here. Their habits differ from those of the beasts in the desert and will aid in refining your combat techniques. While Xiao Ding was in the midst of channeling his energy into a steed, he leaped down and cautioned Qing'er, who was happily smelling flowers. Stay here and do not wander. I shall explore a bit. He instructed Haibodong to continue leading the group while he ventured forth alone. His gaze roamed the mountains, contemplating, I wonder if I can discover the treasure caves here. The flight combat skills and the remnants of the pure lotus demon fire are quite valuable. With a newfound objective, Xiao Ding consciously traversed the edges of the cliffs, hoping to unearth treasures while battling magical beasts. He did not wish to leave empty-handed. Even if he could not locate the little medical fairy, he was determined to acquire some of the local treasures. After wandering for quite some time without encountering any magical beast attacks, Xiao Ding found it peculiar that even when he did come across them, they seemed to flee. You should suppress your energy pressure, and soon enough, the magical beasts will be eager to feast upon you. Yao Lao retorted. In this outer region, the magical beasts have likely seen more humans than you have. As a doling level being, if they were to still seek their demise, they would be quite foolish and have long since met their end. Xiao Ding smacked his forehead, realizing the truth in Yao Lao's words. Indeed, these magical beasts adhere to the law of the jungle. Had I been merely a fighter, they would have likely salivated at the sight of me. Now, In comparison, I am akin to a fourth-tier magical beast. Only a fool would dare to seek death. After a moment's thought, he shook his head again. Never mind. I shall not bully the weaker creatures. Instead, I will seek out magical beasts of comparable strength for battle. Ultimately, Xiao Ding chose not to conceal his aura, unwilling to squander time on ordinary beasts. Before long, he encountered a fourth-tier magical beast, the iron-clad armadillo. This beast, with skin as tough as steel, possessed formidable defenses. The black-scaled armadillo was perched on the cliff's edge, excavating a nest of ants, each ant a vibrant red, known as the venomous fire ants. Yet, even in the face of their natural enemy, they could not defend their home. Quite impressive, with tough skin and ample resilience, Xiao Ding remarked, charging forth without hesitation. The armadillo, disturbed from its meal, turned in fury and swiped a claw at him. Xiao Ding did not retreat. His fists glimmered with silver light, transforming him into a silver figure as he met the beast strike head-on. Boom. Both parties recoiled from the impact. The armadillo, having failed to crush the intruder, curled its body as its scales transformed into sharp spikes, launching itself toward Xiao Ding. For directions, wind barrier. Xiao Ding formed a seal with his hands, summoning countless whirlwinds that transformed into towering walls of wind, effectively blocking the threat and ensnaring it within. With a fierce roar, the creature beneath him burrowed into the ground. Xiao Ding, ever vigilant, surveyed his surroundings when suddenly, a swift sound pierced the air, revealing the shadow of a figure above. It was a warrior, wielding the power of combat, perhaps merely passing by. Xiao Ding spared no further glance and continued to form his seals, determined to unleash the rending wind dance, ensuring that his adversary would face misfortune upon emerging. The atmosphere shimmered subtly as colossal azure blades of wind, soaring over 10 meters high, coiled into a spiral aimed at the earth below. The rending wind dance was executed with commendable finesse. A soft voice resonated through the air. Instinctively, Xiao Ding responded, "Of course, wait, your voice." As he uttered the latter part, a shiver coursed through him, causing him to falter in his ceiling, leading to the disintegration of the rending wind dance into a tempest that stirred up vast clouds of dust. With a stiff neck, he beheld a figure draped in a pale green gown, coldly observing him. This figure exuded elegance and nobility, her long hair dancing in the breeze, her beauty transcendent and ethereal, akin to a sprite amidst the wind. Yet, her piercing gaze resembled an imposing glacier, harboring a formidable surge of combat energy. Xiao Ding found no solace in admiring her exquisite presence. Instead, a chill ran down his spine as he stammered, "Sister, good morning. What brings you here? You can come here. Why can't I?" Yunlan alighted gracefully, her gaze unwavering as she approached step by step. "In a year and a half, you seem to have fared quite well." It's just average," Xiao Ding replied, feeling as if Yunlan were a volcano on the verge of eruption. Cold sweat beating on his forehead. "Sister, please don't come closer. There are magical beasts here." Crack. The ground fissured as a pangolin erupted from beneath, instinctively targeting the nearest Yunlan. Without a glance, she clapped her hands, and with a resounding boom, the pangolin was obliterated. Xiao Ding bolted, sensing he could not withstand Yunyan's wrath. In a flash, a shadow appeared before him. Yunyan's brows arched in disbelief. "Sister, let me explain." Yet, there was no time for him to savor the thrill of their earlier encounter. He now felt the chilling intent to kill emanating from a peak combat king. "I descended the mountain secretly to enhance my training." "Yes, I understand," Yunyan acknowledged before vanishing. Boom. A heavy fist struck him, distorting his face and sending him flying. Chapter 67, The Battle King. This was Xiao Ding's first encounter with a combat king, and not just any, but a high-level combat king with a significant advantage in speed. He barely had time to react before a punch landed squarely on him. Amidst the excruciating pain, his innate combat energies surged forth, and azure flames enveloped him in protective armor. "What is this?" Yunyan halted in astonishment, her beautiful eyes reflecting the azure flames that adorned Xiao Ding. Instinctively, she sensed the danger. These flames were extraordinary. Xiao Ding took a moment to catch his breath, rubbing his contorted face to restore its shape. "Recently, I acquired a rare fire known as the Heart of the Azure Lotus." "Rare fire?" Yunyan gasped in disbelief. "How is it possible for you to refine such a rare fire? Even a Dou Wang would find it exceedingly difficult to do so." She recalled hearing from Dan Wang Guhi that even with his Dou Wang cultivation, aided by precious elixirs, refining rare fire was fraught with peril. For him to refine it, he would likely be courting death. Anger welled up within her. How could he undertake such a dangerous endeavor without informing her? At that moment, Xiao Ding, wearing a smug expression, declared, "What do you think? I'm impressive, right? With this rare fire, my strength has soared to Dou Ling, far surpassing the progress I could have made on the mountain." "Dou Ling? I suspect there is much exaggeration. Allow me to extract the truth." Yunlan, observing Xiao Ding's smug demeanor, could not suppress her urge to strike. With a powerful punch, she transformed from an aloof ice queen into a fierce warrior. 8 extremes collapse. Faced with the formidable blow of a high-level Dou Wang, Xiao Ding had no choice but to muster all his strength. A thunderous explosion erupted upon their fists colliding, causing Yunlan's pupils to constrict. What kind of combat technique was this? Its power was astonishing enough to allow a novice in Dou Ling to contend with her. A 9-star Dou Wang, without succumbing. Though Xiao Ding did not falter, the 8 extremes collapse did not grant him any advantage, and he was forced to retreat amidst the clash. He admired Yunlan's strength while retorting, "Sister, do not underestimate me. I am no longer the person I once was, and you may not necessarily prevail against me." With the energy source of 3 Dou crystals, the cyclone of lightning was formidable, and he believed he could stand against a high-level Dou Wang. Huh? Yunlan scoffed, transforming into a gust of wind. Her powerful wind attribute Dou Qi overwhelming Xiao Ding. Dou Qi transformation, horse. As Xiao Ding retreated, he attempted to conjure a fiery steed of Dou Qi to charge at Yunlan. He wished to gauge the disparity between his fused Dou Qi and hers. This steed, purely a manifestation of Dou Qi, possessed eyes that sparkled with lightning and hooves that danced upon whirlwinds, buoyed by the continuous support of wood attribute Dou Qi, and was ablaze with rare fire. Racing forward at remarkable speed. Yunlan was taken aback by Xiao Ding's unusual combat technique. Sensing its complexity, she sprang from the ground, akin to a hawk taking flight, and, with a swift gesture, summoned a colossal wind blade over 20 meters long to cleave downward. This too constituted a form of Dou Qi transformation attack. Each technique, upon refinement, would manifest a specific form of Dou Qi. For instance, the Xiao family's furious lion gale could condense into a lion-shaped Dou Qi during a full-force assault, as long as he did not mount it. Xiao Ding's conjured steed of Dou Qi was not particularly bizarre. However, at that moment, the horse was considerably smaller than the wind blade. With a piercing sound slicing through the air, the wind blade struck the fiery steed's head, gradually cleaving it apart. Xiao Ding furrowed his brow, realizing that the density of his fused Dou Qi was still lacking. Was this due to the elevation of realms diminishing his advantage? Aside from that possibility, it was evident that Yunlan's technique was also formidable, and it was entirely reasonable that his fused Dou Qi was no match for hers. As the fiery steed was severed, the wind fanned the flames, causing the rare fire atop it to surge and expand, culminating in a resounding explosion. A cerulean mushroom cloud emerged, tearing apart the immense wind blade, leading to a collective demise. The powerful shockwave stripped away a layer of earth, expanding instantaneously. Yunlan, with her ethereal wings of fighting spirit, gently fanned them to evade the shockwave, exclaiming in surprise, "Where did you learn such peculiar combat skills that harm 1,000 foes while inflicting 800 damage upon oneself? Self-created, am I not impressive?" Xiao Ding chuckled, reveling in his own pride. It was merely a clever tactic, but he was eager for more. Yunlan's eyes glinted with cold determination. "I am curious to see what you have learned in the years since you fled the mountain. You certainly did not wish to remain idle with my teachings." With a graceful flick of her slender fingers, she formed a seal once more, and Xiao Ding, recognizing the formation of the wind blade dance, hurriedly mirrored her movements. Amidst the piercing whistle of the wind, colossal attacks comparable to the earlier wind blades coalesced, swirling rapidly around a central point to form a spiraling wind blade. Xiao Ding's wind blades were slightly smaller, despite possessing the strength of 3 fighting crystals. His cultivation still fell short. Unless he rapidly elevated his thunder fighting crystal, his wind blade dance would remain somewhat distinct, composed of 4 attributes, appearing quite unstable. Yet, it was precisely this instability that could yield an explosion, amplifying its destructive capacity. "What an unusual talent you possess, with such diverse attributes of fighting spirit," Yunlan remarked, her expression one of intrigue as she observed Xiao Ding's gathered combat technique. With a downward press of her hands, she initiated the collision of 2 spiraling energy attacks, one large and one small, their opposing swirling energies disrupting the surrounding air, leading to mutual erosion and obliteration. Xiao Ding's wind blades struggled against the onslaught, and just as they were about to falter, they erupted violently. This explosion was tenfold more terrifying than the previous one, shattering a portion of the cliff. Even Yunlan's expression shifted at the sheer force of devastation. Wind wall. She conjured a protective barrier, but even the wind wall was pushed back, compelling her to clasp her hands before her, retreating under the residual shock waves. Meanwhile, Xiao Ding nimbly dodged, retreating behind a tree large enough for 2 to embrace. Watching as the bark was shredded by the aftershock, feeling somewhat exasperated. Each explosion he caused seemed to require him to evade as well. It was rather overwhelming. He looked enviously at Yunlan soaring gracefully in the air, realizing how much more agile one could be while flying. Senior sister, how about that? I did not disappoint you, did I? Yun stared blankly at the young man behind the charred trunk, finding it hard to reconcile him with the boy who had stood at her height a year prior, merely a fighter at the level of a Dou Master. Now, Xiao Ding appeared tall and formidable, handsome and composed, making it difficult to see him as a child. He resembled more a talented youth akin to herself. A mix of emotions swirled within her as she waved her hand, dispersing the wind wall and descending to the ground. Finally, her expression turned complex, and she sighed softly. You are correct. Remaining at the Yunlan sect, while safe and stable, cannot provide opportunities, let alone the exotic flames. I no longer possess the qualifications to teach you. Go wherever you wish in the future. At this moment, Yun felt a tinge of defeat, recalling her initial desire to take him as her disciple when she first met him. Fortunately, he had been too proud then, believing he could soon surpass her, ultimately becoming her junior. Now, it seemed evident that he indeed had the potential to be proud, with such a rapid rate of advancement. It was only a matter of time before he caught up to her. Chapter 68. Am I so important in Senior Sister's heart? Thank you, Senior Sister, for your understanding. However, I shall not forget the Yunlan sect, nor will I overlook your teachings. Xiao Ding let out a sigh of relief, grateful that Yun did not strike him, for it made her appear all the more beautiful. A thought crossed his mind, and with a boldness that surprised even him, he inquired, when will you teach me the wind's extremity? I have long yearned for it. Yun sensed that Xiao Ding had carved out a path of his own, one that the Yunlan sect could no longer confine. Xiao Ding's eyes sparkled with mischief as he teased, oh, what if I were to pursue you, Senior Sister? Yun was momentarily taken aback, staring at Xiao Ding in a daze. After a brief pause, she finally responded, are you jesting? Not at all. From the moment I met you, I found myself attracted to your beauty, initially a mere infatuation, which eventually blossomed into deeper feelings over time. Xiao Ding spoke earnestly. Back then, I was merely a minor Dou Master, lacking the qualifications to pursue someone of your stature. Now, however, I have gathered a modicum of courage. Yun's cheeks flushed slightly. Had Xiao Ding uttered these words a year prior, she would have dismissed him as a mere child. Yet now, he stood a head taller than her, exuding a masculine charm. You're just trying to charm me. How can one develop feelings while constantly being beaten? The elder Yao scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. Do not disturb my contemplation. A beauty as exceptional as Senior Sister should not be given to another, Xiao Ding retorted with a smile. Besides, we share the same lineage. We know each other well, making us a fitting pair. Enough. For now, I shall regard you as a little brother. Yun turned away, feeling a bit shy in confronting Xiao Ding. I am no longer a little brother, Xiao Ding protested, but he resigned himself, thinking that he had at least expressed his feelings and would treat her well moving forward. With a bold demeanor, he glanced at the shattered carcass of the pangolin on the ground, his eyelids twitching. Just then, a chilling presence descended, and Haibodong appeared in the distance. Cautiously observing Yun. Young master, are you unharmed? He inquired, sensing a strong energy fluctuation. He approached to investigate and instinctively assumed Xiao Ding was in conflict with someone formidable. As he landed beside Xiao Ding, he frowned, glancing at Yun's retreating figure. Shall I assist you in subduing her? She appears to be quite a beauty. Xiao Ding managed an awkward smile. Do not be alarmed. This is my senior sister, Yun, the current sect master. Ah! The simultaneous exclamations echoed as Haibodong was astonished to learn Xiao Ding was a disciple of Yun. Given that she was a student of Yunshan, a renowned figure of their generation, he felt somewhat at a disadvantage. Conversely, Yun was surprised to see this powerful figure addressing her junior as young master, indicating a level of respect. Although they had yet to engage in battle, she was certain he surpassed her in strength. Even as a 9-star Dou Wang, she recognized that he was a Dou Huang. When had such a being ever shown such courtesy to a Dou Ling? Cough. Senior sister, this is my steward, Haibodong. He is by my side due to assistance rendered by another of my masters, Xiao Ding explained. Yun turned, her countenance still as pure and beautiful as a snow lotus, now tinged with astonishment and curiosity. Do you have another master? Indeed. My extraordinary flame was acquired with the assistance of that esteemed teacher, a highly skilled alchemist hailing from the central region of the Dou Qi continent, who possesses remarkable prowess. Xiao Ding had long contemplated how to elucidate the origins of his extraordinary flame and alchemical skills to Yun. It is no wonder I remarked that you could not have advanced so swiftly on your own, nor acquired such a rare treasure as the extraordinary flame. Yun sighed in admiration, acknowledging, you truly are favored by fortune. Indeed, I have also obtained a formidable companion. Xiao Ding declared as he unveiled a small serpent for Yun to behold, leaving her perplexed as to why it had been presented. While Yun remained relatively unfazed, merely recognizing the serpent's uniqueness, Haibodong was filled with trepidation, instinctively fearful at the mere sight of the creature, confident that nothing further would astonish anyone. Xiao Ding gently patted the serpent's head, grinning as he inquired, "Sister, what elixir would you like? I shall concoct it for you." Yunlan gazed at Xiao Ding, contemplatively stating, "I desire a 6th grade elixir, which you cannot produce. However, I am on my way to procure a spiritual fruit that aids in cultivation. Do come assist me when you are free." Xiao Ding chose not to bring Haibodong along, reasoning that since this was a quest undertaken solely by his sister, the assistance of a single Dou Wang level warrior would suffice. "Yes, young master. Haibodong, is he perhaps the Ice Emperor? One of the 10 most formidable figures in the Jiama Empire, renowned alongside the teacher?" Yunlan was once again taken aback upon hearing Xiao Ding's address. It was hard to fathom that a renowned Dou Huang would serve as the steward to her junior brother. Just how formidable must her brother's teacher be to earn the willing servitude of a Dou Huang? "It is merely a matter of gratitude. There is no need for you to be overly astonished," Xiao Ding remarked as he approached Yunlan, sincerely apologizing. "Sister, I am sorry for sneaking down the mountain. I did not mean to worry you. If you are still upset, feel free to strike me. I shall not retaliate this time." Though he could be somewhat shameless, he still possessed the awareness to consider others' feelings. As a genius favored by the entire Yunlan sect, it was only natural that Yunlan, a prominent figure within the sect, would be concerned about his sudden disappearance. Apologizing for causing such trouble was indeed necessary. Yunlan paused, sensing a newfound maturity in Xiao Ding's words. She playfully punched his chest, reproaching him. "You do realize your mistake, don't you? Do you understand how worried we were? I spent nearly a year searching for you." Xiao Ding's expression shifted as he grasped Yunlan's smooth, delicate hand. Feeling a surge of emotion, "I did not realize I held such significance in your heart." "Nonsense. It is your talent that is vital to the Yunlan sect. Do you have any idea how many elders have pinned their hopes for the sect's future upon you? It is not just me. Many elders and disciples have sought you in secret." Xiao Ding felt increasingly moved. His initial reasons for joining the Yunlan sect extended beyond merely learning combat techniques and seeking temporary refuge for the Xiao clan. He had also sought to connect with Yunlan. The weight of her concern and the sect's collective effort to locate him was a bond he could not overlook. "No wonder I could not find you," Yunlan frowned. "Who would have imagined you would venture so far? Thankfully, you did not go too deep into the imperial territories. Otherwise, you might have fallen victim to those with ill intentions." "Hostile forces?" Xiao Ding contemplated the predicament of the Yunlan sect, recognizing that even the entire empire harbored trepidation towards them. In Chapter 69, Learning Flight Combat Techniques, Together in Harmony, he mused that despite the Yunlan sect being the foremost power of the Jaimar Empire, there were many who wished for their downfall, particularly the royal family, who had stationed a military force at the base of the mountain, a clear indication of their intentions. Yunlan scoffed, reflecting on the Dou Huang powerhouse accompanying Xiao Ding. "Given your situation, perhaps we have been overly concerned with a Dou Huang bodyguard. You might find yourself safer outside the sect than within its confines. Senior sister, please refrain from teasing me. I acknowledge my mistakes and will make amends." Xiao Ding replied with a wry smile, relieved she was not ungrateful. Yunlan's spirits lifted considerably as she summoned her battle aura into wings. Seizing Xiao Ding and soaring towards the cliff, he hastily wrapped his arms around her slender waist, inhaling her faint fragrance and beaming with joy. "Let go. You are not permitted to hold me." Yunlan blushed, realizing Xiao Ding had grown into a man, and she could not allow him to embrace her so freely. "I have a fear of heights," Xiao Ding protested. Yunlan's expression turned icy. "Release me, or I shall cast you down. Is it not rather embarrassing for you to carry me like this?" Xiao Ding objected, feeling somewhat discontented. After all, why should he be treated like a puppet when he could embrace such beauty? "Then let us descend and walk," she replied coldly, beginning to lower herself. "Wait." Xiao Ding caught sight of a cave at the cliff's edge and pointed with one hand. "Senior sister, let us investigate that cave." "What is there to see in a cave?" Yunlan frowned, yet she acquiesced to Xiao Ding's suggestion and flew over. A long, flattened serpent fell from the cave's entrance, not attacking them, but instead collapsing on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. It was not Yunlan's presence that frightened it, but rather the overwhelming aura of the 7-colored sky-devouring python emanating from Xiao Ding's chest. Few serpents could withstand such high-level pressure. Observing the serpent, Xiao Ding found it peculiar that he would discover a treasure trove in such an unexpected manner. He chuckled, releasing his hold. "It appears fortune smiles upon us. We have stumbled upon an ancient relic, perhaps containing treasures. While a solitary cave might signify little, the presence of this rock serpent suggested it was likely a repository of flight combat techniques. Are there truly so many treasures for you to collect?" Yunlan rolled her eyes, gracefully striding forth, conjuring a whirlwind with a wave of her hand to clear the cobwebs and dust from their path. Upon entering, they noted signs of human excavation, leading her to ponder. It seems this was artificially created, not a natural cavern. The cave extended deep, and after a considerable distance, they were halted by a stone door. As Xiao Ding prepared to search for a mechanism to open it, Yunlan delivered a swift strike. With a crack, the stone door shattered into fragments. Xiao Ding stood agape. Senior sister, that was rather violent. What? Do you have an objection? Yunlan's countenance turned menacing. None at all. Your method is efficient and straightforward. Xiao Ding corrected himself. Pleased, Yunlan entered the stone chamber and, upon seeing the skeletal remains upon the central seat, remarked in surprise, "You truly have encountered an ancient relic. Your luck is surprisingly fortuitous." Xiao Ding's lips twitched. "I did not expect you to possess such a sharp tongue, senior sister." Yunlan turned her head and said, "Are you seeking a beating? I haven't even used the extreme wind technique yet. Isn't this what you wish to learn? I can allow you to experience it." The senior sister was right. I shall first examine what treasures are here. Xiao Ding chuckled, noting that the extreme wind technique was a high-level mystic combat skill, perfectly aligned with Yunlan's attributes. If it were to be unleashed, I would have no confidence in my ability to withstand it. Your father instructed me to discipline you properly, and I fear I have failed in that regard, which has led to your disobedience. A tinge of regret washed over Yunlan. Had I known earlier, I would have disciplined you more. It is rather difficult now. Xiao Ding stumbled, pondering the absurdity of the statement. Is obedience truly born from punishment? It seems so. He hastily shifted the topic. Ahem, these herbs are quite good. I could concoct some beauty-enhancing elixirs for you, senior sister. Do you think I need them? Yunlan asked, her profile illuminated by the soft glow of the moonstone. Resembling a celestial maiden, ethereal and flawless. Xiao Ding felt he had been asked a rather perilous question and could only respond with admiration. You are already so beautiful. To enhance your beauty further would indeed be an affront to others. Flattery will get you nowhere. Concoct some potions and let me see your alchemical skills, Yunlan said, her smile enchanting. I have come to understand what a beauty under the moonlight resembles. With a sister like her, few men could withstand it. Xiao Ding expressed his awe. I can withstand it, Elder Yao suddenly interjected. Whether influenced by Xiao Ding or not, Elder Yao had recently taken to stirring the pot. The romantic feelings in Xiao Ding's heart were abruptly disrupted, and he could only bow his head to swiftly gather the herbs, retorting to Elder Yao, take them. These are the ones you prefer. This ice spirit flame grass is decent, but the rest are rather ordinary. I favor top-tier herbs. These hardly qualify. Feeling a bit embarrassed by Xiao Ding's continuous remarks, Yunlan stepped aside and forcibly pried open one stone box after another. You don't even need a key? Xiao Ding observed, somewhat speechless. Aren't you worried about damaging the contents? No, this box has no mechanisms, Yunlan assured, exuding confidence and experience. Xiao Ding approached the skeletal remains and retrieved a key. The key is crucial here. You may continue unlocking. Yunlan pointed at the metallic lock and extracted 3 scrolls from the shattered stone box. 1 black scroll, 1 multicolored scroll, and 1 yellow scroll. They appeared to be techniques or combat skills of some sort. Yunlan remained calm, having roughly deduced the strength of the owner of this place. These scrolls would not exceed the legacy of the Yunlan sect. The 7-colored poison cannon, quite the nefarious item. The roaring lion's song, a high-level mystic combat skill, not bad. A high-level flying combat skill. It seems there are indeed lost techniques of this nature. Yunlan's expression shifted from surprise to profound astonishment, glancing at the skeletal remains. She nodded. This individual is rather formidable, capable of producing such unique combat skills, perfectly suited for you. She tossed all the scrolls to Xiao Ding. You are the alchemist. This poison cannon will also serve you, so accept it all. Aren't you keeping any? Xiao Ding asked, astonished. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. I have sufficient mystic combat skills already, so I do not require more, Yunlan replied, shaking her head. Moreover, this was your discovery. Those who witness shall share in the spoils. Here, take these coins. Xiao Ding felt a twinge of embarrassment at the prospect of his senior sister receiving nothing. Very well. She conceded lightly, just a token will suffice. Let us proceed with our important tasks. Yunlan nodded and moved to collect the pile of several 100,000 coins. Xiao Ding raised his hand. Wait a moment. I shall learn this flight technique and accompany you in soaring together. Who wishes to soar with you? Speak not so recklessly. Yunlan huffed, crossing her arms as she stepped aside. Hasten your pace. All right. Xiao Ding ceased his jesting and unfurled the scroll. Chapter 70. The Attribute of Prosperity. Upon it lay a pair of ebony wings. As Xiao Ding lowered his hand, a surge of soul energy surged forth, imbued with a savage intent. A notification echoed in his ears. Soul entity detected. Conditions for devouring not met. Maintaining an impassive expression, Xiao Ding closed his eyes. Summoning a piercing eagle's call from the depths of his soul. Such a fragmented soul dares to challenge me. He scoffed internally, unleashing his soul power to crush the entity, leading to a harrowing scream as the soul of the purple cloud sculpture shattered into oblivion. His fighting spirit seamlessly melded with the design upon the scroll, causing the eagle wings to blaze with brilliance, transmuting into a violet-black luminescence that coursed through his body, settling upon his back. Amidst a wave of excruciating pain, Xiao Ding's body forged new, delicate meridians, forming a pair of wings reminiscent of those depicted on the scroll. Infusing his fighting spirit into them, the tattoo illuminated, quickly coalescing into energy wings that expanded to over 3 feet in length. Truly, this long-lost secret art possesses remarkable intricacies. Yunlan marveled from the side. Xiao Ding turned to admire the black wings adorned with violet patterns, exclaiming, "I have become a birdman." "What do you mean have also? Do you consider me a birdman as well?" Yunlan retorted, displeased. "Just a metaphor. You are overthinking." Xiao Ding smirked, and with a flick of his thought, the eagle wings flapped, lifting him off the ground and creating a hole in the cave ceiling. Clutching his head as he descended, he remarked, still unfamiliar with this, "I accidentally collided with the stone. The ability to fly is advantageous. The spirit fruit I aim to acquire is guarded by a flying magical beast. When the time comes, I shall draw its attention while you stealthily retrieve the fruit." Yunlan nodded slightly. "What spirit fruit?" Xiao Ding inquired, intrigued. "The wind chime fruit. A companion spirit fruit of the 5th-tier magical beast, the wind chime bird. These beasts appear in pairs, making it quite challenging for me to procure the fruit alone." Yunlan detailed her quest for medicinal materials. "Ah, I understand." Xiao Ding surmised that this was likely a resource Yunlan intended to use to assist him in becoming a fighting emperor. "Let us depart. There is nothing more to be found here." Yunlan released her grip and turned to exit. "There are still a few items." Xiao Ding approached the skeletal remains, extracting a small scroll from a crack in his arm. He then produced the clear stream sword and inscribed several characters onto the stone wall. "Xiao Ding visited here." Yunlan, initially astonished that Xiao Ding had unearthed something, soon felt a wave of exasperation as she witnessed him carving his name. "Are you so afraid that the next visitor here will not know you came before? Just a playful inscription. Come now," Xiao Ding remarked as he exited the cave, unfurling the scroll, which indeed revealed the remnants of the pure Lotus Demon Fire's map. "Ah, yet another fragment of the pure Lotus Demon Fire. It seems you are truly destined to encounter it," Elder Yao remarked in astonishment. If the fragment from the Sea of Waves was merely a coincidence, the appearance of this one signifies a profound connection to Xiao Ding. For the time being, let us consider it as a potential means of future gain. The pure Lotus Demon Fire possesses the strength of a Dou Saint. Once acquired, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of a high-level Dou Saint. However, without Dou Saint level power, he would hardly dare to approach such a realm. The next target for acquisition would likely be something akin to the Fallen Heart Flame. "What is this? It appears to be a treasure map," Yunlan remarked curiously, glancing sideways at Xiao Ding. "It contains information about a formidable, ranking 3rd on the list, known as the pure Lotus Demon Fire," Xiao Ding explained succinctly. "3rd?" Yunlan exclaimed, her lips parting in surprise. While she had limited knowledge of, she was well aware of the significance of holding a position on such a prestigious list. "This is of no use to you, senior sister. I shall take it," Xiao Ding stated without hesitation. "You are indeed fortunate. While those poison scriptures and combat techniques were trivial, the information about the pure Lotus Demon Fire is a tremendous opportunity." Yunlan lamented. Xiao Ding shook his head. "It is all thanks to you, senior sister. Were it not for your guidance, I might never have discovered it. Clearly, you possess a unique quality." "What quality?" "Auspicious for your partner. Are you looking for a fight?" Yunlan retorted, indignantly pinching Xiao Ding's ear. "You only know how to take advantage of me. Be gentle. My ear is about to come off." Xiao Ding pleaded for mercy. As the two playfully bickered, they exited the cave and unfurled their wings, soaring into the sky. "Wow, this feels exhilarating," Xiao Ding exclaimed, soaring to great heights and reveling in the sense of freedom. It was his first time flying on his own, and the exhilarating wind rushed against him, bringing immense joy. Suddenly, he tilted and collided with Yunlan, who gracefully spun in the air before stabilizing, while Xiao Ding plummeted downward. A delicate hand grasped the back of his collar, lifting him up. "Your flying skills are atrocious. Even without facing the Windbell bird, you might very well crash land," Yunlan chided. "Of course, I am inexperienced on my first attempt," Xiao Ding replied with an awkward smile. "Allow me another chance." He slipped from Yunyan's grasp and adjusted his position, only to veer off course once more. After several collisions with Yunlan, she ultimately had no choice but to assist him in flying. As they traversed several mountains, Xiao Ding gradually became more adept, though Yunyan's expression grew increasingly serious. "Look, don't we resemble a pair of lovebirds now?" Xiao Ding said, smiling as he held Yunyan's hand. "Enough with the jokes. The wind bellbird is just ahead in the valley. We should fly lower. You have little advantage in the air, Yunlan advised, guiding Xiao Ding to lower their altitude as they glided close to the forest towards the distant valley. Dingling. Soon, Xiao Ding heard a melodious sound, reminiscent of wind chimes colliding. Following the sound, he spotted a grand tree adorned in green and white. The sound emanated from the rustling leaves above. The tree stood nearly 100 meters tall, its leaves thick and elongated, resembling green-silver ingots, while the trunk was white, producing a clear, crisp sound as the wind rustled through its branches. At the heart of the tree, there hung emerald fruits, each the size of an infant's fist, radiating a subtle luminescence that bespoke their extraordinary nature. The central fruit, resplendent in a blend of azure and white, resembled a fine work of art. Beneath the fruit, a nest woven from branches cradled a diminutive, silvery bird, its forehead adorned with a touch of blue, exuding an air of delicate beauty. Sensing the moment, you decided to approach it. Yunlan and Xiao Ding had already split off, each moving closer. The latter, upon hearing a sound, turned with caution, his green eyes glinting with coldness as he let out a call, seemingly a warning. Wind chime bird, I wish to exchange for a ripe wind chime fruit. Yunlan halted, initiating dialogue with the avian creature. This was a fifth-tier magical beast, possessing a modicum of intelligence, capable of understanding her words. She produced a pill, stating, "This will be of great benefit to you as well." Xiao Ding, concealed behind her, shook his head, thinking that conversing with such beasts was akin to playing music to a cow. Chapter 71, Striking Individually. Indeed, the wind chime bird ignored her, instead threatening Yunlan to depart immediately. With only one wind chime bird present, it was a prime opportunity. You signaled for Xiao Ding to stealthily procure the fruit. Yunlan gestured from behind, urging Xiao Ding to commence his actions, and soon they engaged in a skirmish. Xiao Ding circled around, stealthily approaching from another angle. The elongated wind chime bird soared aloft, generating a tempest that caused the leaves to rustle fervently. Xiao Ding quickened his pace, transforming into a blur as he ascended the tree from the rear. He refrained from employing aerial combat skills, as the significant surge of battle aura might alert the still nearby wind chime bird. The massive trunk stood like a wall, with hands clawed. He utilized his formidable physical strength to effortlessly penetrate the bark, scaling the tree with the agility of a monkey. Upon reaching the canopy, he discovered a colossal nest, comparable to a 3-story building, nestled among the branches, housing 3 fledglings still in their downy stage, their eyes yet to open. Without lingering, he leapt forward, reaching for the fruit that emanated the most potent energy, swiftly plucking it. The fledglings, startled by the noise, began to chirp anxiously, alerting the adult wind chime bird that had been lured away, which turned to see that several fruits had been taken. Did I permit you to leave? 4 towering walls of wind materialized, ensnaring the wind chime bird. Just as she prepared to escape and reunite with Xiao Ding, a piercing cry shattered the sky, and a larger wind chime bird surged toward Xiao Ding. Yunlan's expression shifted, for this wind chime bird's prowess was such that even she regarded it with trepidation. Xiao Ding was in peril. Soon, a shadow loomed over Xiao Ding, accompanied by a forceful gust that pressed down on him, causing his body to sink. It seemed that a simple acquisition was no longer feasible. Xiao Ding's lips twitched. What he had initially thought would be a straightforward endeavor had now turned to naught. He quickly formed a seal, conjuring a wall of wind. The wind chime bird collided with it, shedding a few feathers and abruptly decelerating. Its eyes glinted with ferocity, and its beak, glowing azure, pecked violently at the wind wall, shattering it. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ding charged towards Yunlan. He coldly remarked, "Senior sister, escaping seems unlikely. Let us take them down one by one. We might as well eliminate one completely." As he spoke, a vibrant purple cloud enveloped him, transforming into the azure wings of flight, propelling him towards the wind chime bird before Yunlan. Fiery azure flames erupted from his fists, swiftly morphing into a blazing blade that began to spin rapidly. A second surge of energy emanated from his palm, manifesting as verdant wood-based energy, which trailed behind in a state of Tai Chi. Following this was the wind attribute energy. With its addition, the 3 forces accelerated their rotation, coalescing into a uniquely sharp spiral imbued with diverse properties. As the 3 blade-like energies emerged, a fresh cycle of spirals appeared in succession, resembling a flower perpetually blooming, with 3 layers within and 3 layers without, culminating in 9 blade-shaped energies continuously compressing and swirling, their contained power growing increasingly formidable. What sort of battle technique is this? Yunlan exclaimed in astonishment, sensing that Xiao Ding wielded something that could explode at any moment, yet also possessed the capacity to rend everything asunder. She caught sight of the large wind chime bird pursuing Xiao Ding and hastily formed seals. If she did not intervene, Even if Xiao Ding managed to strike the small wind chime bird ensnared by her, he would inevitably be attacked from behind by the larger one. Ultimate Wind, Falling Kill. Using her sword as a foundation, she concentrated the wind attribute energy to its zenith, transforming it into an extraordinarily sharp line of energy that shot forth like a profound beam of light, warping the air in its wake. The large wind chime bird. Witnessing Yun unleash this deadly strike, sensed the peril and released a whirlwind while veering aside. Thud. The light attack was too swift, as the whirlwind was unleashed. It pierced through at the moment of contact, leaving a gaping wound in the bird's wing, thereby shattering its momentum. Meanwhile, the small wind chime bird, newly freed from the wind barrier, was immediately targeted by Xiao Ding. Crackle. The final surge of thunderous energy surged into the windfire spiral, striking the small wind chime bird. He did not linger to observe. With a vigorous flap of his wings, he dodged to the side. Just as he moved away, the windfire spiral detonated with the force of the thunder. Boom. The small wind chime bird's defenses were instantly obliterated, the spiral energy drilling into its body, followed by an explosion that shredded flesh and bone. It let out a horrific cry, a multitude of bloodied feathers swirling and falling, its body punctured with a massive hole, one wing severed, and a portion of its innards obliterated. Severely injured, it plummeted helplessly towards the ground. Chaotic energies formed a shockwave in the air, sending Xiao Ding careening uncontrollably. What power? Yun gasped, swiftly evading the shockwave, and flew towards Xiao Ding, seizing him firmly. They spun in the air before stabilizing. Locking gazes, Xiao Ding grinned. Now only one remains. I didn't expect you to possess such a formidable battle technique. Even my ultimate wind pales in comparison. Yun mused, realizing that this was a ground-level technique bestowed upon Xiao Ding by his Alchemist master. However, its execution was perilous, with the potential to inflict harm upon oneself as well as the enemy. Xiao Ding glanced at his palm, still marked with scars, knowing he could not utilize such power excessively in a short span of time. At that moment, another bellbird emitted a mournful cry, casting a resentful glance at Yun and Xiao Ding, neglecting its fallen companion and soaring away into the horizon, abandoning even its own offspring. The saying goes, couples are like birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly their separate ways. Yun sighed softly, reflecting on the unfortunate fate of the bellbirds, which she presumed were a pair. Had circumstances been different, they might have chosen to perish together or fiercely defend one another. Xiao Ding smiled at the very least. If you were in trouble, I would certainly fight for you. Pa, what are you saying? We are not even a couple, Yun retorted, shaking off Xiao Ding's hand as she descended to the ground to collect the bellbird's monster core and other valuable materials. Xiao Ding gazed at the towering tree. This newly hatched bird species is ideal. They require no incubation and possess little wildness. Yun nodded in agreement. Yet, they do need dedicated training. Xiao Ding's spirits lifted. That is splendid. Can you ask someone to train one for me? I wish to keep one at home. I can give you as many as you want. But you'll have to pay. The training costs are quite substantial. Yun acknowledged, realizing that having a flying beast in a family would greatly facilitate travel. Chapter 72. Altering Plans, Seizing Opportunities. Thank you, senior sister. I will ensure the payment is sufficient. Xiao Ding cheerfully ran over, producing a sack to gather the young birds, then proceeded to pluck all the fruits from the tree, returning with a bountiful harvest. He handed the bag filled with bell fruits to Yun. Here, your fruits. No need. I only require the ripest one. You can keep the rest for alchemy, Yun replied, selecting her desired fruit and returning the others to Xiao Ding. She gazed earnestly at him. Thank you. Without your aid, it would have been exceedingly difficult for me to obtain it alone. Given our relationship, such expressions are unnecessary. Xiao Ding countered, shaking his head. If you truly wish to show gratitude, a kiss would suffice. A punch would be more appropriate. She shot back playfully. Yun rolled her eyes at Xiao Ding, playfully shaking her fist, yet offered, a hug is still acceptable. In a swirl of fragrant air, Yun embraced Xiao Ding, softly saying, next time you plan to leave, please inform me in advance. Do not leave me worrying, all right? Xiao Ding felt his heart nearly melt from her tenderness. Pulling her in closer, from now on, I shall protect you and the sect. Yun trembled slightly, her heart in disarray, pushing Xiao Ding away. Who said I need your protection? Just be a good junior disciple. I am the master of Yunlan's sect. After uttering her words, she averted her gaze from Xiao Ding and soared away with her battle wings. Xiao Ding watched her retreating figure, suddenly realizing that he had indeed entered Yun's heart. Perhaps from the moment he became her junior disciple, she had regarded him as someone trustworthy, which was why she had sought him out for over a year. I will protect you, Xiao Ding reiterated, activating his purple cloud wings to follow her. After flying for a while, Yun regained her aloof demeanor, yet offered Xiao Ding a hint of warmth. You know, when I first discovered you sneaking away, I thought it was because I was constantly scolding you that frightened you off. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding found Yunlan surprisingly endearing for entertaining such thoughts. He chuckled in exasperation, saying, "To strike is to show affection. To scold is to express love. How could I possibly flee because of this?" Yunlan suddenly felt a twinge of reluctance towards her junior brother. Xiao Ding, having spoken in advance, wished to prevent a recurrence of past events, at least to alleviate the worries of others. Leaving the Gamma Empire? Yunlan fell silent for a moment. After more than a year apart, her junior brother had aspirations to venture beyond this empire, which placed considerable pressure on her. She nodded, conceding, "Indeed, your talent is somewhat squandered remaining here." "Sister can accompany me," proposed Xiao Ding. "I cannot leave. The Yunlan sect needs me." Do not be deceived by our sect's apparent strength. In reality, we are beset by crises. Moreover, my tenure as sect leader has not yet been long enough, and my strength still falls short. There remains much to be accomplished. Yun declined, her gaze reflecting a complexity of emotions. Deep down, she yearned to explore the world, yet her identity bound her. "Let the master continue as sect leader. Wouldn't that free you?" Xiao Ding suggested. "That is out of the question. The master is currently striving to break through, facing a life and death juncture, and will not have the time in the immediate future. I must manage the sect." Yunlan shook her head resolutely. Xiao Ding recalled how Yunshan, unable to break through on his own, eventually sought collaboration with the Soul Palace, leading to a drastic personality change under their influence, which weighed heavily on his heart. Whether it was the Soul Palace's guardianship or Yunshan's altered disposition, neither bode well for him or Yunlan. The former posed a threat to Yao Lao, while the latter endangered Yunyan's future, such as the possibility of being forcibly wed to Dou Qi. He needed to devise a means to thwart these outcomes, perhaps by preventing Yunshan from consuming the substances provided by the Soul Palace, which could corrupt the soul beyond salvation. "Yao Lao, can you concoct pills to assist a Dou Huang in breaking through?" Xiao Ding inquired discreetly. "I can, but can you afford the medicinal materials?" Yao Lao scoffed. "If you were to offer your entire fortune, you still wouldn't be able to purchase the materials required for even a single 8th grade pill. Do you believe me?" "I believe you. Even the most ordinary 8th grade pill is rare. Very few can concoct them across the entire Dou Qi continent," Xiao Ding replied helplessly. Even with Yao Lao's assistance, he felt that it would be a challenge to achieve anything without the necessary resources. Indeed, pills that aid in breakthroughs are exceedingly precious. Do not even think about obtaining those that assist a peak Dou Huang in advancing to Dou Zone. Such pills are virtually unattainable, Yao Lao declared with pride. "Are you hoping to obtain one for your chief master?" "If you ask me, it matters little. He has imparted nothing to you, merely holding the title of teacher. Your sister is the one who truly deserves that designation," Yao Lao retorted. "Are you feeling jealous?" Xiao Ding teased. "You are also my teacher. Do you think I am showing favoritism?" "Nonsense. I simply find it unnecessary. He is but a nominal teacher, not worthy of the title," Yao Lao denied. "I am primarily concerned for my sister. If he does not break through to Dou Zone, she may remain trapped in the Yunlan sect for a lifetime," Xiao Ding lamented. "You young lad, with a little sister at home, a maid by your side, aspirations for Medusa, and yet you still think of your sister. Tut, I must say. You are quite the flirt," Yao Lao chided. "As long as a man possesses capability, having multiple wives is quite normal. I do not harm them. I intend to marry them all in the future," Xiao Ding declared with righteous fervor. "Very well, you already have 4. Why not seek 3 more to complete a total of 7? Yao Lao remained speechless. "However, if you wish to concoct elixirs for your modest teacher, you must first gather the necessary herbs. Moreover, you must agree to assist me in preparing a few items as well. He is recovering quite well now and must prepare for the consolidation of his physical form." "Not a problem," Xiao Ding readily agreed. "In truth, you needn't even mention it. Given the bond between us, I shall not refuse anything within my capabilities." "Now that's more like it," Yao Lao said, satisfied and falling silent. Yun, noticing Xiao Ding's momentary silence, assumed he was grappling with a dilemma. She chuckled. "You need not concern yourself with me. Even if I remain at the Yunlan sect, I would be content, as long as you strive diligently in your cultivation. I hope that in the future, you can assist me in elevating the Yunlan sect to greater heights." Xiao Ding gazed greedily at Yunyan's exquisite smile. "For you, I shall exert every effort. Just wait for me." Yunyan's cheeks flushed slightly. This fellow constantly spoke sweet nothings, leaving her flustered. The Alchemist conference, Xiao Ding mused, momentarily taken aback, before recalling that this was the previous session of the Alchemist conference that his younger brother Xiao Yan was supposed to attend. "We can discuss it later." "Why?" Yun exclaimed in surprise, as Xiao Ding had clearly appeared to have other matters at hand moments ago. "Rest assured," he replied. "You are being insincere again." Yun chided. "This is my heartfelt sentiment," Xiao Ding smiled. Of course, this was not his sole intention. He had altered his plans primarily to thwart any compromises between Yunshan and the Guardians of the Soul Palace. He aimed to have Yunshan break through with the aid of elixirs rather than devouring foreign souls, striving to avoid future conflicts and making things difficult for Yunyun. As for the method of persuasion, it was naturally his forte, deception. To address this matter, he had hastily altered his plan to send Qing heir to the Tianxi mansion. One reason was that the Tianxi mansion was too distant, located in the northwest region of the continent. A round trip would likely take a year, which was quite a waste of time. Secondly, considering Qing heir was still young and of low cultivation, there was no rush to send her away. Keeping her by his side would afford her foundational cultivation resources comparable to those at the Tianxi mansion. Before she became a fighter, Qing heir could accompany him. It could only be said that once she became a fighter, it would be better for her to cultivate the techniques of the Tianxi mansion. Yunyun found it challenging to withstand Xiao Ding's advances, turning her head away to avoid looking at her junior brother. After a moment of silence, she said, "You wish to learn the wind's extremity sooner so that you can depart, don't you? You have guessed correctly, senior sister. Would you wish for me to leave?" Xiao Ding teased with a mischievous smile. "Go if you must. If you leave, I would find solace," Yunyun replied insincerely. Born into solitude, she had few close companions throughout her life, and none of her peers were close to her, which led to her aloof demeanor. Xiao Ding was the first person to make her lose her composure, causing her distress for a long while, and she had unwittingly grown quite attached to him. "If you do not leave, you can think of me every day," Xiao Ding said with a grin. Seeing Xiao Ding's demeanor made Yunyun want to strike him. She glared at him, saying, "If you continue to act so cheekily, do you dare to experience the wind's extremity firsthand and truly appreciate the power of combat techniques?" "Ahem. I believe a different approach might be more effective." "Very well," Yunyun replied succinctly. "Then let us proceed directly, and you may also meet your future two little uncles. Are you asking for a beating?" Wind's extremity, falling kill. In the midst of a playful skirmish, two individuals soared through the skies, ultimately arriving at the training grounds of the Ding Tian Mercenary Corps. Guo Shirlei was engaged in combat with a fierce beast alongside his comrades. Just as he had slain the creature and was about to search for its core, a sudden sound of slicing air caught his attention. He glanced upward, captivated by the ethereal beauty above. His gaze was drawn to Yunyun, and then to the figure of Xiao Ding, who had sprouted wings of energy, leaving him in a state of astonishment. The captain had achieved the extraordinary ability of transforming his fighting spirit into wings. Not only Guo, but even Haibodong and the others exhibited expressions of disbelief. As Xiao Ding descended from the heavens, Yunyun chose to remain distant, reverting to her composed demeanor. "Young master, what is this?" Haibodong inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. In his perception, Xiao Ding had yet to attain the rank of Douwan. How could he possibly manifest wings of fighting spirit? "I have acquired a flight technique," Xiao Ding succinctly explained, approaching to take Qing'er's small hand. "Hailao, you and Qing'er shall accompany me. The rest may remain here for now." He directed his attention to the only Grand Dou Master within the mercenary group, a man named Qin Sukong, who was in his 40s. Once a commander in the army of the Jaimar Empire, he had left due to injuries and, having offended a prominent family, sought refuge in Shimo City. Xiao Ding, recognizing his military experience, had made an exception to recruit him. "Understood, Captain. Let us proceed," Qin replied. And Xiao Ding, alongside Qing'er, ascended into the skies, with Haibodong following closely behind, leaving the others in a state of astonishment. "Even Hai Lao can manifest wings of fighting spirit? I had thought him merely a Dou Ling," stammered one, his face a portrait of incredulity. "Our mercenary corps possesses such remarkable talents. The pressure is immense." It dawned upon him that his assumptions had been misguided. Far from merely being a Dou Master, even a Grand Dou Master seemed insignificant in comparison. It appeared that the captain was a scion of a significant power, and this mercenary group was but a diversion for him. Qin Sukong pondered in contemplation. "Senior Hai?" Yunyun greeted Haibodong with a respectful bow, acknowledging that he belonged to her teacher's generation. Time flies so swiftly. The apprentice of Yunshan is on the brink of becoming a Douhuan. Haibodong chuckled with a hint of nostalgia. "Yunshan is truly fortunate to have taken in such a prodigy as your young master. My own teacher must have been the first to accept his junior brother." Yunyun smiled, wishing to spare her teacher any embarrassment over this matter. "Ahem, this is Qing'er, my maid," Xiao Ding interjected, introducing her. "Quickly greet Sister Yunyun. She is quite wealthy." "Greetings, Sister Yunyun," Qing'er said shyly, her initial trepidation alleviated by Yunyun's warm smile as she ruffled the girl's hair. "You are truly adorable, senior sister, upon meeting such an endearing little sister. Shouldn't you bestow a token of kindness?" Xiao Ding teased with a mischievous grin. Yunyun, exasperated yet amused, retrieved a vial of spiritual liquid and placed it in Qing'er's palm. "Here is a gift from your sister." to assist you in your cultivation and lay a solid foundation. Thank you, Sister Yunlan, Qing'er beamed, accepting the gift with delight. Be gentle, allow me to explain, Xiao Ding pleaded, revealing Qing'er's background, which brought a hint of moisture to Yunyan's eyes. At least you possess some semblance of humanity, she remarked. No longer holding any resentment toward Xiao Ding, now thoroughly pleased with his actions. A little girl with a unique identity, Xiao Dingru, would only suffer and face discrimination if left to fend for herself in other places. Xiao Ding muttered in dissatisfaction, Sister, is this what you call humanity? Shouldn't I be regarded as a benevolent person, deserving of heavenly admiration? At the very least, you ought to feel a sense of affection for me. There you go again. Yunyan scoffed, though a smile still graced her lips. The willingness of her junior brother to assist a lonely, unfortunate girl not only demonstrated his lack of prejudice against the mixed-blood descendants of humans and snake people, but also revealed a deep-seated gentleness and kindness within him. Such a person made her feel at ease. Qing'er giggled, her eyes glistening with tears, reminiscing about the past, while feeling fortunate to have encountered a kindred spirit. Haibodong discreetly distanced himself, not wishing to intrude upon Xiao Ding's interaction with his senior sister. As a single man, he found the situation rather awkward. Chapter 74, No Trace Left Behind. Outside Wutan City, Xiao Ding and his companions descended early to avoid startling the townsfolk. After all, the sight of three formidable individuals, each at least at the level of a battle king, soaring over such a small city would likely frighten some into a state of panic. Yunyan donned a black cloak, concealing her graceful figure and stunning visage to avert any potential trouble. Haibodong merely acted as an ordinary elder, quietly trailing alongside Xiao Ding. Qing'er, with her large, curious eyes, looked around eagerly, wishing to imprint the memories of her young master's childhood abode. More than a year had passed, and much had transpired. Xiao Ding reflected that compared to the solitary cultivation at home, his experiences after venturing out made time feel significantly slower, imparting a sense of nostalgia. He headed directly toward the Xiao family estate, only to discover that the family plaque bore numerous cracks and appeared to be on the verge of collapse, with no guards in sight. Frowning, Xiao Ding considered that the plaque represented the Fade of the Xiao family. Its damage without replacement suggested something amiss. Surely, the Xiao family had encountered some trouble. Yunyan's expression also darkened, for it was well known that the eldest son of the Xiao family had become a disciple of their Yunlan sect. Who would dare to act against the Xiao family without disregarding the Yunlan sect? She said nothing and followed Xiao Ding inside. Along the way, they encountered not a single soul, but numerous signs of conflict and ample bloodstains marred the path. This was unreasonable. How could anyone dare to act against the Xiao family? Xiao Ding found it perplexing that the formidable presence of the Yunlan sect had failed to deter certain individuals. You've been missing for over a year, which may have led some to mistakenly believe you were dead, Yunyan mused, appearing to contemplate that someone might be attempting to flush him out to ascertain his whereabouts. Oh, so it's directed at me, Xiao Ding realized, his expression swiftly turning cold. Such audacity. It seems this time, I must take decisive action. He pieced together the situation. Certain individuals sought to eliminate him, the unparalleled genius of the Yunlan sect, and unable to locate him, had turned their attention to the Xiao family. As long as he remained alive, once he learned of trouble befalling the Xiao family, he would likely intervene. Even if he chose not to act, the Yunlan sect would inevitably be compelled to respond. Should the Yunlan sect neglect the matter, his relationship with them would deteriorate, achieving the same objective of weakening the sect's influence. Xiao Ding surmised that some powerful faction, reluctant to see the Yunlan sect grow stronger, was covertly behind these actions. At long last, an elderly gentleman clad in a blue robe emerged, gazing in astonishment at Xiao Ding. Young master, is it truly you? Recognizing the old steward, Xiao Ding gravely inquired, Steward Mo, what on earth has transpired? Who is the Xiao family contending with? Young master, quickly come inside and speak. It is perilous outside, and we cannot afford to be seen, Steward Mo replied, his vigilance palpable as he scanned the surroundings. Someone has already laid eyes upon us. Yunyan, cloaked in black, extended her jade hand from beneath her robe and flicked her fingers towards a shadowy corner. A surge of fighting spirit shot forth. Ah! A man screamed as he plummeted. Clutching his blood-soaked chest, terror etched upon his face as he gazed at the figure in black, desperately attempting to retreat. Where do you think you're going, little one? Haibodong appeared behind him like a specter. From the Gale family? Xiao Ding noted the insignia upon the man's attire. Steward Mo. Could it be that the Gale family has dared to provoke us? What audacity they possess. Not only them, but also the Yuba family. If it were not for the alliance of these two prominent families, how could the Xiao family find itself in such dire straits? Steward Mo sighed ruefully. These two powerful families, Xiao Ding muttered, a cold smirk playing upon his lips, seemingly unperturbed. Clang. Suddenly, Xiao Ding drew his sword. A flash of cold light revealed a crimson line upon the neck of the adversary, and as blood spurted forth, the head slid down the bloodied path. The man remained momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend why Xiao Ding had executed him without hesitation. Xiao Ding flicked the clear flow sword, letting the blood drip onto the ground, leaving a scarlet trace. Haibodong regarded him with admiration. Such a master suited his tastes perfectly. Dou Qi felt a twinge of fear. She had witnessed numerous brutalities throughout her life and did not succumb to overwhelming discomfort. Yunlan cast a glance at Xiao Ding, noting, after over a year away, "You have become resolute in your actions. Had you not been so decisive, who knows how many times you might have perished." Xiao Ding, lacking the inclination for banter with Yunlan, expressionless, dispatched another hidden scout, this one from the Yuba family. After concluding these actions, he calmly strode towards the family gate, stating, "Steward Mo, let us converse as we walk." "Yes, young master." Subsequently, the Galio and Uba families, who had previously sought to curry favor with us due to our association with the Yunlan sect, abruptly shifted their stance, gradually distancing themselves from us. The patriarch sensed something amiss at that time, promptly adjusting and retracting the family's operations. Steward Mo regarded Xiao Ding and remarked, "At that point, we surmised that their change in demeanor might be linked to your prolonged absence. The elder dispatched individuals to the Yunlan sect to seek news of you, but they could find no trace of you. As a result, the attitudes of the two families grew increasingly hostile, culminating in a complete rupture 1 month ago, where they united to suppress us." Xiao Ding's expression grew colder with each word he heard. It was indeed as they had speculated. His extended disappearance was at the root of these troubles. Noticing Xiao Ding's silence, Steward Mo continued, "In the past half-month, our conflicts with the two families have escalated dramatically, ultimately leading to bloodshed and fatalities. In truth, they have been the aggressors. Yet we find ourselves unable to articulate our grievances." Xiao Ding refrained from attributing this to mere coincidence, instead expressing concern. "What is the status of my father and my 2 brothers? As for Suner, I trust she is unharmed. Indeed, Miss Suner is well. And the 3rd young master is safe as well. The 2nd young master encountered some difficulties during a confrontation, but suffered no significant harm. As for the patriarch." At last, the steward Mo let out a sigh and remarked, "My lord has been grievously injured by the patriarchs of the 2 prominent families." Xiao Ding's expression turned icy, and a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "Those shameless wretches, since they have chosen to serve as hounds, they shall be the first to be slaughtered." His demeanor was cold and impassive. "Hai Lao, go and annihilate the Jialia and Oba families. Capture their patriarchs and bring them to my father for execution." For those who serve as dogs to others, Xiao Ding held no interest in personally dealing with them. He merely wished to obliterate the 2 families. "Very well. Eradicating such small families poses no challenge for me. Had it not been for your command, I would have deemed it an insult." Yunlan was taken aback by Xiao Ding's ruthless resolve. His call for extermination startled her, and she furrowed her brow, questioning, "Isn't that a bit too harsh? Without a trace of cruelty, others will surely come to test us again." Xiao Ding retorted, waving his hand. "Leave no one alive." Chapter 75, "That is my daughter-in-law." Haibodong nodded and swiftly vanished. In that moment, Yunlan perceived that the youth before her bore no trace of naivete. He exuded composure, maturity, and decisiveness, tinged with a hint of mercilessness. Was the young master jesting, or did he truly possess the confidence to annihilate the 2 great families? Could he accomplish such a feat alone, or would he seek to eradicate them entirely? Even a Dou Wang would find it a formidable task, would he not? "Is my father in the courtyard?" Xiao Ding inquired. "Yes, my lord is recuperating," Steward Mo responded, quickly leading the way. Along the path, Xiao Ding finally encountered other members of the Xiao family. Most wore expressions of despair, some still bearing injuries. "Young master," they greeted, and Xiao Ding nodded in acknowledgement as he hurried to his father's chamber. Upon entering, he found Xiao Yan reclining on the bed. His chest was bound in gauze, stained crimson with blood. His square face had taken on a pallid hue, and his lips were parched, revealing a weakened state. The maid tending to Xiao Yan was startled, fearing that the other families had come to attack, but upon seeing Xiao Ding, she breathed a sigh of relief and stepped aside. Xiao Yan gazed at his son, who had grown considerably taller, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Dingo, it seems they have indeed inflicted severe wounds upon you. I bear no guilt for your injuries." Xiao Ding retrieved a vial of healing elixir and approached his father, administering a pill. Almost instantaneously, his father's complexion began to regain its color. "Dinger, this is a marvelous remedy. No wonder you have gained such prowess at the Yunlan sect. With this, you could even challenge the families of Wutan City, let alone those in the Imperial City." Seeing that his father's condition had stabilized, Xiao Ding's expression softened. "You're just boasting again. As long as you can withstand them, that is what matters." The Galio and Oba families have support behind them. They are not to be underestimated. Xiao Yan held no lofty expectations. I sense they are targeting you specifically. It would be best if you remained hidden to avoid danger. Do not worry, I shall be fine. Xiao Ding patted his father's shoulder and set down the elixir. You must focus on your recovery. Take one of these every 3 hours. No. A noble from the Yunlan sect has arrived. I must go and greet them, Xiao Yan remarked, catching sight of a figure at the door. Feeling it improper to remain reclined on the bed without an audience. It's nothing. That is merely my wife and my maid. There's no need for formality. Xiao Ding quipped, his tone lighthearted. Your wife. Xiao Yan could not help but chuckle. You, my boy, have already found a woman at the Yunlan sect before reaching adulthood. You truly embody the spirit of your father in his youth. He laughed heartily, adding, I must meet this daughter-in-law of mine and present her with a gift. Otherwise, people might think the Xiao family is stingy. Xiao Ding felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing that his father had taken his jest seriously. Just as he was about to clarify, Yunyan entered the room. She had overheard everything from the doorway and was incensed that this audacious fellow dared to refer to her as his wife, feeling both anger and shame. Her beautiful eyes blazed with fire. Xiao Ding, it seems you are becoming increasingly insufferable. Do you believe that, just because you've grown stronger, I cannot best you? Xiao Yan, taken aback, whispered, Son, your wife possesses quite the fierce temperament. Do you think I am fierce, Xiao Yan? Yunyan turned and revealed her striking visage. Xiao Yan, who had just risen from his bed to meet his daughter-in-law, widened his eyes in sheer astonishment, his expression tinged with fear. Isn't this the leader of the Yunlan sect? Goodness, where did my son find the audacity? Oh dear, my wound hurts, he exclaimed, clutching his chest and hastily lying back down, covering himself with the blanket. Son, I still feel dizzy. I think I shall rest a bit. You two may continue your discussion. Xiao Ding chuckled awkwardly and pulled his senior sister aside, saying, Let us speak outside. Do not touch me, Yunyan retorted, shaking off Xiao Ding's hand. Do not ever refer to me that way again. If others hear, what face will I have as the sect leader? Fear not. I will not speak of it in front of outsiders, Xiao Ding assured her, secretly pleased that Yunyan did not resist too vehemently. There might be a chance here. You. Originally possessing a calm and reserved demeanor, Yunyan found herself at a loss for words against Xiao Ding. She could only grit her teeth and firmly grasp his ear. Come with me. Xiao Yan, hidden beneath the covers and secretly observing, sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Astonishment gripped him. Could it be that his son truly had captured the heart of the Yunlan sect's leader? That would be quite impressive. The thought of such honor for the family filled Xiao Yan with delight. Brother Ding. A melodious voice rang out, and Xiao Ding turned to see a girl approaching him. She wore a flowing purple gown, exuding an elegant and ethereal charm, reminiscent of a lotus blooming from the water, refreshing to behold. Yunyan, feeling slightly awkward, released her grip on Xiao Ding's ear, not wishing to embarrass him further. Sooner halted, her chest rising and falling gently as she regarded Yunyan with a peculiar glance. Sensing an unusual closeness between her and Xiao Ding. It has been over a year. I have missed you dearly, Sooner. Xiao Ding adjusted his attire and strode forward. Gazing at Sooner's unadorned, delicate beauty, he reached out to pinch her cheek. Humph. Brother Ding, you mustn't pinch my face. It was your fault. Come here for a hug. Xiao Ding wrapped his arms around Sooner's slender waist, lifting her and spinning her around, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. All right, Brother Ding. Please set Sooner down. I am no longer a child. Sooner felt a tinge of shyness. Xiao Ding now exuded a remarkable masculinity that made her cheeks flush. Not grown up yet, and you claim to be no longer a child? Xiao Ding gently set Sooner down and brushed aside the hair that adorned her delicate ears, revealing her exquisite, translucent lobes. He leaned closer and inquired, Sooner, have you missed your brother? Tonight, let us converse freely. With a smile, Xiao Ding turned to introduce Yunyan, saying, This is your elder sister Yunyan, and this is your younger sister Qinger. Yunyan smiled warmly. Hello, Sooner. Sooner acknowledged her with a respectful nod. Sister Sooner. Qinger approached, greeting with a bright, cheerful bow. Sooner appraised Yunyan. Sister Yun, you are quite remarkable. Having become a sect leader at such a young age. Yunyan was taken aback. How did this little girl know her status? Did Xiao Yan mention it? She sensed that this girl was extraordinary, possessing a demeanor and eloquence that surpassed the ordinary, especially given the talent that seemed to flourish within the Xiao family. Understanding that Yunyan's presence likely signified significant matters, Sooner refrained from monopolizing Xiao Ding's attention and turned to Qinger with a gentle smile. Shall I take you to play? In the midst of Xiao Ding's reunion with his family, the members of the Uba clan were ensnared by the chilling power of ice, transforming one by one into frozen statues. Due to the unique nature of this ice power and the involvement of a spirit king, not a single member of the Galio clan had the chance to escape. Haibodong, leading the incapacitated Uba Pa, made his way towards the Jiaoya clan. Glancing at the map, he mused, is this the Jiaoya clan? They appear even weaker than you. Obapa's face twisted in despair, grinding his teeth in anger. You are certainly not from the Yunlan sect. I have not heard of any ice-type fighters within them. When did you claim to be from the Yunlan sect? I am associated with the eldest son of the Xiao family. Haibodong replied with pity, you are simply out of luck, truly unfortunate. Why provoke him of all people? Impossible. Obapa's pupils contracted, unwilling to believe that Xiao Ding could summon such a formidable individual. As the killing began anew, Haibodong, disinterested in Obapa's protests, unleashed a wave of icy energy, sealing his mouth, and then directed a powerful strike towards the entrance of the Jiaoya clan. Like a human cannonball, he shattered the door, provoking the guards at the entrance to roar in anger. Who dares to cause trouble at the Jiaoya clan? In an instant, a figure glided past, freezing all guards along the way, whose bodies subsequently cracked. The lethal chill swiftly permeated the estate. Yet Haibodong refrained from unleashing a widespread attack to encase the entire Jiaoya clan in ice, opting instead to eliminate only the active combatants. At that moment, in the Jiaoya clan's council chamber, members including Jiaoya Bai had gathered. Jiaoya Ao wore an expression of surprise. Jiaoya Bai scoffed. It seems he has brought along 2 individuals, likely from the Yunlan sect. We must exercise caution. Jiaoya Ao dismissed the concern. No, it is quite possible there is a spirit fighter among them, considering this individual was taken as a disciple by the former sect leader of the Yunlan sect. Though our 2 families may not hold significant weight before the Yunlan sect, we are among the 3 major powers in Wutan City, so it is highly probable they have sent a spirit fighter to deal with this matter. Jiaoya Bai, however, remained cautious, shaking his head. Yet we have the backing of our elders. Although the Yunlan sect is the foremost sect in the Gamma Empire, the true masters of the Gamma Empire are not them. Jiaoya Ao's face turned green with jealousy. Xiao Ding must have stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune to have caught the eye of the previous sect leader of the Yunlan sect. Those esteemed elders are likely here solely for the sake of this Xiao Ding. Jiaoya Bai asserted confidently. How infuriating. It is simply unfair that he possesses such remarkable talent. Galio felt a deep sense of resentment. He and Xiao Ding were of the same age, yet their destinies diverged drastically. While he remained confined to this small city, Xiao Ding had risen to prominence within the Yunlan sect, garnering significant attention even from the imperial family of the Gamma Empire. The Xiao family, once a formidable lineage that had withdrawn from the great city, despite their decline, still boasted remarkable talents among their descendants. Galio lamented, hoping that he might benefit from the conflicts among the great powers. If he could cultivate even one spirit fighter, it would not be in vain. Let us quickly inform the Lord, he urged, to eliminate that Xiao Ding, as well as Xiaoli and Xiao Yan. How is it fair that all 3 brothers possess such exceptional gifts? Galio's face was contorted with jealousy as he cursed. His father, Jalebi, felt a pang of envy. How fortunate was that Xiao Zhan, whose 3 sons were all prodigies, an unbearable source of jealousy. Father, why has it suddenly grown so cold? It feels just like winter, Galio murmured, shivering slightly in confusion. Indeed, there was an unusual chill in the air. Jalebi, possessing significantly greater strength, felt an unsettling apprehension. Suddenly, the door creaked open, unleashing a wave of icy air. Several guards stood motionless outside. As Galio approached, rubbing his hands together, he discovered that the guards had turned to ice, sending a chill down his spine. At that moment, an elderly figure radiating an aura of frost materialized behind him like a specter. Galio's heart seized with terror. He attempted to scream, but found himself paralyzed, frozen in place. Who are you? Galio erupted with fighting spirit, his scalp prickling as he regarded the unfamiliar elder, his voice trembling. Do not act recklessly. Our Jali family is connected to influential figures in the imperial city. I am aware, the elder, Haibodong, replied expressionlessly. I passed by a certain location and encountered a spirit fighter, which must be the source of your confidence. Jalebi took a step back, his body quaking slightly. What have you done to him? Similar to your son, he has been frozen. However, his strength is considerably greater, so he shall not perish. But your son, alas, may not be so fortunate, Haibodong stated calmly. You must be the patriarch of the Jali family. My young master has decreed that your life shall be spared for the time being. Now, accompany me to meet one known as Obapa. Without hesitation, Jalebi turned to flee, but a wave of frigid air surged towards him, frost spreading throughout the room, encasing him in ice as he gazed on in horror. In the core area of the Xiao family, Shouting was surrounded by numerous individuals, including several elders and younger members such as Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning, along with the family's chief guards. The younger generation remained blissfully unaware of Yunyan's true identity, while the elders dared not speak, their hearts brimming with joy. With the sect leader of Yunlan present, they were confident that the family crisis would be resolved. However, They found it peculiar that this esteemed figure stood aside, not taking charge of the proceedings. They remained silent, adhering to their roles. Among the crowd, the younger generation, including Xiao Yu, gazed at Xiao Ding with admiration and reverence. To them, the Yunlan sect represented the pinnacle of power within the Gamma Empire. Xiao Ding's entry into its ranks signified both familial pride and the potential to become a formidable force. The youth held Xiao Ding as their paragon, while the maidens' hearts fluttered, increasingly captivated by his charm. Xiao Li and Xiao Yan were no exceptions, with the distinction lying in Xiao Yan's admiration for his elder brother. Observing his younger sibling, Xiao Ding contentedly patted Xiao Li on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done. You've managed to condense the Dou Qi vortex and become a fighter. Despite your daily immersion in medicinal spirits, you still can't catch up to your elder brother. At this rate, I might as well be fed to the magical beasts in the Monster Mountain range." Xiao Li smirked, though his pride was evident. He was yet to reach the age of 12, and his progress was remarkable, nearly catching up to his elder brother. Little Yan is also doing well. What realm is Big Brother currently at? Xiao Yan inquired curiously. I won't disclose it for now. I fear it might dishearten you, Xiao Ding chuckled. In his normal state, he was merely a grand fighter, but now as a Dou Ling, it would surely astonish not only his two younger brothers, but all the members of the Xiao family present. Yunlan suddenly turned to gaze into the distance. Haibodong leapt down from afar, bringing 3 individuals ensnared by his Dou Qi ropes. Young master, it's resolved, and there was an unexpected gain. Chapter 77. How can I protect you without a flaw? The 3 individuals resembled fish caught by Haibodong, appearing as if they were frozen. Just as the elder was about to come over to commend Xiao Ding, he recognized 2 of the individuals, and his eyes widened in shock. Is that not Jailebi and Obapa? He exclaimed incredulously, noting their pallid complexions. The second elder voiced his suspicions. This Dou Qi manifestation. This gentleman must be at least a Dou Ling, right? The third elder murmured in awe. How impressive to have captured the leaders of 2 prominent families. Haibodong casually discarded the trio, who resembled lifeless fish, onto the ground and calmly addressed Xiao Ding. I have fulfilled my duty. The members of the 2 major families within this city have been eradicated. Are there any other small fry left to deal with? Upon hearing this, the Xiao family exchanged astonished glances, their disbelief palpable. Among the 3 prominent families of Wutan City, the Xiao family was not the strongest, often finding themselves in a precarious situation against the combined forces of the other 2 families. They had originally hoped for support from the Yunlan sect to deter the other families from further oppression. They stood there, dumbfounded, eyes wide in shock. Let Qin Su Kong and the others take action. It will serve as good training, Xiao Ding remarked, unwilling to send a Dou Huang to handle mere trifles outside. He approached the 2 family leaders, then turned his gaze to the third individual. This person had a pale, delicate face, devoid of any facial hair, giving him an odd appearance. Oh, a Dou Ling, have you been lying in ambush for me? Xiao Ding pondered. He was certain this individual did not belong to either of the 2 families, and he recalled a previous encounter in the Tagore Desert with a figure named Yao Yi. He addressed the others. Do not be astonished. This is the leader of the 2 major families. From this day forth, Wutan City shall no longer have the Jailebi and Obapa families. After declaring this, he led the 3 individuals to his father's chamber, with Yunlan and Haibodong trailing behind. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The 2 major families had truly been annihilated. It all seemed too swift. Just that morning, they had been apprehensive about the possibility of those families seeking trouble again. It was terrifying to ponder the extent of this elder's power. To extinguish 2 families with such ease. The most puzzling aspect remained. Why did he address Xiao Ding as young master? The crowd could not help but engage in discussions, their astonishment primarily stemming from the identity of Haibodong and his connection to Xiao Ding. Xiao Yan and his elder brother Xiao Li exchanged a glance, their pupils constricting in shock. Their elder brother had been away for over a year, and the transformation was remarkable. He was accompanied by a formidable figure capable of annihilating 2 prominent families. Elder brother is truly impressive. He must be exceptionally strong. Otherwise such powerful allies would not choose to follow him, Xiao Li remarked. That enigmatic beauty in the black robe is not to be underestimated either. Even the elders dare not speak loudly in her presence. Xiao Yan expressed with envy, admiring his elder brother's entourage of powerful allies and beautiful companions, viewing them as his ideal. Qing and the young master had not lingered for long, and she could only share her observations. That is sufficient. Let us converse as we walk, Sooner urged, taking Qing away. Inside the room, Haibodong closed the door, his expression peculiar as he stated, Young master. This fellow is devoid of vital essence. Indeed, Xiao Ding cast a glance at the beardless man's lower half, a eunuch. Yunyan's countenance darkened. So he is of royal descent. His audacity is remarkable, truly believing that my Yunlan sect could be trifled with. Alas, it is my excellence that has intimidated them. Xiao Ding shook his head. Can you not exercise a modicum of humility? Yunlan shot him a disapproving look. Everyone acknowledges your talent. However, boasting about it yourself is rather distasteful. Do you not realize that? Am I not merely speaking the truth? Xiao Ding shrugged, summoning azure flames in his palm to dispel the icy power from the eunuch's head. The latter regained the ability to move. Opening his eyes and trembling as he looked at the elder present, his voice sharp. Why, you are the Ice Emperor Haibodong? Your recognition of me suggests you possess a notable status, Haibodong replied, slightly surprised. Due to Medusa's seal, he had aged considerably. Yet this man seemed to have inferred his identity from the ice-based Dou Qi and his prowess. After all, capturing a Dou Ling was no simple feat. Not even for a Dou Wang, who could easily render him unresponsive. Then you must be Xiao Ding. The eunuch grimaced, recognizing Xiao Ding. I never anticipated that the Ice Emperor Haibodong would be in your service. I miscalculated. Even without old Haibodong, you would still have fallen short in ambushing me. Xiao Ding regarded him with disdain, knowing that this man had grossly underestimated his strength based on normal cultivation rates. In just over a year, he had surpassed the level of a high Dou Master, making it easy to deal with a Dou Ling. And who might this be? The eunuch inquired, glancing curiously at Yunlan. The sect leader of Yunlan's sect, Yunlan. She replied coldly. The eunuch gasped in shock, his expression shifting, gritting his teeth as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Haibodong frowned, pressing a finger to his chest. You wish to take your own life without my consent? The eunuch, having failed in his suicide attempt, turned pale. Just kill me. I will reveal nothing. There is no need for you to speak. I already know it was the royal family behind this. Does it truly matter who ordered you to act? Xiao Ding replied impassively. However, you cannot take your own life. I shall do it myself. With a flash of azure light in his eyes, Xiao Ding summoned a vast expanse of azure heartfire, enveloping the eunuch completely. Ah! The latter screamed in agony. The terror of the surpasses even the frigid of, and as the extreme cold transitions to searing heat, his body fractures, gradually reduced to ashes in agonizing torment. You are indeed a. In his final moments, the eunuch perceives true strength, his eyes reflecting sheer disbelief. Thus, without your kind, you would never succeed in vanquishing me. It is I who shall bring about your demise. Scoffs, intensifying his flames to utterly reduce his adversary to ash. Yunlan observes the ruthless with a complex expression, remarking, I believe you were more docile before. Having ventured out for over a year, you have learned to be wicked. How could I protect you without a touch of ruthlessness? Grins, his ferocity reserved for enemies, gentleness reserved for allies. Yunlan blushes, unable to withstand the transformation and somewhat domineering words of this man. In a world devoid of online influence, how could any woman resist such charm? She can only mutter. I never asked for your protection. Ahem, since there is nothing pressing, I shall take a stroll. Feeling superfluous, discreetly departs. Hiding beneath the covers. Is astonished by his son's transformation. Not only has he matured into a shrewd individual, but his strength has also grown formidable. He instills fear even in him. Soon, however, his astonishment is overshadowed by the realization that his son is indeed entangled with the leader of. Chapter 78. I fear your romantic rival will be besieged. Muses with a hint of excitement. Could it be that he might gain a daughter-in-law? Father, cease hiding. Come forth and slay them yourself. Then display their heads at the city gate, so all may know that the family is not to be trifled with. Exasperated, yanks away his covers. Aware that has been eavesdropping and has heard every detail from earlier, he does not chastise him harshly but solemnly states, I hope such occurrences will be prevented henceforth. Ahem. Understood. Slightly embarrassed, rises and steals a glance at Yunlan, who still bears a hint of blush, before composing himself and approaching and, Oh, did you not expect my eldest son to possess such prowess? Did you think aligning with the royal family would enable you to bully us? Though and cannot respond. They hear words and witness the scene, their eyes trembling with regret. Had they not succumbed to the allure of the royal family's promises and sought to divide the family's assets, they would not have met such a fate. They underestimate its ability to summon such formidable power, ultimately bringing ruin upon themselves and dragging their entire clan into the abyss. Seeing you like this brings me great comfort, exclaims, clapping his hands. Crack, crack. The heads of the two adversaries split apart, simultaneously struck down. He drags their lifeless bodies outside. Elder, behead them and hang their heads at our doorstep. Second elder, third elder, take your respective teams to plunder the assets of the two families and assume control of their enterprises. Steward, promptly arrange accommodations for our esteemed guests. Truly worthy of his role as clan leader, efficiently organizes numerous matters with just a few words. Within the confines of the room, Yunlan addressed Xiao Ding, stating her urgent intention to visit the imperial city to deliver a direct warning to the Jiama royal family. ensuring they understood that as the new sect leader, she was not merely a decorative figure. As she spoke, an unusual chill momentarily graced her exquisite countenance. She had inherited the position of sect leader from her teacher during the 8-star Dou Huang stage, yet this did not equate to her being a Dou Huang herself. Consequently, her strength paled in comparison to that of the elderly royal, compounded by the inherent instability of her new leadership role. As the imperial family had been subtly maneuvering behind the scenes of late, while she could tolerate minor provocations, such as the increase of military presence at the Yunlan sect's entrance, she would not permit the royal family to encroach upon her junior brother. Senior sister, if you linger any longer, I shall accompany you, Xiao Ding remarked, sensing her intention to confront the royal family, and he could not remain a passive observer. Isn't the teacher in seclusion? He queried, his eyes flickering as he contemplated how to meet the reclusive Yunshan, for otherwise, he would have no opportunity to persuade him. The teacher had been in seclusion for several years. It was a pity that reaching the Dou Zone level was no simple feat throughout the entire Jiama Empire, and even among the Serpent Man clan. No one had succeeded in breaking through in all these years. Yun offered a wry smile. The teacher simply wishes to avoid disturbances in his state of meditation. As long as it pertains to significant matters concerning the sect, he can still be consulted. Let us go together. The teacher surely will not emerge easily, Xiao Ding insisted. Observing his genuine concern for her safety, Yun felt a swell of gratitude blossom within her, and she responded with a tender smile. If you are truly worried, you may have Elder Hai accompany me. With my teacher's reputation, the royal family would not dare to act recklessly. Xiao Ding recalled his forthcoming plans. Senior sister, allow me to share my intentions with you. Once I master the Wind of Extremes, I wish to attend the Jianan Academy, and I need the teacher's approval. Jianan Academy. Yun paused, her expression turning complex. That institution is indeed of a far superior caliber than our Yunlan sect. You would learn much there. The teacher should agree. I shall speak on your behalf. However, she continued, I must speak directly to the teacher. I cannot let you shoulder everything for me. Xiao Ding replied earnestly. Very well, we shall depart tomorrow morning, Yun conceded. Tonight, I must spend time with my father and 2 younger brothers, and also accompany Sun Heir, so I shall have to neglect you for a while. Xiao Ding recalled his promise to Sun Heir, breaking into a grin. What do you mean by neglect? Yun retorted with a hint of annoyance. Go on, I shall discreetly investigate who else is involved in this matter. With that, she gracefully leaped out of the window. Unlike what Xiao Ding perceived, she sensed the presence of a traitor within the sect, one who had divulged too many secrets to the royal family. Oh, senior sister, you are so kind to me. How could I allow you to face the Jiama royal family alone? Xiao Ding murmured as he exited the room, only to find that most of his family had already mobilized, leaving no trace behind. Ding heir, where is sect leader Yan? Xiaozhan approached and inquired. Having noticed Yun's absence, a hint of curiosity in his tone, the others, Xiao Yan and Xiao Li, were astonished, realizing that the enchanting lady who had just left was indeed the leader of the Yunlan sect. She has gone out for matters of her own. Do not concern yourself with her, came the response. Xiaozhan raised his eyebrows, pulling his son aside to quietly inquire, are you truly interested in that young lady? If the opportunity arises, you must seize it. This Yunzongzhu is indeed remarkable, with a profound background and exceptional talent, merely 5 or 6 years your senior, making her a suitable match. Securing her would certainly spare you a decade of hard work. It is imperative that my senior sister becomes my wife. No one can obstruct that, Xiao Ding declared, thumping his chest, assured that Yun was not present to overhear. Lower your voice. I'm concerned you might get into trouble. Xiaozhan hushed him. A beauty like Yunzongzhu must have numerous admirers. Be discreet, lest you find yourself besieged by rivals. Cough. I shall exercise caution, Xiao Ding replied. You should focus on your own matters. There's no need to worry about the family. With the recent destruction of the Jelly and Uba families, no one in Wutan City dares to provoke our Xiao clan, and even external forces must think twice. Xiaozhan patted Xiao Ding's shoulder, speaking earnestly, your safety is paramount. Our clan has finally produced a prodigy like you. Do not squander this opportunity. Yes, I understand. Oh, father, may I ask when the Canaan Academy will come to Wutan City for enrollment this year? Xiao Ding was eager to attend this year. Waiting another year would be unbearable. 3 months from now, I initially planned to send Lear and Yuer to Canaan Academy, but since you are flourishing at the Yunlan sect, perhaps I should send them to assist you? Xiao Ding was concerned about his eldest son being too isolated at the Yunlan sect. No, I wish to attend Canaan Academy myself, Xiao Ding replied, shaking his head. Huh, what do you intend to do at Canaan Academy? Isn't the Yunlan sect sufficient? Do they permit your departure? Xiaozhan asked, bewildered. Canaan Academy is beneficial for my next phase of cultivation. There should be no issues with the sect. I will go along with my younger brothers, Xiao Ding explained. Xiao Ding produced a batch of pills, saying, these are concocted by me. Distribute them among the younger members of the family to help them establish a solid foundation. You concocted these? Xiao Yan asked, astonished. When did you become an alchemist? A fortunate opportunity presented itself, Xiao Ding briefly explained, mentioning that his attendance at Canaan Academy was also linked to this opportunity, which excited Xiao Yan. Indeed, my son is quite fortunate. He laughed heartily as he accepted the pills, then arranged a feast for his 3 sons to enjoy together. Father, I also wish to attend Canaan Academy, Xiao Yan suddenly interjected. You are still quite young. Even if your cultivation meets the standard, there is no rush, Xiao Yan disagreed. As he was particularly fond of his youngest son and did not wish for Xiao Yan to journey far at such a tender age. I can take care of myself. And I have my second brother with me, Xiao Yan insisted firmly, eager to venture out after witnessing his elder brother's significant progress. Seeing the resolute expression on his youngest son's face, Xiao Yan pondered for a moment before nodding. Originally, I was against you traveling so far. But since your elder brother will also be attending Canaan Academy, you 3 brothers can go together. Is elder brother going too? Xiao Li astonished. Turned to look at Xiao Ding. Yes, the level of Canaan Academy surpasses that of the Yunlan sect. I wish to further my studies there. Xiao Ding smiled and said, why not allow all those within the family who meet the requirements to join? I wouldn't mind caring for a few more. For now, only you 3 brothers and Xiao you meet the entry requirements. You must take good care of them and ensure they are not bullied at the academy. Don't worry. No one would dare to bully them. It would only be me who does. Xiao Ding chuckled, a confident glint in his eyes. Opposite him, Xiao Yan's expression darkened as he recalled the incident when his elder brother kicked him, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Come, let us have a drink. Xiao Yan cheerfully raised his cup, clinking it with his son S. While the Xiao family dined together, the atmosphere in Wu-Ten City shifted dramatically. Those residing near the 2 great families or visiting for various reasons began to notice blocks of ice. Within the ice were people, and an astonishing chill spread, enveloping much of Wu-Ten City, instilling fear in those who discovered it. They are dead, all dead. Those with courage ventured closer, only to flee in terror, shouting in panic to relieve their dread. Soon after, wooden poles were erected at the Xiao family's entrance, with 2 severed heads displayed. Whose heads are these? Someone curiously inquired. The one on the left bears a resemblance to Jaialibi, doesn't he? A keen observer felt a chill run down their spine. The one on the right can't possibly be Obapa, can it? At this moment, Butler Missouri coldly addressed the gathered crowd. The heads of the clan leaders from the Jaialibi and Obapa families are here. This is the price for targeting my Xiao family. Those who had just been speculating stood rooted in shock, their expressions shifting dramatically. Wu-Ten City has undergone a transformation. Some turned to leave, while those who remained whispered in fear. Did I hear right? The clan leaders of the 2 great families have been killed, and their heads are hung up? It was indeed hard to believe. Did the Xiao family possess such formidable power? You can find out by visiting the 2 families. Simultaneously, astonishing scenes erupted at the Xiao family, the Jaialibi family, and the Obapa family, causing the entire Wu-Ten City to tremble. Miss. It has been confirmed that the assailant is the former top 10 powerhouse from the Gamma Empire, Haibodong. For some unknown reason, he seems to be following young Master Ding. Ling Ying whispered in Xiao Sun'er's chamber in the Xiao family's backyard. It seems Brother Ding has encountered a great opportunity, otherwise, he wouldn't have a Dou Huang willingly follow him. Truly impressive, Xiao Sun'er smiled brightly, her curiosity piqued. What is Brother Ding's current cultivation level? I can no longer see through it. Ling Ying's aged face showed a mix of astonishment and intrigue. He is now a 1-star Dou Ling. Even Xiao Sun'er, who had seen much of the world, was taken aback, her cherry lips widening in surprise. How fast? In just over a year, he has advanced from a 9-star Dou Shi to Dou Ling, crossing 3 major realms. At this rate, the gap between me and Brother Ding is widening. Do not fret. Miss, you are still laying the foundation, and you possess bloodline power. Your cultivation speed will increase significantly in the future, Ling Ying reassured her. Moreover, young Master Ding seems to have obtained a special opportunity. He appears to harbor multiple attributes of power within him and has refined a type of. What kind of it is, I cannot approach too closely, so I am not entirely sure. Another. Sun'er pouted, feeling somewhat disheartened. Brother Ding is so formidable. What will I do if I can't catch up? She was quite concerned, fearing that her cultivation would not suffice, preventing her from spending time with Xiao Ding. Sun'er. Xiao Ding's voice echoed from outside. Ling Ying retreated, transforming into a wisp of vapor and dissipating. Instantly, Sun'er's face brightened with joy as she approached the door and opened it, only to be embraced by a tall and handsome youth. Sun'er, you are truly adorable. Come. Let me give you a kiss. Xiao Ding planted a gentle kiss on her baby's soft cheek. Sun'er's face flushed a deep crimson. Brother Ding, you mustn't do that. I'm not your biological sister, and even if I were, I'm already grown. Such affection is inappropriate. She blushed again, feeling shy. Xiao Ding found her bashful demeanor amusing and lifted her onto the bed. Have you missed me during this past year or so? Sun'er nodded shyly yes. That's wonderful, he replied, ruffling her hair. How about I keep you company tonight? There's no propriety in staying overnight in a young lady's chamber, she teased, wrinkling her delicate nose in playful reproach. Let us go outside instead. I merely wish to spend more time with you. Tomorrow morning, I must depart once more. Xiao Ding expressed a hint of regret. Sun'er's large eyes reflected her disappointment. Must you leave so soon? There are indeed pressing matters at hand. But let us not dwell on that. Let us enjoy the moment and gaze at the stars, he suggested. In Chapter 80, Cloud Mountain, Sun'er had been living a rather mundane life, filled with daily cultivation and reading, devoid of significant events. Xiao Ding's experiences were rich and intriguing, and she yearned to learn more about them. As they gazed at the starry sky, Sun'er nestled closer to Xiao Ding. Let me share some of my adventures with you. He began, recounting amusing tales from his travels. Before long, he noticed that Sun'er had fallen asleep in his embrace. Smiling softly, he covered her with a blanket and conjured a wisp of azure flame to dispel the nighttime chill before closing his eyes. In the early dawn, as the sky began to lighten, dew adorned the foliage, yet the spot where Xiao Ding and Sun'er lay remained dry. Warmed by the flickering azure flame that kept the cold at bay, a shadow materialized in the distance, and Xiao Ding, sensing it, gently withdrew his arm, placing a tender kiss on Sun'er's forehead before vanishing in a flash. Reuniting with Yunlan, Xiao Ding sought out Haibodong. You and Qing heir should remain here to help stabilize the family, he instructed. Yes, young master, Haibodong nodded in agreement. Yunlan uttered a phrase, and with a burst of energy, soared into the sky. A week later, Xiao Ding appeared at Yunlan's sect, exhausted like a parched duck, weakly clutching Yunlan's hand. Your fighting spirit is remarkably profound. You hardly seem like a novice in the spirit realm, he remarked. Even with such depth, it is insufficient. I estimate that only by reaching the Fighting King level can one comfortably endure long-distance flights, Xiao Ding replied with a wry smile. Let us rest a moment before visiting the royal family of the Jimar Empire. Traveling via flying magical beasts will be much easier. Yunlan suggested as she guided Xiao Ding toward their master's secluded retreat. Upon reaching Snow Peak, Xiao Ding plummeted into the snow, lying still and motionless. He currently finds himself in a state of utter fatigue, devoid of any desire to speak, even lacking the inclination to engage in banter with Yunshan. Yunlan shook her head and ascended towards the cave within the snow-capped peak. Xiao Ding, in a peculiar mood, sensed an ominous presence and cautioned, be careful. Suddenly, Yao Lao interjected, stirring Xiao Ding's heart as he had been preparing to take a brief rest. What malevolent aura? Xiao Ding inquired. My enemies are among those responsible for my present condition. Yao Lao's tone was unusually frosty. Xiao Ding was taken aback. Had the Soul Hall's guardians already approached Yunshan? Surely. It could not be too late. Can you defeat them? Xiao Ding discreetly probed. I can, but their power is vast. I cannot afford to reveal myself, Yao Lao replied, somewhat constrained. Even the most formidable forces in the central continent would tread carefully around the Soul Hall. He sighed and cautioned. Do not allow your esteemed teacher to become too entangled with them. Otherwise, it will lead to trouble. Let us hope for the best, Xiao Ding murmured, consuming a pill to restore some of his fighting spirit before pursuing Yunlan. At the cave's entrance stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words Forbidden Area. Yunlan halted before the tablet, respectfully announcing, Master, Yunlan has urgent matters to discuss. Inside the secluded chamber, Yunshan was conversing with a peculiar, ominous black mist. You must understand, attempting to break through on your own is a perilous endeavor. Aside from this guardian, no one else can offer you the opportunity to ascend to the Dou Zone level, the black mist cackled. Guardian Wu, allow me to consider this further, Yunshan replied, his expression shifting as he hesitated to agree immediately. He recognized the danger posed by this individual, once benefits were gained. The Yunlan sect could become nothing more than a pawn of the Soul Hall. At that moment, Yunyan's voice reached him through a special channel. Oh, your disciple has arrived. I suspect it pertains to the recent covert actions of the Gamma Empire against our Yunlan sect. If you, the old sect master, do not break through soon, certain individuals may become restless. Guardian Wu mocked before dissipating into the shadows. Yunshan's expression darkened. Jiaxing Tian, do you truly believe my retreat signifies a dead end? He scoffed and stepped out of his seclusion. Shouting happened upon Yunshan, who was clad in a flowing white robe, exuding an air of grace and possessing a visage as gentle as jade. One cannot deny that this esteemed teacher, the leader of a sect and a pinnacle powerhouse of the Gamma Empire, commanded significant presence. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted as Yunshan intended to inquire about Yunyan's circumstances, only to witness Yao Lao soaring towards him, his fighting spirit transformed into wings. In that instant, Yunshan's pupils constricted. He initially presumed the lad had achieved the realm of Dou Wang, but upon closer sensing, he confirmed it was merely Dou Ling. Although it lacked the shock factor of Dou Wang, it was nonetheless astonishing. He inhaled deeply, struggling to conceal his astonishment. Disciple, what is your cultivation level? Xiao Ding glanced at Yunshan's back, not detecting any aura from the Soul Hall's guardian. Realizing that his own power was too low to sense a presence at the Dozong level, he grinned. All thanks to Sister's excellent instruction, I have advanced rapidly. Yun shot, shouting a disapproving glance. Do not flatter me. Master, it is brother who has had fortuitous encounters outside, becoming a disciple of an alchemist from the central continent, and has even refined a unique flame, leading to his remarkable progress and strength. Yunshan stood in a daze. An alchemist from the central continent? Unique flame? You should elaborate, Yun urged, turning to Xiao Ding. Cough. A ninth-grade alchemist recognized my extraordinary talent and earnestly sought to take me as his disciple. Initially, I suspected him to be a fraud, but when he bestowed upon me a rare fire known as the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, my cultivation surged significantly, prompting me to reluctantly acquiesce. Xiao Ding sheepishly inquired, Master, you won't hold it against me for seeking guidance elsewhere, will you? To which the elder replied, How shameless. When did I ever beg to take you as my disciple? The alchemist immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, clarifying that while he indeed valued Xiao Ding's potent bloodline, he had never solicited him. The significance of the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, coupled with the prestige of a ninth-grade alchemist, left Yun astounded. After all, ninth-grade alchemists are the most esteemed in the Dou Qi continent. Why would such a figure deign to take a brazen junior under his wing? Doubt crept into her mind, leading her to suspect that Xiao Ding might be exaggerating. Yunshan, breathing heavily, appeared beside Xiao Ding in an instant, grasping his arm to investigate. This is indeed a rare fire. Such phenomena can typically only be wielded by alchemists. Have you truly caught the attention of a master alchemist? Yes, Xiao Ding replied. He claims to be a ninth-grade alchemist and asserts that he can concoct pills that facilitate a Douhuang's breakthrough to Dozong, and even from Dozong to Dozuan, or from Dozuan to half-saint. It feels somewhat like boasting. Xiao Ding shrugged, knowing this assertion was largely true. As the elder could indeed forge pills of such caliber, he was not lying, merely embellishing. Yunshan, having observed his demeanor and expressions, was convinced that Xiao Ding spoke the truth, causing his breath to quicken, setting aside the more extravagant claims. The mere prospect of a pill that could aid a Douhuang in advancing to Dozong was enough to leave him exhilarated. At that moment, I mentioned that my instructor at the Yunlan sect was in dire need of the first potion he could concoct. I asked him to produce a vial, but he appeared quite stingy, insisting that it would only be provided once I met his demands. Do you think he was boasting? Chapter 81. Even the master envied him. Yunshan harbored some doubts. Primarily, he believed that a ninth-grade alchemist was far too exalted to traverse such a remote locale, let alone seek to accept Xiao Ding as a disciple. Yet, he pondered, perhaps the master was traveling the continent and fortuitously passed through this secluded area. Yunshan curiously inquired, What demands did your alchemist teacher articulate? He mentioned that to acquire such high-grade pills, one must provide materials in return. One cannot simply take without offering something in exchange. The Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire he gifted me was already a generous gesture. Xiao Ding mimicked the elder's tone quite convincingly. Uffed. Yun couldn't suppress her laughter. It seems that the esteemed elder perceived you to be an opportunist, unwilling to let you receive gifts without due compensation. Sister, how can you say that? I only expressed this for the sake of the master. If he were to achieve a breakthrough, wouldn't he your burdens lessen as well? Xiao Ding clutched his chest, feigning heartbreak. I am deeply hurt, ultimately. I only mustered the courage to request the pills for your benefit, and you mock me. Yun's lips twitched. Was he truly acting, or did he genuinely have her interests at heart? Ahem, Dinger, you may be overstepping. The elder is a venerable figure. You ought to show him some respect. Yunshan's demeanor softened considerably. Regardless of whether this young man was boasting, it was evident that his relationship with Yun was quite commendable. After all, the disciple hailed from a humble background, lacking any significant perspective. To me, the concept of pills above the 7th rank was entirely foreign, and the same applied to alchemists. Xiao Ding smiled wryly. However, judging from the Chilean Earth Heart Fire and the Earth-ranked combat techniques he imparted to me, even if he is not a 9th-grade alchemist, he must possess considerable prowess. Moreover, there are Earth-ranked combat techniques. Yunshan's expression changed, and with a sigh, he remarked, If you say so, even I, as your teacher, find myself envious. You must seize this opportunity to learn diligently from that esteemed elder. Unfortunately, I currently lack the opportunity. He instructed me to seek him out at a place called Dan Tower in Central Continent, a faction I have never heard of. Xiao Ding shook his head. Dan Tower. Yunshan's breath hitched. Xiao Ding may be unaware, but as the head of the strongest sect in the Jaiamar Empire, its reputation is well known. In the central area of the Dou Qi continent, There exists a saying regarding 1 palace, 1 tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 4 pavilions. Dan Tower is one of those towers, a pinnacle force on the continent. Is it truly formidable? Xiao Ding retorted. Formidable? It is not merely impressive. Yinshan lamented. In the presence of Dan Tower, our Yunlan sect is but a slightly larger ant. Yet, such prowess is of little use. I cannot even meet him. And I am effectively a free-range disciple who must seek him out. Xiao Ding scoffed. How can you be so ungrateful after reaping such benefits? To be recognized by an elder from Dan Tower is a dream for countless individuals. You must grasp this opportunity and aspire to become a high-ranking alchemist. Yinshan shot Xiao Ding an exasperated glance, then awkwardly said, as you previously mentioned, if we gather the materials, can your teacher indeed concoct advanced pills? He promised as much. Yet those materials are undeniably costly. Xiao Ding chuckled awkwardly. I have come to understand that even the most ordinary herbs are worth more than my entire fortune. This is to be expected. Advanced pills are rare treasures. Besides the scarcity of high-ranking alchemists, another reason is the exorbitant cost of materials. Yinshan nodded, slightly embarrassed. I wonder if Dinger could assist me in procuring a breakthrough pill for Dou Huang. In terms of materials, I will do my utmost to support you. It is my duty. Even without your request, I would strive for you. Xiao Ding asserted, once you achieve your breakthrough, certain individuals in the Jiamar Empire will think twice before bullying my Xiao family, and even senior sister will find it much easier. Well said. One can see why you are regarded as a genius by the esteemed elder. Your insight is beyond that of ordinary individuals. Yinshan laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased. Then, I respectfully request your permission to study at the Jia Nen Academy. There are resources there that the aforementioned teacher has designated for me. Once I reach Dou Huang, perhaps I can procure a breakthrough pill for you. With this mention of pills, Xiao Ding subtly hinted at avoiding entanglement with the Soul Palace, while also revealing one of his own objectives. No problem. Your cultivation has reached a commendable level, and you will not make significant progress within Yunlan's sect. The Jianan Academy indeed possesses unique advantages. Go with peace of mind. Yinshan readily agreed, simultaneously removing a ring from his hand. This constitutes the majority of my fortune. Yinner, please procure an additional 200,000 gold coins from within the sect, ensuring Dinger has ample funds for his journey. Xiao Ding was taken aback. He had merely sought to deceive, never anticipating that Yinshan would so generously provide resources. Take it. I truly wish for you to acquire a breakthrough pill. Achieving the rank of Dozong is exceedingly challenging, Yinshan reassured, pressing the items into Xiao Ding's hands. Yunyan paused momentarily. Master, might this be a bit excessive? Your substantial wealth is now placed in the hands of such a young disciple. It could render him vulnerable. Sister, your concern for me is commendable. Xiao Ding thought silently while outwardly feigning gratitude. Fear not. As long as he does not flaunt his wealth, it should suffice. When the time comes for Dinger to attend the Jia Nen Academy, you shall accompany him. Yinshan waved dismissively. The sect's finances should be sufficiently robust. Let us provide him with a larger sum, say 500,000. Yun was momentarily stunned. Such a sum was almost overwhelming. All right, master. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave to rest. I am quite fatigued. Xiao Ding yawned. These past few days, I've been soaring through the skies alongside my sister, and I am utterly exhausted. Xiao Ding, do mind your words. Yun's eyelids fluttered in alarm at his mention of soaring together. What if Master misconstrued his implication? Master, my sister is threatening me again. You must keep a close watch on her. Xiao Ding chuckled, swiftly making his exit. Yun's chest heaved with indignation, fuming. That rascal is utterly intolerable. The little one possesses quite the charm, Yinshan mused, stroking his chin with a warm smile. Master, this fellow is rather unprincipled and prone to boasting. Do not place too much credence in his words, Yun lamented. I am aware, Yinshan nodded, musing aloud. Could it be that this lad harbors some unique talent that I have failed to discern? Why else would a renowned alchemist take him as an apprentice? I cannot discern it either, but his cultivation speed is indeed remarkable. Even without the aid of exotic flames, he surpasses the average individual, Yun reflected. What other fortuitous encounters has he omitted from our discussion? Yinshan inquired. Haibodong has become his steward, likely linked to that esteemed elder. In addition, he possesses a peculiar snake. Yun revealed 2 facts unknown to her master. What? Yinshan exclaimed, his face twitching. Haibodong has become his steward? That fellow once lost to me by a single technique, and now he is serving my disciple. It is a source of both amusement and bewilderment. Indeed. And he is quite obedient. Yun understood her master's sentiments, having felt similarly in the past. She recounted the events that transpired within the Xiao family, eliciting hearty laughter from Yinshan. Huh, that old codger has finally met his match. I haven't heard of him in years. He must have encountered some difficulties. prompting Dinger's master to intervene and ensure the safety of his disciple. I concur. It is indeed a grand gesture to employ a Dou Huang as a bodyguard. Yunyan nodded, her expression reflecting awe. With your words, I am nearly convinced that he has indeed been accepted as an apprentice by an alchemist of at least the 8th rank. Yunshan affirmed, then turned his gaze to the disciple he had raised since childhood. What are your thoughts? There was no need for him to utter falsehoods. And both the Azure Lotus Heartfire and the Sea Wave East were beyond his reach. Yunyan nodded. What do you think of this junior brother? Yunshan asked with a profound expression. The teacher suggests that he become your husband. What are your thoughts on this? Yunshan blinked. Yunyan's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly replied. What are you saying, teacher? He is my junior brother, younger than I, and still not of age. Yet he is indeed a man, possessing both talent and good looks. Moreover, I have observed that he is quite close to you, and you do not appear to reject him. This is the only peer of yours that I have seen you accept in many years. Why not allow the waters of prosperity to flow within familiar bounds? You should be together. Yunshan spoke earnestly. Given the immense opportunities that Xiao Ding has encountered, if we do not bind him to Yun, he may one day look down upon our Yunlan sect after experiencing the world. Teacher, please. I can hardly face him now. Yun covered her face, her neck flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, you do not harbor disdain for him. It seems there is some interest. Yunshan's eye sparkled. He had raised this disciple, akin to a daughter, and could clearly perceive that Yun truly liked this younger brother. Teacher, you speak nonsense. I do not. Yun protested insincerely. You are not young anymore. It is time to consider the matters of a lifetime. I once worried that your excellence would prevent you from finding a suitable husband in the Jaimar Empire, but I no longer have such concerns. Yunshan smiled. Thus it is decided. I shall arrange a betrothal for you. How you choose to interact thereafter is entirely up to you. Even if you were to grant me a grand disciple, I would be most accepting. Teacher, Yun could no longer endure the conversation, stamping her foot before turning and fleeing. Observing her reaction, Yunshan sighed with a wry smile. This young man is truly remarkable. When did he capture my precious disciple's heart? Were it not for my belief in his vast potential, I would not have considered betrothing Yun to him. Meanwhile, Xiao Ding remained unaware that his earlier words had inadvertently led to a far greater surprise. He was contentedly examining the items within the spatial ring gifted by Yunshan. I have discovered a matter of concern. The medicine elder could not contain himself. What issue? Is it related to Yunshan? Does it involve your enemies? Xiao Ding assumed that Yunshan had accepted the benefits from the Soul Palace. Not at all. I merely find that your tongue is more formidable than your talent. You weave tales with such ease that you have managed to secure numerous benefits. Truly a case of empty-handed deception, the medicine elder lamented. What nonsense. My claims are grounded in substantial evidence, entirely based on your own merits, not mere boastfulness, Xiao Ding retorted. If every word were false, one could hardly deceive so many. That is precisely why I find you impressive. You have ensnared others in your web of persuasion, and most importantly, you can maintain your fabrications, the medicine elder exclaimed. As long as you procure the necessary herbs, I indeed possess the ability to concoct elixirs that will aid him in his breakthrough. At that point, it will all be seamless. That is a necessity. I am not one to speak falsehoods, Xiao Ding replied with a self-satisfied smile. I find myself wishing to strike you once more. The medicine elder expressed his displeasure. Xiao Ding swiftly shifted the topic, exclaiming in astonishment, what a grand gesture. A 6th-tier magic core, a substantial amount of gold and materials. Its worth must surely exceed 1 million. This old man possesses remarkable audacity. If he had the opportunity to acquire a breakthrough elixir, do you believe he wouldn't be willing to sell the assets of the Yunlan sect? Yao Lao dismissed the notion, stating, not everyone possesses your level of talent, nor do they have access to advanced cultivation techniques. Their potential may very well confine them for a lifetime. I understand, yet it still evokes a sense of sudden wealth, Xiao Ding chuckled. He merrily reviewed the various items before succumbing to a state of relaxation, reveling in the joy of newfound fortune. As a day passed, Xiao Ding felt revitalized, not only restoring his state, but also making advancements in his fighting spirit. It was evident that long-distance travel had its benefits for cultivation. An elder approached his courtyard and announced, Junior Brother Xiao Ding, the old sect master has significant matters to discuss. Please proceed to the assembly hall. Upon exiting, Xiao Ding encountered Elder Yunlan, a fighter of the spirit level. Surprised, he asked, didn't the master decide to distance himself from the sect's trivialities? Uncertain, but you will understand once you arrive, Yunlan replied, his eyes widening in astonishment. Junior brother, your cultivation level. Calm down, Xiao Ding smiled, glancing back at the courtyard. What am I seeing your sister? Has she already gone? The sect master has already gone ahead, Yunlan responded, perplexed. Xiao Ding's acceptance implied that he had indeed achieved the spirit level. How is this possible in just over a year? Why did no one come to inform me? Xiao Ding mumbled as he followed Yunlan into a grand hall. His gaze briefly flitted over the cloud patterns adorning the hall, and he noticed a multitude of attendees. Elders and elite disciples from the sect had gathered, and his appearance immediately drew attention, astonishment evident on many faces as they realized he had reached the spirit level, disinterested in anyone else. Xiao Ding first bowed to the seated Yunshan, then hurried to sit beside Yunyun. The latter's cheeks flushed inexplicably, her gaze wandering, seemingly unable to meet his eyes. Xiao Ding, puzzled, inquired, "Is senior sister unwell?" He whimsically considered if it could be a monthly issue affecting even a Dou Wang. He contemplated asking her, though he wondered if it might earn him a reprimand. As Xiao Ding entertained these peculiar thoughts, Yunshan smiled kindly. "Now that everyone is present, I shan't keep you in suspense any longer. The purpose of convening you all is to discuss the marriage of my disciple, Yunyun." Across from him, Gu He's eyes sparkled with excitement. He stared intently at Yunyun, wondering if the sect master intended to betroth her to him. Without pausing, Yunshan glanced at the astonished Xiao Ding and the bashful Yunyun, declaring, "I intend to betroth my daughter to my other disciple, Xiao Ding, and we shall establish a marriage contract." Xiao Ding was struck dumb, initially suspecting that Yunshan had conspired with the Soul Hall to use Yunyun to ensnare Gu He. Had he misheard? The old man was indeed marrying Yunyun to him? Chapter 83. Look at your pride. I now have a wife. Oh no. A fiancée, who is none other than the very Yunyun I am pursuing. Xiao Ding brimmed with excitement, having just contemplated the prospect of vying for Yunyun's affections, only to have her directly pledged to him. This was indeed a delightful and unexpected surprise. What a splendid assist, esteemed teacher. He marveled inwardly, suddenly perceiving Yunshan as a figure of great illumination and grandeur. Even if this teacher were to stray from the righteous path in the future, for Yunyun's sake, he would endeavor to guide him towards a luminous destiny. Yunshan beamed at Xiao Ding, addressing both disciples. "You have no objections, I trust? If not, it is settled. When your cultivation reaches sufficient heights, you may consider marriage." "No." A voice of despair erupted from Gu He, who stood in indignation. "Elder Master, what merit does Xiao Ding possess to be worthy of marrying sect leader Yunyun? He is far too young, and they are ill-suited for one another." His teeth ground in frustration. In another setting, Gu He would never dare to oppose Yunshan before so many witnesses, yet for the woman he cherished, he felt compelled to speak out, lest he regret it for a lifetime. Xiao Ding, unable to contain his joy, retorted, "What of it? Just because you are older, does that make you more suitable? Elder Gu, I have thoroughly considered Dinger's situation along with Yunner's sentiments, so refrain from meddling," Yunshan replied coolly. Had Gu He not been the sole sixth-grade alchemist of their sect, and known to harbor feelings for Yunyun, he would have lost his patience long ago. "Elder Master, Xiao Ding is unreliable. Previously, he sneaked away for frivolous pursuits, causing great concern and wasting resources in the search for him, thus bringing considerable trouble to our sect." Gu He dared not directly defy Yunshan, and instead seized upon Xiao Ding's indiscretions. He turned to an elder with whom he had a good rapport, Brother Kong. "Do you not agree?" The sect faced significant troubles, to the extent that even the sect leader went out personally to find him. The latter, though reluctant, conceded, ahem. Xiao Ding indeed acted rather rashly. Even if he wished to descend the mountain, he could have consulted with the sect leader first. Yunshan furrowed his brow. While Xiao Ding's actions were indeed misguided, he understood that had Xiao Ding not slipped away, he might not have encountered that alchemist. His frown ignited a spark of hope in Gu He, who continued, "Thus, Xiao Ding is far too impulsive. He should not be allowed to unite with sect leader Yunyun." Xiao Ding scoffed, "Gu He, you must be familiar with the adage, better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single family. Yunyun and I share a mutual affection, a perfect match. Do you truly believe yourself more fitting?" Xiao Ding. Yunyun chided, exasperated. His shamelessness was astounding. How could he speak of mutual affection and perfect compatibility with so many ears listening? What dignity would she have left as sect leader? Seeing Yunyun's bashful demeanor, Gu He was consumed by jealousy, declaring, "I refuse to accept this. If you are to be betrothed to Yunyun, I, Gu He, shall withdraw from the Yunlan sect." The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Gu He was their sect's most esteemed alchemist. His departure would severely impact their overall strength. Even Yunshan furrowed his brow. Although Xiao Ding held greater value, the turmoil surrounding this matter risking Gu He's departure was indeed troubling. Yunyun lifted her gaze, coldly regarding Gu He. "You threaten me with such matters and believe yourself more deserving? That is not my intention," Gu He attempted to clarify. "I shall make it clear that I, Yunyun, harbor no romantic intentions towards Elder Gu. Please do not waste my time. I am not a weak woman. I have accepted my teacher's arrangement and do not mind my engagement to Xiao Ding. Thus, when Gu He attempts to disrupt this, I shall not hold back." Gu He was instantly heartbroken, trembling in anguish. sister is truly formidable. Xiao Ding clapped his hands and stepped forward. Gu He, you comprehend my sister's stance. However, if you are dissatisfied with me, I shall compel you to acknowledge my worth. He turned and strode toward the door. If you are a man, step forward and engage in battle, so you may witness whether I, Xiao Ding, am worthy to marry Yunlan. Grinding his teeth, Gu He nonetheless stepped outside. In the martial arena, Xiao Ding crossed his arms, gazing at Gu He. Should I emerge victorious today, everything will remain as it is, and you shall continue to support our sect. Do not bring up any notions of leaving the Yunlan sect. Conversely, if I lose, I shall marry Yunlan. What say you? The crowd was astonished. Xiao Ding had placed such a wager. They had anticipated he would bet on who would remain by Yunlan's side. Nevertheless, for a man to wager his status as a son-in-law is indeed a considerable gamble. Xiao Ding smirked inwardly. Only a fool would wager a woman, regardless of the outcome. Given Yunlan's stature and character, she was unsuitable as a stake. In contrast, wagering his status as a son-in-law, something that appeared to concern one's reputation yet held no significance for one as audacious as he, would neither harm Yunlan's dignity nor alter the fact that he was already her man. As for Gu He's fate, he was indifferent, but considering Yunlan, he did not wish to drive Gu He away, as it would cause great loss to the sect. It would be better for him to remain. Eventually, he intended to take Yunlan away, while Gu He could stay put. So, do you dare to accept the challenge? Xiao Ding provoked. Gu He, aware that Yunlan was no longer a possibility for him, felt he could not leave today without a confrontation that would suppress this young man. He smirked. Very well. You possess courage. I, Gu He, accept your challenge. This stirred discussions among the elders, deacons, and disciples of the Yunlan sect. Alas, though Xiao Ding's cultivation had risen swiftly, he was still merely a 1-star Douling. How could he contend with a 9-star Douwang? Such bravery is commendable. He truly embodies the vigor of youth. This fervor reminds me of days gone by. Most admired Xiao Ding's audacity, albeit believing victory to be unattainable. A 1-star Douling against a 9-star Douwang, dreaming of triumph. Gu He harbored a unique flame. Though not a strange fire, it was still formidable. Do not underestimate him simply because he is an alchemist. Yunlan transmitted a warning. She was aware of Xiao Ding's strength, yet the odds of him surpassing Gu He were not particularly high. Xiao Ding grinned and moved his lips. Thank you, my wife. Yunlan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she chided. Who is your wife? I am merely your fiancée. Almost the same. Witnessing the tender exchange between Yunlan and Xiao Ding, even after accepting the outcome, Gu He was still engulfed in fury. He erupted with a surge of purple flames, which coalesced behind him into a pair of purple flame wings. Simultaneously, a long sword of purple fire materialized in his hand, and with a sweep of his wings, he soared into the air. With a piercing gaze directed at the proud Gu He, Xiao Ding stood tall, exuding an air of confidence. You possess remarkable audacity to challenge me, he declared, yet you fail to comprehend the might of a Douwang. Even a mere transformation into wings of fighting spirit renders you unable to even touch me. Raising his hand, a colossal black ruler materialized within his grasp. He smirked. Look at your arrogance. Is it merely the wings of fighting spirit? Who says only a Douwang can wield such power? As the words left his lips, a pair of wings adorned with a dark base and violet patterns unfurled magnificently from his back, lifting him into the air to hover parallel to Gu He. The square erupted in fervor. It was common knowledge that only a Douwang could manifest wings of fighting spirit and soar through the skies. Xiao Ding's defiance of this understanding left many astonished. What a remarkable young man, to have acquired the art of flight, Yunshan remarked with a knowing smile, unveiling the secret behind Xiao Ding's abilities, which sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. No wonder he can fly. It has me questioning my own status as a Douling. Others echoed similar sentiments, realizing that the ability to fly stemmed from an ancient fighting technique thought lost to time. This revelation imbued Xiao Ding with an aura of extraordinary fortune, explaining why the elder sect leader had taken notice of him. As the crowd marveled at Xiao Ding's triumphant flight, Gu He, who had previously belittled him, felt as if he had been slapped in the face. His expression darkened. I don't know what luck has befallen you to acquire this long-lost technique, but you cannot sustain it for long. Even without lifting a finger, your superficial fighting spirit will falter soon enough. Continue to flaunt your superiority, and I shall take action. Xiao Ding, unwilling to engage in further banter with the obstinate foe, flapped his wings and surged forward. The Xuanzhong ruler ignited with flickering azure flames, the oppressive heat warping the very air around them. With a swift motion, he swung the ruler towards Gu He amidst a torrent of scorching air. Is this the celestial lotus, earthly flame? Yunshan squinted, recognizing its superiority over Gu He's flames. A sharp clang resonated as the ruler clashed against Gu He's weapon. The impact sent a tremor through Gu He's body, forcing him back several paces, his form enveloped in burning purple flames. The powerful gusts of energy rippled outward, bathing the onlookers in a wave of heat and creating immense pressure that weighed heavily upon many, particularly those of lesser cultivation. A shift in expressions rippled through the crowd. Even in a mere test of strength, Xiao Ding's prowess was evident as he forced Dou Qi to retreat. Dou Qi steadied himself, letting out a cold snort as he fixated on the azure flames enveloping Xiao Ding. As an alchemist, he recognized the rarity of such flames, stirring a deep jealousy within him. Where did you acquire such extraordinary fire? Does it concern you? Xiao Ding scoffed, propelling himself forward with a powerful leap, transforming into a blur as he attacked Dou Qi with the swiftness of the wind. Acknowledging his inferiority in cultivation, he knew that to achieve victory, he needed to strike with overwhelming force swiftly. The moment he closed in on Dou Qi, a flurry of strikes erupted, each accompanied by a wave of scorching energy that compelled many to retreat. A pair of beautiful eyes, reminiscent of the stars, gazed up at Xiao Ding, tinged with a hint of concern. During their previous encounter, she had refrained from exerting her full strength, and Xiao Ding had been on the ground receiving her blows. Now, in the aerial battleground, the odds were not in his favor, especially considering the vast disparity in their realms, one major and over 10 minor levels apart. Humph, let him lose. If he does, he shall become my husband. A mischievous smile graced her lips as she recalled the wager Xiao Ding had proposed. In the air, Xiao Ding transformed into a blue phantom, launching attacks from all directions towards Dou Qi. The powerful azure flames rolled continuously like waves, relentless in their onslaught. Dou Qi withstood all the strikes, his expression smug. It appears you have exerted your utmost effort, while I have merely begun. With that, a torrent of purple battle aura surged forth, not only countering the azure flames, but also retaliating in defense. The sharp and potent sword energy sliced through the air, leaving trails of purple in its wake, enveloping Xiao Ding. Thousand flames, sword barrier. The sky was filled with crisscrossing sword energies, cascading from his flaming longsword in a dazzling display, the light shifting and elusive, rendering defense a formidable challenge. Xiao Ding had anticipated this, wielding the Xianzhong stick with impenetrable precision, blocking the sword light from advancing. Clang, clang, clang. Regardless of the number of sword lights Dou Qi unleashed, they would curiously shatter upon nearing Xiao Ding, unable to progress further. The fierce, searing sword energy could only diffuse outward, leaving scars upon the stone floor of the square. As Dou Qi's battle techniques reached their peak, Xiao Ding mused, it's about time. Infusing his body with battle aura, he activated the golden body technique. His flesh radiated a brilliant silver light, unleashing immense defensive strength and raw power. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, Xiao Ding resembled a ferocious beast awakening from slumber. He raised the Xianzhong stick, simultaneously channeling wood, wind, and thunder attributes into his battle aura, launching a fierce strike towards Dou Qi amidst the surging flames. Clang. Upon initial contact, Dou Qi's expression changed drastically as he felt an overwhelming force surging toward him, causing his palms to crack and blood to flow. Simultaneously, the battle aura on his monstrous weapon erupted like a volcano and combined with the raw strength. His fiery longsword shattered with a loud crack. How can this be? Dou Qi's pupils constricted, his body trembling, unable to control his retreat. At that moment, he noticed Xiao Ding had inexplicably sheathed the peculiar black stick and was advancing toward him. Dou Qi could not help but sneer, condensing his formidable battle aura in his palm, striking towards the opponent with terrifying might. Xiao Ding stood his ground, layering his battle aura upon his fist. Combining it with the raw power of the golden body technique, an unstoppable force crashing forward, producing a thunderous sound in the air. 8 extremities collapse. He naturally unleashed this close combat technique, comparable to a low-grade, earth-level skill. Boom. As their palms collided, Dou Qi's face flushed crimson. His body propelled backward as if ejected by an unseen force, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His palm split open, blood gushing forth, nearly losing consciousness as a wave of dread washed over him. What kind of battle technique is this boy using? How could it be so terrifying? And there is more. A faint voice whispered in his ear as a massive wind blade spiraled towards him, forcing him to evade with great difficulty. Crack, crack. The cloud mist Sect's martial technique. The shattering wind dance struck the ground, cleaving through the sturdy stone slab and creating a large pit. Cold sweat beaded on Dou Qi's forehead as he landed beside the still burrowing force of the martial technique, his heart racing with anxiety. He had narrowly escaped being defeated by this young man. Just as he began to relax, chaos erupted behind him, a destructive force enveloping him. What? There's more. Dou Qi's face blanched, and as he turned, Xiao Ding appeared like a ghost, wielding a rapidly spinning special martial technique aimed directly at him. from start to finish. Xiao Ding's assault had not ceased. The earlier shattering wind dance was merely a ploy to divert Dou Qi's attention. It was over. Sensing the bizarre attack from Xiao Ding's palm, akin to a spiraling blade, Dou Qi felt the imminent threat to his life. He hastily gathered all his energy to form a protective wall in front of him. Boom. The terrifying explosive force was unleashed, shattering the energy barrier like glass. Dou Qi was violently thrown, his arms and chest garments incinerated, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He crashed into the ground, creating a deep trench, skidding over 10 meters before coming to a halt. Chapter 85, A Display of Love. How can you recover so swiftly? Dou Qi, pale-faced, pointed at Xiao Ding. Under normal circumstances, a person could unleash a martial technique only once in a short span, perhaps twice at most. Just moments ago, Xiao Ding had first ruptured his flaming long sword and then, while engaging him, unleashed 2 successive lightning strikes. This defied all logic. Who could withstand such a relentless onslaught? Because I am superior to you. Xiao Ding withdrew his hand, speaking nonchalantly. His rapid recovery was entirely due to possessing multiple energy crystals. Each crystal served as a source of power, and he possessed 4. In the parlance of his world, he was a quad core, while this fellow was merely a single core. Thus, the frequency of combat bursts within the same time frame could not possibly compare. If he wished, he could have unleashed 4 or 5 consecutive strikes earlier, though it would have placed a significant burden on his body. Upon hearing this, Dou Qi spat out another mouthful of blood, his expression despondent. I admit defeat. I shall no longer interfere with your marriage to Yunlan. With that, he rose and departed in solitude, before the watchful eyes of many. A dignified Dou Wang had been vanquished by a Dou Ling. Despite being an alchemist and lacking combat prowess, this was still unacceptable. His concession rendered the scene momentarily silent. Many were taken aback by how swiftly the battle had concluded, especially with Dou Qi's defeat. Yunlan's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, thoroughly pleased that Xiao Ding had proven himself here. Excellent. Yunshan laughed heartily. Xiao Ding, Yunlan, your master-disciple engagement is hereby established. You are to support each other and bolster the Cloud Mist sect. Indeed, master. Congratulations to the sect leader. Congratulations to you, nephew Xiao Ding. The Grand Elder, Yunlan, followed suit, leading the congratulations. Xiao Ding chuckled. Is that all the Grand Elder has to offer? Mere congratulations? Ah, forgive me, I momentarily forgot. The Grand Elder slapped his forehead, retrieving a gift to present to Yunlan. He did not offer anything to Xiao Ding, quite simply because the last time this fellow entered, he had taken quite a lot. He was unwilling to repeat that experience and preferred to give to the sect leader instead. The Grand Elder did not need to be so courteous. Yunlan felt a bit embarrassed. This was a significant event in the sect leader's life and deserved to be celebrated. The Grand Elder smiled kindly, and others followed suit. Seizing the opportunity to present gifts, Yunshan watched the lively scene with satisfaction. After this incident, Yunyan's position as sect leader would become even more secure. Yunyan's hands were full of gifts, her smile so broad that it strained her cheeks. Once she managed to attend to everyone and the crowd quieted down, she shot a glare at Xiao Ding, exclaiming, You, thick-skinned fellow, asking for gifts again. Am I not just gathering dowry for you? Xiao Ding chuckled. Isn't that right, master? Who asked you to prepare a dowry for me? Yunyan's face turned crimson. Yunshan shook his head. All right, you two can flirt later. Dinger, when do you plan to head to the Canaan Academy? In 3 months, it will be the time for this year's enrollment. The royal family? Humph. A bunch of ambitious schemers. Their desire to see the downfall of my Yunlan sect has not waned over the years. Yunshan sneered. You may go ahead. I will provide support. It is time for them to understand once more who truly reigns over the Gamma Empire. Master, are you going to take action? Yun asked in surprise, having caught the implication in his words. After my seclusion, I realized that I could not break through in a short time. It would be better to go out and stretch my limbs. Yunshan said meaningfully, I want to see just how formidable that old fellow Jia Xingtian has become recently. With the master taking action, this trip to the Imperial City would be much smoother. Yun was overjoyed. You should also meet some of those old fellows. So they recognized the prowess of their new sect leader. Yunshan nodded. You may act freely. I will follow discreetly. Understood, master. After Yun finished speaking, she approached Xiao Ding and said, I will teach you the wind extreme. On the back mountain, the snow lay thick. Yun, tall and statuesque in her azure attire, had a rosy complexion, embodying the goddess of the wind with a touch of earthly charm. Darling, you wouldn't actually hit me, would you? Xiao Ding felt a chill and tightened his clothes. With a fiery gaze, Yun retorted, Do not call me darling. I am not yet married to you. Just getting a bit familiar, no need to feel shy. Besides, I'll still call you senior sister in front of others, Xiao Ding replied, unabashed. Yun felt slightly overwhelmed and produced several tomes, saying, Take these combat techniques and review them. I will teach you on the way." With that, she left shyly. "Senior sister is truly interesting," Xiao Ding chuckled. "She is still a maiden, yet her boldness surpasses mine." The old medic could not help but scoff. "I never imagined that with a little coaxing, Yunshan would actually betroth his precious disciple to you. It's utterly absurd." "Hey, what are you saying? Am I some kind of villain? Why does it sound as though I am unworthy of marrying senior sister?" Xiao Ding's expression darkened. "Shouldn't you congratulate me and present me with a ground-level combat technique as a gift?" The old medic was left speechless. How did this end up on his shoulders? "You previously mentioned that the mysterious heavy ruler is accompanied by a set of combat techniques. This is precisely what I require. As I am in need of such weaponry skills, so I shall not inquire further." Xiao Ding appeared to be considering your interests. "You already possess 6 manuals of combat techniques. Is that not sufficient?" The old pharmacist retorted with irritation. Xiao Ding had ample justifications. Very well. I shall grant you this, lest you persistently present various reasons to deplete my reserves." The old pharmacist, resigned, added, "However, this cannot be done here. We must find a secure location for your instruction. No rush. I will first study these few techniques of the mysterious tier." Xiao Ding contemplated the manuals in his hand. The series of extreme winds includes 2 advanced techniques, Meteoric Kill and Sunset Radiance, which may serve as ultimate moves. The intermediate techniques consist of Thousand Winds Fury and Wind Spirit Fragmentation Sword, corresponding to finger techniques and swordplay, while the remaining 2 are intermediate evasive maneuvers, one akin to the Fleeting Wind Shadow and the other a burst of speed over short distances. With this comprehensive set of techniques, encompassing both ranged attacks and evasive skills, Xiao Ding, after his cultivation, would lack for nothing in terms of combat skills. Only when he becomes immensely powerful will these mysterious techniques gradually lose their efficacy. Your fiancée is quite remarkable. She has bestowed upon you such a wealth of combat techniques, rivaling the flame-devouring wave ruler I intended to provide you." The old pharmacist jested. "This is a manifestation of love, a sentiment you, a solitary elder, cannot comprehend." Xiao Ding replied with pride. "How could I not understand? In my youth, No need to elaborate, lest I dampen your spirits." The old pharmacist trailed off mid-sentence. Xiao Ding scoffed and began perusing the burst step. In Chapter 86, not wishing to bully them, while Xiao Ding practiced his techniques, a cluster of black mist lingered in a distant corner. One wonders if that object might be found within him. Muttering to himself, the protector, Wu, sought out Yunshan again. "Have you made your decision?" Such opportunities are rare. Once missed, they are gone forever. At Yunshan's residence, Wu questioned him from a position of authority. "Wu, I have been rather occupied of late. Let us postpone this for now." Yunshan politely declined, aware that Wu's assistance in his breakthrough was not a serendipitous gift. It seems you have yet to experience despair. You remain somewhat optimistic." Wu scoffed. "Your time is limited. I shall return when you are on the brink of death." With that, he vanished into thin air. Yunshan's respectful demeanor turned shadowy. He was uncertain of the protector's true intentions, but it was undoubtedly something significant. Until he faced true despair, he would not choose to be a pawn. "Xiao Ding, I hope you can indeed assist me in obtaining the elixirs. I would rather rely on them for my advancement than fall under that man's control." Yunshan's thoughts were tumultuous as he murmured, wishing for Xiao Ding to hasten his journey to the Jianan Academy, to enhance his strength and meet the esteemed alchemist sooner. His expression shifted as he recalled the notion of accessing his storage ring, retrieving a portion of his wealth, and seeking out Yunlan to prepare a sum of 1 million gold coins. Yunlan gasped, "Teacher, providing him with so much will severely strain our sect." "Endure for now," Yunshan replied, recalling Xiao Ding's approach, requesting the various families that support us to express their sentiments, under the pretense of your engagement. Yunlan was caught between laughter and tears, never expecting her teacher to employ such a tactic. Yunshan retrieved another spatial ring. Indeed, Yunlan could only acquiesce, subsequently gathering a sum of 1 million alongside her teacher's belongings. Half a month later, just before their departure, she handed everything over to Xiao Ding. After inspecting the precise amount of gold coins, Xiao Ding was taken aback, glancing around cautiously before whispering, "Dear, might this be a tad excessive? Take it. I hope you can assist the teacher promptly." "I sense that the teacher is indeed in a bit of a hurry," Yun replied, rolling her eyes at Xiao Ding. "Let us proceed to the Imperial City. This time we shall ride a flying magical beast." Upon encountering the black cloud eagle again, Xiao Ding found himself able to stand confidently, unlike before when he could barely remain seated. The fierce winds rushed towards him, yet were thwarted by his fighting spirit. As he gazed at the swiftly passing white clouds, a faint smile graced his lips. Now this feels right. Travel should involve flying magical beasts. Relying solely on oneself lacks a certain flair. We ride this beast to meet the royal family of the Jiamar Empire, where tensions may escalate at any moment. It is wise to conserve our strength. Yunlan's words were laden with meaning. You are so fond of fighting. This time, I can ensure you have ample opportunity. Ahem. One must remain discreet. Calling for battle is never the best approach. We should first seek reason before resorting to force. Xiao Ding chuckled awkwardly. He was unafraid of lower-tier fighters like Dou Qi, but facing someone like Yunlan, who commanded powerful combat techniques and possessed rich battle experience, would prove challenging. Instead of mocking Xiao Ding, Yunlan settled on the eagle's back and personally demonstrated combat techniques for him. Xiao Ding absorbed the lessons throughout their journey. Pausing only upon reaching the imperial city, the Yunlan sect was not far from the Jiamar imperial city. The end of the Yunlan mountain range marked the location of the city. This proximity made the royal family particularly wary of the Yunlan sect. A slumbering threat by one side cannot be tolerated, Xiao Ding pondered, his brow furrowing slightly. Without absolute strength, the royal family would likely remain unsettled. Intimidation could only yield temporary peace. Here we are, Yunlan announced, guiding Xiao Ding down from the flying magical beast. In the distance, a grand and magnificent city sprawled across the plain, perhaps nestled against the mountains, shrouded in a gentle mist. Numerous magical beasts soared from various directions, creating a lively scene. Recently, there is an alchemist conference, and many are flocking to the imperial city. As you are an alchemist, it would be opportune for you to participate. If you can achieve a commendable rank, the rewards are quite substantial and would bring honor to our Yunlan sect. Yunlan smiled. Oh, I forgot to mention. Gui was the champion of the previous alchemist conference. You wished to prove your superiority over him, did you not? Go and seize the championship. Have I not proven it already? I left him bloodied last time, Xiao Ding retorted with a humph. Alchemists excel in potion making. If you do not surpass him in that realm, he will remain unconvinced, no matter the outcome, Yunlan mused playfully. Regardless of his beliefs, you are my wife now, Xiao Ding declared proudly, unaffected by Yunlan's provocation. Would you not attend for my sake? Once you achieve a commendable rank, it would serve to establish our family's reputation with the royal court, and you would become a notable figure within the Gamal Empire. Those who might consider acting against the Xiao family would think twice in light of your prowess as an alchemist. Yunlan articulated the advantages. If you were to secure the championship, you would be bestowed the title of honorary president of the Alchemist Guild, a position that rivals my own as the leader of the Yunlan sect. I am certain the royal family would think twice before acting recklessly. You have enumerated so many benefits. If I were to decline, would I not appear foolish? Xiao Ding replied with a chuckle, shifting the topic. Then I shall embrace the role of a fool. You. Initially believing Xiao Ding would agree to participate, Yunlan felt a surge of frustration at his sudden change of heart. If it weren't for the presence of so many bystanders, I would truly want to strike you. Kiss me, and I shall no longer be a fool, Xiao Ding teased with a mischievous grin. Yunlan gritted her teeth. You only know how to take advantage of me. With flushed cheeks, she lightly kissed his cheek like a dragonfly touching water. Her exquisite face, adorned with delicate red lips, was breathtaking. Xiao Ding momentarily stood in awe. Then, witnessing Yunlan's bashful demeanor, exclaimed with excitement, I feel invigorated. I am no longer foolish. Yunlan playfully punched Xiao Ding's chest. You only know how to take advantage of others. I am nurturing our bond. After all, there is much to be done before we transition from engagement to marriage. Holding her delicate hand, Xiao Ding solemnly declared, Rest assured, my dear. The championship at this alchemist conference is destined to be mine. Truth be told, I was initially disinterested in competing, primarily out of consideration for my opponents. With my abilities, the title is within my grasp. None could rival me. Chapter 87. A convenient outlet for frustration. He was not boasting, possessing that. He was capable of concocting 5th-grade elixirs long ago. Who could possibly compete with him at the conference? Yunlan rolled her eyes at Xiao Ding. You just love to boast. Let us see you claim the championship first. Patience, the conference is still a few days away. Let us explore the royal city. Xiao Ding took Yunlan's small hand and led her towards the bustling city. Yunlan felt a tad anxious. Let me don a black robe. You are no longer the leader of the Yunlan sect, but my wife. There is no need for concealment, Xiao Ding asserted. Do you wish to hide every time we visit such places? You are not a villain. Why must you shroud yourself? Yunlan frowned, but, trust me, let us enjoy our time in our true appearances. Even if we encounter acquaintances, what of it? As the sect leader, cannot you enjoy the company of men? Xiao Ding tightened his grip on Yunlan's hand. Come now, let us have a joyful outing without burdening ourselves with pressure. With a blush, Yunlan nodded shyly, allowing Xiao Ding to lead her onward. As they strolled, the crowd thickened, and many gazes turned towards them. Most were ordinary folk who did not recognize Yunlan. They merely admired her beauty, their expressions filled with awe. Sensing Yunlan's unease, Xiao Ding smiled gently. They are merely admiring a beautiful woman and a handsome man, marveling at our perfect pairing. He gestured towards the bustling marketplace. Let us purchase some clothing. It appears you have but a few outfits. Xiao Ding guided the ethereal Yunlan through the vibrant street lined with an array of goods, akin to ordinary tourists, exploring with curiosity and delight. Amidst the clamor and bustle, Yunlan found a rare moment to shed her usual persona and indulge in carefree revelry, her smile unwavering. Xiao Ding observed that Yunlan was akin to any ordinary woman, relishing delectable treats, acquiring exquisite garments and accessories, and exhibiting a curiosity for various wares that surpassed that of the typical girl. After meandering for the better part of the day, as dusk approached, and despite having sampled numerous snacks along the way, they felt a pang of hunger and arrived at a lavish restaurant. This establishment towered 7 stories high, resplendent and opulent, exuding an air of extravagance. However, Xiao Ding, now possessing considerable wealth, strode confidently towards it. Apologies, esteemed guests, but our restaurant is at full capacity. A somewhat attractive waitress approached with a hint of embarrassment to explain before Xiao Ding could utter a word. It appeared that the Alchemist conference had drawn an overwhelming crowd, leaving every venue brimming with patrons. While contemplating the possibility of requesting the restaurant's signature dishes, Xiao Ding could only smile wryly, disappointment settling in, yet not entirely unexpected. Such a rare event occurring once in a decade would naturally attract individuals from beyond the borders of the Jaimar Empire, resulting in overcrowding at the establishments. He wondered whether they would encounter a similar predicament when seeking accommodation later, or if they might only find a single room available, perhaps an opportunity to share a bed? As Xiao Ding pondered these thoughts, Yunlan was poised to suggest an alternative location when a sudden commotion erupted behind them. A young gentleman clad in a yellow brocade robe, adorned with a jade belt, unfurled his folding fan and, with an affable demeanor, offered, "If you do not mind, I would be honored to share a table with you." Xiao Ding turned to regard the young man, who appeared to be in his 20s. With red lips and white teeth, exuding an aura of gentility and grace, his eyes subtly raised in a manner that conveyed authority. It was evident that he was no ordinary individual, possessing a cultivation level of great prowess. Already attaining the rank of a grand fighter at such a young age, a notable feat, however, the young man's gaze remained fixated on Yunlan, causing Xiao Ding to feel a twinge of displeasure. "Thank you, but we prefer a candlelit dinner, so we shall seek another venue," he replied coolly. Yunlan glanced over, curious about the notion of a candlelit dinner, which sounded rather appealing. The young gentleman, taken aback by the rejection, wore an expression of discontent. Every establishment in the city is in this state, and there are no more than 3 that can rival this Yuma restaurant. Are you suggesting that this lovely lady should settle for an inferior venue? Why should that concern you? Xiao Ding retorted, casting a dispassionate glance before turning to Yunlan. "Sister, would you care to accompany me to a more modest eatery?" Yunyan's eyes sparkled softly, reminiscent of gentle spring water, and she nodded. "Anywhere is fine." Despite maintaining his composure, the young gentleman's expression darkened slightly. The realization that such a captivating woman had already been claimed filled him with a sense of regret for a missed opportunity. "Do you not recognize the significance of this young man? Such ignorance." A youth in a long robe, adorned with the emblem of an alchemist, stepped forward behind the young gentleman. This individual, a third-tier alchemist, stout and portly, sneered, "As a prince, it is a privilege for you to receive an invitation from him." Initially prepared to depart, Xiao Ding halted upon hearing the term prince, fixing a cold gaze upon the young man. "A prince of the Jaimar Empire? Indeed. This is the 19th prince, the most distinguished of the empire," the stout alchemist proclaimed with arrogance. "Maintain decorum." The 19th prince smiled and shook his head, his pride subtly evident. Many around him, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of awe. In contrast, Yunlan and Xiao Ding exchanged glances, their eyes growing slightly colder. "Your Highness, where are your seats? Please lead us there," Xiao Ding remarked with a playful smile. Their purpose for attending was to confront the royal family, and encountering them here was serendipitous. How could they miss such an opportunity? Indeed, the 19th prince never invites unknown individuals like you, the short and stout alchemist chuckled, mistakenly believing Xiao Ding was intimidated. "Is it appropriate?" Yunlan asked, glancing at Xiao Ding, aware of his intentions without needing to guess. "What is inappropriate about it? We came specifically to seek them out, and this is merely the inevitable outcome." Xiao Ding shrugged, asserting that they were there to intimidate the royal family, and there was no need for courtesy towards a convenient target. The 19th prince, misinterpreting Xiao Ding's demeanor as fear, smiled slightly. "My lady, please. I have instructed the chef to prepare the finest delicacies from Yuma Tower. I am certain you will enjoy them. Lead the way. It is only fitting to eat and drink well before attending to matters." Xiao Ding smiled faintly, recognizing the prince's ulterior motives, and felt no qualms about indulging in complimentary fare. "You are fortunate. Your senior sister will keep the prince company. Perhaps his highness will be pleased," and you may prosper." The short alchemist boasted. Xiao Ding cast a sidelong glance, contemplating the most fitting way to make this man lie on the ground later. "Your Highness, please." The previously dismissive maid, now respectful, escorted them to a private box on the 7th floor. This location, elevated over 10 zhang above the ground, was second only to the royal palace, offering a panoramic view of most of the city. As the sun set, the sky was painted with brilliant hues, and the city lights twinkled, creating a scene of enchanting tranquility. "Beautiful," Yun exclaimed, her bright eyes reflecting the sunset like colorful gemstones. Her delicate face adorned with a sincere smile that was as refreshing as a spring breeze, captivating all who beheld it. Xiao Ding smiled back. "No sunset can rival the blush upon your cheeks." The 19th prince frowned, interrupting, "May I know how to address this lady? I am Yao Jing." Chapter 88, Withering Resistance. "I'm starving. Why hasn't the food arrived yet?" Xiao Ding impatiently interrupted the 16th prince's inquiry, much to Yao Jing's displeasure, who had intended to engage in small talk with Yun. "I'm hungry too." Yun smiled. "Bring forth the wine and dishes," Yao Jing commanded the maid. And soon exquisite wines and delicacies were presented. "This is my esteemed guest for the evening, Dou Qi, an exceptionally talented young alchemist, and a formidable contender for this tournament's championship. Might the beautiful lady share her background?" Yao Jing endeavored to maintain his composure. "My senior sister is Yun, and I am her junior and fiancé, Xiao Ding." "Thank you both for your hospitality," Xiao Ding said with a playful smile, directly revealing their names and relationship. Yao Jing was taken aback. While he found the names somewhat familiar, he felt an unsettling sensation akin to having something cherished snatched away. He could hardly believe. "You are his fiancé, eh?" Realizing he was being toyed with, he felt a tinge of embarrassment and said, "Well, we just got engaged not long ago." The sudden disappointment washed over Yao Jing. The woman he coveted was already someone else's fiancée, igniting an impulsive desire within him to seize Yun for himself. "Ah, this meat is truly tender, melting in the mouth. Come, senior sister, have a taste." Xiao Ding, seemingly oblivious to Yao Jing's expression, was the first to take a bite, followed by an expression of admiration, and then he served a piece to Yun. Her cheeks flushed as she ate it. The sight of this made Yao Jing feel utterly heartbroken, leaving him devoid of any appetite. Dou Qi, noticing Yao Jing's demeanor, quietly remarked, "Your Highness, I have a matter to discuss with you. May we step outside?" As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Yao Jing. "You all continue eating. We shall step out for a moment." Yao Jing exited the room, finding a quiet area, his face contorted with frustration. "Damn it, just when I encounter a remarkable woman, she turns out to be already taken. Your Highness, I have recently concocted a potion that could facilitate your desires," Dou Qi said with a mischievous grin. "After all, they are merely engaged. You have ample opportunity to turn that arrangement into something more substantial. Hee, this concoction is rather unique. It's not a typical poison. With my special refinement, even a combat king would find themselves in dire straits after consuming it," Dou Qi declared proudly. "Then let us proceed. If anything goes awry, we can lay the blame on the chef." Yao Jing nodded. "I shall handle it at once." Dou Qi took the initiative to prepare the potion. Back in the room, as Xiao Ding indulged in his feast, Yun expressed slight concern. "Be cautious. Those two appear quite polished, but they may resort to underhanded tactics." "What a poisoning!" "I fear nothing. To me, all poisons are simply substances. I can devour them without absorbing their effects," Xiao Ding replied nonchalantly. "Beware of falling into a trap." Yun shook her head. "Just avoid the dishes they bring later." Xiao Ding remained vigilant. Though he feared no poison, Yun did. "Indeed, it is quite delectable. Worthy of the fine dining you mentioned," Xiao Ding jested. At that moment, a maid entered with more dishes, some still steaming, resting atop burning coals. He poured wine for Yun, saying, "You both are esteemed guests from the prince's residence. I raise a toast to you. Drink as you please." With that, he downed his glass in one gulp. "Since we are free to choose, we shall abstain from drinking and indulge in the food instead." Xiao Ding's remark caused DouQi's expression to darken slightly. Yao Jing continued to inquire, "I am still unaware of the factions you two represent. It seems the prince has not taken the time to understand us, having squandered his days on women." Xiao Ding replied with a stoic demeanor. "Impudent." Dou Qi slammed the table. "Can you besmirch the 19th prince?" "Do not be agitated." Yao Jing pressed a calming hand on Dou Qi. "It is true that I am not well versed in the specifics of various factions, but should you disclose your origins, I am confident I would recognize most. Rest assured, even a mere child would know," Xiao Ding retorted with a smirk. "We hail from the very entity your royal family has always feared, the Yunlan Sect." "What?" The demon's surprise transformed into realization as he gazed upon the two individuals before him. "Now I understand why your name seems so familiar. Xiao Ding, the newly recruited prodigy of the Yunlan Sect, a 13-year-old battle master, and Yunlan, the newly appointed leader of the Yunlan sect. His expression darkened with anger. So, you've been deceiving me all along. It was you who invited us here for a meal. Who is deceiving whom? Xiao Ding retorted with a cold smile. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. You have your sights set on my senior sister, hoping to use this dinner to gain favor with her, haven't you? And if I do? This is the Imperial City. Even if I were to take down your esteemed sister, what could you possibly do about it? The demon's demeanor was brimming with arrogance as he crushed the jade pendant at his waist. In an instant, a shadowy figure materialized beside him. He glanced at the charcoal fire and mused, capturing the leader of the Yunlan sect and tarnishing her reputation. I wonder if the sect would still dare to be so arrogant afterward. Xiao Ding's expression hardened. If that is the case, then let us settle this matter directly. He raised his hand, spinning his fingers, and 5 spiraling sword energies coalesced, swiftly launching forth with a piercing whistle. Indeed, the battle techniques of the Yunlan sect. A black-clad figure stood protectively in front of Xiao Ding, brandishing a dagger and slicing through the 5 sword energies, shattering them effortlessly. At that moment, a notification echoed in Xiao Ding's ear. Ding. Unknown substance detected. Would you like to consume? As Xiao Ding prepared for a follow-up attack, his expression shifted slightly as he consented to the system's request. Warning, sister, be cautious. There is poison here. Poison? Yunlan, having consumed nothing, stood up in confusion. Leave this to me. I will handle them. One peak battle spirit bodyguard is nothing. I can take him down with a single hand. Xiao Ding transformed into an afterimage, vanishing from his spot. Moments later, a thunderous crash resounded as the black-clad guard was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth, crashing through the wooden door and shattering it to pieces. A battle spirit? Impossible. The black-clad man's eyes widened in disbelief. This young man had achieved battle spirit status and was immensely stronger, able to defeat him with a single move. After effortlessly dispatching the guard, Xiao Ding flashed a grin at the demon. Feeling a chill run down his spine, the demon turned to flee, only to find Xiao Ding appearing behind him like a whisper of wind, delivering a powerful punch. Crack! His nose shattered instantly, his face blossoming with blood. And with a scream, he was propelled out of the building, crashing down and demolishing a shop. Tao Dezhong, terrified, turned pale and attempted to hide, but was seized by Xiao Ding. Smack! A resounding slap sent several bloodied teeth flying, and half of his face immediately swelled. Xiao Ding questioned. Quite the game you're playing. What poison did you use, and where? Chapter 89. I am not a righteous gentleman. Heh, Xiao Ding sneered. Sister, shall we take action? I can play the villain while you take the role of the virtuous one. After we deal with them, you can simply say, I am young and reckless. The demon's face twitched. This situation was not unlike that of Tao Dezhong, who bore the consequences of his wrongdoing while remaining untainted. However, he felt wary of Yunlan, but feared not this young man. Xiao Ding, this is the Imperial City, not the Yunlan sect. Do not overstep your bounds. My royal family is not to be trifled with. The demon crushed his jade pendant once more, and in an instant, a shadowy figure appeared beside him. This was his family guard, typically concealed in the shadows, ready to be summoned at a moment's notice. No, this is merely a contest of jealousy. I am considerably younger than you, and even if I were to subdue you, they would merely commend my prowess. What can you do about it? Xiao Ding coldly laughed as he rose, his fighting spirit transforming into a swirling tempest. Audacious! Tao Dezhong exclaimed, slamming his hand upon the table, glancing at the glowing embers. He continued, do you truly believe we are pushovers? I perceive that you are the ones who are soft. Are you not feeling a bit weak now? TSK. Once I capture the leader of your Yunlan sect, I wonder if you'll dare to be so arrogant in the future. Xiao Ding's expression turned icy. Quite arrogant indeed. It appears you have poisoned her. I cannot discern whether it is your sycophantic ambition for merit or the will of this prince. Yao Jing outright refused to acknowledge it. Then let's settle this directly. I refuse to believe that your sycophantic bones are so resolute. Xiao Ding had found his justification to act, no longer wasting words. He lifted his hand, twisting his fingers as 5 spiraling sword energies suddenly coalesced, swiftly launching forth with a sharp whistle. Indeed, it was the combat technique of the Yunlan sect. A figure in black interposed himself before Xiao Ding, producing a dagger to sever the 5 sword energies, shattering them into fragments. Junior brother, I feel a bit dizzy. Their poison is formidable. Yunlan suddenly swayed, her complexion flushed with an unnatural hue. Xiao Ding expressed surprise, looking towards the smug Tao Dezhong. You possess some skill. You have concocted a poison that can affect a Dou. He hurriedly supported Yunlan, who trembled, her skin becoming increasingly flushed, her eyes shimmering with a watery glimmer, her body succumbing to weakness. Senior sister, you should exit first. I will handle them and quickly procure the antidote. A mere peak Douling bodyguard is an easy task. Xiao Ding transformed into an afterimage, vanishing from his spot. followed by a resounding crash. The strength of the black-clad guards crumbled upon contact, causing them to spew blood as they were flung backward, shattering the wooden door behind them and subsequently demolishing a load-bearing wall, startling the patrons dining across the way. Dou Ling, how is this possible? The black-clad man clutched his chest, his eyes wide with incredulity. This youth had already attained Dou Ling, and his strength surpassed his own to such an extent that he could not withstand a single blow. Yao Jing's eyelids twitched violently, his expression one of shock. How could this seemingly younger boy possess such overwhelming power, easily overpowering even his own guards? He barely maintained his composure. Xiao Ding, you have gone too far. On what grounds do you strike when you have no proof of the prince's involvement in the poisoning? Hearing this, Xiao Ding, who had just effortlessly dispatched the guards, could not help but scoff. You know very well whether you have any connection to the poison. You lack evidence. Do not slander. Yao Jing retorted, his demeanor fierce, yet inwardly trembling. He rebuked Tao Dezhong. You have gone too far. How dare you poison the leader of the Yun sect? Is she someone you can offend? Your Highness, I apologize. I was blinded by desire. Tao Dezhong stammered, feeling ashamed. In truth, he was frightened and hastily offered his apologies. Lord Xiao, this matter has nothing to do with Prince Yao Jing. He was anxious. How could Xiao Ding be so formidable? He should have been the first to fall, especially since even the stronger Yunlan had succumbed. Produce the antidote. Xiao Ding commanded, his urgency rising as he noticed Yunlan had slumped in her seat. There is no antidote, unless... Tao Dezhong gazed at Yunlan, who resembled a hastily ripened peach, and unless it involves a man. Damn it. Xiao Ding immediately comprehended the nature of the insidious substance employed by that scoundrel. Such drugs are devoid of lethal toxicity, yet their resolution is exceedingly troublesome. The entire restaurant shuddered violently. Numerous women screamed as patrons frantically fled, plunging the establishment into chaos. Yao Jing trembled, feigning composure, with grievances originating from a single source. Is it not a tad excessive for you to lay hands on my protector? Excessive? Xiao Ding's eyes turned icy as he cast a derisive glance at Yao Jing. You dispatch a eunuch to assail my family. This account shall be settled with you first. A chill enveloped Yao Jing as he turned to flee, only to have Xiao Ding appear behind him like a gust of wind, delivering a powerful punch. Crack! His nasal bridge shattered instantaneously, his face blooming with blood. As he was sent crashing through the window, shrieking in pain as he fell, smashing into a shop below, the streets erupted into disarray. Tao Dezhong, his face paling with fear, recoiled in an attempt to hide, only to be seized by Xiao Ding. Slap! A resounding clap echoed as several bloodied teeth flew from his mouth, half his face swelling immediately. Xiao Ding demanded, quite the player, aren't you? Where did you administer your poison? I have yet to discover it. Blood oozed from Tao Dezhong's mouth as he stared at Xiao Ding in terror. His words slurred, in the charcoal fire. Slap! Another strike landed on the opposite side of his face, rendering him unconscious, resembling a grotesque visage. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Ding unleashed a flurry of sword energy, obliterating the charcoal fire. Amidst the flickering flames, Yunyan's face flushed a deep crimson. Her eyes dazed, her breathing rapid. Xiao Ding's heart sank. He realized that the rogue had placed the drug in the charcoal fire, releasing volatile substances. Having imbibed alcohol prior, the effects on Yunyan would manifest with alarming swiftness. He hurried to grasp Yunyan's hand, discovering it to be scalding. This was not a fever, nor could it be alleviated by the ice spirit spring. Junior sister. Yunyan looked at Xiao Ding with tender eyes, unable to resist embracing him. Her gaze shy as she murmured, I feel so unwell. This is troublesome. Xiao Ding forced a smile, feeling as though Yunyan, cradled in his arms, was devoid of bones, her body ablaze with heat, her eyes brimming with affection, capable of melting any heart. Elder pharmacist, can you resolve this? He could only seek assistance from the experienced elder pharmacist. If it were an orally administered drug, it could be counteracted through acupoint pressure, but this type was beyond remedy. Having been fully absorbed by her body due to the influence of alcohol, I am helpless, elder pharmacist lamented. Xiao Ding furrowed his brow, gently patting Yunyan's cheek. Senior sister, awaken. The elder pharmacist grinned mischievously. Isn't this your opportunity? After all, she is your fiancée. I am not a paragon of virtue, yet I do not relish taking advantage of others' misfortunes, Xiao Ding replied, shaking his head. Then she must rely on herself. Aside from being somewhat harmful, there is no substantial danger. Chapter 90. Let me be your wife. Just as elder pharmacist regarded Xiao Ding with newfound admiration, the latter continued, if it is senior sister who takes the initiative, then I may begrudgingly endure some hardship. Elder pharmacist felt he had overestimated the situation. This fellow was utterly shameless. Xiao Ding swept Yunyan into his arms, akin to a wisp of water, and soared into the sky, disregarding the chaos of the restaurant. Who dares to cause trouble in my Yuma restaurant? Do you not realize this establishment is run by the royal family, the skilled guardians of the restaurant? Initially irate and poised to confront the disruptor, were abruptly silenced upon witnessing Xiao Ding's departure. His aura transformed into wings of combat. It was as if a vice had gripped their throats, leaving them speechless and drenched in cold sweat. To their astonishment, he was a battle king. No wonder he dared to take action. The restaurant's manager arrived, his face a mask of fury. This is outrageous. It has been years since anyone dared to brawl in our establishment. Hushed murmurs followed. Be quiet. It was the battle king who acted. The guardians gestured for silence. The manager halted, cautiously inquired, is it truly a battle king? Why is there no commotion now? He has flown away. Someone responded. Is it acceptable for a battle king to leave without settling his bill? And what of that fellow, beaten to a pulp? He should compensate for his defeat. Soon, several individuals arrived to drag Tao Dezhong away. On the outskirts of the city, where the crowds had thinned, Xiao Ding and Yunlan took refuge in an inn. At this moment, Yunlan had entwined herself around Xiao Ding, her breath fragrant as she showered him with kisses. The warmth of her body left Xiao Ding parched, prompting him to sip tea, hoping to place her gently on the bed, only to find her clinging to him tightly. Yunlan, disheveled and slightly delirious, was swiftly brought back to her senses when Xiao Ding splashed her flushed face with cold water. Sister, regain your composure. The cold water restored some clarity, and upon seeing her appearance, she felt utterly embarrassed, hastily releasing Xiao Ding and collapsing onto the bed. My earlier actions were involuntary. Please do not misinterpret them. She murmured weakly. How can I not ponder such things? You, a captivating beauty, embracing and kissing me. It feels as though you have thoroughly taken advantage of me. Xiao Ding jested, his bravado masking his own embarrassment. Yunlan, flushed with shame, pulled the blanket over her head, her heart racing uncontrollably. Sister, in your current state, I have no remedy. If it becomes unbearable, you may resort to your own hand, Xiao Ding remarked, slightly awkward. Yunlan widened her eyes and dove beneath the covers. Of course, you may call upon me. Though it may seem a disadvantageous endeavor, it is my duty to assist you as my fiancé. Xiao Ding coughed lightly, asking, what will you choose? Who would want you? Just leave. Yunlan retorted in exasperation. Very well, take care of yourself. I shall remain outside to guard you. Xiao Ding replied, a hint of regret in his voice, yet he refrained from pressing the matter. He exited the room, gazing at the night sky with a sigh. Regretting your decision? The old alchemist inquired with a knowing smile. Not at all. She is my fiancée, and we shall inevitably share a bed. Whether it is sooner or later is inconsequential. I merely did not anticipate that human desire could be as potent as poison, Xiao Ding reflected. The concoction he crafted amplifies such desires 100-fold. Even a battle king cannot restrain himself, Xiao Ding lamented. Indeed, caution is essential in this regard. Yet that individual possesses remarkable talent to create such potions, the old alchemist concurred, then curiously added, why have you not fallen prey to its effects? Those two should have consumed counteracting potions beforehand. Why are you not in a frenzy? The power of bloodline has been resolved, and it has not been absorbed by my body. Xiao Ding explained succinctly. Just as the door creaked open, a crimson jade arm seized him. Turning around, Xiao Ding was taken aback, swallowing hard. Senior sister, is that you? Yunlan gasped, her eyes glimmering with determination. I am now your fiancée. Will you allow me to become your wife today? Of course, I would be delighted, Xiao Ding replied, astonished by Yunlan's boldness. Then come here. Yunlan embraced Xiao Ding and captured his lips in a kiss. Xiao Ding shuddered, hastily removing the ring from his finger and flicking it away. How impudent. You young man, prioritizing romance over your mentor. Elder Yao reprimanded with dissatisfaction. You should not be privy to such things, he retorted, but the latter lost all restraint. Taking the initiative, the black ring soared hundreds of meters away, and just as it was about to descend, it hung mysteriously in the air. A translucent figure, like smoke, emerged, transforming into Elder Yao, his expression fraught with annoyance. Am I merely a voyeur in your escapades? Even if you cast me out, I can still observe. Meanwhile, the noises within the room grew increasingly raucous. Elder Yao, intrigued, pondered, Yunlan possesses strength surpassing Xiao Ding. She won't hold back now. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he attempted to probe further, only to be thwarted by a barrier of spiritual energy. Humph. I am merely concerned for your well-being. As night passed, by mid-morning, Xiao Ding emerged, feeling somewhat enervated, his neck and face marred with numerous wounds. Elder Yao manipulated the ring to float over, mocking, see? I told you that you would be injured. Noticing Xiao Ding's sunken eyes and weakened appearance, he continued. You bear many bite marks as well. Cough. After all, my senior sister is a peak battle king. There is still a disparity between us. Xiao Ding chuckled awkwardly, retrieving a Peiyuan pill and sitting down at the doorway to cultivate. As he activated his golden body technique, a silvery sheen enveloped him, gradually healing his wounds. You are quite fortunate. Those two inadvertently helped solidify your relationship with her. You ought to express your gratitude, Elder Yao teased. Indeed, I must show my appreciation. I shall challenge them whenever I see them. Xiao Ding nodded, donning the ring. It was not until the afternoon that Yunlan emerged. She appeared more mature, her complexion rosy, and when she glanced at Xiao Ding, her gaze flickered shyly. This time, she wore a newly purchased light blue gown, her hair elegantly pinned up, exuding an aura of gentleness. It seems my wife has made some progress in her cultivation, Xiao Ding remarked, surprised to sense a noticeable enhancement in Yunlan's aura. Yes, I may have the opportunity to break through, Yunlan affirmed, her face slightly flushed as she approached him, taking his hand. Let us go. I have gifts to explore. Seeing Yunlan's newfound affectionate demeanor, Xiao Ding felt a surge of joy. Chapter 91. Both substance and appearance matter. After wandering through 3 streets, 2 regiments of soldiers on horseback appeared, clad in golden armor and wielding long spears. Their synchronized steps spoke of rigorous training. Passers-by hastily moved aside. These must be the royal guard, Xiao Ding mused. Who else in this city would don golden armor? I wonder which royal figure is making an appearance. Amidst the hushed whispers of onlookers, 2 formidable battalions of soldiers halted before Xiao Ding and Yunlan, forming a distinctive passageway as they stood rigidly to attention. It appeared our movements had been detected, likely due to last night's actions that had attracted the attention of someone of considerable standing. Xiao Ding cast a calm glance at the ranks, recognizing a familiar figure, and discreetly released Yunlan's hand. Sister, it is your turn to take the stage. The royal entourage had arrived, presumably to engage in discourse with them. At the end of the procession, a regal and striking woman approached, flanked by an elderly servant and a golden-armored guard. Adorned in opulent palace attire, she exuded a mature charm and an extraordinary grace, embodying the authority of her station. How exquisite, murmured the crowd. This must be the royal princess. How could she not be beautiful? Princess Yao Yi? I cannot believe we encounter her here. The spectators whispered amongst themselves, some displaying overt reverence, with a number of commoners even kneeling in respect. Indeed, she was of royal lineage. Xiao Ding instantly recognized her as the woman he had met in the Tagore Desert. She was none other than the esteemed Princess Yao Yi. From the discussions of the bystanders, he confirmed her true identity, somewhat surprised to learn she had been captured by the Serpent clan. Could it be that this transpired after their last encounter? The realization struck him. This was the very person he had come to know. Yao Yi, too, was taken aback to discover that Xiao Ding was the individual she had previously met, her thoughts drifting to Yao Jing's recent experiences, filled with astonishment. The audacious figure who had provoked the Serpent clan in the desert was, in fact, the prodigious Xiao Ding of the Yunlan sect. Just last night, he had effortlessly vanquished Yao Jing's spirit-level guardian. Given his true age, he could not be more than 15. Such youthful prowess in spirit-level combat shattered the records of the Gamma Empire. With her heart racing, Yao Yi approached at a measured pace, bowing gracefully to Yunlan. I am Yao Yi, the crown princess of the Gamma Empire, honored to meet you, Sect Master Yun. Many turned their heads, curiosity etched on their faces. Sect Master Yun? This beauty is actually the leader of a sect. Her surname is Yun, could it be? Speculations arose regarding Yunlan's identity, leaving many in shock, gasping in disbelief. A crown princess and a female sect master. Both were unparalleled beauties of noble birth. Yet, in terms of sheer power and standing, Yunlan undoubtedly surpassed Yao Yi. In that moment, the crowd marveled, captivated by the distinct charms and dignities of both women. Simultaneously, they were curious as to why the Yunlan sect, which had historically maintained a strained relationship with the royal family, found themselves in this situation. Did the sect master come seeking them for a particular purpose? Yunlan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her demeanor returning to its usual serene composure. Devoid of pleasantries, she felt no need for them. Given her status, she was on par with the emperor of the Gamma Empire and saw no reason to extend cordiality to Yao Yi. Yao Yi, aware of her own inadequacies, lowered her posture significantly. Sect Master Yun, I represent Yao Jing in extending our apologies. What transpired last night was due to Yao Jing's poor judgment in discerning character, resulting in trouble for you. The royal family and I express our sincerest regrets. Poor judgment in discerning character? Yun could not suppress a mocking smile. That is indeed the finest jest I have heard today. Regarding Yao Jing and Tao Dizong, she harbored a peculiar resentment towards them. Initially, her relationship with Xiao Ding could have gradually evolved, but an unforeseen event transpired overnight, which contradicted her character. Sensing Yunlan's demeanor, Yao Yi bowed and stated, We are willing to bear the cost. I implore the leader of Yun to accompany me to a tranquil place for a detailed discussion. I also wish to converse with your royal family regarding matters concerning Wutan City. Yunlan responded coldly. Yao Yi paused, casting a glance at Xiao Ding, and sighed. This may be the most regrettable decision we have made. Xiao Ding scoffed and followed Yunlan into Yao Ye's carriage, which was spacious and lavish, imbued with a subtle fragrance. Should I address you as Mr. Xiao or Mr. Ding? Yao Ye's expression was complex. Does it truly matter? Xiao Ding replied with a hint of disdain. Your demeanor resembles that of Yao Jing. Regardless of the outcome, you always find yourself in the right. At this moment, Xiao Ding perceived the royal family as divided into factions, merely attempting to evade responsibility. Mr. Xiao, Leader Yun, we indeed have internal factional disputes, differing opinions about. And some wish to suppress you, Mr. Xiao, and stifle the influence of Yunlan's sect. Yao Yi spoke earnestly. I believe we should foster cooperation. After all, our strength in the Jaimar Empire is not particularly formidable compared to the surrounding major empires, and we are even at a disadvantage. Xiao Ding glanced at Yao Yi with newfound respect. You exhibit some discernment. Amongst the surrounding powers, the Jaimar Empire is indeed the weakest, even inferior to the Serpent Men. His words were sincere, whether it was the Tianxi Empire to the northwest or several other empires in different directions. Nearly all had Dou Zone presiding over them. Even the Serpent Men had recently produced a Dou Zone, marking the Jaimar Empire as the weakest, destined to be perceived as an easy target by other empires. Yao Ye's humble words were met with Xiao Ding's disparagement, causing her to frown slightly, her phoenix-like eyes reflecting dissatisfaction. While the other empires are indeed stronger than us, I find it unnecessary for Mr. Xiao to hold the Serpent Men in such high regard. You will understand in time. Now, let us discuss how you intend to compensate us. Both my Xiao family and the Yunlan sect must be recompensed to soothe our aggrieved spirits. Xiao Ding was unapologetically forthright. Since they sought trouble, they aimed to maximize their benefits, both in substance and appearance. Mr. Xiao is quite candid regarding the losses inflicted upon the Xiao family and the offense towards you. Leader Yun, our royal family shall certainly offer recompense. Yao Yi forced a smile. Today, the esteemed elder from your sect, Yun Shan, visited our royal guardian, Jiao Lao. The royal family has already acknowledged certain erroneous actions. Any conditions can be freely proposed by Leader Yun and Mr. Xiao. I demand that the Xiao family control all resources of Wutan City. Along with 3 million gold coins as compensation for emotional distress, Xiao Ding stated without hesitation. Yao Ye's lips twitched. The former demand was acceptable as long as there was no interference, and the Xiao family would naturally become the foremost family in Wutan City. However, 3 million gold coins were indeed a steep price, equivalent to a decade's savings for a top-tier family. No problem. Yunyan interjected. I request that half of the troops stationed at Yunlan's sect be withdrawn, including Prince Yaojing. Chapter 92. Truly a good daughter-in-law. Yunyan sought a strategic advantage rather than monetary compensation. The reduction of the imperial army by even a fraction signifies an equal strengthening of the Yunlan sect, with advantages far outweighing the mere acquisition of gold coins. Let us increase the sum to 8 million coins to enhance everyone's rations. Xiao Ding felt that merely withdrawing troops was insufficient. Do you think gold coins are merely blown by the wind? The 3 million coins from the Xiao family nearly equate to our annual tax revenue. And if you demand another 8 million, how shall the Gamma Empire survive on nothing but the bitter winds for the next few years? This discontent was palpable in Yao Yi, who rolled her eyes and retorted directly. It seems I am asking for far too little. I ought to demand at least 10 years' worth of taxes. Xiao Ding stroked his chin, recalling that in his previous life, land concessions and reparations typically amounted to decades of tax revenues. Yunyan pinched Xiao Ding, transmitting a warning. Do not speak recklessly. The Gamma Empire is at fault this time, but it is not as if our Yunlan sect has vanquished the entire royal family. How could they possibly compensate you so extravagantly? She turned to Yao Yi and stated, I do not seek gold. If you eliminate Yao Jing and that alchemist, it could offset the compensation. Yao Yi's expression shifted slightly. We cannot intervene with the Taoist sect. He is an alchemist, and we cannot kill him. As for Yao Jing, we can at most cripple him. That is our bottom line. Crippling him would suffice. Yunyan nodded, believing that rendering Yao Jing to a state worse than death might be preferable. At that moment, the carriage came to a halt. Xiao Ding glanced around, realizing they had unknowingly entered the imperial palace and arrived at a magnificent hall. Yao Yi coldly commanded, bring Yao Jing forth. Soon, several figures clad in black brought in Yao Jing, whose head was wrapped in bandages. His complexion was pale as he knelt on the ground, pleading, Yao Yi, please. I am the most gifted prince of the royal family. You cannot incapacitate me. Yao Yi displayed no emotion. Sect Master Yun, will you take action yourself? Or shall we assist you? Yun raised her hand, summoning the Thousand Winds Gale, a surge of energy erupting forth. With a resounding thud, a bloody hole appeared in Yao Jing's dantian, his fighting spirit dissipating like a punctured balloon, his cultivation extinguished in an instant. He let out a harrowing scream, collapsing to the ground in despair. Xiao Ding exchanged a glance with Yao Yi. To witness his brother so casually crippled, Yao Yi's face remained devoid of expression. He began to comprehend the profound indifference of familial ties within the royal family. Yao Yi turned to Yunlan. Are you satisfied, Sect Master Yun? The covert actions against Xiao Ding and the events of last night shall end here. Yunlan nodded. Thank you for your generosity, Sect Master Yun. Yao Yi produced a ring and handed it to Xiao Ding. This is our royal compensation. We hope Mr. Xiao will not hold it against us, and, in the future, as a Dou Zone powerhouse, you might support our Gamma Empire. Given Xiao Ding's youth and his current status as a Dou Ling, it would not be overly difficult for him to ascend to Dou Zone. This was one of the reasons for their significant change in attitude after acquiring specific information regarding Xiao Ding's cultivation. As long as my Xiao family remains in the Gamma Empire, I shall consider this land my homeland, Xiao Ding stated calmly. The meaning behind these words was clear. As long as the Xiao family could live peacefully without being targeted by the royal family and various factions, everything could be negotiated. Rest assured, the Xiao family will undoubtedly become a leading noble family of the future empire, Yao Yi assured. Thus, with nothing more to discuss, they departed, leaving behind a final remark as Xiao Ding took Yunyan's hand and walked away. As Yao Yi gazed in a daze, she observed the intimate interaction between that fellow and Yunyan, leading her to wonder if there might be something more. Her expression was complex. During her first encounter with him in the Tagore Desert, she had initially dismissed him. However, upon witnessing his extraordinary strength and considerable talent, she recalled that her servant, Mu Fu, had once attempted to recruit him. Even then, she regarded him with condescension, perceiving his provocations towards the Serpent clan as rather frivolous. Yet now, his status had risen to a level even more esteemed than hers, and he had entangled himself with the new master of Yunlan's sect, promising an illustrious future ahead. The shift in status left her feeling rather bitter. Outside, Yunyan suddenly clung to Xiao Ding, her demeanor somewhat needy as she inquired, "Do you think I am ruthless?" "Not at all. Were it not for your princely identity, and out of concern that it might affect your negotiations with the royal family, I would have dealt with him last night," Xiao Ding reassured her, patting her shoulder. "Who needs your protection? I am on the verge of becoming a Dou Huang." Yunyan retorted playfully. Xiao Ding was taken aback. "You are confident in your breakthrough?" Her expression radiated self-assurance. "Congratulations. However, once you become a Dou Huang, you will easily overpower me. You won't beat me again, will you?" He jested. Yunyan huffed, exuding a delightful mix of pride and charm. "Oh dear, I am so frightened," she replied, shaking her head. "Do not underestimate the value of the tournament champion. When I mentioned wanting to eliminate that alchemist, even the royal family hesitated to intervene, highlighting the alchemist's esteemed status. While our Yunlan sect instills fear in various factions, they still dare to offend us. Only the Alchemist Association commands universal respect. If you secure the championship, you will be regarded as the honorary chairman. Regardless of whether the royal family's promises are merely verbal or not, they will think twice before targeting your Xiao family. And the same goes for other powers within the Gamma Empire. You truly are a wonderful daughter-in-law. Already considering the family, Xiao Ding teased, leaning in to plant a kiss on Yunyan. "I am discussing serious matters here," she chided him. "All right, after I achieve my breakthrough, I will come find you. And you can present me with the championship as a gift for my advancement. How does that sound?" "Fine. I shall await your ascension to Dou Huang to let you have your way with me. But will you truly do it?" Xiao Ding replied with a chuckle. "If I could suppress you, I would act right now," Yunyan said, clenching her fist and suddenly shattering the air. "I must eliminate Taoda's sect. Only then can I focus on my breakthrough." "Indeed," Xiao Ding affirmed, and together they swiftly located Taoda's sect. Yunyan wasted no words, delivering a powerful slap. Boom. The entire courtyard crumbled, and Taoda was reduced to mere pulp. Feeling exhilarated, Yunyan shook her hand and muttered, "That's what you get for drugging me, you scoundrel." Her fierce demeanor left Xiao Ding with an unsettling feeling, as he sensed that she might evolve into a formidable tigress in the future. Yunyan shot him a glare before tenderly kissing him once more, then summoned her fighting spirit to take flight, swiftly disappearing into the sky. Xiao Ding felt a pang of reluctance, but, thinking of the Xiao family, turned to head towards the Alchemist Guild. Chapter 93. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. I am capable of refining 5th-grade pills. Yet I have yet to authenticate my status as an alchemist. He chuckled helplessly, realizing that he was nothing less than a wild alchemist. Apart from the esteemed apothecary elder, no one was aware of his alchemical prowess. The location of the Alchemist Guild in the imperial capital was undoubtedly the largest venue for alchemical exchanges in the Gamma Empire. The imposing structure stood at the end of a bustling street, its height rivaling that of the Yuma Tavern he had visited the previous night, and its expanse was several times broader. Numerous individuals clad in alchemist robes entered and exited, creating a lively atmosphere. As he approached, the guard at the entrance halted him. "Your identification letter," the guard stated, adhering to protocol. "I do not possess one," Xiao Ding replied, raising his hand, "but I can attest to my identity as an alchemist." Suddenly, a vibrant azure flame blazed in his palm, the searing heat distorting the nearby air and sending waves of warmth rolling forth. The guard, who had previously appeared indifferent, was taken aback upon witnessing the azure flame, his pupils constricting in astonishment. "You can condense true fire. You are a fourth-tier alchemist?" While not all who could condense true fire were necessarily alchemists, this individual most likely was. How could someone so young attain such a high rank? Surely, he must be mistaken. Passers-by alchemists cast sidelong glances, their expressions rife with skepticism. This flame is extraordinary. He is far too young. It must be his youthful appearance that deceives, for it is improbable that he has achieved the fourth tier at this age. Regardless of the truth, a formidable competitor had arrived at this conference. Several nearby alchemists murmured, many doubting that Xiao Ding could indeed reach the fourth tier at merely over a decade in age. "Am I permitted to enter now?" Xiao Ding inquired, extinguishing the strange flame. "You may proceed, my lord." The guard respectfully stepped aside. Xiao Ding strode confidently into the hall. The interior was spacious and well lit, exuding a tranquil ambience. "My lord, what other requests do you have?" The commotion had attracted the attention of the guild staff. And as he entered, a tall woman dressed in black approached, inquiring politely. "I wish to assess my alchemist rank to facilitate my participation in the alchemist conference." Xiao Ding articulated his request. "Please follow me to complete some documentation." The woman led him to a counter, retrieving a piece of parchment and asking, "My lord, may I have your name, age, and the name of your mentor?" "Xiao Ding, 15 years of age, mentor Elder Yao," he replied. The woman looked up in disbelief, her expression one of incredulity as she gazed at the towering Xiao Ding. "Are you certain you are only 15? I seem to have matured quickly. However, my face does not appear particularly aged, does it?" Xiao Ding touched his cheek, reasoning that having recently attained a silver physique, his skin should indeed reflect a youthful vigor. "Ah, it appears I am simply inexperienced. It is rare to encounter a 15-year-old alchemist. Upon witnessing you unleash true fire, I presumed you were of a more advanced age." The woman awkwardly smiled, her curiosity piqued. "May I inquire about your intended alchemist rank for the assessment? Second tier, perhaps?" she cautiously suggested, attempting to elevate her assumptions. "For now, I shall aim for the fourth tier. That should suffice," Xiao Ding replied, deciding to reserve his full capabilities and not disclose his fifth-tier status immediately. Upon his declaration, he noticed an abrupt silence. The woman before him appeared flustered, utterly taken aback. "Can you not be so ostentatious in this small place? At your age, becoming a first-tier alchemist is quite remarkable. Do you not fear frightening others by claiming to be a fourth tier?" Elder Yao could not help but jest. "Didn't my senior sister advise me to be a bit more flamboyant? Besides, I've still retained some modesty," Xiao Ding retorted, glancing at the woman in black. "Is there a problem? This is the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild of the entire Gamma Empire. Can you really say that one cannot assess a fourth-tier alchemist here? 15? A fourth-tier alchemist at 15? The woman thought to herself, incredulous. Xiao Ding immediately felt displeased. "What do you mean by that? Do I appear old?" No, that's not what I meant." The woman hastily shook her head, eager not to offend him. Their exchange drew the attention of several alchemists nearby. One of them sneered. "At 15, attempting to assess as a fourth tier? You must be feigning youth to show off." Indeed, which fourth-tier alchemist isn't in their 30s or 50s? Some are even silver-haired. Another mocked. Xiao Ding frowned, unable to fathom how revealing his true age would lead to such skepticism. "Ahem, I am Otto, a fourth-tier alchemist from Black Rock City," an elderly man with graying hair approached. "If you were indeed a fourth-tier alchemist of the Gamma Empire, we would have met before. Are you perhaps from another empire?" "Certainly not," Xiao Ding replied calmly, his demeanor unruffled despite the suspicion surrounding him. He inquired expressionlessly, "Can this place truly evaluate my abilities?" "Humph. You are surely here to sabotage us, having originally intended to participate in the conference, but finding your age disqualifying," another elder, who had accompanied Otto and introduced himself as Frank, interjected. Adorned with a specially crafted robe featuring 4 silver ripples, he was also a fourth-tier alchemist. His face twisted in a scornful grin. "Even if you were to fabricate your age, you should have chosen a more plausible 25. Claiming to be 15 and seeking a fourth-tier evaluation? Do you take us for fools?" Xiao Ding slightly furrowed his brow, observing the crowd, pointing and mocking him. "No, you are not fools. You are merely frogs at the bottom of a well." At this proclamation, silence fell instantaneously, as palpable as the sound of a pin dropping. Then, the atmosphere shifted, breaths quickening and expressions turning to rage. This statement implied that all present were worthless. Who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly? The crowd's faces flushed with indignation as they directed their ire at Xiao Ding, their anger boiling over. Were it not for their status as alchemists, with relatively low combat capabilities, they might have already raised their sleeves to confront him. Xiao Ding was taken aback. It seemed he had unwittingly incited their wrath. Ha! Old Yao laughed with malicious glee, exclaiming, I never anticipated you would find yourself in such a predicament. Were you attempting to put on an act just now? Alas, it seems you have surpassed their understanding, leaving them in disbelief. Xiao Ding's expression twitched. Can you blame me? I was holding back. Had I mentioned a 5th grade assessment, would they not have thought me mad? Chapter 94. The Stinging Reality. It is indeed possible. A 5th grade alchemist at your age is unheard of in Central State. When I was your age, I had only reached the 3rd grade. Of course, had I possessed a rare fire, I would not have lagged far behind. Old Yao proudly recounted his illustrious past. To summarize, achieving a 3rd grade alchemist status by the age of 15 is considered remarkable in Central State. The crowd around him remained fervently engaged. Noticing someone's finger nearly brushing his nose, Xiao Ding let out a cold snort, releasing a powerful surge of fighting spirit that transformed into a whirlwind. The surrounding individuals were all forced back, and those who had been spitting as they spoke found themselves splattered with their own saliva. How dare you lay a hand on him? Let us eliminate this fraud, roared a particularly reckless individual, causing the temperature within the hall to rise. Flames of various hues erupted from the alchemist's hands, encircling Xiao Ding. The latter's countenance darkened. What? Can you not best me with words and resort to violence instead? With his strength akin to that of a Dou Wang, he truly held no fear of these ruffians. Cease this at once. A resonant voice rang out from the entrance, exuding authority. The crowd fell silent, parting to create a pathway. An elderly man with snow-white hair entered, accompanied by a girl of about 10 years old and a familiar face, Yao Yi. Mitchell, this person is causing a disturbance as the vice president of your guild. Should you not intervene? Frank's face flushed with indignation. He has insulted all present, labeling us as frogs at the bottom of a well. Mitchell frowned as he regarded Xiao Ding, a boy appearing merely 15 or 16 years of age. How could he muster the audacity to utter such words? Surely, his elders would not remain indifferent. Yao Yi's expression turned peculiar as she muttered, What brings this fellow here again? Sister, do you know him? The young girl asked, her big, watery eyes brimming with curiosity. Indeed, it is he who has caused our royal family considerable loss. Yao Yi recalled their previous financial setback, feeling somewhat vexed. Is he truly that formidable? The princess, still young and unaware of the royal family's grievances with the Yunlan sect and the Xiao family, was astonished. However, anyone capable of inflicting loss upon her royal family was undoubtedly noteworthy. Her curiosity was piqued. Mitchell, catching the whispered exchange between the sisters, felt a slight shift in his demeanor as he turned to Frank. What exactly has transpired? This individual has disguised himself as a 15-year-old boy, aiming to seize the championship at our Gamma Empire's Alchemist competition. His ploys are rather pedestrian, and we have seen through them, Frank asserted confidently. He claims to be a 4th grade alchemist. Is there truly a 4th grade at such a young age? Yao Yi's pupils constricted. Could this person possess such formidable strength and still be an alchemist? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. A Dou Ling at 15 was already astonishing, coupled with the identity of a 4th grade alchemist. She felt her worldview shatter. At that moment, Xiao Ding noticed Yao Yi and made his way toward her. He was like a drowning man grasping at a straw, exuberantly smiling as he exclaimed, Your Highness, it has been quite some time. Do tell them. Am I not 15 years old? Initially, skepticism enveloped Mitchell's thoughts regarding Xiao Ding's age and his attainment of the 4th grade alchemist status. He turned his gaze towards Yao Yi, questioning whether this could indeed be true. Not only he, but others also wore expressions of disbelief, directing their attention towards Yao Yi. Yao Yi yearned to express that they had met not long ago, rendering the notion of long time no see rather absurd. However, she refrained from voicing this thought, inhaling deeply instead. He is the eldest young master of the Xiao family in Wutan City, not a denizen of other empires. As for his age, he is indeed 15, though he will only reach that milestone in 2 months. A hush fell over the crowd, initially stunned, followed by a swift change in their expressions. This individual truly was 15. The Grand Princess would not fabricate such a claim. Yet, doubts lingered regarding Xiao Ding's status as a 4th grade alchemist. Ah, what a mere child. Speaking without restraint, Frank thought, convinced that while Xiao Ding did not lie about his age, he certainly exaggerated his alchemical prowess. Do you perceive yourself as an elder? Assuming that age grants you authority and wisdom? Xiao Ding glared coldly at Frank, a formidable aura pressing down upon him. Do not presume I would shy away from confronting an elder. The oppressive energies surged forth like a volcanic eruption, causing Frank to pale and instinctively retreat several steps. Mr. Xiao, please do not take offense. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. It is natural for everyone to harbor doubts. Yao Yi smiled, addressing the other alchemists present. Esteemed colleagues, he is the most exceptional genius in the history of our Gamma Empire, currently a disciple of the venerable former master of Yunlan's Sect, and the junior of the new sect leader. What? He is the prodigy from Yunlan's Sect? Frank gasped in astonishment. Could it be that he has even studied alchemy under the alchemy king, Guhi? Someone speculated. Surely not. Just earlier, he mentioned that his teacher seems to be an old herbalist, countered a listener who had eavesdropped while Xiao Ding filled out his information. Xiao Ding scoffed disdainfully. He lacks the qualifications to be my teacher. Yao Ye's heart stirred. This was information she had not previously grasped. The implication was clear. This individual had a mentor far superior in the art of alchemy than the alchemy king, perhaps even a 7th-grade alchemist. Surely, this must be a senior expert from outside the Gamma Empire. He only became a fighter a little over a year ago. How could he have advanced so remarkably to achieve fighter spirit? Otto murmured, questioning his own existence. He had confirmed Xiao Ding's fighter spirit status the moment he unleashed his aura, which surpassed that of an ordinary fighter spirit. Indeed, this young gentleman, Xiao, had reached fighter spirit at the tender age of 15. Given his foundational prowess, attaining the rank of a 4th-grade alchemist was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yao Yi once again spoke on Xiao Ding's behalf. His extraordinary talent had already shifted the royal family's perspective, and now, with the formidable alchemical mentor at his side, it was prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship. Frank felt a wave of shame wash over him as he recalled Xiao Ding's words about the frog at the bottom of the well. Was he not that very frog? No, they were all frogs, having just croaked in embarrassment. Well done. I must admit, my impression of your royal family has improved slightly, Xiao Ding acknowledged. Nodding at Yao Yi, this matter was indeed a source of mild vexation for him. Let us proceed. Engaging a group of elders does not seem particularly elegant. Speak up. These fellows are so narrow-minded that they instinctively doubt his qualifications as a 4th-tier alchemist. This girl isn't bad. Should I take her under my wing? The old alchemist chuckled mischievously. Not interested. Such a type of woman is not suited for me. Xiao Ding instinctively rejected the notion, but quickly realized. You're being rather inappropriate. How can you suggest I take on a woman? Isn't this what you desire? 3 wives and 4 concubines. The old alchemist teased. Across from them, Yao Yi smiled. It is my honor to assist Mr. Xiao. Her tone bore a hint of flattery, further illuminating her unusual status and formidable talent, which even compelled the royal princess to treat her with deference. Mitchell observed the expressions of the elderly gentleman and understood they had misjudged the young man, now metaphorically slapped in the face. He awkwardly smiled. I presume Mr. Xiao has not undergone the assessment, as he was accepted as a disciple by a prominent alchemist. I shall personally oversee your evaluation. How does that sound? Let us proceed directly to the 4th-tier assessment. I have no interest in gradually ascending from the 1st tier. Xiao Ding expressed his impatience. Chapter 95, The Fundamental Operations of an Alchemical Prodigy. Mitchell pondered for a moment before nodding. I can make an exception for Mr. Xiao. He instructed his subordinates, prepare for the assessment of a 4th-tier alchemist immediately. After speaking, he gestured, Mr. Xiao, this way please. They arrived at a platform adorned with various herbs, the air thick with diverse aromas. Mr. Xiao, this is a recipe for a potion called Spirit Enhancing Pill. Suitable for spirit-level cultivation, capable of doubling one's cultivation speed. Mitchell unfurled an ancient scroll. If Mr. Xiao can concoct it within 3 attempts, he can be deemed a 4th-tier alchemist. A trivial matter. Xiao Ding took the scroll and leisurely approached the herbs, examining the recipe while assessing the conditions of the different materials. The crowd gathered around, eager to discern whether this arrogant youth truly possessed the requisite skills or was merely a brash individual prone to boasting. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Xiao Ding remained undeterred, diligently preparing. Mitchell nodded slightly. This composure was commendable, an excellent prospect. Soon, Xiao Ding set down the scroll and picked up a particular herb. The spectators held their breath. Was he about to begin? The truth of his abilities would soon be revealed. Could someone lend me an alchemical furnace? Xiao Ding suddenly turned. His request nearly caused the crowd to stumble. Are you serious? An alchemist without a furnace? Are you certain you can achieve 4th-tier status? Perceiving their doubtful gazes, Xiao Ding grinned. There's no need for astonishment. I have a furnace available, but it's rather precious, and I fear it might shock you. This remark darkened the expressions of those present. Did they seem so incapable? I shall lend you mine. Frank stepped forward. Consider it an apology for my prior doubts about your age and rank. With that, he produced a dark green alchemical furnace and tossed it to Xiao Ding. The latter deftly controlled the furnace to land on the platform and then raised his hand. With a whoosh, a plume of azure flames erupted. The flames were pure and unblemished, radiating a terrifying energy that instantly elevated the surrounding temperature. The onlookers, possessing a modicum of discernment, were rendered speechless by the formidable flames. Could it be a rare fire? This was undoubtedly no ordinary flame, nor did it resemble any beastly fire. Merely gazing upon it instilled a sense of dread. Upon overhearing the murmurs of the crowd, Xiao Ding turned and declared, "There is no need for speculation. It is indeed a rare fire." His candid admission left even Mitchell astounded. A rare fire, aside from the alchemical formulas, was essentially the most coveted treasure for any alchemist. In many respects, a rare fire was even more precious and scarce than a formula. Not to mention them, even the renowned Pill King Gu, he lacked such a fire. To be precise, apart from this young man, no alchemist throughout the entire Jiamat Empire possessed a rare fire. Are you envious of me? Xiao Ding smirked with pride, eliciting a sense of annoyance from Yao Ya. After a moment of self-satisfaction, he flicked his fingers, causing the azure flames to descend into the cauldron. He skillfully seized 4 types of medicinal herbs and cast them into the cauldron simultaneously. What? Otto's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he attempting to concoct a broth with such reckless abandon, tossing in 4 herbs at once? Soon, however, he narrowed his gaze, realizing that the 4 herbs landed in separate corners of the cauldron, each undergoing refinement under the power of the rare fire, undisturbed and progressing at their own pace. For instance, the primary ingredient, the Xingyuan fruit, melted at a slower rate than the spirit leaf, yet both were advancing in tandem, as if 2 distinct alchemists were meticulously controlling them. The same held true for the other 2 herbs, dividing one's focus among 4. Frank felt a tinge of bitterness. Was this the essence of a prodigy? It truly defied conventional understanding. They had all misjudged him. This individual indeed possessed alchemical skills that rivaled their own. It seemed they had been short-sighted and presumptuous. Otto offered a bitter smile, comprehending in that moment the meaning of "there is always someone better." Noticing the astonishment and admiration from the many alchemists present, Yao Ya reaffirmed the extent of Xiao Ding's prowess. A genius of such extraordinary caliber. It was fortunate they had not made an enemy of him. Otherwise, imagining the heights Xiao Ding might reach if he were to thrive, she felt a chill run down her spine. Realizing he had captivated the assembly of alchemists, Xiao Ding's lips curled into a slight smile. Dividing his focus among 4 was merely a trivial feat for him, as he continuously harnessed the powers of 4 distinct attributes and had specifically trained himself to blend various types of fighting spirit. At that moment, his control surpassed that of everyone present, with the exception of the ethereal presence of the Pill Elder. After refining portions of the herbs, Xiao Ding meticulously regulated the medicinal liquid's fusion according to the formula. As someone from another world, he understood that such fusions would trigger specific chemical reactions, resulting in the creation of new substances. Thus, he adhered to stringent requirements regarding the reaction environment, temperature, pressure, and the proportions of raw materials, demanding precise control. He possessed formidable control, cultivated through the practice of merging fighting spirits. This skill bore similarities to alchemy, where a slight excess or deficiency could lead to chaos. Through deliberate training, his control became exceedingly potent. Even the slightest deviation was impossible. With this foundation, every time he experienced a breakthrough in power, his alchemical skills would concomitantly elevate. Now, as he endeavored to merge this newly concocted pill, he encountered no unforeseen complications. The essence of a particular medicinal herb has successfully amalgamated, giving rise to newfound potency, ultimately coalescing into the form of a pill. Xiao Ding, observing the process nearing completion, carefully transferred it into the alchemical cauldron to finalize the work. This final step involved thoroughly merging the medicinal properties to ensure a complete reaction, rendering it indispensable. He turned to the crowd, whose expressions were a tapestry of complex emotions. Now, even though we have yet to conclude, you must surely discern my level of expertise, yes? Oh, you are indeed a prodigy of alchemy. I am in awe, Otto confessed, bowing deeply to Xiao Ding. I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. I also extend my apologies for the previous incident. The assembly of alchemists bowed in unison to Xiao Ding. Their identity as alchemists placed immense value on the craft, and Xiao Ding's recent displays left them humbled and in profound admiration. Mastery transcends age. Today, I have gained invaluable insight from Mr. Zhao's lesson. Mitchell expressed with a fist salute. Too kind. Xiao Ding waved dismissively, a smile gracing his lips. These are merely fundamental techniques, nothing to elaborate upon. His display of nonchalance elicited eye rolls from Yao Ya, while even the innocent Princess Yao found herself at a loss for words. Look at you, showing off. The elder alchemist found it increasingly difficult to contain his disapproval, reflecting on his own youthful humility and the many opportunities for flaunting his prowess he had missed. You may claim to be my disciple in the future. It would afford you ample opportunities to boast. Perhaps it would be better to refrain. For if one claims to be your student, they might end up in trouble, the elder chuckled. In the midst of their banter, Xiao Ding mused. In such circumstances, could one truly deceive others? I suppose I could attribute any future grievances to you, claiming you taught me thus. Are you intent on leading me to my doom? This is merely the motivation for your enhancement, Xiao Ding replied, engaging in a playful exchange with the elder as they awaited the completion of the pill. Suddenly, the cauldron trembled. A unique, fragrant aroma, unlike that of any herb, wafted through the air, invigorating the onlookers. It seems to have succeeded. Mitchell nodded affirmatively. Xiao Ding tapped the cauldron. The lid lifted, and a pale green pill emerged, appearing flawlessly, spinning gracefully before settling into his palm. He shook his head. This elixir is too simplistic. Achieving success in a single attempt lacks challenge. Many present felt their faces twitch in response. The majority were incapable of concocting such a high-grade pill, and here he was, expressing dissatisfaction with its simplicity. Was it not a stark reminder of their own inadequacy? Ahem, congratulations, Mr. Xiao, on your successful refinement. You are now a 4th-tier alchemist. Thank you. I shall also claim this pill and the accompanying herbs. I trust you are affluent enough not to mind parting with them, Xiao Ding said, taking all that was permissible without hesitation. This cauldron is quite commendable. Given your previous antagonism towards me, shouldn't you express some token of gratitude? Xiao Ding remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Frank. The old fellow, who had spearheaded the earlier troubles, looked pained, gritting his teeth. Since you desire it, Mr. Xiao, please take it. He had no wish to offend such a remarkable talent, preferring to incur a financial loss than to have the other harbor resentment. Thank you. And what of the rest of you? Xiao Ding inquired mischievously, prompting a collective grimace from the assembled crowd. This fellow harbors quite the grudge. They merely exchanged a few harsh words moments ago. And yet, is this truly necessary? What? Each one of them sought to trouble me earlier. Do they wish to be remembered for it? The crowd was taken aback. Such a prodigious individual. Surpassing a 6th-tier alchemist seems a trivial pursuit in the future. When that time comes, commanding numerous formidable beings shall be effortless, should they be etched in memory. They might risk losing everything. I possess a 4th-tier formula to amend my previous transgressions. Otto's heart bled as he withdrew a piece of beast hide. I have a rare medicinal herb here, quite commendable. I hope Mr. Xiao finds it to his liking. Another 4th-tier alchemist produced materials suitable for crafting 5th-tier elixirs. I present a 4th-grade magic core as a token of my apology. Another elder, his countenance darkened, reluctantly produced an earth-type magic core, with one leading the charge. The others exchanged glances, compelled to offer their more precious possessions. Yao Yi facepalmed, recalling the 300,000 gold coins this fellow extorted from the royal family. Feeling a pang of regret, given his familiar demeanor, it seemed he had engaged in such dealings before. Mitchell's beard trembled. Fortunately, he had not participated, or he would have suffered a significant loss. At that moment, Xiao Ding turned his gaze towards them. Mitchell felt a wave of unease. Chairman Mitchell, the earlier commotion was indeed instigated by your staff's doubts regarding me, which led to the ensuing turmoil. Should you not express some acknowledgement? Xiao Ding smiled, resembling a lion baring its fangs. Mitchell opened his mouth, incredulous that this could be the case. Indeed, it was your staff's loud outcry that alerted me. Otherwise, how would I have heard it? Frank snorted. He had lost his beloved alchemical cauldron and felt it necessary that Mitchell should also contribute. Mitchell could only grimace. This was indeed our oversight. As compensation, how about the Imperial Alchemist Association directly providing 100 sets of materials for your enhancement elixir? Quite agreeable, as I am in need of such elixirs. Xiao Ding nodded in satisfaction. These materials, if sold, could fetch over 1 million, and even at a discount within the association, would still amount to several 100,000. With the Alchemist Association already feeling the pinch, the others realized there was no escape and resigned themselves to their fate. Mr. Xiao, I have nothing of value on me. What do you suggest? Someone appeared flustered. Just hand over gold directly. Being a 3rd-tier alchemist, you might as well contribute 200,000 gold coins. Xiao Ding, unreservedly cheerful, replied. Let's not be overly fixated on herbs or elixirs. Anything that conveys your sincerity will suffice. The crowd was left in a daze. Was this not a blatant act of robbery? Xiao Ding chuckled heartily. They are all just a flock of plump sheep, each an alchemist, among the wealthiest in the empire. If their combined worth were tallied, it could rival the tax revenue of the Gamma Empire for a decade. I am truly astounded. Is there no shame in such audacity? Even in this situation, Elder Yao could no longer bear to watch, whispering his discontent in Xiao Ding's ear. I am not deceiving them. They approached me out of misunderstanding. Did they not deserve to pay a price for their actions? Xiao Ding asserted with righteous indignation. Although it is so, why do I feel an overwhelming desire to strike you? The old alchemist finds himself at a loss for words. This indicates that your thoughts are rather unhealthy and exhibit tendencies toward violence. You ought to cultivate your character more diligently, speculates Xiao Ding. The old alchemist refrains from further comment, lest he become infuriated. Xiao Ding, with a single breath, accepted the apologies offered by the alchemists present, estimating their value to be around 5 million. With a contented heart, he tossed the recently concocted spirit-enhancing pill to Yao Yi, saying, "Thank you. Consider this a token of gratitude for your assistance. I am quite amiable. Those who aid me shall receive benefits, while those who bully me will face dire consequences." A palpable sense of fear washed over the crowd at his words. "If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave." "Oh, when does the Alchemist conference commence?" "I shall return to claim the championship." Xiao Ding clapped his hands, casually inquiring. "In half a month." "Very well, until then." With a cheerful smile, Xiao Ding strode out. The onlookers exchanged glances, secretly wishing they would never encounter this individual again. It was only after Xiao Ding had departed that they began to converse. "Today has been a tremendous loss. I have lost half my fortune. I am the truly unfortunate one." I merely cast him a disdainful glance and did not even insult him, yet he claimed that a mere gaze was an assault, compelling me to part with 100,000 gold coins. What kind of genius is this? His character is utterly vile. Many lamented, even sharing their grievances with one another. Mitchell and the other 4th and 5th rank alchemists forced a bitter smile. Not only had they learned a lesson today, but they had also suffered great financial losses. Truly, misfortune had knocked on their doors. Yao Yi stared blankly at the pill in her hand, a pill worth over 100,000 gold coins, casually bestowed upon her. The nature of the individual had become abundantly clear. He is one who repays kindness and seeks vengeance for grievances. It seems I must cultivate his favor from now on. She sighed inwardly. Mitchell commanded, "Henceforth, regardless of age or rank, speak with utmost caution." Chapter 97. Another Path to Wealth. In half a month, I shall use the spirit-enhancing pill to assist in my cultivation and learn some new combat techniques. Old Alchemist, how about teaching me the flame-splitting wave-cutting technique? As Xiao Ding walked the streets, he pondered how to make the most of the next half-month while conversing with the Old Alchemist. Certainly, seek a quiet place outside the city. There are many experts within, making it easy for you to be discovered, the Old Alchemist advised. Xiao Ding agreed, then remarked, "I have suddenly realized that being an alchemist is quite advantageous. With just a single phrase, I managed to extract so many valuable items. They are merely frightened of your future accomplishments. Otherwise, how could they be intimidated into relinquishing such wealth by mere words?" The Old Alchemist retorted, albeit with a hint of admiration. "However, your skill is indeed formidable. In the Central Continent, it would be sufficient to instill fear among the major factions. It would be wise to maintain a lower profile from now on." Xiao Ding shrugged. "Sometimes, being too exceptional leads others to disbelieve you." With a plan in mind, and Yunlan absent, Xiao Ding lost interest in further exploration. He replenished his supplies for life in the wild and departed the city, heading toward the remote mountains. 3 combat spirits are following me. It seems some are reluctant to offer their apologies, revealing information instead. Xiao Ding sensed his surroundings and swiftly assessed the strength of those trailing behind him, a cold smirk forming in his heart. "Ah, another group of naive children. Come to deliver treasure and riches to you," said the elder Yao with a hint of pity. "If I were merely an ordinary Douling, and a rather weak alchemist at that, I would indeed be no match for the 3 of them." Xiao Ding jested. "Alas, there are no ifs in reality." He quickened his pace, his figure becoming a blur before vanishing, only to reappear in the distance as a fleeting shadow, covering several hundred zhang in mere moments. This was the art of movement. "Pursue. Do not let him escape." The 3 Douling exchanged glances, revealing a chilling intent, and hastened their pursuit. Xiao Ding did not exert himself to the fullest. He left room for his pursuers to catch up. He even found time to chat with Elder Yao, remarking, "Elder Yao, do I seem like I'm fishing now? It appears you have discovered yet another lucrative avenue." "Indeed, there is merit in that. I should explore it further. One cannot solely rely on deception. After all, very few can be easily fooled, yet many delight in robbery," Elder Yao replied with a contemplative tone. Xiao Ding's eyes sparkled with mischief, unable to suppress a sly smile. "You are dancing on the edge of a knife. Be wary lest you find yourself pulled into the depths by the very fish you seek to catch," cautioned Elder Yao. "I am well aware of my limits and will strive to avoid any pitfalls, lest I require your assistance to extricate me from such troubles." Xiao Ding chuckled, darting into the forest while keeping a keen eye on his surroundings. Once assured that the area was deserted, he gradually slowed his pace, soon arriving beside a small pond. He halted abruptly, murmuring at the water's edge, "The feng shui here is quite favorable for burial, though I typically incinerate my foes into ashes. So perhaps this pond is better suited for scattering their remains." As he gazed across, a powerful wave of energy approached, causing the trees to sway. With a rustle, 3 cloaked figures descended, obscuring their faces, and formed a triangular formation to block his path. Xiao Ding remained unperturbed, quickly assessing the trio's condition. One wielded a blood knife with an iron ring. Another brandished a silver-hooked iron chain, while the one in the center carried a violet longbow on his back. Narrowing his eyes, he discerned the synergy in their weaponry, the blood knife for close combat, the silver hook for entrapment, and the last one prepared to rain arrows from afar. These individuals appeared to be seasoned in the art of murder and arson. One wondered how many such deeds they had committed. Their calm demeanor evoked a sense of wariness in the trio, who cautiously approached Xiao Ding, confirming that he was indeed just a youth. "Brother, how many have we killed?" The one with the violet bow asked, a playful smile gracing his lips, as if he had spotted an amusing prey. The one with the blood knife grinned, revealing a crimson tongue beneath his cloak. "I've lost count. Since we began our assault, we must have slain no fewer than 100 experts. Indeed, from the Xiao Yan Empire to here, we have dispatched at least 100 skilled individuals, including several Dou Wang. However, this lad may very well be the richest among those we have slain. Even a Dou Wang might not compare to his wealth," the man wielding the silver hook cackled. The three were not from the Gamma Empire, but rather notorious bandits from the Xiao Yan Empire, taking advantage of the Gamma Empire's Alchemist conference to seek out some plump sheep to prey upon. Not long after arriving, I received word of a particularly plump target. "You three are the most substantial fish I have encountered." Xiao Ding smiled, seemingly unfazed by the mention of the trio having slain a battle king. This hefty prize had a tough exterior. The plan was to eliminate it first and then divide the spoils. The Bloodblade's eyes flashed with a menacing light. Undeterred by his cloak, with a powerful stamp on the ground, a crimson aura surged from him like an erupting tide, subtly transforming into a bloodthirsty wolf. The nauseating scent of blood permeated the air, possessing a strange corrosive quality that caused the surrounding foliage to wither. Blood attribute Dou Qi? Xiao Ding was taken aback. This was a unique form of Dou Qi, and the system had yet to offer such an attribute as an option. Suddenly, a silver flash darted forth like a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, aimed at Xiao Ding's chest. It was the one wielding the silver hook and iron chain who initiated the attack. The last individual merely extracted a black arrow, drawing his bow to lock onto Xiao Ding's position, refraining from immediate assault. Xiao Ding felt as if he were prey, targeted by a ferocious wolf. A cold and deadly serpent, and an eagle poised to strike, sending a chill down his spine as he sensed impending danger. "Be cautious, young one. These three are seasoned killers from the Blood Sea. Their cooperation poses a greater threat than an ordinary battle king," the old medic warned, a rare instance of concern. "Understood." Xiao Ding stomped the ground, creating a loud explosion. Utilizing the burst step, his speed transitioned from utter stillness to a whirlwind, simultaneously unleashing wind attribute Dou Qi, transforming him into a gust and effortlessly evading the silver hook. Humph. The one wielding the blood-infused Dou Qi had anticipated Xiao Ding's evasive maneuver and altered his attack trajectory mid-strike. The clash between the iron ring and the blood blade emitted a disconcerting sound, disrupting one's focus and perception. His blade surged forth like a torrent of blood, wielded with fierce intent, aiming to cleave Xiao Ding in two. Clang! Xiao Ding's Xianzhong appeared remarkably composed, meeting the blood blade head-on. Upon contact, azure flames erupted, engulfing the blood Dou Qi and causing it to evaporate in an instant. "What flames are these?" The master of the blood attribute Dou Qi was taken aback, feeling his energy akin to fragile bubbles, disintegrating upon contact. Before he could react, a tremendous force transmitted through the blade rendered his hand numb, causing him to lose grip on his weapon as the peculiar black sent him flying, followed closely by the searing azure flames. The archer's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that if he did not act swiftly, his leader would soon be in peril. With a resounding twang, he released the bowstring, sending the arrow soaring forth. At that moment, the silver hook caught up to Xiao Ding, aiming to latch onto his back. However, Xiao Ding brandished the clear stream sword in his other hand, deflecting it with a sharp clang. Then, he leaned back, his upper body nearly parallel to the ground, as an arrow grazed his chest, piercing through several trees before embedding itself in a massive rock. Just as Xiao Ding thwarted the trio's coordinated assault, the individual engulfed in the azure heart fire let out a piercing scream. His Dou Qi was utterly ineffective against the flames, and his arm was soon left charred and bloodied. A sword soared through the air, piercing through his chest and emerging from his back, accompanied by a spray of blood that propelled him away. It was none other than Xiao Ding who had thrown the Qinglu sword, seizing the opportunity while his opponent was disoriented by the strange fire and directly penetrating his heart. "You." The latter's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mix of anger and resignation. He had never anticipated such a demise. As the Qinglu sword flew back over 10 meters, he fell helplessly to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth and wounds. Even if he wished to rise, he found himself devoid of strength. "Boss." The remaining two were astonished. as their usually formidable leader had been dispatched in a single encounter. The critical factor was that this individual had simultaneously faced their dual assaults. The archer's expression shifted rapidly. He swiftly drew 3 arrows and shot them without hesitation, then turned to flee. Having engaged in their share of nefarious deeds, they were well aware of which prey to pursue and which to avoid. The quarry before them had evidently surpassed their capacity to contend, and lingering any longer would invite peril. For directions, wind barrier. Xiao Ding formed seals with his hands, unleashing a powerful surge of fighting spirit that stirred the winds. In the blink of an eye, gales from all directions converged to form towering wind walls, creating a cage that ensnared the 2 adversaries. A wind wall also materialized before him, allowing the archers 3 arrows to pass through with relative ease. However, a dark object resembling a black ruler obstructed their path. Clang! 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 The arrows shattered, forcefully crushed by Xiao Ding. As the purple cloud wings emerged behind him, he propelled himself off the ground, employing the flying cotton technique. His speed surging once more. In an instant, he found himself behind the individual dragging a silver-hooked iron chain. The opponent, having just breached the wind wall, sensed danger behind him and was seized by terror. Without even glancing back, he hurled a small golden sphere, which detonated into a vast net. This net, woven from fine golden threads, possessed remarkable resilience. Anyone who collided with it, even a Dou Wang, would find themselves at a disadvantage. Xiao Ding, however, was not foolish enough to plunge into the trap. Sensing the impending threat, he unleashed an explosive burst of fighting spirit beneath him, flapping his wings vigorously to soar into the sky, evading the expansive net. Dou Wang. Upon witnessing Xiao Ding's wings of fighting spirit, the remaining 2 felt a chill run down their spines. Misled by Xiao Ding's overwhelming combat prowess, they mistakenly believed he was a Dou Wang. While they had indeed slain a Dou Wang before, it had only been through meticulous preparation and ambush, possessing a profound understanding of the situation. This time, however, they had been outmaneuvered, and with one of their main forces lost, they stood little chance against him. Ascending into the skies, Xiao Ding did not rush to pursue. Instead, he formed seals once more, tearing wind whirlwind. A barrage of colossal wind blades spiraled towards the master of the silver hook. Damn it! Caught in an aerial assault, the latter found no escape, gritting his teeth as he wielded the silver hook to unleash his fighting technique. Furious serpent annihilation. Infusing his fighting spirit into the silver chain, it transformed into a massive gray serpent that roared, charging headlong into the tempest. Following the whirlwind, Xiao Ding continued to compress and condense his fighting spirit, scarcely pausing as he swiftly executed his technique, manifesting as a beam of light shooting forth. Ultimate wind, destructive fall. The radiant light coalesced to an extreme, harboring an incredibly sharp force that caused the very fabric of space to quiver. In a swift motion, the brilliance sliced through the void, piercing through the center of the whirling wind of rupture. The latter had just withstood the tempest when a chilling beam followed, aimed directly at the head. Alas! With the cover of the swirling winds, the individual realized it was too late. A piercing sound echoed as a bloodied hole manifested at his brow. The razor-sharp light continued its relentless advance, breaching the ground and creating an unfathomable pit. The light in his eyes extinguished rapidly, leaving only traces of fear and regret before he collapsed, devoid of life. His mind shattered. He succumbed even faster than the first unfortunate soul. The combination of combat skills proved effective. Xiao Ding surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction, casting a glance at another individual. Outside the breached wind wall, the archer, pale with fright, hastily fled. Would he manage to escape? With a cold demeanor, Xiao Ding muttered to himself before transforming into a fleeting shadow descending from above. Swish, swish, swish. A barrage of arrows incessantly rained from the forest, attempting to hinder his approach. Like a nimble bird, Xiao Ding deftly evaded the majority of the projectiles with graceful movements. For those he could not dodge, he shattered them directly with his heavy measuring rod, swiftly closing the distance as if a meteor plummeting from the sky. Boom. The earth trembled, trees splintered, and a terrifying wave of energy radiated outward, toppling the surrounding flora. At the epicenter of Xiao Ding's assault, a massive crater emerged. Vegetation reduced to powder, while dust swirled violently, and the archer was sent sprawling, bloodied from the impact. 8 extremes burst. Xiao Ding unleashed another punch. And even if the opponent attempted to withstand it, he was propelled away like a mere ball, his arms fractured, chest caved in, utterly stripped of combat capability. Do not kill me. I will give you everything. He cried out in terror after crashing to the ground, desperate for survival. Xiao Ding pressed his foot upon the archer's chest, the sound of cracking bones resonating through the air as he coldly demanded, "Who disclosed the information to you?" It was an alchemist, named, "Please do not kill me. I still have Before he could finish, Xiao Ding's rod struck his face with a resounding crack. Silence enveloped the scene. Xiao Ding began to scavenge the spoils of victory, casting aside a blue flame that reduced the remnants to ash. Having spent his days pillaging, he had ultimately become the prey. The old alchemist floated forth with a look of lamentation. Engaging in such dealings, they would inevitably meet their end one day. Even if I do not eliminate them now, another will. Xiao Ding smirked, lowering his gaze to sort through the spoils. Aside from a few weapons, the most valuable possessions of these individuals comprised 3 martial arts manuals, 5 combat techniques, a dozen vials of elixirs, and over 800,000 gold coins. The manuals included Blood Wolf Technique, Serpent Entanglement Technique, and Thousand Turns Formula. The Blood Wolf Technique boasted formidable close combat explosive power, suitable for warriors of various attributes. Achieving a high grade within the mystical tier,